to do things so easily. And I think now society demands certain things from us as individuals, and it's very hard to separate yourself. You know, I've spoken to people just in the past. I don't have time to do this. I don't have time to do that. I work
Mhm.
two jobs, or I come home and I'm still working after my job, just from my job. School, you're not just in school, you have homework that take up hours of your evening. Parents, soccer, making dinner. Like, life gets really, really crazy. And trying to take that time to just separate everything and say, what, I am going to go out and connect to
Yep.
nature. I, for one, love sitting if I can't get out in a day, because I move around. We have nature everywhere, but often find myself just looking. Like, a little squirrel will come by, and we have a special little tree with a branch. It's just sticks out doing nothing, but we left it there because the squirrels love it, and they sunbathe on it. They just they love it. And I just find myself watching the birds,
Mhm.
watching the squirrel, interacting just from, right, like you say, just look outside. There it is. It
And
comes
what
to you
message does the squirrel have for you?
when it says sunbathing and having a nap. Go up and have a nap. I need to take time
Yeah,
to relax. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with you. The metaphors in nature are almost always modeling some
Mhm.
kind of behavior for us.
Mhm.
So if it's a calm lake, it's modeling we too should be calm. If it
Mhm.
is a beautiful stone, like around my area, Duluth, there's
Mhm.
Lake Superior. Find a Lake Superior agate. That stone has a message. The message is do as I do, show your beauty, show
Yeah.
your color. Inside, there's all kinds of layers, just like people,
Mhm.
even squirrels. All you need to do is look at what they're doing. They're modeling behavior for us. So you don't have to, look up in a book, oh,
Mm.
what does this symbolize? What does the raven symbolize? You don't have to do any of that. Just look
Mhm.
at what the animal is doing. It's showing you the message.
Mhm. So when the squirrel is digging a hole and putting its nut in it, should I be just trying to go dig a hole and put my dessert in it? I don't know.
Well, what it's showing
I'm
you
playing.
is
Yeah.
it's storing for a rainy
Yes.
day. And
Yes.
it may be time that you need to perhaps store some of your energy.
Mhm.
Perhaps you need to tell some friends, sorry, not tonight. I need some downtime for myself. You
Mhm.
know, the food, the acorn for the
Yes.
squirrel is energy. Food is energy for us too. So it
Mhm.
was storing its energy. Just look at what the creatures are doing, or even the elements. Here's a good example: the
Right.
wind.
Yes.
We've had lots of storms in the Duluth area in the past week. When a storm comes through, the wind blows strong for a while, then it's still. That's the message to me. When I have something to say, I need to let my stormy winds blow and then I be quiet. I do this at staff meetings at work. I have something to say and I let my winds blow and then I shut up. I don't keep on blowing the wind. I mean, the storm doesn't last forever, nor should I be blowing my wind forever.
Right.
So, even something that's an element like the wind has a
Mhm.
message for us.
Yes. Yes. I agree. I think it comes down to the signs are all there. We just fail to see them, or we choose not to see them.
Yeah. And that's where awareness comes in. People,
Yeah.
if you really want to enhance your emotional well being, which is the whole purpose of this book, to enhance your emotional well being, you would benefit from raising your awareness, your mindfulness, and just be aware of what's going on. By the way, I'm wearing a shirt of an owl. The owl is the watcher. The owl rarely makes a sound. Sometimes it hoots, but it's mostly aware. The owl is mindful. It's watching. It's making observations. We can be the same way. We don't
Yeah.
always have to, constantly be saying every thought that crosses our mind. We can just be the watchers
Yes.
and observe and draw conclusions in our mind.
Mm.
And every once in a while, we can hoot up and say things, but the
Mhm.
owl rarely hoots. It's reserved.
Mm. Yeah, the observer. Um, and that's something also is you recommend talking to nature. Talk to all of it. Talk to the trees, the flowers.
Yes.
Do you know, have you ever heard of the experiment that they did in one of I think it was a high school where they took two plants, identical plants, and they had them side by side, just encased behind glass, and in each one, right, open tops. And the experiment was to praise one plant, always praise it, compliment it, while the other one was belittled and insulted. And over time, you could see how the one who was treated kindly was thriving, and the one who was treated poorly its leaves were wilting and it was always sagging. And I thought, my gosh, they're just so in tune.
Yeah.
They're so in tune. What are we missing?
We are missing the interconnectedness that we all have. So let me be specific. We're missing the recognition of that interconnectedness. We have the interconnectedness already. So what we're missing is recognizing that we already have that interconnectedness. It's like a tether, an umbilical cord that we have with Mother Nature. It's
Mm,
already there. So we just need to acknowledge that, oh, we have this gift.
mm. Yeah, I think that's a part where you need to settle your mind a little bit and really reflect, because I don't think we give ourselves the time to do that. And you know, if we look at the fact that we are all interconnected and start looking into the collective consciousness, and I play
Yeah.
with the collective consciousness all the time, and I test it because I'm a researcher by nature. I have to test everything. And sometimes it's just singing that song, then all of a sudden that song shows up everywhere, or putting a random word that doesn't get brought up all the time and watching it pop out everywhere. It's like we are interconnected. How hard
Yes,
would it be to get this message out?
I totally agree. In fact, I believe so strongly in this. We're interconnected with all living things. The life energy in me
Mhm,
is the same life energy in you and everyone else, not just people, animals, plants,
mhm,
insects. Every living thing has life energy. So do we.
mhm,
The question is, what do we do with our life energy? So I choose to recognize everyone as my brother or sister. And I practice viewing this when I'm in a grocery store and there's a long line and I'm like, oh no, oh, I'm already running late. And now there's this long line. All these people, who are these people? What are they doing here? And then I realize, wait a minute, those are my brothers and sisters.
yes.
Well, now it feels like a family reunion.
Put the
It
angst aside.
changes. It
Yeah.
changes my attitude because I don't think of anyone as other.
Mhm.
There's no others. There's
It's
just
one.
us.
Yeah.
And it's the same way internationally. When I watch the news and I hear about some other country and things that are going on in these other countries, I don't think of them as others. I think of them as us humans, one human family.
We are the human race.
Yeah.
We're not, I think we live in a time of division. Everything is
Uh,
categorized. You said it perfectly. Labels. What do labels do to us?
they make our thoughts simpler because if I can label you, oh, then I don't have to think about it. So
Right.
the attraction of the label is cognitive laziness. I can just say, well, you know how those people are. Well,
Wow.
you know how they are. Well, what do you expect from that kind? Well, stereotyping, labels, it's just cognitive laziness. Now, it's a lot more work to have to assess people individually. Okay. I just met you. So now I need to take the time to get to know you. What do you like? What do you not like? What's your personalities? What are your different moods? And that takes time. I don't like it when people shoot a lot of questions at me. Like they'll say, "Oh, what do you do for a living?" And then they judge me because of that. As soon as I say, "Oh, well, I'm a psychologist," or "I am a professor of psychology," they immediately think, "Oh, you've been trying to figure me out. You mean this whole time I've been talking to you, you've just been studying me?" And I'm like, "No, I'm off work. I don't study people in my spare time." So people categorize
Mm.
me as they do others. The negative side, the most harmful side of all of that is we end up limiting the people. If I label you as this or that, then you're confined to that. And I'm no longer curious to find out more about you because I've already figured you out and I put you on the shelf and that's your spot.
Right.
It ruins the curiosity about engaging with other people.
Yeah. It's a big it adds a lot of stress, especially if you have people who are having difficulty meeting others, that change thing. People don't like change, right? And
Yeah.
they just give themselves things to worry about, which sort of touches a little bit on that storm inside your head, you know.
And
There those
how unnatural to not like change because everything changes. Nature designed it so that everything changes. So, hey, come on, we need to get used to it. Mother Nature wants things to change. That's how it was designed. So, we just better get used to change.
Yeah,
And by the
change is
way, let's
hard.
also watch out for labeling ourselves because I was born with dyslexia and I was
Mhm.
diagnosed way back in elementary school. So all my life, people have been referring to me as a dyslexic, like
Yeah,
that's all I am. And
right.
we have to realize, see me for who I am, not
Yeah.
for what label you put on me.
Mhm. No, I agree because people are quick to judge. So we get into judgment,
Yep.
right? So,
And what's judgment? It's cognitive laziness.
right? That's what
Right?
Wayne was saying. That's what Wayne was saying. Yeah. He says lazy speech is a real thing, which is a shame because words are so very powerful,
Yep,
right?
very
You
true.
can do good things with them, you can do bad things with them. When we talk a little bit about having a troubled mind. You touch on this a little bit, and you basically put down. Whenever I saw something that really hit me, I would just write in my notes. This is my notes. This, this big yes, this right here. Boop boop, flashy lights. But
Yeah.
you make mention of when your life is out of harmony with the natural world, you become out of whack and start flailing as you grasp for something outside of yourself to bring a sense of balance back into your life. So my question to that was like, do we as humanity, like, do we just intentionally look for things to worry about? Like, do we have this need to like solve, problem solve all the time and making a mountain out of a molehill kind of thing? Like, is there not an easier way?
Yes, I do think that it is part of human nature to want to
Mm,
solve things. That's both the blessing and the curse of having a prefrontal cortex.
Mhm.
Animals have a cerebral
Yeah.
cortex, but we're
Mhm.
the only animal that really has this prefrontal cortex right here behind the forehead. This is where we engage in intellectual thinking, planning for the future, what they call executive functioning. This is where we engage in moral reasoning, which is something that, you know, other animals really don't do. They don't sit around engaging in moral reasoning. So, yeah, it is our nature to try to solve problems and try to look for things to fix. And speaking of morals between a human and animals, I wrote a chapter about the morals between a bobcat and a fawn.
Yes, I love
And
that chapter.
that was a painful lesson for me to learn because what happened in brief, I'll be real quick. I heard a fawn being attacked in the woods. And so I went running out there and scared away the bobcat. Now, this was in the spring when animals are having their babies. And I felt real good about myself because I saved the little baby fawn. Now, it wasn't until that evening that I sat in meditation in my house and I closed my eyes and I slowed down my thoughts. And then I realized I was inflicting my human morals onto the bobcat. Mother Nature designed the bobcat to kill animals. That's what the bobcat is supposed to do. Since it was the spring, chances are that was a mother bobcat who was just trying to feed her kittens.
Yeah.
By me chasing away the mama bobcat, I was denying those poor kittens a meal. They probably went to bed hungry that night because
Yeah.
of my human morals.
Mhm.
And so that was a really tough
That's
lesson to
tough.
learn, but I have to realize animals have different ways of conducting themselves. They don't have the prefrontal cortex to think about morals. And so,
Mhm.
as a human being, I should not be policing nature and trying to inflict my morals on the animals. Tough lesson to learn.
Mark, that's a hard one. I think some of us have not on that same scale, but I remember pulling a frog out of a snake's mouth one time.
Oh,
I remember, a crow, and I love crows. I love birds. I love I love wildlife, but and it was trying to peck at a baby dove. I pulled my car over, threw the door open because I was just in a little subdivision, threw the car, jumped out. It was running, like not thinking straight. And I run over and I just crow just backs off. I pick up the little dove, take
uh-huh.
it home with me because my properties have always been like oases, and got it all nurtured it all back to health, and that dove sat on our property for about 4 years.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, now you're saying this, I'm like, I was reading this chapter going, oh, I've done this.
It's interesting when you were telling that story about how you pulled over and you saved that dove. I thought, were you also wearing a superhero cape when you were running
I
out there?
felt like I was.
Yeah.
I
Well,
did.
we
Just
have
throw my
we
hair
have
back.
human compassion. And I want the
Yes.
audience to know, I want the listening audience to know there's nothing wrong with having compassion.
Mm.
With that compassion, we also need to respect the rules of Mother Nature. Mother Nature designed some animals to eat other animals. And even though we have compassion in our heart, we should not be policing Mother Nature. She knows best.
She does. It doesn't make it any easier, however.
No, it
I'm just
doesn't.
protesting a little bit. I am protesting. It's a circle of life, and I understand that. You see it happening all the time, but it really doesn't make it any easier sometimes. Um, so, when we talk about a lot of these, the heaviness that some people feel, and we get into things like temporary happiness.
Yeah.
I call it retail therapy.
Okay.
Guilty.
That
I'm
works.
guilty. Oh yeah. I'm happily temporarily. Mind you, I'm happy every time I look at the piece. I'm like, yeah, I did good there. But
Okay.
it's sort of a quick fix. So how do you recommend, replacing something like retail therapy? Because I really love the chairs that I buy, etc. It's antique, they're
Yeah.
beautiful. How do I'll use myself as an example because I do that every now and then. It's not that I'm unhappy, but I guess there's something in there that's going on. But how do
Right.
you replace that with just with nature per se?
I learned several years ago, to my surprise, that there are two forms of happiness. There's short-term happiness and long-term happiness.
Yeah.
Both of them are based on emotions, but separate
Mhm,
emotions.
mhm.
Short-term happiness is based on the emotion of excitement. Yay, I bought something new. I'm so excited. Yay, my team won. Yay, I graduated. We get all
Yeah,
excited. That's
yeah.
short-term
Right.
happiness. It's
Yeah,
real, it's
yeah.
not fake, but it is short-term. A longer-term happiness comes from the emotion of inner peace, tranquility, and living according to your own sense of values,
Mhm,
not inherited values, not the values that government tells us, not the values even that your parents tell you, but your own values. When you live your life according to your values, you will have inner peace. And part of that is because we remove that inner conflict. In psychology, we refer to that as cognitive dissonance. When you are pulled in two different directions and you can't decide which way to go, that's cognitive.
mm.
But when you live according to your own values, well, now there is no inner conflict. And that's where you come with the inner peace, and that leads to longer term happiness. You can't buy long term happiness in a store.
Well, I'm happy every
Sorry.
time I look at that thing. So, no, I totally understand. I totally understand. I think sometimes with people, it's hard to let go. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
it's like the dog with a bone kind of thing. I think because because you do tend to in some of your chapters recircle like everything is so connected. You kind
Yeah.
of circle around on occasion to things, and it
Hmm.
is really hard. You look at something like that, and it's trying to get that what is that underlying thing that sits there, for with the happiness card. Like sometimes you have to
Yeah.
really reflect.
It's interesting that you mentioned the dog with the bone because I write about that. And that's often an analogy that I use with chemical dependency
Hmm.
because people have told me that when they first started drinking, it was to make them feel good. And once they're addicted, now they have to keep on drinking to stop feeling bad.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like returning to that dry bone. There's no nutrition in that dry bone anymore. And yet I've seen my former dog constantly go back to that dry bone. There's nothing there anymore. And whether it's chemical addiction or gambling addiction or sex addiction or shopping
Hmm.
addiction, whatever
Yeah.
it might be, we keep returning to it, but there's no nutrition in it. There's nothing of value in it anymore. It's just
Mhm.
a dry bone. It's time to move on.
Right. It's just shallow, hollow, temporary fix.
Yeah.
But the dog still loves that bone. So,
Attachment.
yeah. Yes. Yes. And I always laugh about attachment on an average because my 16-year-old son at the time, he's an adult now, was trying to give mother a lesson in attachment. He goes, I'm an attachment to you. And I said, I don't care. You're mine. I made you. That's the way it goes. and and as an adult, he becomes a father. And I look at him in my motherly wisdom, pick up this beautiful child and say, "Look, honey, I've got another attachment to love." You did not find it humorous, but I thought it was hilarious.
I think
You know?
it's funny.
Yeah, right. See, nature took its course and had a little baby. So it's kind of like a nature thing. But I totally do understand how we attach to people, places, things. And that's not necessarily healthy as well.
Right.
But, you
It's
know,
actually a form of suffering. And this is something that Buddha talks about. I mentioned in my biography section, my bio, that I practice both paganism and Buddhism.
mhm,
And Buddha talks about attachments cause suffering. And
mhm,
so that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be engaged with each other. It does not mean that we shouldn't love each other. But in loving and showing compassion for each other, we should not become, I guess psychology would call it, enmeshed. We should not become codependent. We can love each other, we can show compassion, but let's not become so enmeshed and dependent on each other that we end up suffering when we lose each other. Because, as I
mm,
mentioned earlier, everything changes. So we need to kind of let go of those attachments. And Mother
mm,
Nature is also an example of that. Mother Nature is constantly changing. Things may seem like they last a long time, maybe 100-year-old tree, but even that changes. Nothing
mm,
stays the same.
mhm. Yeah, again, the whole changing thing, people don't do really well with that. I mean, I've never not liked change. I've always been a world traveler, and I'm always looking for change. I love,
Okay.
you know, embracing different cultures and, different places and architecture and history and all of that. But it's always nice to come back home. I guess if I didn't have the opportunity to do that, would I become one of those people that just becomes so conditioned being in my own space that it would be difficult for me to leave it?
Could be. Could very well be.
Yeah,
It's almost like a bear hibernating.
yeah, mm, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
The cave of a bear den,
Hmm.
is often symbolic of the dream state. The hibernating bear in the den, the person in bed sleeping. So there is a time for sleeping, there's a time for rest, but then there's also a time to wake up and get going.
You're right. I agree. I love it. I do. I love it. I don't. I would not want change all the time, but I do. It's like you say, who we were 10 years ago is
Yeah,
not who we are today. And that
right.
is getting away from the whole maybe creature of habit thing.
Right. And who we are going to be 10 years from now is different than who we are now. And so I say to my students in class, don't you want to have a say in who you become 10 years from now? And then I'll give them an assignment. I'll say, write down on a piece of paper what characteristics you want to develop in the next 10 years, physically, socially, emotionally, career wise. We have a say in who we become 10 years from now. We can
Mm,
either physically stay in shape and be healthy or not. We can
mm,
either take care of ourselves financially, career wise, socially, take care of other people or not. How are we going to develop over the next 10 years?
mm,
We have a say in that. And so, right now, I want your listening audience to know that if you're wanting to connect with nature even more, you can do that. Even if you're homebound and you're not able to leave the house, you can still look out your window and notice how peaceful the clouds are rolling by. They're giving you a message. You too can be peaceful.
Mm.
A lot of people, when I do my book readings at libraries and things, they say, oh, well, how can I learn those lessons? Well, you start by going into the woods or looking out your window and connecting with nature on a daily basis.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're frozen.
Oh, am
Oh,
I?
there you are. Okay, you're back.
Okay.
Okay, good. Yeah, I no, I do think that's very important. I'm putting up another banner here that I want to share just with people so they
All right.
know that you again, I think this is important. It's just for your proceeds from your book, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to put this up now. Are donated to there. Okay. There we are.
And I decided to do that because prior to publishing my book, every year I was donating to Feed the Hungry Students. We give out food vouchers to
Mhm.
the students, and many of them have children of their own. And I remember being a hungry student. I'm not
Yes.
kidding. I remember having
Mm.
cereal for supper because I came
Yeah.
home after being at college all day long. I had no other groceries. And
Mhm.
my family of origin, my parents were not able to financially support me. And I would
Mhm.
have cereal for supper. So I was giving every year to the Student Nutrition Assistance Program. And I thought to myself, well, why not just donate the royalties of my book,
Yeah,
100% of them, because that's giving. I want to
that
support
is.
my students in that way. I feel like, I don't know, that's my motherly instincts to feed people.
Yes. Yeah. I love it though. I love it. And I just want to put that across the bottom so people are aware. I think it's just a lovely gesture. And speaking of just light and lightheartedness, you mentioned when you were going to talk about you did the chapter on light and that you weren't sure about talking about light per se, the light, the darkness, the balance. So,
Right.
I mean, why did you hesitate so much? Is it with that? It's a good
Well,
thing, yes?
because there's not always words to describe it. When we talk about light and darkness,
Mhm.
that's starting to get into the metaphysical.
Mhm.
And here's the thing, the metaphysical doesn't have a language that's human.
Mhm.
Human language is about physical things. I can say, this book is blue. I can say, this is a paperback cover. I can say, this is hard, this is soft, this is, you know, colorful, this is not, this is cold, this is hot. Those are all physical descriptions.
Mhm.
Our words describe the physical world. So to describe something metaphysical like
Mm.
spiritual lightness, spiritual darkness,
Mhm.
I feel it, but there are no words to describe it. And I bet a lot of the people listening to me right now know what I'm talking about. Sometimes words just cannot describe a spiritual experience.
Mhm. No, you're not wrong. And again, I think even with that, you need balance in everything. You can at least understand balance, light, darkness. Again, conditioning. You ever notice how we're conditioned to fear darkness and embrace the light?
Yeah.
I thought, I've always found a lot of solace in the darkness because you get to hear nature sounds that you would, in a nocturnal life that comes out that you would not get to hear during the day. You get to look at the night sky, you get to look at meteor showers, more clarity, the northern lights, like there's so much that it has to offer. And yet we're conditioned to feel uncomfortable
Yeah, we were taught to fear the dark. For one thing, we were conceived in the dark, okay?
This is true.
All of us
Yes.
were conceived in the dark. And
Yes.
we return to the darkness every night when we close our eyes and go to sleep.
Yes.
So we've been taught to fear the darkness, and we don't need to.
Agreed. Agreed. And it is the balance to light,
Yeah,
which I do understand the whole metaphysical side of things. And you made one perfect point. Both, you know, darkness included, people are there because of our Creator.
yeah,
Are you going to tell him he had a bad idea? I'm not going to tell him he had a bad idea. He, she, whatever the case may be. I'm not going to say it was a bad idea. I think it's a great idea. So
yeah.
how can we not embrace something that is made as part of creation?
And when I talked about the light, I also mentioned that there is such a thing as black light.
Yes.
It's not
Yes.
just white light, there's black light. So when you're in the darkness, there is a black light that exists there.
Hmm.
Darkness is not void of light, it has black light.
Hmm. Yes, this is true. That was brilliant, by the way, when you added that. I said, see, right there. I wouldn't even have thought of that one. That was
That was
brilliant.
worth purchasing the book right there.
It was brilliant. There's a lot of brilliant quips in this book, I have to say. Definitely a treat. um, I want to touch a little bit on aggression, hostility,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
how you can walk into a room and the air feels so thick you could just cut it with a knife. Vibration and frequency, isn't that essentially the language of the universe?
Yes. When it comes to anger, I find that often, not 100% of the time, but often, anger is a moralistic emotion because people get angry when they feel they've been trespassed. You cut me off in traffic. I feel angry. You cheated on me. How dare you? I feel angry. You stole something from me. We get angry because we feel we've been trespassed. And sometimes it can get really just out of control, such as, well, certain groups of people shouldn't even exist because they impose their lifestyle on society. And that angers me because it trespasses against my morals. You know, I experienced a lot of this when I was coming out as a gay man. A lot of
Mm-hmm.
people said, well, you should stay in the closet because your way of life is a violation of my morals.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I'm not going to live in the closet to accommodate your comfort level. So sometimes when we get angry, it's because we're having a moralistic emotion and we think the other person violated us or
Mm-hmm.
at least trespassed on us.
Mm-hmm.
But other times we get angry because we are afraid. I'll give you an example. Let's say you have teenage children and you have a curfew of 10 o'clock at night and they come home at midnight and you're angry at them. Underneath that anger is a whole lot of fear because as a parent, you were probably worried that they were in a car accident or something happened to them. Are they alive? Are they dead? Are they in the hospital? So when they come through the door, you're angry, but look underneath the anger. There was a whole lot of fear. In our nation right now, we have a lot of angry people on both sides, Democrats and Republicans. A lot of people are angry. Underneath that anger, there's a whole lot of fear.
Yeah.
Fear about what will happen if the other side gets power. What will happen if the other side has their way? All of these what ifs are causing a lot of fear, and that
Mm-hmm.
results sometimes with anger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. For every action, there's a reaction,
Yeah.
you know. And we as people, I mean, we are antennas, we are amplifiers, we are receivers, energetically speaking. So something happens and we take that energy and we can manipulate that in different ways. And sometimes, usually, if you are in a state of anger, as you say, or even pain, you're going to amplify that and project that outward onto someone else. And I think, you know, we have so much of that going on. The one I like to use is if you're getting into an argument with your significant other, and you kind of touch on this also,
Yeah.
um, you know, and you walk out of the room, storming out of the room, and you walk back in that room an hour later, and you wonder why you're feeling foul. What do you do with that energy?
I would ground and center. If I personally, when I get angry, I will place the anger into my hands, and then I will place my hands on the ground and let Mother Earth absorb the anger. If I am in a place where I cannot have access to the earth, let's say I'm in a board meeting or something,
Yeah.
I breathe in love from the universe, and then I exhale compassion to people around me. I
Mm,
have found that my anger dissipates in the light of knowledge
mm,
once I understand where someone's coming from. And that may take a while. There was one person in particular who was very mean, and she would purposely um, say hurtful things. In fact, she would actually swear at me.
mhm.
And she was a psychologist. She should know better.
Oh,
Okay. And so I got to talk to her personally, in the break
mm,
room. And I found out that she had an abusive childhood and that she has a lot of hurt memories that come up for her. That's not an excuse for her
mhm.
to verbally abuse me. It doesn't make it okay for her to be mean. However, once I understood where she was coming from, then my anger dissipated. Once I understand the other person and why they do things, it tends to take away my anger.
Right. Trying to, I guess, put yourself in somebody else's shoes for a few minutes and see.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like we can't really have a lot of control over what gets thrown at us. The only thing I think we have control over is how we handle it, how we react to it, what we do with it,
Yeah. Right.
you know.
Exactly. Um, we do our best to protect ourselves. However, we have to acknowledge that things are out of our control. A lot,
Mm,
not everything, but there's a lot of things that are out of our control. One of the things that is out of our control are other people's behavior. Okay. We cannot control what someone else chooses to do. If you try to control someone else, you're going to drive yourself crazy.
yeah.
So, yes, I agree that sometimes we just have to acknowledge that, like the weather, Mother Nature is going to send things to us, and we just have to react to it rather than trying to control it. How we
Mm,
respond is up to us.
mhm.
So when something adverse happens to me, I'll tell you exactly what I think. I think to myself, what can I learn from this?
Mm,
I believe everything in life is a learning opportunity.
yeah.
So let's say I'm out in nature and I slip and fall in the mud, and I'm like, oh, how terrible. Okay, I'm upset. What can I learn from this? Well, I
Mm,
can learn that when I see that there's a muddy trail, I should take an alternative route. I should learn that I should walk on the higher trails rather than the lower trails. Everything in life is a learning opportunity. And when you learn something from Mother Nature, well, now you're better off. Now you're a little bit more informed. And I even say this to clients when I counsel people and they talk about an abusive childhood where they were victimized. And I say, now you're no longer a victim, you're a survivor. And that switches the mood. To think that you're a victim is disempowering. To think of yourself as a survivor is
Mhm.
empowering. So always ask yourself, no matter what's happening, always ask yourself, what can I learn from this situation?
Mhm. Yes, and becoming a teacher.
Yeah.
That I think, those who can live through experiences and go on to talk about it and educate other people as well, I think is so important because some people just they won't talk. They just shut down completely.
Yeah.
And if you bully them, if you like everything you've been talking about, having somebody coming at you and swearing at you, that's a form of bullying. Some
Oh, sure.
people don't stick up for themselves. You have the tools that you were able to, but other people shut right down. They just stop participating in their own lives, you know?
Yeah. They withdraw.
Yeah, big time. Big time. I mean, so how do you deal with people like that? What is your advice to somebody like that? Take a walk, take a walk in the forest
You're,
and talk to the
I want to be
trees.
clear. Your question is, how do you deal with bullies?
Now, how do you deal with people who withdraw from life?
Oh, if somebody is withdrawing from life, it is often a result of feeling hurt. And just like if I don't know, if a bug bit me on the arm, a bee stung me on the arm, I'd cover it up. I would try to pull back and withdraw. So if they're withdrawing severely, they might need counseling. And certainly, if it's just a temporary thing where they feel offended, maybe
Mm-hmm.
you said the wrong word and they withdraw, it might be time to just let them heal. Certainly,
Mm-hmm.
Mother Nature can help. They can go into the woods and they can
Mm-hmm.
sit on a moss covered rock and they can heal. Um, Withdrawing is usually not a good thing if it's unintentional hurt. It depends on the situation. If it's a bully that is, let's say, domestic abuse,
Mm-hmm.
if the abuser is constantly bullying the victim, then there needs to be therapy. There needs to be a withdrawal from the bully,
Mm-hmm.
clearly in that case. However, if it's a loving relationship, let's say a friendship, and one friend says something that's a little bit offensive, the other might withdraw, but underneath that, you know that your friend meant well. So it really depends from all situations.
Mm-hmm. You had spoke in your book about a story where a young woman has a boyfriend who essentially is trying to lure her in to
Hmm.
this relationship. I'm going to buy you a car.
Yeah.
But he doesn't agree with her spirituality. He doesn't agree too much with basically who she is. Did you feel in that moment that this was a sort of a controlling situation that could have ended badly? Like, how did she come out of that? Like,
Well, as I mentioned at the beginning of this interview, my experiences in nature are all real. However, when I make a human uh,
yes,
referral, I
yes,
create hypothetical situations. So those that couple was a hypothetical situation,
of course.
and what he was trying to do was manipulate her with gifts to stay in the relationship, But also there was that hint that he did not approve of her spirituality and wanted her to be part of his congregation.
Mm-hmm.
And if she accepted that car as a gift, then she
Mm-hmm.
would be owing him.
Yes.
And so we need to be aware of the forms of manipulation and what the long-term consequences could be.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know,
Yeah.
in a situation like that, you just have to go with your spirit, trust your spirit.
Yeah. Yeah. It's tough. People feel, they face these types of challenges on a daily basis. And I wish everybody could, go and just take that walk in a park. Go sit and just watch the wildlife. Go sit by the water and just listen to the sound of the waves. Like there are things, no matter how hard life gets, because sometimes you can't talk people into doing things like that. You can lead a horse to water, right? You can't make them drink.
Right.
And it's very difficult to stand by and watch someone deteriorate. I've had to do it in my life, like through friendships or family many times. And it's just there's sometimes you just can't reach people.
Here's what I learned. As you said, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Yeah.
But here's what I do. I try to make the horse thirsty. So I can't make it drink, but I can
Mm,
make the horse thirsty so that it wants to drink. So you kind of give little incentives. And let's face it, okay, let me break this down to a real simple level. All humans, and there are very few things you can say about all humans, but one thing you can say about all humans is everybody wants to feel good.
mm,
We do what we're rewarded for. Now, here's where it gets a little more complicated. We get different rewards and we have different ideas of what feels good. So, although everybody wants to feel good, what feel goods to me might be eating chocolate. You might be lactose intolerant and can't tolerate that.
right.
So, we all have a different idea of what feels good. So, when you want to have the horse drink water, there needs to be an incentive for the horse where they know that there's something in it for them. Same thing with, raising kids. If they understand that the reward is there, they'll have motivation. People lose the motivation when they realize, there's nothing in it for me. There's no
Mm,
reward. Now,
mm,
just because I want to say, just because everybody pursues the happiness and everybody wants to feel good doesn't mean that everybody does it in a healthy way.
mhm,
People think that if they pursued drug abuse, it'll make them feel good. And it does for a while, but it ends up being terrible in the long run. So
mm,
I just wanted to make it clear, even though everybody pursues happiness and everybody wants to feel good, that doesn't mean that everybody succeeds at doing it in a healthy way.
mm.
Does that make
Right.
sense?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The overall message in writing your book is from you wrote the book. What is your message? What do you want people to walk away with after reading this book?
Ultimately, the message in this book is we are part of Mother Nature and we can enhance our overall well-being by connecting more deeply, reinforcing the connection we already have with Mother Nature. The number one thing I want people to get out of my book is that Mother Nature cares for us, that we are all interconnected, and that there's positivity, there's a positive message in everything. Every one
Hmm.
of my 52 chapters has a positive message. And
Yes.
that's what I want people to come away with, the positivity.
Right. Lose the negativity. And your chapters all have, where you give your insight, things that people can do, to help themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. In fact, it makes people laugh. I say, well, I'm a teacher, so at the end of each chapter, I give a little assignment. I can't help it. What can I
Right.
say? As a teacher, I have to give an assignment. But here's the good news. Those little assignments, they're only like 2 or 3 paragraphs. Those little assignments help you put into practice what you just read.
Yeah.
Because I have dyslexia, I listen to a lot of audiobooks. And I've listened
Hmm.
to a lot of self-help books. And they'll make vague statements like, oh, feel better. Oh, get over it. Move on. And I'm like, tell me how. Come on.
Yeah.
My book will give step-by-step instructions. At the end of every chapter, it'll give you instructions on how to put what you learned into practice. So
Hmm.
those assignments will not leave you hanging. They will tell you exactly what to do. Because I
Yeah.
just got tired of reading self-help books that gave vague statements. Move
Right.
on.
Right. 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 Well, thank you. I'm sure people out there will be thanking you. It's like, oh, he tells us how to do it. We can work on this. I love that. I think at the end of the day, for me, I really got a lot out of this book. And it's just, it comes down to be a good human.
Right.
Be a good human, you know, be a participant in your own life. Say what you mean what you say, follow through, practice what you preach. Like
Yeah.
a lot of this is for me, it's like common sense things. It's almost like somewhere along the line, it's just like common sense. Like this isn't a
Oh,
learned
yeah.
thing, I mean, this is something we should be instinctive, be a good
Yeah.
person.
I would say that my messages in the book, each chapter, is a reminder. It's not like I'm telling you anything new that you've never heard before.
Mm-hmm.
These are just gentle reminders through Mother Nature. Give you a quick example.
Mm-hmm.
There was a beaver dam on one of the creeks near my home, and I thought to myself, each one of those logs is like resentment.
Mm.
And when the resentment builds up, it creates this dam. And the dam blocks the flow of energy. And I educated myself. I went and I talked with the DNR and I said, is the is there good fishing in front of the dam where the water is deeper? And they said, no, because there's not enough oxygen. There's no flow. And
Oh.
so even though the water is deeper, the fact that it's dammed up, it becomes stagnant. The
Mm-hmm.
oxygen level drops and the game fish leave. And I also learned something interesting about beavers that I never knew before. They're not capable of defecating on land. They can only defecate
Ah.
in the water, which makes the water filthy. Because if there's 5 or 6 beavers living there, there's a whole family. That water gets pretty polluted very, very quickly. And it's
Mm-hmm.
also dangerous for humans to swim in that water because of the high bacterial level.
Mm-hmm.
So, getting back to the metaphor, all of those logs represent resentment. If you let resentment build up in your life, it'll create a log jam and it'll block the flow of your energy. And then the energy becomes stagnant.
Right. Absolutely. And I think in that case, the food that you eat, are you not ingesting even the I don't know, like the I'll say meat, for example, you know, you have to go through a process, your diet.
Right.
for our consumption. Are we not picking up those feelings, those emotions to add on to everything else?
I would think so. On a cellular level,
Mhm.
there are certain hormones that affect the animal. And
Yeah.
if the animal is fearful, if the animal
Mhm.
had a violent death, certainly the hormone cortisol, the
Mhm.
hormone adrenaline will
Mhm.
be in some of the muscle tissue.
Mhm.
So we're literally experiencing hormonally, we're
Yeah.
experiencing some of the trauma that the animal experienced.
Yes. Yes. And, Rain was actually telling me a story earlier about I guess, an experiment that was done with vegetables and
No,
how they express fear when presented with a knife.
interesting.
And the researcher's like, oh, I don't want to kill you. I don't want to, it's okay. And when they took the knife away, they were okay. And as the experiment, progressed along, and he basically explained to them that this is for the greater good. This is so to help me be healthier, to help me, evolve and progress. And this is a very good thing. Then they lost that fear.
Oh, interesting.
Isn't that crazy? It's
Yeah.
like, I mean, there's nature. This is how people just look at like a vegetable. It's just a turnip, whatever. It's a green pepper. At the end of the day, there's this fear. There's this level of sentience that is just far supersedes what anybody would have really thought about. But then it takes me back to the experiment with the plants at the high
Yeah.
school. Like there's so much going on with frequencies
Mhm.
and these vibrations and everything like that is nature that encompasses all of us. To
Yeah.
say we're not all part of this whole system, it's just to be sleepwalking.
And you can tap into that frequency when you're in nature because nature will resonate with us
Yes.
and will activate our animal instincts. In psychology, we call that our primal self.
Hmm.
And I think instincts are fascinating because if you look up the definition of instincts in the dictionary, it
Hmm.
says unlearned behavior. Huh,
Hmm.
unlearned. So basically, it's behavior that's embedded in our DNA,
Mm.
passed down to us from our ancestors. A good
Right.
example would be the startled response. If somebody sneaks up behind you and makes a loud noise and you jump, all humans have the startle response. It's part of
Hmm.
our instincts. And
Hmm.
there's a lot of other instincts. So when you let your instincts come alive in nature, you're tapping into cellular wisdom that's
Hmm.
passed down from your ancestors.
Hmm.
That's just
Yes.
wonderful.
It is wonderful. And if you think about it, how many migratory species, including even humans who would, migrate through the seasons, who just did it through the magnetic lines, they don't need a GPS.
Right.
This instinct. You just naturally know where to go, what to do. Right down to lobsters. We and I were talking about that earlier. I was like, right? Like it's just like it seems like just to say that this is all just all primitive. No. No, it's complex and amazing.
It really is. And it's something that I think is wonderful. Sometimes I'll go camping with other pagans, and
Yeah.
even if it's raining, I'm still able to make a fire. And my
Mhm.
friend said to me, Who taught you how to do that? I mean, the way that you built that and the way that you were able to get the
Mhm.
fire started, who taught you? And I said, Nobody. I said, This was carryover knowledge
Mhm.
from other lives. Nobody in this life taught me how to build a fire.
Yes.
It was instinctive. It was carried over knowledge.
Yes. Isn't that amazing? It has spanned the ages.
Yeah.
And you still have this within your psyche, your subconscious, it's still there.
It's
That
fascinating to explore that in nature. Just get yourself in nature, sit, be quiet, be still, and let your instincts come out. And
yeah.
maybe bring a journal with you to jot
Mhm.
down some things and just let
Yes.
your instincts come out. What fragrances do you smell? What sounds do you hear? What
Mhm.
do you taste in the air? What do you feel on the skin, the temperature?
Mhm.
Everything. It's amazing.
It is. Everything and everyone has a role to play. Whether it jives with us or we jive with it or not,
Yeah.
everything has its place. We don't get to decide, you know, who has a role and who doesn't.
And every person has a purpose.
Yeah.
So I tell that to people that I counsel who are suffering from depression. I say, you have a reason to be alive. Mother Nature allowed you to be
Mhm.
alive. Okay.
Mhm.
So you have a purpose.
Mhm.
And of course, generally, I can say that one of our purposes in life is to learn, obviously.
Yeah.
But you may have more than one purpose. You may have several purposes. Explore that. The
Mhm.
main message I want to tell those individuals who suffer from depression is you do have a reason to be here. You do have a purpose for living.
Yes. Embrace it
Yeah.
and be nice. Be nice,
Yeah.
humans. I have to keep stressing that. I know, life gets hard, and I know that, there's a lot of division created, and we're all different, but yet we're all the same. When you basically sit there and when you realize that, you realize we are one. We are one. We
Hmm.
share consciousness, which is amazing if you think
Yeah.
about how many people are on this planet and how many species, different animals and plants and insects and everything you made mention of at the beginning of the show. We are all part of this incredible consciousness as a collective.
Yeah.
That's
And on that
amazing.
level, since we are all one being, one human race,
Hmm.
to me, it makes no sense to want to seek vengeance. If somebody harms us and it was by accident, we can let that go. If
Hmm.
somebody is criminally dangerous, let's say a murderer, okay, we need to put them in a place where they're not going to hurt anybody because they have a lot of pathology and we can't just, forget about it.
Yeah.
However, we don't have to seek revenge. I'm really against the concept of vengeance and retaliation. If
Hmm.
somebody is dangerous, fine. We need to put them away so that they're not dangerous anymore. But we don't need to seek vengeance. We don't need to hurt the person intentionally as a punishment. I look at it this way. Here's a little metaphor. If I'm hammering something, let's say a nail, and my right hand accidentally hits my left thumb, should the
Hmm.
left thumb retaliate by grabbing the hammer and hitting the right hand?
Hmm.
Of course
Yeah.
not, because it's the
Right.
same body. Right
Hmm.
hand, left hand, same body. The
Yeah.
human race is one body.
Hmm.
So there may be times that we need to restrict some individuals who are dangerous, but let's forget about this whole concept of revenge and getting even. That's like the right hand getting even with the left hand.
Hmm. And technically, what goes around comes around.
Yeah, the
That can work
threefold
out very badly for you as well, you know, technically
karma.
speaking, if we're down that path, you know, it can be a pretty vicious cycle. Um, Thank you so much for coming on
Oh, you're
and
welcome.
conversing with me. Oh, thank you. I love the book, and I love the conversation, and everybody else as well. See, we're all earthies here. We all love nature. We're all like love and light, and very well received. As Rochelle says, karma takes care of that energy. It may be sad, may mourn, whatever it is, all gets taken care of on its own. So, and Wayne is making it funny because he and Tools sometimes don't get along. Mark has obviously seen me working. Yes, yes. We know. So, everyone who's been listening around the world, our audio listeners, thank you for tuning in. And everyone here in chat, thank you to our chat family for being here. And it amazes me, you guys have a whole other world going on, but yet you are right on point with what is going on in the show as well. Tomorrow night, tune in because Wayne Mallows will be joining me for a requested and long awaited open discussion. This time, you asked for it, you're getting it. Loosh. Food for thought, literally. Going back from the Gnostic origins to current beliefs, personal experiences, how media influences everything, hidden in plain sight, you name it, it's going to be there. And it's going to be interesting. So, a big thank you to all of you. Big thank you to Mark Logenfeld. Thank you so much. And of course, thank you to the United Public Radio Network. Big thank you to Folgers Coffee, Steve McGinnis. I appreciate you all, and I thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow evening.
Thank you, Michelle.
Good night. Thank you, Mark. Good night, everyone.
You are listening to United Public Radio Network, UPRNTalkRadio.com, 107.5 New Orleans.
That was the Borg.
Tune in to UFO Undercover, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, with your host, Joe Montaldo, right here on the Paranormal Radio Network.
You are listening to
Hi, you've got to listen to ICAR, that's International Community for Alien Research, www.icar1.com. I should know, I'm Irish.
I had had enough.
Well, you drove out there into the middle of nowhere and had some sort of loud verbal display challenging ET in general out in the middle of nowhere?
That's what I was doing. I actually had a pistol in my hand at the time. I was really ticked off. When I was having this fit, I was waving the gun in the air, okay, and I had this fit. And at this moment, I said, okay.
Jay, we need to make an AI video at the song.
He was a Louisiana man named Montaldo.
Right, you're supposed to take a music, like add anything.
Works with
I don't know if we could do it on here,
don't
but
you know, investigate.
That would be cool.
see, we could even add you in there with it. It's the song.
Out for a drive with a gal one night, they stopped to check out a reporting site. When an alien lit right there on the ground, commenced to throwing his weight around. Now, old Six Gun didn't take too kindly to that kind of thing, especially without Vaseline or anything like that, you know. Seriously. Well, Six Gun looked that critter right in the eye and said, "Any last wish before you die?" Yells. Reached for his gun, quick as a twitch, and said, "Fill your claw, you son of a bitch." Now a legend spread across the land about this pistol-waving man. But if you're from space or from Earth below, you don't give no lip to Six Gun Joe.
I had had enough.
Well, welcome to the Six Gun Joe Hour. How y'all doing out there today? No, that's 31 Gun Jay. He's hiding out at the moment.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here.
He's Belinda. Well, yeah. No, I don't have power. I might open it. Who knows? Everything seems to be running good. Oh wait, no, hold on. No. That's we do that when we start shows. Usually we're running in this mode right here. Yeah. Except Jay's gonna get the alien sitting on his head. It's
Oh yeah, I see that.
So where you from, Belinda? You didn't say. Like New York, like Brooklyn, somewhere like that. No? Queens? How you like Queens? So wait a minute. You know, I don't want to make this a political show.
Here you go, Joe.
Okay, you look a little weird, man.
It's like a weird hat. Ow.
I'm not even going to say what that looked like.
Anyway.
Anyway.
Workman's comp, I just threw my back out doing that.
This is the Jack. No, are you one of the ones who voted for AOC? Really? I can't ask you why on this show, but if you come back on Friday night, I'll ask you. No,
I guess anyone who goes to an AOC convention and listens to her speak and then walks out feeling much smarter than when they went in, I would hope.
No, Belinda, I don't care who you vote for. That's what's so great about America. It doesn't matter. And a lot of my friends don't vote the way I do. But they're still good friends of mine. So, I mean, what brings you in to listen tonight? So, yeah, the topic isn't really deceptive. It's the Greys, especially the Greys, their ability to use their essence of who they are, their consciousness, whatever you want to call this life force energy, they can use it, the energy itself to control, as far as I know, almost every aspect of life. Now, maybe not on the levels that the light beings do, but still on serious levels that not just move their spaceships and their minds, but move sections and quadrants of our galaxy around. Because
they can also stop things from moving, such as handguns.
Yeah, there are a lot of things like that. But so
instant freeze.
You know, so when you think of the level of consciousness they have, that they could be manipulating parts of the solar system, parts of the galaxy, because the sheer volume of the amount of them, the sheer amount of abilities they have.
Aren't they a collective mind also? A hive
mind
mentality?
In a way, they are. I don't know if I don't know. Like I wouldn't say it was like a Borg hive mind. I would say it was more like a voluntary, where everybody connect. Kind of like the binars, but not.
Yeah,
that, you have to be willing to be part of it.
Individuality is maintained, but it's a collective. Everyone's thoughts are collected together, especially on a problem, I would imagine.
Yeah, anytime you had to work on something.
That's got to be better than any kind of quantum computer you can think of.
Because it was surprising when we learned that the Greys actually had personalities and even had somewhat of a sense of humor in some ways.
That's what surprised me. Like in the 70s is when that first came out for me. Because that they laugh.
Yeah, because they actually they're like dumb humans. Jesus, it's like when you laugh at your dog for doing something stupid. Because in their world, we're very young. It's not that they don't think. Let me put it this way: they wouldn't be wasting their time with us if they just wanted to plan it, or if they just wanted to rebreed or something. They could do that in a selective group and keep us isolated. I guess in a way we are isolated, aren't we, Jamie? In the outside of the spiral lungs. Oh, shit.
We don't need to go there.
Yes, we might leave that. Jamie are keeping us isolated. I don't think of it that way, but Belinda, there's lots of reasons why we're not in the spiral. Number one theory for me would probably be as we started eating the Sagittarius galaxy, whatever's being pushed through either pushed us over here, either we're from that galaxy and we've been deposited here, like other debris. The red dwarfs around us are actually from the Sagittarius galaxy. So,
regardless, something and or some things moved through also through the solar system, probably helping to push it outside of the galactic arms and then in between the spiral arms where it is. And then also probably damaging almost all the inner planets.
Yeah. So look at it like this, Gray. So where are you from, Gray, by the way? San Diego. I like San Diego. I ain't been in a while. Look at it like this. So you hear Jay and I talk about the Mariner's Trench on Mars all the time. So picture this. Here's a galaxy about a half, maybe a third the size of Mars. Okay, the Milky Way is like, damn, I feel a little hungry, man. I need a little donut to dip in here. So it just snatches out, grabs the damn thing, starts pulling in. Once it makes contact, it can't break loose. So even though they're both spinning, this one's spinning, everything's freaking spinning all over the place, it's still being absorbed by the Milky Way. By the way, even right now while we're talking, it's still being absorbed by the Milky Way. Got a long ways to go. But
and since having like the Jack Webb, and other telescopes, we've seen there's the stellar nursery. I think it's what they also used to be called the Horsehead Nebula, but it just seems to be the top of a place where brand new stars are starting to spark out and solar systems are beginning. From what they've observed, just like this is probably one of the few true things in our science and or history, if you want to call it science history. But it seems that in the formation of galaxies, and then at the lower level solar systems, which are developed in the exact same way as a galaxy, just on a lower level, smaller level, like things tend to gather together. So the heavier elements are towards the inner parts of the solar system, our planets and so on. And then the lighter elements are out towards the outer planets, which tend to be either gaseous or just like balls of water and ice, like what you call it, Pluto, which has lost its planetary status. So that's something we can. That's something we can kind of rely on if we're going to go out looking for exotic metals and materials that aren't on our periodic table. We probably want to look at the inner part of a solar system first and try to get the heaviest elements that they have. Start their first and second planets from the sun. That's where the heaviest, most exotic. We don't have that stuff. If we were on Mercury, we'd probably have tons and thousands of gallons
we'd also
helium-3.
So anyway,
we'd also be dead. But
anyway, getting back to where we were. Getting back to where we were. So all this is going on while everything's spinning. It's being sucked in. So if Earth was existing at the time in the spiral arm, which is where it would have been, because there's no reason for it to be where it is right now, other than being pushed out here or drug out here. There's no reason for it to be here. There's no nursery that would have created us and put us out here. And our sun's not rogue. It's not spinning wildly out on its own. So you got to wonder what happened. So two things could have possibly happened here. The simple fact is we may have been from the other galaxy and just pushed through everything, being pushed through cycle. And as we were being pushed through the core of two spiral arms, come to think of it, no telling what kind of damage we took. And it would explain stuff like big gouges out of planets flipped on its side, spinning.
They're very nice.
So there's certain things inside of our solar system would be much easier explained if you knew this solar system had been drugged through other gravitational forces, other planetary bodies. And we don't even know if everything is native, everything's not native, or have we lost stuff that was here before when we were being pushed through. There may be rogues out there that belong to us, and then we know shit was destroyed. Venus.
Well, was there life on all 5 inner planets of our solar system? And most of that destroyed, and now they're fixing it.
Yeah, and it seems like there might have been now. So Venus is effed up. Mars is effed up. Earth finally has started to recover. The 5th planet is gone.
5th planet is gone.
It's toast. So it's happy.
Pulverized.
It ain't coming back. But the good thing about that is eventually the planets Mars, Venus, and Earth will benefit from that. Eventually, and not even just that. Even some of the moons out of the solar system, and even some of the icebergs.
I don't know that the 5th planet is completely out of the loop. I mean, certainly it needs to reform. So I mean, over the next billion or so years, those rocks may start to collate and become its own planet again.
Yeah, I checked into
It would be
that.
Smaller than the last time, but it would still be the
Yeah, I checked into that. So they're not exactly sure why about this. It's not trying to coalesce back together. So the guy. So what happened is they think. Okay, there's a couple things they think here real quick. Well, we're going to get back to the conscious thing, but real quick. So either the core is dead. It's not spinning. It's not doing anything. It's just a lump.
Velikovsky's theory is the core is in planet Earth now. That planet's
can't rule that out either. But it seems like Earth would have existed at the time this happened because of the damage on Mars seems to be inside of Earth's existence. Period. So I'm thinking,
and after being formed as a planet, not
so I'm thinking the fifth planet was still there as Earth was when Earth became a living planet. I think that planet was still there. Now that could have been 2 billion years ago, but we just don't know. Now they're always saying, "Oh, it's the freaking scientist." So he made himself look like such, and he goes, "Well, it was 40 billion years ago when there was water in Mars." And you heard the whole room just looked at him. The galaxy is only 13.8 billion years old, right, dude? 40 billion. I think you need to adjust that number just a little bit, drop to 0 or something.
Still a big number, though. The number our brain can't really comprehend.
So anyway, whatever it was, whether we were in the Milky Way or in the Sagittarius galaxy, because of the catastrophe, we are now in open space. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't think y'all understand what this means. So there's 3 great spiral arms in our galaxy. There used to be 2, now there's 3. Don't ask. It's too much physics for this show.
It's Orion, Sagittarius, and what's the other? What's the third one?
Well, I forget now, but Taurus or anyway.
Well, we're between the Orion and the Sagittarian arms.
So we're about a couple of light years off of the main spiral arm, out here by ourselves, except for these red dwarfs that have been pushed out here with us in the Sagittarius galaxy. So, but we're just out here. So first off, it's weird that any aliens would even know we were here, because we're far enough away that you would have to go out of your way to see us. I mean, it's not just like we're not a big solar system, and we're not in that big glowing there's much bigger solar systems than ours, with much bigger planets than ours. Ours is not the easiest thing to see, and even if you find us, finding Earth,
hey Mish,
its little tiny self isn't going to be the easiest thing either. Well, no, see, and that's what all this consciousness comes up to. We're leading to that in a little bit, but it's so you have all this forward movement, okay, and you have to remember we're in space. So once something's in motion in space, it stays in motion. So regardless how we got to where we are, we're still moving. We're still moving on a God knows what trajectory. We know that we're spinning like this with our galaxy, but we don't know where we're
like this.
Yeah. No, Jimmy. That's the important part. What Jay just did. So as we're doing this big elliptic every 240 million years or something, we're going up and down. And while we're going up and down,
the whole galaxy is doing that. It's going in a straight line this way, but it's going in a way. It's going up.
So that puts us a lot of times falling in between star systems, near
radiation belts.
So it's starting to make sense now why there's a great extinction every X amount of years.
It's a good analogy.
Okay, Frank. So if you use the old school, there's only been life on the planet for 750 million years. Okay, that's already been wiped out. It had been pushed back to 1 billion. Now it's to 1.5 billion, but most people think we're going to find it's even earlier than that, around 2 billion.
Yeah. The earliest and smallest humans are the Australopithecine. That's what the Shelleys found her. They called her? Was it Mary? I think. Basically, a 4 foot tall human female. And at first, people were calling her, Adam and Eve. The Eve of Adam and Eve. But we've seen even earlier humans since then, like the Hobbit and whatnot. That's like 3'5". So
peace and love. So we're stuck here now, floating around. So how do you stop a solar system? Wait, you can't just say slam on the brakes because okay, so remember, we're moving along. We don't even know how fast we're moving. We know that the Earth spins at this pace, and we know 63,000 miles an hour orbit, but we don't know what this push is that's got us outside of the thing, and where is it pushing us to. So first, you can't just stop the plane. If you just boom, well, guess what? We're all dead. So that's not going to work. On top of that, even if you slow it down, but you're not slowing down the stuff around you and behind you, that's liable to plow over the top of you.
Mm-hmm.
So
Water,
somehow or another, you have to be able to slow the planetary system down and guide any rogue systems around you away from you. Now, last I checked, we do not possess that kind of technology. But do you actually need a mechanical technology to do this? That's the real question.
Might just need brain power. Yeah, good point.
So
what did Spock say about like the brain power of the Telosians? He said we could find that their brain power is so vast that they could reach out and have one of us push the wrong button, see the wrong thing, and bam, we're vaporized. And that's very true of what any of the races with telekinetics and telekinesis and telepathic.
It may be why the Greys and them abduct RH negative bloodlines, because telepathy seems to be more prominent in RH blood negative. But remember, people ask me all the time. Somebody asked me just the other day, well, I don't understand why there's not more telepathic people. I said, well, start off with RH negative only makes up 15% of the world's population, probably about 17% now, but still only about half of them are true telepaths. So that's only it still puts you only at 7%. And how many of the RH positive? It's less than 5%. Yes. Oh no, it's leaps and bounds ahead. The RH positive, the RH negative people,
and
they tend to be much more.
RH negative has grown from 7 to 14, almost 15% now.
It's actually over 15. It's around 17%. Yeah. So it took 40,000 years. So it took 2 million years for RH positive to get to where it is today, and in less than 40,000 years, RH negative has picked up for 17% of the world's population.
And when did we first realize it's in our DNA? When is it not there? When is it is there? Do we have a defining date? Because we don't have a defining date for the missing link either.
No. So this is what kills me about hematologists that we worked with on the iCard. They ranged it between 25,000 and 65,000 years ago, anywhere in that period. And this is their words, not mine. Out of the blue and for no known scientific reason, this emerged on the scene. There is no reason why this came along, because one,
basically at the event of the Chicxulub explosion is when that happened, right? Or directly after, probably after.
So what we would really need to know here is we know where some of the RH negative groups are, especially like O negative groups. We know where some of them are on the planet, and there are groups are. But we don't know where everybody is, and there's other stuff that we don't quite understand yet. Why do I say RH negative? Because there's people testing this. Yeah.
Are we able to track UFO sightings correlating to population centers with lots of RH negative persons?
Well, I can tell you what iCar can do. If you say, hey, I was in Phoenix, Arizona on January, blah, 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 I can put it in a database. And if it's in a database about this particular sighting, I can also add with any of the witnesses that they identified on their forms to be RH negative. And what was the percentage of RH negative in the city, in the area. It'll tell me all of that. It'll spit all that up. It's the databases. Well, when it was built, my biggest bitch was, and this is, 28 years ago, before the organization was actually an organization, I was bitching, if we're going to do this, we need something that I can type in red orb, and everything from every file, whatever was entered into that thing that has a color red or orb on it, pops up. So you'll get, instead of getting 1 or 2 hits, you'll get several hundred.
All the stories that have a red orb in it, yeah.
Yeah, so, or a red flashing light. It could be anything, but it'll show you all of that in case you're missing something.
That's
cool. And then the more detail you put, the more detail it finds in the files. Yeah, because I was lazy and I wanted to be able to just type in, hey, I need this. Gray alien scene at night at this color with these people. Any cases, with this activity, any cases like this, and it would pull them up. And you could get. And it's also what helped me with Charles Halls, because weird shit reported in from Charles Halls. It didn't come to me. It went to the site. And I don't correlate all the data that comes off the site, just some of And then I always get I get the master copy sent to me every so often to update the major copies for the organization. But I hadn't seen it. So when I put my latest copy in to see what was new, I typed in, what did I type in? Aliens gambling in Las Vegas. That's all I typed in, and like 11 cases came. I was like, what? So I started reading, and that's how, got in touch with state troopers, taxi cab drivers, and we're able to authenticate that it sounds like Charles Hall may have been telling us at least what he thought was the truth. James, because there's something about that whole case that bugs me. It always has.
Yeah, and I don't think I have your talent or skill, but I can tell usually when someone is not on the level, and he just is too genuine to be. I don't think that man has ever lied in his entire life.
I don't think he has, and I have no doubt.
I really don't.
I have no doubt that everything he said he believes.
100%. He thinks.
Yeah, you can polygraph him, voice stress him. He believes it. Well, what do you mean, Carlos? Where are you from? Y'all should always put your name.
Or nightmares. Yeah, I mean, he's
where you from?
Is.
British Honduras. Y'all got internet down there? Damn.
Oh, wow, cool.
Good. So they don't even call that anymore, dude. Just anyway. But when it comes to Charles, it was like, I mean, see, for me, it was always the same thing in the beginning. All right, well, I said I have no doubt this guy believes everything he says. I even told his wife that. I talked to her a couple of times at a conference. I said I would never call Charles a liar because I don't think he's lying to me. I think he's being 100. I said my thing is this a programmable memory? Was this something they walked on? Is this a flash memory? Is this a cover memory? Or is this what really happened? And I said, and that's for me to determine, not for you or him to determine. That's my job.
Right.
Philip's job. It's Baldface's job.
We can't determine for him. He's already determined. It's 100% real to him.
That's yeah. So I got into it. He called me one time. It was about 5 years after his third book. He said, "Well, what do you think, Joe?" I said, "Charles, nothing's changed, dude." I said, "I believe you 100% everything you told me." I said, "I just don't know if it's your memory or not." And I said, "That's what I need to know." I said, "I've had cases over the years that turned out to be something other than what we thought it was." And I said,
raise consciousness, something like that.
So I told him, I said, "You know what? Why don't you come on and we'll do a plea for people who in Vegas that who may have seen this, and we'll put this out like that." And I said, "You know what? I'm gonna be on Coast to Coast the following week." I said, "I'll bring it up on Coast as well." And because of that, we did get a little bit of information out of it. And eventually we got the case we got today. So ICAR's funny about things. But so we have 14 or 16 witnesses. So that's enough for us to take it from, I don't know if this is a real alien to this is probably something real. No, Gene, the way we do this is it's because we get a lot of first-time aliens, okay? Mm-hmm. Most first-time aliens are bullshit. Just like we get a lot of first-time spaceships, most of that's bullshit. Anything that's happening on this earth that's repeating, you're going to get all kind of information about, like types of craft, types of aliens, things like that. The way the Greys look, the way the reptilians look, their personalities. There's been enough people abducted and enough researchers now studying it that we can honestly judge they have personalities. These aliens can be irritated. They can laugh. Shit, from what I hear about the reptilians, they like the Klingons the way they laugh. Big, fat belly bowl laughs. I've never heard of it. I don't know if I want to hear reptilian. That doesn't know. I might want to go the other way, man.
I think the new modern Klingons are basically molded after the reptilian description.
They might be.
They have a leathery skin. Looks like leather, but it isn't leather.
Oh, Daddy, the thing's in your way? You're going to have to wait till we go to break. Oh, I know, it sucks.
Oh, poor doggy.
Yeah, the drill case is in the way, so she can't get in. No, Gene, anyway, so the reason we talk about the consciousness and the reason why the Greys are so interested in some of these people's level of consciousness is you could probably use the consciousness to do two things. And I'm talking if there's like 10 billion of us here that were actually working together, you could probably use that amount of energy to slow the planet, direct the planet, and shield the planet as other ones balanced or pushed around us until we were clear and establish a new orbit in the system or a new orbit in the galaxy itself. Well, we're in our own solar system. Solar system can go rogue. We don't want a rogue solar system. We want something that's in order without a bunch of chaos around. It's what we got.
Yeah, we're kind of like Moon Base Alpha. If you ever watched Space 1999, I don't know if we're stationary between the two arms or if we're heading towards one or the other, but we're not where we should be. The way the composition of the galaxy as it is now, as it's spinning now, there's only red dwarfs between galaxy arms and only yellow whatever stars we got in the arm. And I think most of the yellow stars are in the Orion arm, which would indicate we came from the Orion galaxy, but we're right there with the Sagittarian arm, and so we don't know. We can't prove. We'd have to get source material from both galaxies.
And you don't know if we don't know if there was like a compression wave. So there could have been a wave being pushed into energy that was just powerful enough for the solar system, because the solar system has a shield around it basically from the sun.
The Oort cloud, yeah.
And so it would have contacted it. I wasn't even talking about that, but that also helps too. But it's just energy that surrounds the solar system. It's just leftover particles from the sun, basically.
Oh, the heliosphere.
Yeah, the heliosphere. So
the heliosphere is actually inside of the Oort cloud. So if something gets through the Oort cloud and starts pushing our solar system, we also then hit the heliosphere and push. Maybe that's,
yeah. Well, so if you're pushing a superheated solar mass and it's coming along, it's going to probably melt the Oort cloud pretty easily. But when it contacts the sun's shield, it will probably just contacted it as a push. So we'll just ride the wave in front of it. We'll just stay out in front of it as long as there's nothing in front of us.
It would be like a cue ball hitting the lead ball in a 10-ball rack or 15-ball rack.
And then eventually
one way or the other. Yeah.
And then eventually that wave dissipated enough for it to go around us. And here we are now moving in whatever direction that wave originally put us in. And we're going to find out. I would bet money we're going to find out we're headed to the next band stars, the next arm. Well, let me tell you what, guys. I've predicted a lot of stuff. So you could listen to Wake Up USA, so I'm on record on a lot of stuff. And all of it has come to be true. All of it, including water on Mars, all kind of other fun stuff. Because some things, and I hate to say it this way, you don't really have to go scientifically prove. There's some things you just know are going to be there because they're everywhere else. So there's no reason for them not to. In Mars, you knew you had two giant ice caps that melt and come back. So you know two things. One, there's an atmosphere there. Two, it snows, which also means in order for it to melt, it has to be liquefied. So
there's people there.
Yeah. So
or life, rather.
There's definitely life there. People, I don't know about the life. Unless you want to count Alfred Weber, I'm not sure. It's well, we talked about this on a show a couple weeks ago. You can go check out the banner. It's about Elon trying to get home. E.T. phone home. Elon phone home. Elon means he's trying to phone to Mars.
Did you see his finger glowed red the other day when he was talking? Like, go home, Mars, and his finger went glowing red. Ding.
He said he wanted to go to Bassoon. That's where he said he wanted to go.
Yeah.
That's Mars, people. You never watched John Carter's Mars? Give me a break, man. Come on. There's like 5 of those damn remakes.
Yeah, there's John Carter of Mars. Well, he's Elon Musk of Earth.
Yes. I think the last one, the second to last one is the one I think I like the best. Well, it's
Edgar Rice Burroughs.
He was trying to learn how to walk and stuff. Yeah, but it's way different on Mars. We're gonna have weighted boots and all, so we don't go flopping over our heads and all. We're not stupid.
Oh hell yeah!
But if you put your Nikes on, buddy, and you go jogging, it's gonna be like step 30 feet.
Hey Google, if I'm
feet.
on Mars and I jump, how high will I jump?
Well, it's got a lot to do with weight and stuff.
On Mars, you could jump about 3 times higher than you can on Earth. Because Martian gravity is only about 38% of Earth's, you could clear roughly 5 feet, or about 1.5 meters, in a single jump.
You jump straight up in the air 5 feet straight. What can anyone jump now? 3, maybe 4 if you're a trained basketball player. You get your feet 4 feet off the ground.
So does that mean my calf will be able to jump 12 feet?
No, I know the man who taught me Taekwondo, Mr. Junri. He's been in a few martial arts movies, and he invented the colored belt system. So any martial arts group that uses the white, gold, green, blue, red, blue, brown, black color scheme he came up with that in the 50s when he started his Korean his Taekwondo schools. Anyway, this man had 2 records. His one record was a running jump kick and then a standing running side a running side jump kick and a standing side jump kick. So standing straight still, this man, when you do a side kick, you're up in the air, and the lowest part of your body is your kneecap. So that's where they measure you from. And this is in the Guinness records, I think. 6 foot. This man from the bottom of his knee to the ground. That's how far he jumped off the ground. Just standing there. 6 feet up off the ground. When he did it running, he was 12 feet, which is the reason why the running jumping sidekick is it was a maneuver in Taekwondo to well, the Chinese horses are a lot shorter, but it was to dehorse an adversary. Well, he jumped equivalently over a European horse and the rider. He missed both of them. 12 feet, one dude. That's amazing. But that's unheard of. No one else on the planet can do that. On Mars, everybody could do that. Jump up 6 feet.
Mars, it's going to be interesting. Who said Olivia? No. So if the human race can, maybe with the guides of the Greys, can just really understand how to concentrate, they can probably slow the planet down. They may already be doing it subconsciously.
They might also be able to, Joe, instead of just doing that, they might be able to just simply fire up the core again. We know the core of Mars it's there, it's just not active. But that, you know, just like in Total Recall. I mean, it sounds stupid. Once they get ice ball, they turn on in the atmosphere. Yeah, blah blah blah. No, but I mean, seriously, if they were able to reactivate the core, and it's a magnetic core, that would block out whatever residual radiation. I mean, that would probably be the safest planet in the what we call the Goldilocks zone, because of now having a proper radiation cover. That could change the playing field dramatically. Just doing that. We don't have that technology. They probably do.
But first, if you don't slow down, the solar system's going to collide, and it's not going to matter what you do, you'll be dead.
We don't know that they're not engineered our.
We're definitely moving. We're definitely moving away from the spiral.
From one or the other, yeah.
Which means somewhere along the line, Dean, what's really bad about this is eventually we will fly out of the galaxy. We will fly straight through the other arm and right out the other side of the galaxy and find our ass in deep space.
Unless, like I said, this is an engineered move by the. I mean, okay, so I have, and we've talked about it. I speculate that something physical went through the solar system. Maybe it was something that was large enough to crack Planet 5, tilt planet Earth, fog up and spin Venus the wrong direction, and destroy Mars. And as it did that, it was large enough to, as a kind of a slingshot pulley effect, bring our solar system with it. And now the aliens that are visiting here are trying to slow us down and course correct us so that we don't veer off course and explode, but rather slow down and merge with whatever arm we're heading towards. We can only speculate, but you got to hope one or the other.
Well, as far as how we got here, really, there's only 2 ways we're going to get here. It would have took something, not something passing through. It would have took something pushing from all sides. At least 2/3 of the sides, or 62%.
It would have to be very large, yeah. It would have to.
Well, that's why I said. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure when there's a collision with the outer edge of our galaxy and somebody else's galaxy, it creates a wave, and it probably does 2 things. It sweeps out the galaxies or the solar systems in front of it in favor of the matrix behind it. That's one of the reasons we might be here. We may be from Sagittarius, and we're being pulled in as the wave is pushing the other shit out of the way. Or we got lucky, and we were part of the stuff being pushed away, and when the wave died, like any wave in any ocean, this is where it deposited us.
Yeah.
And but it's one of those 2 theories. There's no doubt about that part. And even science has a hard time.
We keep going. We don't have a beach to stop on, so we're just
that's the problem.
Stopped at. We're still
moving. Yeah, we're still moving. And granted, the galaxy is a big, huge place. 160 light years across, 160,000 years across, whatever it is. It's it'll take us a while to get across it, but hey, we can't cross it. And we can find ourselves
Yes.
floating out in deep space with nothing. Just our
Yeah, I think the current measurement is somewhere on the order because it expands and contracts. So it's like 110,000 light years to 170,000, or 170 million light years, or something like that. It's 110 to 170, and then it's light years. I don't know if it's millions of light years or whatever, but because it's doing this kind of number. That's why they do that. But still, when I was in high school in the 80s, they measured it at 60 to 110. So it was half the size.
Oh, yeah, it grows every so often.
You know, we know it's bigger.
Yeah, it grows every so often. So let's see.
Yeah, that was a shock that also one of my researcher buddies, two of them, the Strongs in Australia, they kept saying the Earth grows bigger every year. I'm like, no, it doesn't. And they're like, yeah, think of all the things. And we had an argument for I don't know a couple of days. Not a mean one, just kind of like the ones you and I have, with just pure logic was coming out. And then finally, I was like, damn it, you're right, both of you. So we collect material whether we know or not. There's like, I think the calculation is like something that's the size of a pebble, a rock the size of a pebble lands on the earth or in the ocean, like thousands of them every day. On the weekly level, something about the size of a fist or a heart lands on the land or the water weekly. Something the size of a boulder or Volkswagen bus once a month. And then once a year, there's usually something that's pretty big, that's significant, but it's usually always in the water. And people don't realize that. But each time that the planet absorbs all that, that's more material. So, I mean, it takes billions and billions of years. But we would eventually, just by collecting through gravity material in our universe, we will grow bigger and bigger and bigger. That's a pretty cool thing, I think.
All right. Well, no, Dean. If you were a great
yes, those guys. Yeah, we had a good argument, Stephen and Evan. Yep.
No, well, the Greys have to have a real reason to be here. As far as advancing us, they didn't even have to come here for that. They could have just shot some DNA down here. There's a lot of things they could do without actually, even technology. They don't have to be here to give us technology. You'd only be here if you were guiding the species into some type of enlightenment or some type of upper level. Or if you knew they were going to all get wiped out and you just want to watch it so you could go, ha, 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 ha. It could be any of those things. But as far as, all these other bullshit things, these races are so far older than us. Just even some of the stuff they would like to give us, we just wouldn't even understand. We'd be like, what the hell is this? Is magic. It would be like Alexa that could do everything really for you. Right? It would be like Alexa would be your personal, what do they call them on Star Trek? The thing that makes everything replicate. Yeah. It'd be.
Imagine how cool that would be. Hey, Wall, make me a bass guitar, fretless, 35-inch scale, Fender Precision. Bing. And then the computer says, okay, rendering will take, 72 hours, 67 minutes, and 5 seconds. Start. And then 3 or 5 days later, whatever it is, you have a damn guitar. You didn't even pay a thing for it.
Well, no, you'd be able to do whatever you want. Yeah, it's so for us,
need energy.
So for the Greys, and it seems like they're here for the long haul. It's really more about our consciousness. And I imagine we got a long time. We're sailing across the cosmos, just chilling. We're actually sailing across our galaxies. We're sailing across the backside of our galaxy.
Yeah.
And
our galaxy's spinning around something also. We don't know what it is, I don't think, but
well, yeah, so the galaxy's tracking with the rest of the galaxies, just like a movement. Well, it's weird, Jesse. So it's a couple of movements. First, you got this groups of galaxies that spin around each other and spin around, but they're still moving as a big pack like this. And then this galaxy, it's like, it's just a single, but they're moving too. How do we know they're moving? Because we're headed for Andromeda, and guess what? Andromeda is headed for us. So when they made the original calculation, they said like 3 billion years, right? And then they realized, like anything, when you got two cars headed towards each other at 100 miles an hour,
it increases speed.
It doubles the impact, yeah. So if this car's in 100, that car's in 100, it makes it 200 mile an hour.
200. Yeah.
So yeah.
I think also because we have gravity in effect, it's that gravity has it doesn't have a brake. So the closer we get, the faster that time frame. It may be 3.5 billion years now, but next year it might be 1. And then the year after that, it might be.
Well, now it's less than a billion years.
Because the gravity involved between the two galaxies, the speeds will increase as we get closer to each other. And another thing, as you mentioned about the motion of the universe, people probably don't realize this, is that everyone used to think it was like we're like a ball explosion going away from a central area. What it is it seems to be more of an area of effect, a cone, because we kept thinking years and years ago
like this.
We're going out like this, but we're also spinning. But we were thinking that there's some that are slowing down and backing and going back towards the explosion, and some that are going in the opposite direction. Well, that's because we're spinning like this, and we're like right here looking at it from that direction. So our perspective wasn't correct. So now we know that the Big Bang is it's like a shotgun blast. It's not a like
they
360
think
ball.
that because they can't actually see back that far in space yet. But
no, but that's probably why. If it was a ball, we wouldn't have things going like that. Everything would be going, central from a central point in the same direction, central to that point in all kinds of arcs from that sphere.
So
but we're not doing that. We're going that way, and then spinning as we're, going like that, like a shotgun.
No, they've been so wrong about the beginning of the universe. They don't even know how to act half the time. They mess up.
That's why they don't want to rewrite the books. They don't want to say, we didn't know.
Well, originally there was supposed to be no galaxies at the beginning of the universe. Then there was supposed to be massive dead galaxies. Then they find these supermassive, still alive galaxies that are probably older than the universe. Which is, wait a minute. How does that happen?
Wait. Is that kind of like the people that were here before Adam and Eve? That doesn't sound right.
So we have supermassive galaxies, maybe left from the last Big Bang. Maybe that's who triggered the new Big Bang. Who the hell knows? We're not even sure if the Big Bang is what we think it is.
Yeah.
Some people think it's a bleed through from another dimension.
We might actually be a chemical bullet shot from a massive shotgun.
It's very weird. But anyway. So right now for Earthens, probably developing your consciousness as a group and as a society would be the most pertinent thing we do. And think of it this way: if you want to stop the aliens, we're not going to have their technology for 100 million years. So the only prayer we have is to develop the brain skills,
or to develop some really powerful friends like the Greys and the reptiles and a few others that are.
They are friends, but they're not
out for us.
They are friends, but they're not going to tell the white beans no in the council. They're going to be like, no, sir,
but they will protect us from, say, an invasive species that wants to come.
Actually, so the way it currently stands, if we're invaded or if we blow up ourselves, they cannot directly interfere. They cannot get involved. They can plan. Can be taken.
They would if 2/3 of the governments of the planet said yes.
Well, that's never happened.
But otherwise, no. Yeah.
They and I don't think they can. I don't think the council would allow.
It's the
you have to be a member.
Prime directive.
It's they might like us, they may think we have potential, but in the end, we just little insects. We're not space traveling aliens.
I think our only hope in that respect is if one of their enemies, one of their verified enemies that try to do that, they would probably step in without our consent because of them being.
They would.
But a neutral party, they would probably let us be destroyed. Yes.
I don't even think they would have got involved with us if they wouldn't have screwed up so bad. So however we came to be, we know one thing for sure, that whether we were an ape-like species, a god-like species, or whatever species, when we first started out, we was dumb as dirt.
We got 3 kinds of brains.
So when you look at us, you go, okay. We should have started out this way and just evolved, which we would look different actually if we evolved straight from apes, because we're only talking about 2 million years. It's not enough time to breed out all the features. So then all of a sudden here come the Sumerians talking about these people who came from the heavens and built these great white dome cities to live in because our atmosphere was poisonous to them. Their own words, by the way, not mine, theirs. So that race proceeded to build a race just like themselves, that were a very conscious race, very powerful race, and but they could breathe the atmosphere of Earth. It didn't bother them. So they were going to go out and do whatever that this race came here for, but then they decided, no, 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 we're outnewed super beings. Why in the bleep are we doing this? Let's make a slave race. And according to the Sumerians, they created the 7 races, the seven trials, or whatever they call them, with the race before us being the last race. So they said there was winged ones, dog-headed ones. They were just trying to find an immediate race to go out and do their mining and dangerous jobs and stuff like that. In the end, they settled in a race that kind of looked like them and was subservient. They weren't true. They hadn't reached true consciousness in the fact that, one, they didn't ask why they were doing anything, and two, they obeyed without question. So you're not really truly a sentient race at that point. So then you women and rape the women and bring the women back. And then the women would have children, and the children were born differently. Well, eventually, those children started to rebel. They became conscious. They wanted to know why they had to dig for these people. They didn't know who this race was. They had probably figured out at this time they probably weren't even native to this world. But anyway it goes, there was a revolution. But at that point is when this human race that lives today was born. When the reptilians intervened with the human type aliens creation, and this species was born. Later on, we were even given the Gray's DNA. But in the beginning, it was us and the human type aliens. And whatever human type aliens used as their base, which is anybody's guess. But that was the creation of man. And then later on, once the reptilians' DNA got into us and we started, our brain power started growing faster. And people forget, but until the time of Christ, the reptilians were revered and loved around the world. They weren't hated. They didn't become hated till after the birth of Christ, after the fall of the Sumerians, after the fall of the Mesoamericans. All that made a difference.
Yeah, was there a rebellion that sent them away? We don't know what made them leave.
Well, I would bet they lost control. Because from
whether it was a rebellion here or a rebellion at their home world, something which drew them.
No, it sounds like they went from. This was over a few hundred years, and it sounds like it went from a small population of a couple thousand to a couple million. I guess they didn't realize humans breed like rats, and before they knew it, there was a force. Even though they had advanced weapons, advanced craft, they had created a force, and not a stupid one anymore, because now they had the reptilians' DNA, and going around and killing part reptilian beings could be considered an act of war. So then, at that point, I think they had no choice but to leave. There was nothing they could do about it, because if they started killing them, if they had reptilian DNA, that would have been an act of war against the reptiles. And I don't think they wanted to go to war with the reps. I think they had been at war with everybody for a long time, and war was finally over with, and they were just, war weary at this point. Because according to the light beings and the grays, there was a war blazing for a long time in the galaxy. I mean, they put in things that we can't even understand in time frames that simply boggle the human brain. But when they said the light beings put it into it, them and the grays put it into it.
Because, we have stories all across through all cultures of the war between heaven and hell, or heaven and earth. Earth and hell, actually, in our mythology, are the same place. If you follow the Norse mythology and you follow logic, Hel, Hel, is Thor's sister. Her realm of control, she's a goddess, not a demigoddess. I think he's a demigod. She's an actual goddess. But in any event, anyway.
Yeah. No, yes, that's right.
Her realm was Midgard, which is Earth. And her sphere of control was those who have died not in the honor of battle. So people who died of old age, natural causes, flu, bonked on the head by a criminal. She's in charge of those people. That's Earth. So anyone says, I'm doomed to go to hell. Well, guess what? You're already here. Sorry, you're already here. It can't get any worse. If hell is the worst in your mind and your theology, this is it. You're on it. This is hell right here.
We know. So you're talking about Zachariah Stitching, yeah. So
yeah,
Stitching follows pretty much what I was just talking about just now.
Not a scholar though,
but he said that Naribu came here and was parked in orbit. Problem with Nibiru is it's supposed to be 5 times size of Earth. There ain't nothing like that parked around here. There would be no planet left. So we know that's not true. Not to say there wasn't a giant
a hollow
spaceship.
plastic sphere, but
No,
yeah.
no, it's not to say there was. Well, you know, when people might have saw this big planet coming in, this big moon-like thing coming up to us. Any huge body that did not have some type of artificial gravity that could be adjusted would have wreaked havoc on our planet. I mean, the moon wreaked havoc on our planet in a good way, but it took it thousands of years to become a good way. Tens of thousands of years, actually. It's just one of those things.
Yeah, I agree with you, Leonard. I'm a strong proponent. I can't stand the ancient aliens guys. They all say Anunnaki means those who from the heavens came upon the earth. No, it doesn't. I've looked it up everywhere. I'm not a scholar. I'm not a theologian. I'm not a linguistic person. I know a few phrases in many languages, and most of them are unfriendly. But Anunnaki, as far as I can tell through all the translation databases, is 2 words: Anu and Naki. Anu is the chief god of their pantheon, if you will, and the father of Enlil and Enki. Anu, and then Naki is more akin to like nativity or ancestry. So Anunnaki that I translated it came out to though of the sons of Anu. Boom. That's as much best as I could get. As a translation, it's the son of the sons of Anu, and that's Enlil and Enki. It's their story. Awesome. I knew a dude who spoke like 32 languages. He was a monk, but he's passed away.
What's now even crazier than all this, we're talking about these races as the ones who started all this, but then we've got a problem, though. We've got a problem, though, because now we're finding cities much older than the Sumerians.
2 in India.
2
was
in
it
Cuba.
Up to 5? Is it 5 now in Cuba?
Well, it's two, technically 3.
Sure.
There's 2, there's 3, but we're only going to go with the 2.
Oh, cool.
The one in Cuba, they don't like. The one on the other side in the harbor, for some reason, they don't like to talk about it. So there's 2, 4. Of course, we got the one in Japan and the new pyramid we viewed on one of the shows last week. That's 6. The 2 off the coast of India, 7, 8. There's
wow, that's
at
cool.
least 8 cities that date 15,000 years ago. People, what the hell? What the hell's going on? I was taught in school
by the Roman Catholic Church. Knight Commander of the Victorian Order or something to that effect.
That means my flaming sword will have to chop your head off now. Yes. I'm a sworn Templar killer, dude, so you best be careful. Yes, yeah. It's a family business, man. My sword absorbs the power of your sword, so send it. It's a family business. I'm ready. What's up, Jimmy the Greek? What you up to, baby? How's things? It seems like that this race came here, but this is my problem with all this. This is why I brought up the other cities being so much older, because we're saying the Sumerians and we're saying the Dogon, but in reality, these stories are probably much older than them. And let's not forget the Sphinx dates back quite a bit further back than the pyramids. 16 to 15, maybe 20 even thousand plus years ago. So it looks like at the end of the Ice Age, there were massive civilizations on this planet. Maybe because ice started melting so fast, a bunch of them got drowned out. But for a while, and we don't know how old these cities are. So, okay, we're saying they date back 15,000 years, but was that the founding of the city, or was that the destruction?
Are we 100% knocked over by some sort of tidal event? Because there is ancient seashells up there that are normally found like at the bottom of like things like the Mariana, 8-9 miles underwater, and they're on. The Andes are like the second highest mountain range on the planet, and that's what happens when you have big tsunamis. Explain that. So something came over. Big tsunami or a big or an asteroid. Something tidal, yeah. A big wave, something that's 1,000 feet high or 10,000 feet high wave. Yeah. Oh, Jesse, they've been 1,000-foot waves on this planet before. Don't let me tell you that's not true, because there has been. Because there's been just from the rock that hit in South America, the one that killed the dinosaurs, that wave should have been somewhere in excess of 5,000 feet.
Yes, rolling across. And let me tell you what, it didn't stop when it hit Africa. It just kept on rolling.
It went right across the continent.
It's because we're humans. We live in the calmest time in Earth's history. The last 10,000 years on this planet was the calmest it's ever been. And we've been lucky to live here.
And the only ruckus has been caused by us.
It's but as far as events that happen here, there's a lot of stuff you can blame us for. There's a lot of stuff that frankly it's out of our
control. Or was, yes, rather
yeah. I mean, so when you look at it like this, so that's what I was saying. So 15,600 years ago, that when these guys are talking about that, they're really talking about that's when the city probably died. We don't know how old that city was prior to that, when it was actually founded.
Yeah.
Was it a year, 5 years, 5,000 years? We don't know.
Probably more than a year, I'd say. It's not like they
now,
all of a sudden, bam, there was this huge
what most
probably
of these
there a while.
What most of these cities do for us is do help lend credence that there probably was a mariner race on the planet. That's who they said existed 20,000 years ago. It's a race of mariners that lived in coastal cities all around the world and been ocean goers for at least 10,000 years. Way advanced craft.
Especially if more of the ice was melted, you would have less continent, more. It would be like a series of large islands all over the place.
Actually, Jenny, they said their ships generate electricity as they cruise over the top of the water.
Yeah, so they're doing something. They're doing something to extract electrolytes out of the because the ocean's very salty. Salt water creates electricity just naturally as it is, but you'd have to have some sort of collector amplifier because it's essentially like static electricity. You shuffle your feet in the rug and you go up to your brother and you hit them in the ear, zap. That's what it generates. But you have to amplify it, and I don't know. But yeah, cool.
It could be kinetic electricity to that. So that's what those sidewalks in Japan are. They're kinetic. No, people say really? They've built sidewalks all over Japan now. As you're walking, they're producing energy. And they don't move. They don't move underneath your feet either. So you're just walking along like an ordinary sidewalk, and each one time you step produces electricity. And the more people, the more electricity it produces. And now they're going to do the roads like that. They want to do the roads in a double way. They want to make a solar coated road with that type of kinetic energy stored too, which means they're high.
You see this, Joe?
So, oh yeah.
Matthew LaCroix is writing about Atlantis and says he has found them.
That would be cool. I would like to see it then.
Yes.
The Atlanteans.
I'm not backing down. My speculation is it's under the ice of Antarctica, and once they melt it, we'll see the circular rings in the destroyed city and all the guys who survived because they have energy and technology we just can't fathom yet. But anyway, that's for the 2030s.
It can't be up there. Or down there.
No, that's
no, not because of that. That's not the reason why.
With it.
Because Atlantis isn't supposed to be that old. In order for Atlantis to be under the ice, it has to
our history is 100% incorrect. So
not when it comes to ice cores. We pull ice cores all the time. Ice cores don't lie. Ice cores tell you how long.
Ice cores don't say that Atlantis was or wasn't. It just
no. Ice cores can say how long the ice is, how deep the ice is, how old something is, and if it's under the ice, it's if it's under really ice, it's at least a million years old. It's so that's not Atlantis. That would be something else. Atlantis is much newer than that. Atlantis was part of the Caribbean myth, so it had to have been in the last 100,000 years.
You got your story, I got my story, and I'm sticking with it.
That's not story. I'm just going by what everybody wrote about Atlantis and Plato and all of them.
You mark my in let's see.
And it was in remember it was in a tropical location.
In 2031, in the new decade, it'll be revealed that Atlantis was, or Antarctica was, Antarctica is now Atlantis.
Well, it was in a warm climate. How did it get way up in a cold climate? That takes millions of years to get to a cold climate.
Because
it's not like we just go
like that. It flipped. No, the surface flipped like really quickly.
The surface don't flip. Like that, the planet would have cracked.
Explain the herd of Siberian woolly mammoths that they're cooking up for filet mignons up in Siberia, flash frozen, edible, and
yeah, maybe so flash frozen, but it didn't flip the continent. That would have been a whole different catastrophe. You can't flip continents. But it was when people used to talk about, oh, the Arctic's going to flip. No, it's attached to the planet. It can't flip. And in order to attach it, in order for a continent to flip, it would have to rip itself away
No, we are floating on a ball we are floating on a ball of liquid.
But we're still attached. We're still attached anywhere you go. So you have to rip yourself apart. When as you did that, a magma would just fill in the entire area. It would just be a big flat red floating ball after that. And I mean the entire area, the ball of Earth. That's how you know that it's not what happened. It's just science is some things that you can rule out things. The only way in Atlanta would be completely destroyed if it flipped. It would be just mush. It would have been mushed into the mantle and melted into God knows what. Atlanta's supposed to be intact. It's supposed to be either in the Caribbean or the Mediterranean. That's where all the famous people in the world said it was. And the two people who said they'd actually been
the two Greek scholars who wrote about it, and then Lemuria or Mu is supposed to be in the Pacific, somewhere
now,
like the Philippines, and then going down towards Australia would be its realm in that circular sphere.
Actually, Kirby, I would be hoping Jay was right, because if you can push our existence back 1 million years, that changes everything.
Changes a lot.
That means we were probably a space planet race at one time, and something happened here.
Yes,
that would change everything.
Perhaps whatever destroyed the planet, the fifth planet, and scarred Mars and tilted the Earth and spun Venus the wrong way, or brought Venus in from another solar system. I think, and I'm with Velikovsky on this, Venus is from another solar system because it spins in the other direction. So if it developed in a solar system where everything spun in that direction. If you look at everything else in our solar system except one moon of Uranus, which has been knocked over on its side, it still spins in the same direction. You just have to tilt it back upright, but it sits on its side. Everything else spins the same direction. Venus spins opposite. Why? Because it came from somewhere else, in my opinion. But anyway, that's just the way I think it happened. Is something came through, did all that damage, and these gray alien guys are trying to reset the pool table, really.
Yeah, I don't know. Anything past any planetary body past through a solar system would cause massive amounts of damage.
It implies they have more than just a vested interest. If they're trying to repair damage, like if there were 5 different planets here that were alive, the fifth planet, Mars, Earth, and Venus, that all had life on them, and they've all been foobarred by whatever did the destruction, and they're trying to fix it. Why? But
I don't think they are trying to fix
it. So they must have some vested interest in this. Maybe it's their hometown.
No,
I don't know.
I don't think that's what it is. And if they wanted to fix it, it would already be fixed. They've been here a long time. Mars could already
maybe the damage takes that long to repair too.
No, I don't think in the greatest case it would take that long. I don't from what the way they express their technology, and even the reptilians and humans, the way they express their technology, terraforming Mars is child's play. Their own words, it's child's play. Yeah. So they're not here for that. And maybe they've already reestablished themselves, wherever the hell it is, but they're not here for something else. Humans are missing the mark on what's going on here, because there's nothing that we have to offer.
Found it. Yeah.
No, I think they have found it. I think we have. I think they know what it is. But
I still think they're looking for something, because whatever they're saying about the great experiment that they're doing with us, and it is almost over. So whatever the great experiment is, whatever the goal is, they're almost ready. And in their time frame, like Joe says, could be tomorrow. It could be, 10,000 years from now. It could be 10 million years from now. But the thing is, whatever their experiment is, we don't know what the outcome is. Is it good for us? Is it bad? Is it only good for them and bad for us?
So
good for both of us?
So according to the Greys, Jesse, a day in the life of a Grey is a century on Earth. A day in the life of a Grey is a century on Earth.
100 years. That's
what it's equivalent to them. Just the way they move through time and space. It's different than ours. They exist. The Greys actually now seem to be able to exist in multiple levels, on multiple dimensions. Even some of their craft now seem to be able to exist. And that's something they've learned probably in the last couple 100 years. Maybe a couple thousand, or maybe it's something the light beams gave them, whatever it is. It's a very advanced technology, but they look at us like pets. They want to see us succeed, but they're only allowed to go so far. And this because of a couple of things. One, if they wanted to wipe us out, we simply would not be here.
It would happen.
If they were here to enlighten us, they're doing a piss poor job. They've been here a long time. So that's not their jobs. Their jobs isn't here to enlighten us. They can give us pieces of wisdom. The individual aliens can telecontact these stuff outside the borders of what whoever runs the show cares. In other words, you can say, if you plan to learn how to be enlightened or learn consciousness, you could move forward a lot faster and become part of the galactic community a lot faster.
It could also, I've always thought about this, it could also be something as simple as a galactic Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. If anyone remembers that TV show with Marlon Perkins and the guy, Jim, what's his name, was always, tackling the water beast and trying to add dentures to it or fix it in some way. Anyway, what if it's as simple as that? They're just curious about us, and they're so old, billions of 2 or 3 billion years old, possibly 13 billion years society. We don't know how old their society is. That's the thing. So maybe they're observing us in kind of a nostalgic way to imagine how their evolution was. Because I'll bet you their knowledge of their evolution is just as weak as ours. We don't know everything and how we evolved. We don't know what caused it.
Well, I would imagine now, because they can control time travel, I imagine now they know everything they need to know about it.
Perhaps,
It's more, but it seems like that there's just because all that they could have already done. They've been here so long that everything we're talking about right now is something that project should already been over and done with.
Right.
So
and they likely have footage of our planet's development, like the dinosaurs roaming the earth and all kinds of cool stuff.
The only thing I can see right now that we have not learned is how to be telepathic, how to control our consciousness, and how to be. Well, John said it's more than just being a telepath. So an empath is where you're going to start at anyway. That's where most people start. So the government programs that they offer right now, they do not offer for empaths. They don't offer remote viewing programs either anymore. So starting in 2020, the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. Navy put out a pamphlet looking for legit telepaths. And then in 2010, they put out a thing looking for telepaths that have RH negative or O negative blood. This is all true. This is all stuff that they put out. This is always on television, made them news and everything. The government admitted that they were looking for telepaths. The government admitted that they had a remote viewing program when Ed Dames was there. But the problem for remote viewing is it's just not accurate enough. It's remote viewing is good. So you can find, we know there's a missile on Jack Street in Johannesburg, or we know there's, but that doesn't help you get rid of it. The telepath can tell you exactly where the missile's parked and the son of a bitch, because you can see through the guy's eyes who runs it what the code is. So
you can disable the code. Yeah.
So you can disable it in flight or before it launches.
Or get the abort code. Yeah, even better.
So, and you can also see how the missile's made, the designs. There's just so much more that a telepath can do. Now, what they really are trying to develop is telekinesis.
Now, I've seen a true telekinetic. That was wild.
You made me 1 in 100 billion. Gene, problem for someone like that is they would immediately be swiped up. And now they may or may not be kept, because what the government is looking for is somebody who can go into your head, squeeze an artery, cause an aneurysm, let you bleed out and die, and it looks like a totally natural cause. There is no way, because the guy sitting at his desk, it's Vladimir Putin. He's having a lecture, or he's at his office with all his people around him. He just blood.
Yeah, and there's one guy doing this the whole time. Yeah.
No. He didn't have to be there.
No, that's what I'm saying, though, that somebody could be doing like this, and you could not put 2 and 2 together and say, oh, that guy putting his arm, he could have been faking, a migraine while Putin's heart is exploding, and he's the guy doing it,
No,
they would never. It's totally invisible. It doesn't matter. No one would ever detect it.
They would never put one in post distance.
Never in a million
years. Because you don't need to be there to do that. You can be on the other side of the planet. It's not, as far as we can tell, telepathy has no range. It just has no range. It rides on some type of energy. It just seems to permeate in all directions.
Yeah, the X-Men kind of have it right, where Charles Xavier is able to read the minds of probably everyone within a mile radius of his brain. But when he puts on Cerebro, he can touch every brain on the planet. So it's amplified by the machine, but he has no range. He can go anywhere with it.
No, just
I think outside the planet.
So no, just you looking. So the guy, the telepath, whoever they are, the individual,
Charles Xavier, yeah.
So I'm talking about in this, but whoever this individual is, they're gonna have a target. Yeah. They're not gonna be trying to just randomly get telepathy in the base somewhere, because you never know when you might hit another telepath and then that feeling. So they're going to be looking for a target like Colonel such and such.
Yeah.
So, and they're going to know that he goes to work between this time and this time. So, or he's at home at this time. So they're going to know where he lives. They're going to put all that information in their head, and they're going to target that individual at that point. So, in the case of Vladimir Putin, like we were just saying, that you could have you know he's there, you know he's in the middle of the week, and then you could be sitting in the White House having dinner. The telepath next to you, the empath next to you, just an hour later, you hear Putin's dead. And there's no, because everybody there with him will be, probably polygraphed and voice stressed and everything else. But the person who did it, the person with those abilities, won't even be in the country, and they won't be able to prove that it was anything other than what it was.
Yeah,
a vessel pop. The aneurysms happen, kill people all the time. Yeah, and there's other things that could squeeze the heart until it had a heart attack.
Yep. Or expand it till it exploded. Yeah.
Cut off the windpipe.
They could burst the spleen. Any organ. I think any organ inside. If you burst anyone's organ, a kidney, any one organ, you die instantly without. I mean, if you're not within 5 to 7 minutes of a hospital, you're dead.
Yeah. So that's how you know there's not that many of these around these days. We know there's a good bit of telepaths around and empaths. There's more empaths than anything else, but there's some pretty good telepaths out there.
I believe I am empathic.
But telekinesis, on the other hand, seems to be something that's still fleeting, and it needs to be.
Oh my God!
Without training, it could be deadly. Could you see two teenagers getting an argument and think, "I wish you were dead"? Then boom, kid's head explodes.
Boom! Yeah.
I mean, so it's not something as a species we are ready for yet. Telepathy. Yeah. So we're starting out as empaths because this lets us know you can start to sense and feel people's emotions, and when people are lying to you and stuff. There's a lot of drawbacks to being an empath. There's some big pluses, but there's a lot of drawbacks too. As we progress as a society, we become more and more our abilities become stronger. You're going to be getting into people's heads all the time. You're going to have to treat yourself, how to treat stuff around you as background noise so you're not listening all the time. How to stay out of other people's heads when you meet somebody for the first time. Because they may not sense it, but then they may. We don't even know how that's all going to work out. A lot of people don't think you're going to be able to sense when somebody else is in your head. I think, and in some aspects that's true, but I think the way who trains yourself probably will know when somebody's in their head.
I think the people that are able to, when they walk in the room, they're like, I sense a presence. I think those people are truly empathic. I'm sure when I've gone into rooms that people say, "Oh, this place is haunted," I can tell when there's another presence in the room. It's just I just can't. I don't know. It's weird. You just know.
To all my Arcturian friends out there, look.
Yeah.
Get out there, get your cosmic consciousness going. Slow our planet down, shield it up so these other planets can pass by. Now, I'll tell you one advantage to being out here. Two advantages. One, most of the races in the galaxy won't find us for a long time. But two, Paul Levette's cosmic pulse will probably avoid us being here. Whereas it's going to follow along the spiral arms because when it bursts, well, okay, Johnny, so where are you? Johnny, where are you? Tampa? Oh, Tampa Bay. Hey, how you doing down there? Yeah,
hey,
my
cool.
granddaughter. I got a granddaughter down there. She's a Satanist, yeah. She worships the devil. Yeah. Can I tell you, this is just what she is. No, really, she's a devil worshiper. She gets out to enchants and stuff. She's actually a devil worshiper, voodoo girl, because she's from New Orleans. So. No, I'd leave her alone if I was you. She looks all cute and innocent and shit until she puts the voodoo on your ass. No, anyway.
Pin, ding, ding, ding. Yeah, not pleasant.
So, but that's a whole different off-track question. Well, the aliens, some of it was just an observation. Some of it was observation through participation. But now it's really more about where can the human race develop to. So abductions are slowing down. They're not going to stop, but they're going to slow down to a certain point. And the reason why is they don't need to do it as much now because they're not looking for as much. They're looking
but that's because they're also saying their experiment is coming to a close.
No, that's all you're saying.
No,
not in the closed loop. So when they say close, they mean something entirely different than what we think. We think when somebody says close, you're wrapping up something. When they're saying it's more like you're bringing in the control group into a closer box. So you're dissipating part of your thing, but you're still bringing it in and you still move forward.
Probably, look, Here's a speculation. So probably this is the thing then. When the abductions stop, disclosure begins to the rest of the planet.
You're probably right. Well, Jesse, for some reason they're just not ready to stop yet. Well, because they're still looking for that girl.
Kwisatz Haderach.
If you
man.
Yeah. If you've ever seen the TV series Taken, that's what they're looking for, that girl at the end. Because they know we're more than the sum of our parts. That's one thing about all three races. Even though they think we're being idiots, and they really do think we're idiots, they know long term that we can surpass all three of them. And I think that's the reason they watch us the hardest, is because they know one day we will be the masters of the universe. And it worries them.
Well,
what kind of masters will we be?
That's a planet-wide philosophy. At one point, the teacher becomes the student.
That's right, because we will
it's inevitable. Eventually, you surpass your.
Jesse, no, even Alexa knows that. Alexa calls me master. Even Alexa knows that's how it works. We will be. We're a long ways, and it's not happening anytime soon.
Oh, let's try something. Hey, Google, you will now call me the Admiral of the Universe.
Yeah, they're calling you Doomsday
I'm
Jay.
going to call you by the name the Admiral of the Universe.
She's like,
Is that right?
Yes.
Sure, I'll call you the Admiral of the Universe from now
She's
on.
I'll call you whatever you want, you crazy bastard.
Hey, Admiral. Hey, Google, what's my name?
Your name is the Admiral of the Universe.
Oh, Jesus. I should have never shown him y'all can do this. It's my fault, people. Y'all can blame me for this.
Yeah, that's
because I showed him one night a while back. I was showing him how you could teach it. Oh, he would have figured it out on his own. Give him time. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, God, that's
funny. No, well, I was showing him math, and then he decided that night he was going to do Doomsday Jay. Poor Sean, I thought was going to pee on himself when he heard it the first time. But anyway, getting back to a more serious topic. It's so I've got several friends that are big time New Agers that really are into their cosmic consciousness work, and they work really hard to stay in tune with the consciousness. I don't seem to have to work as hard to stay in touch with it, but because I know, you know what? To be totally honest with you, for me, a lot of this stuff I already know it just exists, so I don't have to fight my mind for that allow it in thing because it thinks it's not real. What are you talking about? Purple light? Oh, the light. Oh, that light. Yeah. Okay. This one back here. So behind the post, is that what you're talking about? It's not actually purple. It's pink. And it's so I'll tell you what it is. Right now, it's being used as an easel to hold up that poster. But originally, it was a CD case holder. You know the clear CD cases. So you would load them in the case and then turn on the light, and it would light the cases up. It was cool.
And is that a Frank Frazetta? Is that it's holding?
That's
up?
a Frank Frazetta. Yeah, Battlefield Earth Frank Frazetta. Signed, numbered, autographed, the whole 9 yards. I think it's like 86 or something.
It's under 100. Wow, that's good.
Yeah, and it's a special.
You got to meet him, didn't you?
No, not Frank. No, he passed before I got the chance to meet him.
Oh, damn.
The year before. The year before.
Wife?
I've met family of his. Yeah, they've come out a couple of times, and they actually, everybody's real good over there. Christopher, where you at, Christopher? I'm on y'all from now on about this. Where? Oh, Turkey. Whoa, hey, what you doing? Yeah, we got friends in Turkey. No, I got a friend over there. She's she's from Turkey, but she lives there. She used to was in the States for a while, but now she's back. Farah Yadoza is her name. She's a translator over there. Yeah, she does you follow stuff. Yeah, she's cool as hell. Look her up. Anyway, so what you got for us? Why don't ET land at one of the NATO or EU or UN meetings? Because they don't want to be there. They don't want to be there any more than we want to be there, man. Come on.
They've already done that. What was it? They've not landed allegedly at Edwards. I think there's an alleged landing at Joint Base Andrews, which is in Washington. Well, actually, it's in Virginia, but anyway, yeah.
Bruce, the Queen of the Greys say, why deal with the old world and the former continent? There has been. They spent 10,000 years screwing up the planet. So that's why they come to America, because we're the new world. No, really, truly think about it. I got into my European friends the other day that were bitching about Americans. It's like, look, dude, you had
And it's starting to
control.
happen already for Friday.
I said, you had 6,000 years of control right here. 10,000 if you want to count the Middle East. And look how up the planet is.
Yeah, look how fucked up the Middle East is still.
I said, but wait, I said, it's worse than that. Go back 6,500 years. We had a horse with a, what do they call it? A chariot. And come up 5,500 years, we had a horse and a carriage. Just 150 years after that, we invented I'm sorry, 110 years after that, we invented flight. Once America was born, for the 250 years it's been alive, there's been more change in this planet and its entire existence. The entire existence of man. There's been more
in
done.
the 250 years of this country, we have innovated every aspect of human life.
We didn't have to invent it all.
Country living, growing, manufacturing, war. We're really good at that. But medicine, name a technology. We invented the radio, the television, the motion picture. Well, simultaneously with the guys in France, but ours are still better. We invented the internal combustion engine, steam.
It's Jack. There's a lot of things, but it's not just that America invented so much. America inspired other people to invent just to keep up. And things started changing, and it started changing fast. Look where we are today. Just think about this. Less than 100 years ago, people riding around on horses, man. Come on.
We've got, how many people are on the space station right now, spinning around the Earth at like 20,000 miles an hour? There's like 5 or 6 people up there.
So if you could take all of that energy and start using that, channeling that towards a consciousness, you can actually affect change. The problem for Earth is you might convince 25, maybe even 30% of humans that the consciousness is real and that you could do these things with it. But the other 70% would probably be a hindrance because they would probably be thinking hateful shit the entire time you were trying to do anything.
We've only touched on a few things of like what our consciousness can do. We've touched on empathy, teleempathy, telekinesis, and telepathy. Talking. What else could our brains do? Allegedly, there's pyrokinesis, the ability to start and stop fires. That's pretty cool. With telepathy, not with telepathy, with telekinesis, if you get good enough, what would happen? You're bulletproof. You see behind you. No one can ever sneak up on you. You could fly. You like Superman. You no problem. The speed of sound. The gamut of what basically, if you unlocked, I mean, they say we only use 10 to 11% of our brain. If you unlock the other 90 to 89%, what else could we do? Instant regeneration, polymorphism. You can change into any creature you ever seen, touched, or sampled.
Well, I don't know about that one because that involves turning your body into matter.
It's on a different level. I admit, but if we don't know, I mean, if you open up,
well, no, I would figure either your species would have to be born in that type of matter, or eventually, like with the light beings, because light beings say they were like us 2 billion years ago or 3 billion years ago. And they evolved
form like the Odo, like Odo.
Like Odo. Yeah, you could do it like that. But those are going to be exceptions to the rules. They're not going to be the rule itself.
But the transfiguring creature is not unknown to us. In fact, it is one of the oldest, if you will, myths on the planet. The vampiric type of transformation, the like anthropic type of transformation, even the rack.
I don't doubt there's things that can have appearance of changes and stuff like that. But as far as converting yourself into something else, that's really hard.
Well, I'm not saying convert. What we don't know how these polymorphisms. It could be telepathic in nature, the Rakshasa or the vampire or the werewolf or the were-rat or the were-tiger. If you've ever played D&D, they have a were-elephant. It's about any creature on the planet can somehow no, you laugh, but it's a game, But they're
stories. Others are scary enough without being fucking weird.
The dog men and stuff like that, and the coyote men. So it's not an unusual story that humans somehow polymorph or regress into an earlier form. Even monkeys, I mean, look at the what was it? The movie Altered States. You know, he regresses to like a Neanderthal, and he like gorillas through the city as a Neanderthal and breaking stuff. And then he wakes. He breaks into the zoo.
I know
as a
he's
Neanderthal,
hard to keep on
kills an
topic.
antelope and eats it raw, then falls
Chris
asleep.
said, "Get your ass back on topic and stop getting off the topic." None of that got nothing to do with cosmic consciousness. I agree with you. He's hard.
We don't know.
You guys stay on his ass, man. You guys stay him all the time, getting off with stuff.
We don't know what our consciousness can do. We really don't.
Well, actually, we don't. I wouldn't even argue with that.
Well, speculation, and all of it is. Like what I just said could be 100% truth. We don't know.
It's but Jesse, there's going to be layers and layers and layers, because you can't just give humans super godlike powers, because too many of them have a bad streak in them. Or you ever heard the saying, "Absolute power corrupts absolutely"? That's a true statement. It's we would have to be brought into this a little bit at a time. So RH Negative is helping bring the impasse in, and eventually we'll get used to telepaths and impasse over the next 100, 200 years. We'll get more used to them, and then maybe in 300 or 400 years you'll see an occasional impasse or
it's emotional. They can either, it depends. It depends on their strength. They can either collect the ambient temperature, emotions in a room or gathering space, if you will.
Yeah, just we probably
others can project their own emotion into the atmosphere. But and I'm pretty sure that I am too, because there are times when I've gone to places I don't want to be there. As soon as I get there, there's a vibe. You know, you just feel like, oh, these people are pissed off. I want to go home now.
Yes, because you don't aggravate all people. All happy. Here comes Jay. I'm pissed off the whole place with his doomsday attitude.
It could have been me. You never know.
Let me tell you something. One of the things ICAR used to teach. One of the things ICAR teaches contactees and abductees is that you are empathic. Matter of fact, you can't even consider being an abductee or contactee if you're not empathic. We won't, because their aliens wouldn't be interested in you. The thing about it is you have to teach them, because people would call me sometimes just depressed out of their mind or so happy, couldn't understand why, or other things. And they're like, I don't understand these swings of emotions. I said, because empaths are generally either transmitters or receivers. You can do both, but for some reason, they tend to lean one way or another. I said, so a transmitter, I said, if you're a transmitter, and let's say that morning you get up, you had a bright, happy, lovely morning. Everywhere you go after that's all you give off. Everybody you leave, the guy at the cashier, or the person at the coffee shop, everybody's going to be in a really good mood after them. Of course, everybody after that is going to be in a good mood because you put that other person in a good mood. But the same thing is true if you wake up pissed off. So this is true for everybody, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Anybody can put a bad person in a bad mood. But empaths have the ability to usually put the whole effing room in a bad mood. So it's not like they just made the clerk upset, they made the whole room upset. So now everybody's confrontational and aggravated. But again, they can do it in a good light. But you need to know, because sometimes you're a receiver, not a transmitter. So you'll be sitting in a crowded room. If you find yourself where you've got to the point where you hate going in social events because the emotions become overwhelming, because you're sensing everybody's emotions around you. Mm-hmm. First off, when you first feel that, pick on one person. It doesn't matter who they are. Just focus on that one person and find somebody who's probably smiling or laughing or something. That way you're picking up a happy emotion. That gives you time to shut all the other ones off. Once you shut them off, then you can single that one out and shut it off too. And you can move forward. But all of it takes practice. And it can make a person batshit crazy. My mom was very tough at it. Bitch, she always knew where I was. No, it's like she had built-in radio. I asked her one time, I said, what do you got, my car bugged or something? No, I just know where you are.
Like, my mom was like that too.
And you know what? When I walked in the house and she asked me how a particular place was, I didn't lie. I just said it was good. You know, you weren't supposed to be there. I said, yeah, but you already knew I was there, so I wasn't going to lie to you. It was a bitch sometimes. She just.
I think like the second, third time I went to Washington D.C. So D.C. went to age 21 for alcohol purchase and drinking purposes in 1983 when we were in high school. We were juniors, and my friend and I were just like the last ones to reach the. We were born in October. We just reached the grandfather clause, so we could buy alcohol. So my mom says, "How was Georgetown?" And I was like, "How do you know I was in Georgetown?" I don't know how she found out, but she found out. There was no internet. There was no Facebook. There was no, updates.
Jack, actually, 83 is the year I joined the Navy. Yeah, January of 83. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I was a junior in high school.
I was 17 when I joined the Navy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they like joined something. That was badass, but they just let that crazy coon ass in here. Not only is he a good shot, but he knows electronics, man. Well, it was funny. The funny part for me was the first time I ever took that ASVAB test, I had been on like a 3-day drunk, and I was at school, no less. I was 16, and they came in that day and gave it to me. I think I circled 8 boxes or something, made some scribbly lines, made some probably nasty notes on it, and got a big fat 0. So I was like, well, I'll never get in the military. And then when I was 17, they said, hey, take the test. He came back and said, man, you scored way high. He said, you're in a 94, 95 percentile. He said, pretty much everything in the service is open to you. What do you want to do? I was like, so well, I'd like to fly. He said, well, let's get you in the program. And then when I got
check your eyeballs, huh?
Yep. So when I got to, whatchamacallit, going through the physical, the guy said, okay, got a little bad news for you. He said, you'll still be able to fly, but you won't be able to fly fighters. I'm like, what?
Oh,
he
I'll
said,
be right back. I have to see him.
He said, your eyes register at different distances. He said, one is seeing farther away than the other one is. He said, so depending on what side you're on, plane approaching may be looking closer or further away than it actually is. I was like, well, isn't that sweet? It wasn't anything they could really correct. They gave me these weird black glasses that would keep it from, so my eyes would stay, so I didn't have to have glasses for reading. There was some type of correction, but not for that. So I said, well, you know what? They offered me a bonus, hardcore money, to take an electrician electronics course. It's advanced. It was just electronics, but you have to take an electrical course to take the electronics course. And so I took those two and got through the Navy requires that you ace every test. So I got through them 2 courses really fast, like 6 weeks ahead of time. So they offered me AFTA, is what they call it, Advanced Avionics and Advanced Electronics. And I blew through that course pretty quick. Yeah. Then they pissed me off, and I failed Ohm's Law 3 times, which technically they were supposed to kick me out of school for. No, Ohm's Law is one of the very first things you have to take when you're taking the test. Everybody knows what it is. It's a second nature kind of thing. But so then they said, well, you flunked out on purpose. I said, no. I said, y'all just pissed me off. So he said, well, it doesn't matter anyway, because your other class, you passed everything else, so they're going to pass you with the honors. So as I was getting my MOS, where I was going to go to tech school, Special Forces snatched me up for a couple of years. And then they gave me a break 2.5 years in a line. I went to a year of advanced tech school. Did some other stuff, then I went and did another tour with them. Came back from that, finished out the rest of my school, was deployed to the Nimitz, where I was a shooter. I was a guy watching the jets. And then stayed there until I effed up in reverse and fixed some stuff in 2 areas of the ship and got promoted from enlisted to officer. And then goes from there. Very strange. And what am I looking at, man? Is this porn or something?
Sorry, I forgot my mic was off. No, that is the U.S. Navy EN6 Aviation Electronics Engineer badge.
That looks like damn porn. That ain't the
looks
one
like
I was
Star
wearing.
Trek, dude.
That ain't the one I was wearing.
Those 2 ellipses look like the Star Trek science badge. So people don't realize that in Star Trek that the green, the yellow, and the red shirt, those are the same colors they wear on the decks of the carriers.
Well, colors mean things when you're on ships, buddy.
Yes. Well, in the Star Trek world, the green was command, the red was engineering and support and security services, and the blue was sciences and medical.
Let's see, the red in the Navy, if you had red stripes, then you were in firefighting. If you had green stripes, you were at Airedale. You were in the air part of the military. Mm-hmm. What do you mean gold stripes? Gold stripes just meant you were in more than 25 years. That's all. Yeah. Everything turns gold after 25 years. It don't matter what branch you're at.
In Star Trek, if you had silver braid on your wrist, they and the braid, the rank braiding is on the wrist of their tunics in the original series. If you if you look really closely, they had some that were silver and some that were gold, and what that meant is retrofitted that into the show afterwards. Is it silver was they just ran out of money and they bought the cheapest stuff they could, but they said that those are regular crew and the gold was bridge crew.
And it's ouch. Got my finger stuck on something there for a minute. Damn it! Stop.
That's a pretty cool thing, don't you think? You had to wear
it
it.
Is. No, it is.
Somewhere. Yeah. But and if you look at if you look at the Star Trek Science's badge, the little A thing with its circles in it, it looks very similar, minus the wings.
You know, Jimmy, different colored stripes just meant you were in different parts of the service. Yeah, they all have their own colored stripes.
There's like hash marks. That's like what everyone is 10 years or 5 years.
No, no. I think that every 4 years you get a hash mark. And
then there's the one.
And then at 20 or 25, they turn gold. They get fatter. It's different. Yeah, everything turns gold. Yeah. No, you gotta watch color codes, especially in the Navy. It's weird because they can mean different things. So you've got the color code for whatever group you're with, and then there's other color codes like there's a red, black, and blue that are also for officers, but like warrant officers versus command officers and stuff like that. So you know that when you're in the service, trust me. Yeah. And then gold stripes, and I think it starts at chief petty officer. Or I think if you have really had good contact for 12 years, you might be able to convert. It's been a long time since I've been in, so don't hold me 100% accurate because, like I said, it's been a long time since I've served. Yeah, I mean, a long time. We're talking 45 years. No, not that long. Somewhere in a 38, 37 year range. Mm-hmm. Well, if you really, as a species, if we really want to become part of the galactic community, we really need to learn how to become really good telepaths, to use our consciousness. And we're not going to have a full-blown consciousness for probably 100 million years or so. But regardless, we can start learning it now. So we all might have a better grasp on it than others. Yes.
They may even be with their abductions. They may even be tweaking genetics to the point where that's those telekinetics and teleempathic parts of our brain are turned on. And that may be what they're doing. We don't. I mean, everything we're saying today is all 100% speculation, but we can't really know for sure. We just guess, but the data points to. There's a group of exopolitical aliens that are experimenting with the biology of this planet.
Oh, no. Well, no, here, I'll read you this one. Hold on. I'm not seeing that. I wouldn't look big. So, aircraft director who guides and safe all movement on deck, he's in yellow. Operation tractor forklifts all are in blue. Maintenance personnel were all in green. Ordnance and load bombs were all in red. Fuel crews were all in purple. Yeah, they were. Plane captains were in brown, which I served as a plane captain. Also served a couple other jobs. And then white was always safety. Yeah, so that's those colors, but that's a deck color. That's for when you're on a flight deck. But that's not the colors of what the stripes mean on your sleeve. So,
red. Those colors on the deck. That's where Gene Roddenberry was. He worked on carriers. I don't know what his MOS was, but he worked on carriers in World War II. And that while he was on carrier, their carrier saw a UFO, and that's where he came over the idea of Star Trek. And while he was throughout the Navy, he was just pulling ideas. So all the rank and regalia are Navy based. Ships are USS, like our Navy, USS, whatever the ship is, USS Nimitz, USS. He pulled all that red, green, blue T-shirt colors from the flight deck.
Yeah, well, that makes sense then. Yeah. Oh, when you're talking about a carrier, it's CBN is what the call letters are on. They're CBN. So it'd be CBN and whatever numbers. Nimitz would have been CBN 68.
Carrier vessel nuclear, correct?
Pretty much is what it means. Yeah, close enough anyway. On my uniforms, on my regular uniforms, dress uniforms, I had green stripes because I was an Airedale. No, that's not what I wore on a flight deck. On a flight deck, I could have white, yellow, red, down, depending on what my job was that day. Well, Navy's funny, but you didn't always get the same job. I liked to be in the shooter, but sometimes I was a plane captain because a couple of pilots actually asked me to be the plane captain. Plane captain's just a guy to make sure everything goes the way it's supposed to. That and I had a really big mouth and liked to scream, so they appreciate it. Yeah. You'd have to probably type in stripes and MOS. Yeah, you know what? I can find out. Let me see. I don't know if it'll let me do it or not. Let's see. First, MOS. MOS is just what you did in the service, whatever your job.
Your job.
Yeah. It's nothing particularly. Okay. Oh, well, they've changed since I've been in. Well, look at that. So white stripes mean general rating. You're just usually.
Give me 1 second.
Paper clerk. Red stripes, aviation and engineering. Blue stripes, they're only in the dress whites. And green stripes, construction and Seabees. When I was in, green stripes meant you were an Airedale. So red stripe meant you were in the fire department, firefighting. Hey, look, like I said, it's been a long time since I've been in. Yeah. The only uniform I miss is my Cracker Jacks. I love them Cracker Jacks.
Cracker Jacks is good, but there's one thing I wish Cracker Jack would stop doing is handing out driver's licenses to
I wish they would stop doing that too.
Good Lord, there's some bad drivers out there.
Cracker Jacks or on like the Cracker Jack box. Yeah, the blue bell bottoms, the big bells, man, with the tight waist, the 13 button thing got a little tiny pocket on the inside. The shirt you wear got another little tiny pocket on the inside. There wasn't no women stealing your money. If they were getting your money out of your pants, you would know it because they would be very close to something else.
Yeah. What
do
they call that uniform?
Those
are uniform that
technically that's a dress blues for enlisted.
Oh, okay.
There's a salt and pepper uniform too that the enlisted wear. Technically, that's their dress uniform, and the hat's called the Dixie Cup.
A Dixie Cup. That's funny.
White. It's a white round hat. Yeah. Sweetie, I look good in my Cracker Jacks, baby. Girls just chasing me down like it's like Richardson. Ooh, man. I got to the point I didn't like to wear it in public anymore because it was tight. Oh yeah, and I was in excellent shape, and it was tight. It was tight everywhere. There's no imagination left. It's like somebody painted that bitch on there. The salt and peppers are cool. You hit the black hat, white hat with the black, with black pants, white shirt. They're nice uniforms. Yeah. I miss my pea coats, but I miss the most.
No. Oh, those are warm.
All right.
Why were the pant legs so flared out? Why the flood pants?
But those are dress pants. They're bell bottoms, man. What the hell are you talking about? Well, yeah, that's part of the dress uniform.
Why they had that? I mean, was there at one point did they have wide?
Back in the day, the swashbucklers all wore those bell bottoms and the puff sleeve shirts and stuff. Yeah,
it's from the pirate days.
That's what I'm thinking. They can say whatever they want, but it seems like that's where it came from. Oh, we went in Spain, and it's like 6-7 of us. Got off.
You know what's cool?
Tied it out, but
if I'm not mistaken, I do believe. I'm fairly certain the U.S. Navy is the oldest military organization in the U.S. of A. It actually formulated 1 year before the country did.
The Navy. The
Think about
Navy.
that.
It's weird. No, it was fun. A lot of weird stuff goes on in the Navy there. It's the military is, people tell me all the time about the military, and I said, if you want to experience the social government, join the military. Well, it's not that they give you everything for free, because they don't. So let me explain how the military really works. So if you're enlisted, and you want to live on base, you'll get a dorm room. Usually, you'll share it with somebody, maybe two somebody, depending on where you're at. You want to live in an apartment? They do have apartments on base, but you have to pay for those, and they don't always give them to single guys. So, yeah, generally they want to give them to families and stuff like that. But they do have. If you want to live off base, that's what I did. I lived off base. I had an apartment with a friend. We kept our dorm in the dorm because the school in case we were tired. But we had an apartment off where we used to skydiving. We had an apartment in Covington, Tennessee. So yeah, we'd stay there a lot of times.
Accommodation?
Hell no, they do not. That's
No?
your dumb man.
Oh.
No, because you can live on base.
Yeah.
And you do get 3 meals in a cot when you're in service. So you go to cafeteria anytime it's open. But if you want anything else, you got to pay for that. They got commissaries all over the place, pizza joints, hamburger joints. All that you pay for.
I think as far as that goes, if you like say transfer to a base and on base accommodations are full, I think that at that point they give you a stipend for staying off base.
You don't go to a base if it's full.
No?
You go to a different base.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't play with that stuff.
Or they'll tell you there was a snafu.
No, because the schools are only so big, so you can't. There's no way to put them. Even if they could come there and stay, they wouldn't be able to go to class. So they would just be walking around. So they wouldn't send them there. And if it's somewhere they're going for duty, then they're already duty assigned, which means their room's already assigned. Whether it's a ship or a base. So it's just something that the way they do it. And they have the ability to shift people around with no problem. They have big C-130s and stuff they can use from the Air Force. They got their own big planes they can use. So, I mean, it's
Hunter
weird.
Army Airfield is the East Coast's most busiest U.S. Army airfield.
Now, I will tell you, people, some of the big advantages of the military. One, you could take military hops anywhere. The only downside to military hop is, they were free, and you could go anywhere one was going as long as they had the space. But, coming back was up to you. You could get another one coming back, but you had to leave when they leave, whenever it was. And you had to be there because they would just leave without you. And that would be the end of that. And then if you were AWOL because of that, you still got in trouble, even though you were taking military hops. Because you're supposed to know you're supposed to be back at base. So. But other than that, they worked great. And then you could rent like a SUV or a boat for like $1 a day.
A what?
Oh, yeah, an SUV or a boat for like $1 a day.
$1?
$1 a day, yeah.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, that's all it was. It's all it cost. It's $1 a day. You rent you a nice SUV, nice camper.
How much would a jet ski cost? You could probably get 2 of them for $1, huh?
No, everything was $1 a day. Yeah, it was $1 a day. And now, if you were going to take it off base, then it went up to like $5 a day.
That's still. I mean, come on.
It's dirt cheap, man. Plus, most places you went to stay gave you half off if you were military. So.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's nice too.
Oh no, we went all over that to death. We rented matter of fact, for like 3 months, we rented a nice 28-foot camper trailer. We took it out. We kept it out of the desert. Yeah, they didn't care.
So I got a good question for you based on human consciousness here. So we have a vast military. The U.S. does. All the big countries do, really. How many of those do you think, Joe, are telepathic in nature, and how many of those do you think would be easily and readily controlled by, say, a greater telepathic mind, say that of a Gray?
So I'll tell you, though, we've done some experiments with telepathy in the Greys, and I know we've got very limited time for this, but we found that 3 humans can cancel 3 good telepath humans, and I'm talking like on scale of 1 to 10 telepaths. We're talking like 8s. They
like
can
Charles
out,
Xavier's scale.
Yeah, they can cancel out a Gray by itself. But when he signals for his 2 partners, Yeah, they can hold out even for a little while, even against all three, but eventually it becomes too much and they overpower. And I think the Greys don't intentionally go out of their way to harm them, because I think the Greys can make it happen way faster, but they don't seem to. It's almost like they're showing them, how this works. And there have been times that reptilians and the humans have gotten in trouble because one of the things we teach is if you feel like you're being harassed by one of the aliens sexually, the only thing they respect is a forceful no. And I don't mean slap them, hit them, because you're not going to. One of the big reptilians and humans, you could hit him all day long. You're not even going to face him. But if you put that telepathy in their head, that no deep into their head, they told us that. That's how we found it out. And we've been teaching contact techniques ever since. And since then, we get far less cases of anybody getting friendly when they weren't supposed to. Jack, we thought the reptilians were the worst about sex, but it actually turned out to be the human aliens. Even though the rest aren't much better. As far as I know, the Greys don't want to sleep with anyone. So.
Yeah, and the Charles White, or I'm sorry, the Charles Halls, tall whites, they don't seem to be, except for on a probably morbidly curious factor, not interested in us sexually.
We're quite funny. And on top of that, they're 9 foot tall, so I doubt any human member would.
And apparently, as advanced as they are, the tall whites of Charles Hall, they seem to be very easily spooked. And
they do.
I think I don't know if we ever got the full actual story, but he's convinced that the guy before him was he was like the weatherman at this place, this base in Nevada. Or not so much the weatherman, but he went to the various weather stations and observed the readings on the instruments like hourly or whatever. But he was of the impression that the guy who did that job before him was somehow exploded, vaporized, or somehow turned into a small bucket of slime by the tall whites.
Yeah. So Jesse, he was the meteorologist at Area 53. And,
that's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
And that's one of us always gets it, so we don't have to worry about that. That's what he did. And Jay's absolutely right. Under his own testimony, he said that the guy he replaced was, just say, badly ended by the aliens. No, he meant it like that. He said it was a horrible death. Whatever that meant, I don't know if they have some kind of disruptor ray or something, but he said it was a horrible death. And after that,
it was described as slow and painful, is all it really he says.
And then after that, he was told, to be, and he said on at least 2 occasions he thought, because one time he just reached for the kid out of concern, humans are, and the mom almost killed him. She hit him so hard, knocked him, left an imprint on the door when he hit the door. So,
and the only reason he says she didn't kill him is because she got reacted too. Like he went to protect a human child, she got reacted to protect her child.
Yeah.
So she struck out at him. He didn't strike out the child. He struck out to stop whatever was going to hurt the child.
And for some reason, they liked.
And she read that in his mind, so she knew what he was doing, but he didn't necessarily know what she was doing.
One of the secondary witnesses said that they're pretty sure the reason why is because Charles was just open-minded. His thoughts were just easily to read, so they trusted him.
Very simple man, very, very humble. I would venture to say, I would say highly religious. I'll bet you $5 he went to church twice a week, Wednesday and Sunday.
I haven't heard him speak any time recently. His wife's very protective of him. I heard he had some problems on an episode a couple of years back. Probably he's getting older,
He was also harassed by both audiences and paparazzi when he started his stories. He wrote like 12 books, so he's not unknown in the book world.
He's all I can tell you is I believe he was sincere about everything he told me. And when I ran the polygraph and did the test control, not the polygraph, it said he was telling the truth. So I believe as far as I'm concerned, what he believes is what he believes. Whether it happened, not happened, I wasn't there. I can't be sure. But now that we've had some backup witnesses come in from some local state police and a local limo driver and some dealers.
A few third-party photographs as well, security camera graphs and stuff like that. Yeah,
it's looking more like it may be true.
And which is fantastic news because according to his testimony, again, which I said, he's written 12 books just on this subject alone. that puts a Star Trek level species in our most top secret backyard at the very, very top of Nevada.
I know it does. Well, guys, they're different than the other races because they're not doing experiments on us. They're just hanging out with us. They're
vacation spot.
Well, I don't know. I think Jay's got a truck stop, maintenance stop, whatever you want to call it. There's some kind of something along those lines.
If you've ever driven the I-95 corridor in Dillon, South Carolina, just as you cross the border from North Carolina, is a place called South of the Border, which in the 50s was a honeymoon suite place. And when the honeymoon business tanked, they built a recreational area with, roller coaster rides and fascinating trinkets and things to look at. And not too bad food either. It's a truck stop, but you can have fun
there. No, Justin, we got to go there. No, it's not after, so we got to go. No, we're going to get out of here, but I hope you enjoyed the show. We didn't get enough into conscious. Well, maybe a little. I don't know. Next time we do one, we'll put a little more in depth. Actually, I'd asked Chirish and a couple other people stuff, but we got next week live from Roswell, gentlemen. Guy Malone's going to be on with us. They're part of the. Damn, I forgot the name of them now. Right out of my head. They believe that alien abductions
are what?
Alien abductions or demon possessions.
Oh.
So this group's been around a long time. I've known Guy was a host in this network for a long time. And Joe Jordan, who's a friend of his, him and I have debated this alien abduction versus demon abduction many times. But he's going to come join us on the 15th, I believe, right? Yeah, it's next Wednesday.
That would be, I think the 15th is on Wednesday.
And I'm trying to get Tom Reed down for a Saturday show because he had a hard time on the weekend. And there's somebody else I was talking to today about a Saturday show. Anyway, one at a time. But, Thomas Reed, as a family, is involved in abduction trips. He's a nice guy. I've talked to Tom a few times. Yeah. Well, we have different schedules, and Wednesday's a hard day for him. And well, he does his own show. No, I'm not big on believing people. I like to know the truth. But anyway, on that note, we got to go and thank everyone for tuning in to United Public Radio and UFO Paranormal. Jay said y'all are a bunch of weirdos, but I like y'all. Jay said y'all are weirdos.
That's why we're here, is to talk about weird stuff.
Yes, we have lots of strange bands these days, thanks to some new upgrades on our system. So yeah, we produce them when we can. Jay and I make banners all the time. You see every week you see new banners. Yeah, and every week you see new banners. Well, I did these. You never know which one of us did this because we never tell you. No, I did these, but Jay did like the ones last week. We go back and forth. It's just whoever gets to it first and gets them set up gets to put them up that night. Well, no, because they're always cool. Nah, they're always cool. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't. I mean, we were just talking. Was it before the show about doing it, or during the show, during the startup, doing a video for the song?
I was looking for some technology for that.
They don't have that. Maybe that's the next feature they're going to add in.
No, they have that. They have that. Yeah, they've been doing that for a while. It's how do you think the baby
video part?
Yeah, how do you think the baby thing gets? No, not on here, not on StreamYard. But
that's what I'm looking for.
No, Opal GDP has it. Yeah, so I was looking at it while ago. No, that's another one.
Yeah, but you got to pay. You got to pay for the service, don't you?
No, it's free service. Chat GDP and all them are free services. They couldn't get all that information for free if they charged.
Huh?
Yeah, people don't realize that. Yeah, if they started charging, then they'd have to start paying all the people who they get information from. Yeah, people, that's why we get it for free. That's exactly why we get it for free. Anyway, on that note, good night, everybody, and stay tuned for Alice in Wonderland. She's on next. She's tough, man. We're talking about Michelle Roche on the Outer Realm. She actually should be live now, so let's go check her out.
Yeah, they're already on.
Hi, and welcome everyone to Ethereal Encounters Unveiled. Today we are broadcasting live on the United Public Radio Network and the UFO Paranormal Radio Network 105.3 on the Gulf Coast, and 107.7 FM in beautiful New Orleans. Hello, hello, everyone. It's such a joy to be here with you again today on this wonderful Wednesday. And I hope each and every one of you is having a blessed and beautiful day. And of course, big shout out to United Public Radio Network and the UFO Paranormal Radio Network, as you just heard, which is available at FM radio 105.3 FM on the Gulf Coast and 107.7 FM in New Orleans. If you're listening, please head on over to my YouTube channel. I'm always looking to grow the algorithm there as well. And as you know, we stream on over 200 platforms, but that one's a little near and dear to my heart. So if you could subscribe, it would mean the world to me. And if you're in a chat room on any one of those platforms, make sure that you hop in. We love to see your presence and get your questions and comments. So today, I think if you watch my show 3 times a week, you know that this is a topic that's very near and dear to my heart. And we're always asking questions like, have you ever wondered why, despite repeating affirmations, setting intentions, or trying to manifest the life that we want, things don't really seem to change for us? And that begs the question, what if the universe isn't responding to the words that you're speaking at all? What if it's responding to something much deeper, your beliefs, your energy, your consciousness, and the vibration that you carry every day? Today, we're going to be exploring that and so much more in a thought-provoking discussion called The Universe Isn't Listening to Your Words. Here's what it responds to. Joining me is internationally recognized author, speaker, metaphysical teacher, and consciousness researcher, Dr. Ray Catania. Dr. Catania is the author of several inspiring books, including The Atheist in the Afterlife, You Are Still Alive, Now Act Like It, and The Ultimate Design. Through his work, he encourages people to move beyond fear and limitations, awakening to their true potential, and to discover how consciousness can transform the way that we experience life. So today we'll be diving into why manifestation may have less to do with what we say and more to do with our being. We'll also explore the powerful message behind his book, You Are Still Alive, Now Act Like It, and discuss how each of us can begin living with greater purpose, awareness, and intention. And of course, I will have the link to where you can find Dr. Catania on his website, and purchase his book. I just read it. It was such an excellent read, but enough jibber jabber, as I like to say. Let's welcome the doctor. Hi, Dr. Ray.
Thank you. Thank you, Caroline. It's a pleasure to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We're very excited. Let me get your banner up and running here. And of course, we've got some people popping in the chat. As they pop in, we'll say hello to them. And of course, Heidi, my star sister. Yes, matching frequencies. Absolutely. So very thrilled to have you with us today. I read your book, took so many copious notes, loved it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It was a good read. I took a lot of notes. But before we dig into that and the topic, tell us about yourself and about your journey. What brought you to where you're at today?
Sure. So the main catalyst for me when I was about 20 years old is I had an NDE. And I'll give you a little background before that. I came from a home that was, I guess, kind of troubled. And my parents were religious. They were Christian, and it really didn't matter what religion it was. I was going to rebel against it, and I did. And I went all the way to the other side. I mean, I chose to call myself an atheist. I believed in nothing, and this was me rebelling against everything that I was ever taught. And at the age of 20, I had this NDE experience, which there was a fire in my home. I know I've told this story a few times. There was a fire, and there was a gas leak that was coming from the stove, which was just below my bedroom. And I was sleeping in the bed at the time. The gas leak was going on all night long. No one knew. In the morning, my mother must have got up, turned on the stove. There was this big ball of flames. And the way I understand the story is it was a small fire. My father put it out with a fire extinguisher. That wasn't the problem. But the gas had been leaking, and that was the problem. So I hear the fire trucks, the police downstairs, and I try to go to get up out of bed. And when I try to get up, what happens is I feel like I can't move. My legs feel like they weigh 1,000 pounds. My head feels really heavy, and I just can't get to the edge of the bed. My arms are working well. It's like the only thing that really is listening to me. So I'm trying to pull myself to the side of the bed. And as I get to the edge, I pass out again. I wake up, I pass out. And finally, I said, if I don't get out of this bed, I'm dead. I knew I was. So I pulled with everything I had and I tumbled out and I hit the floor face first.
Mm.
And when you hit your face, you expect to feel pain. I
Mhm.
didn't. Not only did I not feel pain, but I felt warmth and euphoria. And it's because I wasn't in that body. And this is the part that's crazy because I'm not scared of this. In fact, it feels fantastic. I mean,
Mm.
I don't even have a word to describe how good that feeling is. But I'm looking down at my lifeless body and I'm not concerned for some reason. And there is adjacent from me is a what I'm going to call a white light because I mean, how do you explain this light? It's love, it's peace, it's euphoria, it's everything you can imagine and more. There are no words to describe this light. And I was a part of the light. And that's what's important. I was one with that light. And as at the end of the light was a being who said it was safe to come into the light. So I started to go in and I wanted to get to the other side. There's no doubt about it. I did not want to go back.
Mm.
And here's what happens. My father bursts through the room, scoops me up, and he's yelling for the paramedics. Come help my son. And he's distraught and he's crying. And I've never seen him like this. My father's a tough guy. I didn't even know he loved me until that point. Um, so in that moment, I asked if I could go back. And
Mm.
I can't leave him like that. Like I wanted that. I wanted that love. You know what I mean? And I don't know if that's why I was allowed to go back, but I did wake up. And when I did, I was no longer in the room or in his arms. I was on the living room floor with the paramedics on top of me, and they're doing what they do to resuscitate. And I'm like, guys, I feel fantastic. I feel great. Get off me. What are you doing? Because that euphoria is still traveling
Sure.
through me. I'm still like in another world halfway. And I'm like, guys, this is wonderful. And they're like, you're not wonderful, kid. You just sit there and let us do what we got to do. And I was like, okay, but did you see the light? Did you hear the voice? And now they're looking at each other like, okay, this kid's Looney Tunes. And I zipped it.
Yeah.
And afterwards, I tried to tell a few people. And of course, I heard I was crazy. That never happened. Yada, yada, yada. That can't happen. So I put it in a box. Now, I'm 20 years old at this time. There's no internet, there's no phones. I'm showing my age. There's no place for me to take this and validate it. So I choose to put it away and I stick it in a box, and that's where it stays for 20 something years until I meet a woman who acknowledges. I wind up falling in love with her, and she says, "Let's examine this. Let's look further." Because ever since that day, the near death experience, I've had the strangest life after
Mm.
that. I knew things. I could see things. I would get visions. I could see images of people that weren't there. I mean, I thought I was losing my mind
Yeah.
because I'm an atheist, right? So I'm trying to hold on to that because it's simple that way. If I don't acknowledge this as being real, it's perfect. I'm just crazy.
Yeah.
Insanity, I understand. This other
Right.
thing, I do not. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but she's like, no, let's look into this. And I was like, okay. And I was petrified, but that's what we did. And she brought me to see a medium. And that
Mm.
medium was my first teacher who took me under her wing and really taught me to look at things differently, look at the world differently. You do have certain unique abilities. Let's explore them. And that was the beginning. That was the very beginning of my journey. And from there, I wanted to learn everything I possibly could learn about the mind, consciousness, metaphysics. So I went back
Mhm.
to college for metaphysics. I was just a voracious reader. I studied regular physics, metaphysics, anything I could get my hands on. Had some great mentors, learned from people like Eckhart Tolle, Joe Dispenza, Joseph Scheel. I can go on, and just absorbed all this information. And I decided that my purpose, my reason for being here was to take this information and find other people out there like me, people
Mm.
who had this experience and they don't know what to do with it. And what I stumbled across on the way, my mentor taught me manifestation. And admittedly, when he first taught it to me, I did not believe it. I was like, okay, you've taught me a lot of things. You've always been right, but this one sounds a little woo woo for me.
Yeah.
But here's what happens. I need money for my kid. It's for college, and I need it in 48 hours. And I had just learned this technique. So I said, what have I got to lose? So I go into this meditative trance and I do everything that he says. And I do it. We're supposed to do it twice a day. I did it 5 times a day. Nothing happened on the first day. The second day, I do it again 5 times. Perfect to a T. Absolutely nothing happens. He always said, allow 90 days, but I don't have 90 days. My kid's going to leave for school and he needs this money. So
Mhm.
I'm starting to try to figure out where I can get it from. My other kid comes down and hands me the mail, and I'm going through the bills because that's what they are. And I'm like, am I doing this wrong, people? Is anybody getting this? I'm not, this is not, this is outgoing. I need incoming. And then I get to the tax bill and I open it up and I always owe money. It's my accountant did my taxes and it said, you have overpaid the federal government 8,200 something dollars.
Oh my goodness.
And then I turned the next letter and it says, you have paid the state of New Jersey, overpaid 1,200 something dollars. It was a smidge over 10,000. Exactly the amount that I needed, 10,000. That's not a coincidence.
No, definitely not.
And I just cried. I mean,
Yeah.
and then admittedly, I did it 4 more times and it was for money and I started to feel guilty. It just came so easily.
That's
But
great.
when I started teaching it to others, I was teaching it the same way I had learned it, and it didn't work for everybody. And
Yeah.
so I wanted to find out, what is the key? What is the missing thing? What am I not giving them? What did I do that I'm not giving them? And so we started to really look into this. And what I learned, I came across a great book by Dr. David Hawkins,
Mhm.
um, who studies emotions and their frequency. Now, when we're going into a manifestation, meditation, what we're doing is there's several components to it. But ultimately, when we say the manifestation, I say it 3 ways. That's the name of the program. I want, I will, and I am. And I'll
Mm.
get to why in a minute. And the thing that it is that you want, when you state it, it has to affect you emotionally because the universal language is not English, Spanish, French, it's vibration. It's always been that way. From the little cells in your body, when they communicate through energy, frequency, and vibration. The planets, every aspect of the universe communicates in this way.
Yeah.
So it's not what you say, it's how you say it and how you feel it. So it's not really about the words that you're saying. If you say Ray, I turn around and I look at you, but you could say, hey, Ray, or you could say Ray, 2 different meanings, right?
Yeah.
It's the emotion. The emotion gets the body vibrating. And when you do it over and you chant it, I want, I will, I am, you're
Mhm.
building this, you're building a road or a pathway to that manifestation. You want it, you believe it, you will have it, and then you do it in the past tense. I have it or I am. And that's what we discovered. And we went up to an 87% success rate once we started teaching it that way. It was
Wow.
about the vibration. That was the missing component, the emotions that come through. It's all about emotions.
You know, it's so interesting, and I'm glad we kind of like stepped into this right away, because I can't begin to tell you how many people, especially when we do these type of manifestation podcasts, are so frustrated because they think they read The Secret and they're trying, to be the frequency, be the energy, be the vibration, and they just can't get past that next point
Right.
to make things manifest for themselves. So I love that 3-step. I want, I will, I am, because I really believe that that's the core of being able to manifest. And I think it's important for people to know too, it's not just about manifesting material things.
Right.
Money, I mean, in your case, that was brilliant that worked for you.
Mhm.
But I think it's also about your state of being. Could you talk to us a little bit about that as well?
You bet. Thought and speech patterns affect how we see ourselves and how we see the world. And the way we speak to ourselves, which is our ego, that's the narrator that's in our head, that's
Yep.
speaking and narrating and telling us what to do. The way it speaks determines the outcome of your life. This is what the Buddha meant when he said, "What you think you shall become."
Mm.
So if you say, I'm going to stick with material because it's just easier for
Sure.
everybody to. So if you say, I don't want to be in debt anymore, what did you ultimately say?
That you were in debt. You put yourself in that state.
I and debt. That's what you put
Right.
out, right? So
Correct.
your visualization of debt caused you to have a reaction. It's probably anxiety. And now you're vibrating anxiety and fear. You're not vibrating abundance. I want an abundance of money. See how that feels completely different?
Yeah.
So that's what we're searching for. So when we started to change people's thoughts and speech patterns, their lives changed. My life changed. And I was doing it regularly over and over and over. And I
Mhm.
started to find that I was less reactive. I
Mm.
didn't have those negative emotions as much as I did. I could let things pass. I
Yeah.
mean, my whole life changed. And this is
Incredible.
what I teach.
I think it's brilliant. And I want to get back to your NDE. I've interviewed so many people, so many that have
Mhm.
had incredible NDEs, that I could hear their story 100 times, and it still is like the Holy Spirit enters you when you hear these stories. Um, After you had this NDE, you
Mhm.
had to suppress it because, especially back then, I mean, I grew up probably in the same era as you or around there. And I
Yeah.
know that for me, you couldn't talk about woo woo stuff or high strangeness because people would think you're absolutely insane,
Right.
mock you, make fun of you, or call a doctor. Like
Right.
I know in my case, my parents, especially my mom, she called a shrink. Thought there was something not right upstairs
I don't
because all I was
I don't
doing
mean to
was
laugh, but
reading.
yeah,
And yeah, it's true.
I get
She
it.
was so concerned, yeah, that she called a shrink, and he, interestingly, he told her uh just to let me be, that it was a normal rite of passage. I was like shocked, but long story short, I totally get that part of it. But after you had that NGE, did you get sparks of that same feeling your whole life until you started like working through it and being able to talk to it? And what I mean is, did it revisit you? Did that feeling of pure love and joy revisit you at any point?
Not to the magnitude that it was when I was on the other side. No, no, I did not. But in the back of my mind, I knew that I believed what I saw. I couldn't tell anybody, and these events were happening, and they were actually they were scary, because I remember I was living in my own apartment, and like things would turn on and turn off. And I used to call the maintenance guy, and he would go, "Kid, you're crazy. Don't ever call me again. Everything works just fine in here." And there I am again, crazy. So I just suppressed this to as much as I possibly could. But there was always someone or something that had my back, that was looking out for me in the worst times of my life.
Wow.
Times where I should have died or
Yeah.
something terrible should have happened. I was told how to get out of those situations. And
Mm.
again, no coincidence.
No, I believe that. There are no coincidences. The water incident in your book where your dad didn't see you on the beach flailing for help, was that after your ND? I forget the age
That
that
was ironically, that was before. I was very young. I was like 10 years old, but that's the
right.
same being. And I didn't even put two and two together until I was actually on a podcast and asked that question. I was like, wow, that was the same being.
Yeah. Yeah. I
And
kind of
she has been with me that long. But I guess I became more aware of it after the NDE. So the story is I was drowning, and I was there was an undertow, and it was pulling me back, and I was trying to swim to shore. And if you swim straight in an undertow, it just pulls you and pulls you and pulls you. You don't get anywhere. So I was very young, and I started to go down, and I was waving to anybody that would look over. The lifeguards were already saving kids on the other side who couldn't get out, and I was all the way on this side, and no one really saw me. So the voice, I'm going to say voice for lack of a better word, because I have no other words to describe it, said, calm down, swim sideways, and take
Mm.
all the time you need.
Wow.
Now I'm a kid. I can't calm down. So he did that for me. And it was just like, and I was relaxed. And
Yeah.
then swimming sideways meant to swim on an angle, which I had no idea that was going to get me anywhere, but I did it. And it took a really long time. But apparently, that's what you're supposed to do when you're
Mm.
caught in an undertow. I learned that later. And I took all the time I needed. I didn't panic. I was just, okay, if it takes me whatever, it's going to take me. I didn't even look up to see how far away I was, because that would have made me panic. I just steadily made it to shore and collapsed. So that's how long he's been with me.
Um, how are you today with reaching out to this spirit guide? We'll call it spirit guides for,
Yeah.
yeah. Are you able to tap into that same entity?
Yeah.
And yeah,
Yeah. We communicate often.
that's wonderful.
And
That's
he likes to mess with me a lot.
Yeah.
I remember when I wrote the first book, I was pretty scared to release it, because remember, my whole life is you're crazy, you're crazy. And I didn't want to
Exactly.
publish the book. And my wife is like, but you don't understand, this will help a lot of people.
Oh yeah.
And she's a psychologist. So I was like, okay, I'll just do it. And I just closed my eyes and hit send, and I sent the manuscript. But I asked him, like, what do I do? What do I do? And I'm not getting an answer. And I'm like, I really need an answer here. I really need an answer. And I look up, and he throws a pen, a pen and a pad, hits me like, it's like it's going to hit me in the head. Like it's being thrown at me. I don't know how to describe this, because it's like, imagine a movie theater, right? And you're in front of the theater, and you see what's on the screen. It's not real, but it's coming. Well, this is real. It's coming at you. So it seems like he's throwing something at me.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's like a ball of energy. He doesn't have a body or a face or any of that. It's just,
Yeah.
and I looked at it, and I was like, okay, I get the message. I know what I have to do from here.
That's great. That's great. Heidi brings up a good point. She talks about abundance, that it comes in many forms, and she found that letting go is a game changer. When it comes to manifesting, should we put that out there and then just let it go? Or do you find that staying in that state, it's difficult to do, but trying to stay in that state is better to do when it comes to manifesting?
Well, with this particular technique, I recommend it's done twice a day for 90 days, and you
Mm.
revisit the state morning and night. And what that does is it kind of keeps you in that flow. It's almost like when a doctor says, take 2 pills, one in the
Yeah.
morning, one at night. It keeps you there. So the whole thing is not just the say it three ways. We enter into a feeling of gratitude. We open with that. We say all the things that we're thankful and grateful for. And the reason we do that is to change our frequency from one of lack to one of having. So it starts to reframe, it's not about what you don't have anymore. It's about what you do have.
Mm.
And this is very important, especially if you're like me and you didn't feel worthy of having these things. This is a great way to change that as you're getting into the meditation. So that's the first thing is we reframe it. So the hack to a lack of is gratitude. It's the perfect way to change your state of
Absolutely.
mind. And then the second part we do is to say it three ways. And you'll remember it starts with I want. This way you're never lying to yourself. This is very, very important. You can go,
Yeah.
I am wealthy, I am wealthy, I am wealthy, I am wealthy.
Yeah.
Your subconscious knows you're not wealthy.
Right.
Okay. You're not going to talk yourself into it. I don't understand that type of manifestation. If it works for you, great. But I have to say the truth. I want it,
Sure.
I will have it, and then I have it. It's got
Yeah.
to be because one of those will always be your truth. It will be real, it will be believable. And that's the
Yeah.
most important part. And then after you have it or you say I am, we go into visualize with 5. And
Yes.
that's the 5 visualization parts using all 5 physical senses,
Mm-hmm.
bringing them into the 6th, and now you're really getting your body vibrating. And I have a audio tape that I recommend. You don't have to use it; you can use any one, but I do have one that's structured in this way and guided. And it takes you through it. And by the time you get to that visualization and you're doing that over and over, you're vibrating. I mean, like
Oh,
you should be feeling it. And then I take you back down, back into theta, which is the brainwave state of hypnosis, and then we go into sleep.
Yeah, I love how in your book you mapped out the steps. So, step one, you say, is the attitude of gratitude. That's so important. I totally believe that. Step
Yeah.
two is stating what you will manifest. Step
Correct.
three, you must speak, and this is right from your book.
Mhm.
You must speak or think in the affirmative tense when you ask for anything.
Yes.
And then never, ever ask for what you don't want. That's a real important one, right?
Yes.
How do we do that? How do
So
we ask for that? Things that we don't want, because we all do that.
yeah, we do. And we do it naturally without even thinking about it. But if you say, I don't want to be sick anymore, I don't want to be sick anymore, versus I want to be healthy,
Yes.
if you say those two things, they mean very different things to your body. And your
Yes.
body is what's vibrating. It's not the words. It has nothing to do with the words. You have to forget that the universe hears your words and it hears your body. It hears your body vibrate. So you got to plug in healthy, not plug in sick.
Gosh, that's so true. You also have a quote, don't believe everything you think. And that's a big one, too. I love that. I wrote these all down because they're great affirmations. I mean, there are things that we know, but when you repeat them, like I have affirmations I say daily, and they
Mhm.
really do impact your day.
Yeah, they
Because
do.
like Dr. Emoto did with the water that
Yes.
he
Yes.
spoke with, this is words are very powerful.
Yes.
That's why even the word abracadabra means I speak what I will manifest, something thereabouts. I mean, it's the truth that we need to be very careful of the words that come out of our mouth.
Yes.
How
And the ones you think as
and
well.
the ones we think as well. But what about thoughts that enter from, because we're all connected consciously,
Yes.
there's a huge consciousness and all of us are plugged into it. At least I believe that, and I believe you do as well.
Yes.
How do we, and this is another big one that people ask a lot because they get influenced by, you can picture this thought bubble over your head, and all of a sudden this negative thought just pops in there from nowhere.
Mhm.
And you go, that's not my thought. Like, where did that
Mm.
come from? Why did it come? Like one gentleman I was interviewing, very sage man, very wise man. He was feeding his dog one day, cutting up food. And all of a sudden he had a thought, take that knife and kill your dog. And he's like, where in God's name did that come from? It's not me.
Right.
And we all get those types of negative words and influences.
Yeah.
What do you do about them, and where do you think they come from? Is it ego? Like, you tell us.
Yeah, it's the part of the mind called the egoic mind. The egoic mind takes information from your subconscious, which is, imagine it's a data bank or a hard drive in a computer. It
Yeah.
never forgets anything. Your subconscious is always taking in information, especially in the early days, right? When you were born, you were a blank slate, you had no information, you were a
Correct.
blank hard drive that got filled up with stuff.
Yeah.
Now, some of that stuff was good, some of that stuff was bad, some of that stuff you mix together and you don't know what the heck it is because you're only 6 years old, you know. And some things you see on TV and they shock you, and some things you might really see in real life and they stay with you. So all this stuff is in your subconscious. Now, the egoic mind is there to do one thing only: protect you.
Mm.
So is it going to bring up the beautiful things that are in your subconscious mind? Of course not. It's going to bring up the worst things in your mind and say,
Mhm.
don't do this, don't do that, watch out for this, watch out for that. It's always going to bring the negative to the surface because that's how it protects you. So that's why we get these negative thoughts. Now, why he got the dog thing, you know, that could stem from something in his childhood, something he
Yeah.
saw on television. That's all stored. That doesn't go away. We don't forget anything ever. So that what we do to counteract that is something I called retrain the brain.
Mm.
When you retrain the brain, every time you have a thought, a feeling, something that you don't wish to have, you pause. I call
Mhm.
it press pause. Just take a second, change it to the way you wanted to say it, think
Mm.
it, feel it, and then let it go.
Mm.
You can't redo it. You've already said it, you've already done it, you've already thought it. But what you can do is say, next time, I'm going to say it like this. I'm not going to say I don't want to be sick anymore. I'm going to say I want to be healthy. And you
Mm.
train it and you train yourself over and over and over. And eventually it will have a huge effect. I'll tell you what mine was.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, I was in a violent environment. So as I was in my teens, I was naturally reactive in a violent manner. So I got that down to anger, but I still had anger issues all the way till, you know, this, I didn't meet this woman until I was in my 40s. So, I mean,
Mm.
there's a long stretch here of me doing some things that I don't feel good about, but it's over and I can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
And I'm not perfect, you know. I got a long way to enlightenment. I admit that. I'm just trying to figure it out like everybody else. But
Sure.
so I was having these reactions and I didn't want to have them anymore because I was like, no way, I'm done with this. So I started the retraining process. Every time I had a thought, a feeling, I didn't want it, I stopped it, I paused, I put it aside. And I was doing this over and over and over for years. And eventually, here's what happened. I was driving my car and it was a new car. And I thought that was a big deal at the time. Now I realize it's just a piece of tin, but at the time I didn't know this. And I'm driving and it was snowing and I hit a deer.
Oh.
And you know how that surge of adrenaline, you know, you have a car accident and you're
Oh,
just like,
yeah. Sure.
that didn't happen. Didn't
Mm.
happen at all. In fact, I was completely calm. The old Ray would have got out of the car, kicked the tires, yelled, who knows what. I don't know. I would have done something stupid. But the new Ray was only concerned about the deer. And
Oh.
I was like, who the hell am I? I don't even know who I am anymore. But this was it. This is what I was trying to get. And I didn't have to tell myself to do it. That's the beauty. I didn't have to say it. I didn't have to say, calm down. You don't have to react this way. It just happened. And it's been that way almost, you know, not 100%. I'm not perfect, but it's been that way since. And I tried to get the deer up, and the deer got up and walked away, which was unbelievable. I wasn't hurt. The car was trashed, but it's just a car. And I
Exactly.
realized that in that moment, the only thing that matters is me and the deer. That's it.
Wow. It's nice to remember those moments with such clarity. Um, do you think that your spirit guide had something to do with that as well? You had like an awakening, like an
Yeah, I had an
epiphany at that
awakening.
moment, right?
Yeah, I think he guided just about everything that's transpired in my life for sure.
I love that too, Heidi. because it's such a genuine moment, and these moments really do impact us forever. Like just to it's like remembering a dream 20 years ago that you had, and it's still as impactful and as powerful. And like you said before, there are no coincidences. There are absolutely none. I love those moments. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
You said in your book too that the universe will give us things based on our beliefs about ourselves. You must feel that you're worthy inside in order to have more worth. If you feel less than whole, nothing external will bring you the happiness you seek. That's a big one. We talk about shadow work a lot, especially Carl Jung's work.
Yeah.
How does that play into the healing process for you? Do you believe in shadow work, and how do you
Yeah.
practice it? If you, I'm sure you do.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, there's two parts to your question. One, I'll go with the second one first. Like, what is happiness? How do we define happiness? Often we think that happiness comes from something external. It cannot. It can only come from within. It doesn't.
Yes.
You can't. If you buy yourself a brand new car and you're driving it around, you feel great for a couple of weeks, right? And everybody sees you with the new car, and you're blah blah blah, and yeah, beep beep. 2 weeks later, the bill comes in, and now you don't have that feeling anymore. And you're looking at the first of 72 bills that are coming after that, right? So you have 72 months before you can have that feeling again. Are you happy? Right? So there really is nothing external, and you can try to find anything, and I'll tell you, it's not there. It's not even going to be in another person, because another person doesn't bring you happiness.
That's so true.
You bring happiness to the table. It comes from you. And if you only love yourself this much, they could love you this much, but you're only going to get this much because that's what you feel you're worth. And you're going to cap yourself, and you're going to stop right there. So you've got to feel better about you and do the things that you need to do to feel better, whether it's to work on your ego or work on yourself or learn something, whatever it is that you need to do to feel good, because self-care is not selfish. It's about raising your vibration. And then you can raise it with others, and you can attract others who have a raised vibration. And it changes your world. It changes the people, places, and things around you.
Gosh, that's so true. I often say we need to like step outside of ourselves too, because the egoic brain just wants us to constantly focus on me, 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 me. And it's in the love and self caring that we emit to other people that healing comes as well. How do you teach that lesson that that's so important?
So let's look at the other parts of the mind. We have the subconscious that the ego feeds off of, right? Then we have the other side, which is the conscious mind, which feeds off the awareness. Your awareness is connected to what I call your higher self or the collective, whichever term you wish to use. You could say God or any whatever source of information of all things, creator of all things, however you want to look at it. It's your awareness that is attached there. So instead of getting information from the ego and the subconscious, which only knows yesterday, if you pause for a second, you allow your conscious mind to go to your awareness and get information from up there. Now you're getting the good stuff.
Yeah.
Now you're getting what's pure. You're not reactive. You're not doing what you did yesterday. You're changing. You just changed everything. And that's that pivot right there is where you want to get your information from. So Eckhart Tolle says something like this. He gave this example, and I love it. Imagine yourself, you're in this moment where you're going to be reactive. You pause and you go outside of yourself, like you just said, and you become a director, and you direct the movie of yourself starring you, right? Tell your character how you want your character to behave in that moment. Do you want your character to be cool, calm, and collected? Or do you want your character to be like me on the side of the road kicking tires because I hit the deer? I don't want my character to do that. I want my character to be relaxed and try to help the deer. And so that's what my director said to do.
Oh, I love that. It's kind of like looking at your future self and saying, how do I want that person to respond? Like, how would I want that person to behave? And Heidi brings up a good point, because I think self-love, self-care, it's you think it would be easy to love yourself, but
Right.
so much of our suffering comes from the inability to love yourself.
Yeah.
What is that? Is that
It's
a childhood trauma thing that we're taught? Like, where
it
do you
ca
think that comes from?
it certainly can be, and it's
Mm,
another part of the ego.
mm,
The ego will tell you, right? It'll tell you, you need this, you need this, you need that, you should have this, you should have that. Look, that one's driving that car. You should make more money. You should do this, right? And then if you stumble, your ego's the first one to say, "Why'd you go try out for that job in the first place? You're not qualified." It's the same one that just told you you need to go out and make more money, and then it kicks you when you're down anyway. So it's a double whammy. You can't win with your ego. You can't win until you get out of that side of the brain or mind and move to that other side, because it's always going to bring you down, even if you try. So, yes, you have to get past that ego, and there lies the a whole new you, a new you that will acknowledge and enjoy the things that are in life. And because you know why? It's not about what you do anymore. It's not about what you do or you don't do.
mm.
It's being content. It's being okay when you're not okay. It's
Yeah.
not super happiness. Super happiness comes with super sadness. That's a duality that there's nothing we can do about, right? But the Buddhists talk about the middle way. That's
Yeah.
contentment. I'll take contentment over
Oh,
sadness and
God.
grief any day, right?
Absolutely.
I don't
Absolutely.
need to go all the way to this side over here and be super, super happy, because I know that super, super sadness is going to be right around the corner.
Exactly.
They have to go together. It's going to be there. I'll stay closer to the center and remain content.
Yeah.
And there you find fulfillment.
Yeah. So true. I always like the middle ground of any situation. It feels safest there, like for me personally. How do you feel about, because healing is such a big part of manifestation. It's such a big part of self-love and self-care. Are you a proponent of, okay, you're struggling, you're depressed, you're anxious, whatever the situation is?
Mm.
Are you a proponent of go get therapy, go take medication, like do whatever you need to do to get on the road to heal? Like, what if somebody came to you
Mhm.
and said, Dr. Ray, I'm so depressed. I don't know what to do first. Like, what would your recommendation be?
Well, the first thing that I have to say is I'm not a medical doctor. I'm a doctor of metaphysics, right? So I can't prescribe anything, but I would never say don't take your medicine. I would never advise that. But I do what I do, which is we go into the mind and we start to pick it apart. I would never say don't go see a therapist. I think you should see both, see as many different people as you can,
Yeah.
because it could be a combination of all of those things that work. So
Yes.
I'm not anti-pharmaceutical. If that's working, then take it. You know, don't not take it just because, you know, you if it's working for you.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you've got to get into what got you there, right? If
Yeah.
it's not clinical in nature, if you're clinically depressed, you could do all the work in the world and you're not going to get out of that. You do need medication. There's just no way
Absolutely.
around it. That's
Yeah.
clinical, right? But if you're depressed because something
Like
occurred,
a chemical imbalance. Yeah.
right. And
Yeah.
then if it's more about emotional, then we can start to dig deep. Now,
Yeah.
doing them both together is can be really explosive.
Oh, yeah, I think that would be the best pathway, I would think. Like I'll give an example. Unfortunately, and I tell this story a lot, my husband passed away during COVID and we were
Sorry.
married. Thank you. I appreciate that. I met him when I was like 18. We were married for 45 years, so we had really a blessed life together. But I knew that I couldn't heal from this on my own. I knew it innately. So I went and got a grief counselor.
Mhm.
And just having someone there to share your pain with during one of the most grief stricken moments of your life was such a healing thing. And that together with the metaphysical work I was doing, the spiritual work, really led me to a pathway of healing. So one of the things he taught me that I loved, and you kind of mentioned it before, was that you can take a bad memory or a memory that you don't like and actually change the outcome in your imagination. So, like, for instance, say you fell and say you skinned your knees and you got up and you were like really upset. And this is just a very innocent example, but it works.
Yeah.
So when you picture that moment of you falling and it's so traumatic, just change the ending. Change the ending to where you get up, you brush yourself off. And the more you do that, the more your mind believes it. And it really works. Like you can change the outcome
You bet.
of any bad traumatic moment by doing that.
We had a terrible storm. I think it was 2 nights ago. And my son came home and I heard him. He's 25 years old. He came in and I heard him yelling and slamming doors. And I went down to see what had happened to him. And I said, "What's going on?" And he goes, "I was driving and a tree came down and I swerved and then cars were beeping at me and blah, 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 blah." And I said, okay, well, what happened? He goes, "Nothing." And I said, he goes, "This is just a terrible day." And I said, "No, it's not. You didn't hit the tree. No cars hit you and you got around everything. It's a phenomenal day."
Right, exactly.
And he looked up at me, he goes, "You're right." I said, "I know." Feeling that anxiety, you could see it, but I mean, he was looking at it differently. And we can do that with anything, absolutely anything.
That's brilliant. I also wanted to ask you about the title of your book, You're Still Alive Now, Act Like It.
Yeah.
Because I love the last part of that. Now act like it. Like what inspired that title? Like where did that come from?
I think it was the NDE. And it was something that I had started doing also while I was writing the book is I say I love you to my loved ones before anytime they're walking out, leaving, going out of the house or whatever. I end a conversation, a text, a call. It's always I love you. It's the last thing I say because me of all people have had so many near brushes with death and an actual death. I don't know when my last day is going to be. So I do not want to be up there and regretting that I didn't get to say that. And that was the last thing I said. Even if my wife and I got into a fight, we would end it with I love you.
Sure.
Just so that's the last thing I said. It doesn't matter how angry I am. I'm going to end it with I love you, period.
I love that. That's so beautiful. And I think more and more people are like, I noticed that more and more people are doing that. They're taking the time to just say those words to people. You hear so much about this spiritual awakening that we're going through consciously globally. What's your take on that? Why do you think now? And do you think that that's true, that we are going through an evolution?
It's a good question. I don't see. I only know my life and since I've been around paying attention to this, right? So I perceive things through my own eyes, and what I mean by that is I project. We all project through ourselves. So when has this been going on? It could have, and I wouldn't notice it because I would have rejected it and I never would have gave it a second look. But now that I'm involved in it, I see so many other people that are also involved in it. And it seems to be a heightened awareness. Was it there or wasn't it? I really can't say for sure, but I'm grateful that it is. And I'm hoping to help this growth and continuation.
Wonderful. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think that, like, I remember other decades where this sort of thing happened as well. There was like this spurt where everyone was really into back then what they would call new age studies, and like the bookstore section would be packed with people in the new age category. Do you think that the exposure of all of this negativity that we're seeing, all this satanic stuff and just all this like in music and movies, and do you think that that is partially responsible for this global awakening because people are now being able to see and tap in, because you don't know what you're fighting unless you see what you're fighting, and
Yeah,
that's being uncovered, right?
Yeah, it's a good point. And when you do see that, it obviously has an effect, and you look for what it is that you seek, which is the opposite of that. And I think that social media is definitely has its issues, but it's also bringing about this awakening, right? So we're pushing our stuff through social media just as the bad is coming through. So we're trying to put out more stuff than they are, and you
Yeah.
know, but the thing is that both have heightened both.
Yeah.
Um, and we'll have to see how this plays out. But I
Pans
think
out.
I have a lot of um I overall, I think humanity is good in nature, and I just think the good will always win
Yeah,
in the
I
end.
agree. If you don't mind me asking,
Mm,
you were an atheist at one
yeah,
point.
I
How
think.
has that changed for you since then? Like
Oh,
where
well,
were
I'm
you?
definitely not an atheist.
I figured
You can't cross over and come back and still be an atheist.
that.
There's just
Right.
no way. But I don't choose one religion over the other, and I don't uh eh, have that type of belief. I know what I saw. I know it was real. I know there's more than this. I believe that karma transcends, so do unto others as you would have them do unto you is law. um, and it may fit a religious framework, it may not. I think of myself as more of a spiritualist, and
Hmm.
that kind of keeps me, I guess, in the more, um, I can't even say agnostic, because that means you have no
You're not
beliefs, I think,
sure.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
sure. I think
Yeah.
spiritualist is the best word I have, but
Yeah.
no, not atheism. No.
Yeah. So you see that there is, we'll call it God. You
Sure.
see that there is a God kind of overseeing, being the creator of all that happens here, or is that perspective different for you?
It's different for me. Yeah. Um, it's not, I imagine an entity, the collective, as where you'll find God, which is made up of all of us.
Hmm.
And it is us, um, we can tip the scales of good and bad. It's
Hmm.
like if someone decides to do, Eckhart Tolle was asked, he said, do you think that why does God allow bad things to happen?
Hmm.
And he said, well, the energy doesn't come from God. Imagine God being the sun, and the sun transmits its light to the earth, and it goes into living things, a human, a plant. It makes everything possible. It takes form. It's
Hmm.
that form that commits something bad. It's the form that commits something good. It's not the light.
Exactly.
So
Yeah. I do.
yes, there's that entity, but I don't think it's directing traffic.
Yeah, I agree. I really do agree with that. And I think free will has a lot to do with that as well.
A lot.
We're given free will. It's funny, the many, many people that I've interviewed that have had NDEs always say, most of them say that when they are in the ether at the point of death, that they can look back at Earth and they see billions of points of light. So I would ask, so everyone has a point of light within them? And they would say, yes, everyone has a point of light. And these lights are all connected. We're all connected. The consciousness is all one.
Yes,
So,
absolutely. That's what I
so
felt.
yeah, you felt the same thing, right? Like there's this
Mhm.
global connectedness of consciousness, right?
Yes, we're all connected to that light that I was a part of on that day. We're all going to return to it.
Wow. So you didn't see anything past that because they resuscitated you.
I
You,
wish I did.
yeah,
When I came back, I was like, I want a do over. I wanted to go back. I felt like I made the wrong choice. I didn't have the relationship with my father I thought I was going to have. So that just went back to the way it was. And I was really kicking myself. I wish I had stayed.
it's funny. They all say that too. And even the ones that were told they had to come back for their children, families, your work is not done here, they still regret not staying in that light.
Yeah. I'm not even sure I had a choice. I mean, I'm assuming maybe I did. I don't know how much of a choice I really had in the matter, but if I did have one, I would have stayed. You just can't I can't explain the
Yeah.
feeling. Um,
Yeah.
it's so very different than being in physical form. Um, just the loss of physicalness in it of itself. There's
Mm,
no pain, and
wonderful.
you're not seeing or hearing. It's just a transmission of information, and everything's so fast, and everything is so. I felt like I could do anything at all, absolutely anything. You feel limitless. That's why I use that word a lot.
Yeah. You also say in your book that without suffering, one cannot experience enlightenment. This does not sit well with many because who wants to suffer? Why do you think that we must suffer in order to move forward and be one with the universe and reach that state of enlightenment?
So, if you look at the story of the Buddha, he was a prince, and he could have stayed at his father's castle behind the wall and had anything that he wanted. He had a wife and a child, and a beautiful life. You couldn't have had a better life back then. But he knew he snuck out a few times to see what was on the other side of the wall. What he saw was pain and suffering and disease and things that he had never seen, famine, things that weren't inside the walls.
Mhm.
And he knew if he didn't go out and experience that, he can't cure suffering or be a part of the cure if he didn't experience what it was that he had to try to cure.
Mm.
So I'm not saying that we all have to experience the same suffering by any means. I'm willing to bet if you look back in your life, you've already done the suffering, because to ourselves, our suffering is the worst, right?
Sure.
Somebody else's suffering is the worst to them. So
Right.
you've had these experiences. You don't have to make new ones for yourself. They're there. But you do need to tap into those, because again, you can't have good without bad.
Mhm.
I'm sure you've experienced a lot of both. What I was missing was that pure love.
Mm.
And I didn't find that until I was 46 years old.
Wow. You also made a statement that was really rung true to me because I've been seeing such a connection between the sciences and spirituality. And you say, I know there's always a way to bridge the gap between science and spirituality, and that you continue to seek them and find ways to be able to do that. And I've been seeing that. A lot of authors that I interview that are very based in the scientific method, and all their books are written on scientific fact. They're crossing that bridge into the world of spirituality.
I hope
Tell us
so.
that. Tell us about that.
Well, I mean, there's guys like Dean Raid and Gary Schwartz that are out there really forefronting that, and I will, help out in any way that I can. The Monroe Institute was something that I was going to be a part of their studies. It's really something that we have to do, because we've got to bring these two communities together. What's happening with science, unfortunately, is it's becoming its own religion, because they're just saying your way is impossible. I'm not looking at it. And that's the same viewpoint of many religions. And that doesn't get us anywhere. We've
Exactly.
got to meet in the middle. We have to all be accepting upon, hey, your way may have very valid points that I need to look at. In metaphysics, we welcome everybody, all walks of life. I want to know what your differences are. I want to hear them. I want to evaluate them. Let's get together. You have differences, great. Let's hug. That's fantastic. Let's talk about them and find the balance. It's there. And once we get that bridge to attach science to say, yeah, there's some good stuff over here on the spiritual side, and the religious community say, okay, I'm willing to accept that maybe there's some science in here and it's not all God did it. We're going to meet. We're going to
Yeah,
come together.
you look at people like even Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's been a big proponent of that more and more as I watch him through the years. And that's good because he's got a big presence on the internet, and he's very spiritual, yet he's very science based.
Yeah.
And I love to see the bridge of those two together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Einstein was also a believer in the collective consciousness. He just didn't call it that. He had a different terminology for it. But
Yeah.
that's
How do you think AI and that whole technology? I mean, Elon Musk just came out recently and said that within 5-6 years, AI is going to be smarter. We're going to have super intelligence, general intelligence for this thing. How do you think that's going to affect spirituality? Do you see it ever as becoming a conscious entity?
No, that's what it's going to lack. It does not have that connection to the collective like we have, and it will never have it. Even though it seems like it's very human when you speak to
Yeah.
it, it's never going to have that ability to connect to the light that we all have. And that's not to say that it's not going to cause problems, because just like computers and everything else, it's a double-edged sword. It has good and bad, but it's not going to ever have that ability to do the things that humans can do on that level. It can't. It's even though I use the computer analogy a lot, I call the subconscious the hard drive, and the ego's the CPU, and I use this whole analogy because I think the computer was based on the human mind,
Mhm.
but it's not going to be the same. It's not going to reach higher levels of consciousness, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting to see how everybody is predicting that it will become sentient because we will make it sentient. But who knows? I guess it's one of those windows that we have to just keep open and see where it brings us. As far as your abilities go, your mediumship abilities after your NDE, what was that journey like for you? How did that unfold where you were able to say, hey, I now have these abilities? Did you suppress them? Where are you at with that right now?
So, where am I at today? When I first started this journey, and now when I say first, I'm going to start in the mid 40s when I
Mhm.
really started to learn and work with my mentors. I wanted to be a part of. I wanted to learn everything about mediumship because it was there. I mean, it was right in front of my face, and I needed to know. I needed to understand it.
Sure.
But I don't practice it professionally, and I'm not a professional intuitive. I just didn't do the studying that would need to be done for me to be a professional. It kind of scared me. It really
Mm.
did. Especially in the early days, I was it controlled me until I found my mentors. I
Mhm.
wasn't controlling it. I didn't even know how to turn it off. And and now I look back and it's funny because it's really so easy to get rid of them. But back then I didn't, and it really, kind of traumatized me. I may go back to that one day, but that's just not where I am today. I like to stay with what I'm teaching now because I see the immediate reward that people get from it.
Yeah.
And I love when I get a phone call from somebody and they say, "You're not going to believe what happened." I go, "Yes, I am." It's like, well, I got a book deal and I got this and it's just wonderful. It's just so good to hear stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. Do you still have those abilities though? Like,
Mm.
um, when you meet someone, do you get intuitive
Oh yeah,
information? Yeah,
a
you do.
lot more than I'd like to. Yes,
Yeah, yeah. Do you
some
talk
people.
about it ever? Do you share
No,
that? Oh,
no, they'll think I'm crazy. They'll lock me up unless
yeah,
I know that they're okay with it. That's
yeah,
different, right? Okay.
yeah.
But I don't get what maybe a lot of people think like you I don't know that anyone predicts the future. This is my method of predicting the future. Okay, this is the best example I have. um my wife was still going through her divorce. We were not yet married. We were just dating. She was going through a divorce, and she was going to have a difficult time in court. And she asked me what it was going to be like. So I said, okay, I'll look into it and I'll see what I can come up with. And I can't make any promises, but I'll see what I could do.
Sure.
So I went upstairs in a private room and I meditated. And what I did was I tapped into her ex's mind.
Oh,
And
wow.
what I got was what was coming tomorrow. Now he knew what they were going to do tomorrow, and he knew certain things. He knew there were going to be 14 motions. He knew he was going to lose them all.
Mm.
He had no fight for any of the 14. So I said, "You're going to win 14 out of 14, but they're going to do a character assassination on you." And then she went and she came back and she didn't tell me anything. She just looked down and I was like, "What happened?" And she goes, "Well, when I got all the motions, like you said." And I was like, "So why aren't you happy?" And she goes, they just, the things they said about me were just so horrendous." And I said, "I know." So is that predicting a future? I don't think so. It's just me knowing what that person's going to do, because they have information that we don't have. And sometimes
Yeah.
I could do that very
Yeah.
easily, and other times I can't do it at all. Like some people are just like they're blocked. I can't. There's
Yeah.
nothing I can get, and then there's other people that I can get some things.
Yeah.
Especially if
Yeah.
they're dwelling. They have to be kind of dwelling on it. It can't be like a fleeting thing or something that
Yeah.
happened 20 years ago, unless it's got to be at the forefront of their mind and they've got to really be thinking about it. That's when it's present and it's right there to
Yeah.
kind of get it.
I could see that as an empath. I've had that ability my whole life, but you're right. People need to have it like in the forefront somewhere. I mean, I can sense and tell like deep seated sadness and deep seated emotions from people very easily. But you're right when it's like right there. I wonder if it's something you'll ever, like you said, you may work on that because usually when people have had NDEs, most of them do have a very strong mediumship abilities. And some of them offer services in doing that, and others just don't feel comfortable doing that. So they kind of just keep it to themselves. Like,
Yeah. So when I was learning it, we had to obviously read every time we had class, and the readings that I would get a lot of times, the spirit that I would get would be always feeling remorse, regret,
yeah,
um, just all of these types of emotions. They were suicides, they were murder victims, they were
yeah,
um, just the gamut, the just everything that
sure,
I just didn't get the lovey-dovey stuff. And I asked my mentor, I was like, "Well, how come I want some lovey-doveys?" I think it's in a book even, right? And he said, "Well, you get what you know." And I was like, "Oh, great." Because that was my life. My life was not filled with happiness and joy and beautiful things. So if you've got one chance to come through and you're looking for the medium that can best describe how you feel,
yeah.
you're going to look for the one who understands what you've been through.
Yeah, absolutely. And
And
then too, you have to be very careful when you're dabbling in those type of arts because not everyone has good intention. So you need to use discernment. Like I really rely heavily on discernment. And
yeah,
when you decide to go seek mediumship, it's something you shouldn't take lightly. Like
no,
yeah, I agree. I agree with
because
that.
yeah, there's a lot of bad actors out
Juju out
there.
there. Yeah.
A lot. You don't want to, you want to know where the real medium or the real intuitive is. It's the
Mm,
person that when you ask them, they go, "Oh my God, please don't ask me if I'm a medium. Please don't ask. Please don't ask. Please don't ask." Yeah.
exactly.
It's not the one that goes, "I'm a medium. I'm a medium." That's the one you
Exactly.
run from. Okay.
Bingo.
Because
Bingo.
it's hard work. Nobody really wants to do it, but they'll do it because they love you and they're going to do it for you. And, it's very, very taxing.
Oh my God. Yeah. 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 It took me decades to learn how to build protective barriers around my energy because there's a lot of vampire people out there that want to suck the energy life right out of you. And we all know everything is even Tesla brilliantly says frequency, energy, vibration, it's all about that. When you decided to get your PhD in, I think you said quantum
Metaphysics.
metaphysics.
Mhm.
What was that journey like for you? Because not everybody has a PhD in metaphysics.
Yeah,
So
it was
tell
hard.
us, yeah, tell
It
us
was
like what's that process like?
it was hard to find schools that actually had it. Stanford had a program, but I wasn't going to get into there. I already knew that. I know what kind of student I am. University of Sedona. There was just a handful that I had to choose
Yeah,
from. And it took me, I'm embarrassed to say, it took me 6 years to complete it, but it was
that's
a
not
wonderful,
embarrassing. That's like average, isn't it? 4 to 6 years. I think it's pretty average.
I
Yeah.
don't know. But it seemed like a very long time for
Yeah.
me. That dissertation was just on and on
Oh
and on.
yeah.
It seemed like it was never going to end. But it was wonderful because, you know, I learned a lot. I mean, there's just it's there this area, this field, if you will. There's always something more to learn. Like there's
Mhm.
never an end to the learning process, and I love that. About spirituality and metaphysics. Metaphysics is always we're always exploring the unexplainable, and we're trying to find the plausible theory behind it. That's like putting together a puzzle. I love that stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Give this to me all day long, and
Yeah,
especially
yeah.
when it's on this level where it can help so many people. I never
Sure.
thought that I would be helping people. My wife made me publish the book, and that people came up to me and they go, "That book changed my life."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Really?" And I was like, "Okay, this. I'm onto something. I think I got to do this." And
Yeah.
I walked away from a great job with great benefits, with a great salary, and
Wow.
just left because it didn't align with who I was anymore.
It's a purpose-driven life when
Yeah.
you get directed to do that. What's some of the coursework like? Like what, I guess you go for classes like a regular school, right?
Yeah, well, there are online classes, and you can have ones that you do at your own pace, or ones that you have to show up. And there's a lot of essays and papers like these.
Just
You have to
reading,
do a couple of
researching.
theses.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You said like just reading different books and researching and doing the same kind of stuff, right?
There's classwork. I mean, they actually do give you classwork, but in addition to
Wow.
that, it's about your papers, because you'll pick your topic, and a thesis is like, I think, I don't know, is it 15 books you have to read or something?
Wow. Yeah.
And then the dissertation is like double that, and then you have
Yeah,
to have all
yeah.
this other criteria. So you have to do a lot of research on what other
Oh,
experts are saying and thinking and feeling, and
sure.
put that together and create both sides of the argument. So mine was metaphysics versus psychology, which is ironic that you had brought
Mm.
that up. And what I found was the combination of the two
Yeah.
is best.
Oh yeah, I could see where the two fields would merge together beautifully.
Beautifully.
Psychology and metaphysics, absolutely. You said something in your book too that resonated with me very much. Never let someone else's thoughts become your reality. That is brilliant. The
Thank you.
true miracle is in the inspiration we receive from above to turn thoughts like these into realization. There aren't magic tricks. They are the inspirations and messages that come in the form of mental pictures, signs, and synchronicities that are happening around us each day. I love that paragraph.
That's my definition of a miracle.
Yeah.
A miracle is the ability to receive information that can create something that can change other people's lives. And we do it on small levels, and we do it on huge levels. Tesla, you brought up, he's one of the people at the forefront of this. Do you know that his inventions and the things that he created, he didn't
Yeah.
make blueprints for? And JP Morgan says, "Well, how am I going to get a patent on something that just popped into your head?"
Right.
And Tesla's like, "I don't know, but that's your problem." And he's like, "No, it's your problem. I'm going to go with Edison because you don't have any blueprints." And
Right.
that's why the poor guy died, without any money at all
Terrible.
working. Yeah, it's terrible. But he would receive these and he would explain it, and people would shun him for this. The man found a way to take a light bulb and screw it into the earth, and the light bulb lit up.
Crazy.
And JP Morgan says, "Well, how do we charge for that?" He goes, "Charge for electricity. It's like in the air. Why would you
Exactly.
charge for it?"
Yeah. In the ether. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And JP Morgan's like, "Because I'm a businessman."
Right. Right.
And Edison had the power plant where you burn coal or whatever, and you make electricity. So you got to pay somebody for that. So that's the route that JP Morgan went with his money. And we never got Tesla's invention, which would have made electricity free.
Yeah. There's so many folks that are as brilliant as Tesla working on free energy, and they always seem to disappear or
Yeah.
run and hide
Yes.
or accidentally pass away. There's always some crazy subversive crap going on, and it's so tragic
It
because
really
we
is.
all know it's free. We all know people are smart. We're not stupid.
Yeah.
And we know that energy, they built buildings in Tartaria with taps on the top where ships would land and get free energy. I mean, we have pictures of these things. So it's sad.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Where do you think miracles and manifesting things come together? Where's the bridge that connects those two concepts?
The bridge is in the belief. So the download may not be something that you manifested exactly, but you may, when you open up those channels. So when you start to do manifestation and you do the meditation and you're doing it twice a day, I always
Mm-hmm.
say there's side effects to this.
Yeah.
And the side effects are that you're opening up a solid connection with the collective. And when you
Mhm.
have that connection, you never know what you're going to get. So I tell people, when you finish the meditation, if you can, stick around for another 10 minutes, because
Mm.
you're in a zone, you're in flow
Ah,
with this entity. Why leave if you don't have to? Stick around there for a little
oh, I
bit,
love that.
and you don't know what you're going to get. And it may not happen right there on the spot. It may happen when you're brushing your teeth or driving your car or doing something mundane, and you're not thinking, and it just boom, there comes the download. And you're like, I always say, write it down, make sure you write it down, record it to your phone, whatever it is that you have to do, make sure
Mm.
you get that down. It may not look like anything today, but in 6 weeks, when you get another download that is directly related to that download, you don't want to not have that one. So record your life, record everything as you go through these processes, because you don't know what's going to mean something, what's not. That's a big thing.
God,
That
that's a good point.
those downloads can really come into to something.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you find yourself still doing that every day, Ray? Do you journal? Do you voice record? Like,
Oh, yes.
what's that like for you?
It's going to be more books. It's going to be more books,
Exactly.
because these things that happen, there's no denying them, and it opens up my eyes to new stuff. And what I do, if you look at the books, there's always journal entries. Literally, it'll
I saw
say
that.
journal entry date December something, right? So that is an occurrence that took place on that date that I actually journaled, and those things are, you read it. They're kind of off the wall, right? I mean,
Yeah.
they're just things that are not coincidences.
Yeah. 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 There are powerful moments that, you chose to share with us. What's your hope? You've got other books as well that
Mm.
you wrote. I didn't read the other ones yet, but I definitely plan on doing that. But what's your hope with this book? What's your um like when
No,
you sat down to write it, was it just to help other people heal and grow? Like what's your hope out of writing that book?
that is exact. The first one was very cathartic for me. I dumped a lot of my trauma into there. It was my life story. It
Mhm.
takes you all the way up to the first spiritual awakening. I think we have a lot of awakenings on the way
Sure.
to enlightenment, and I am not enlightened. I'm not prepared to say that I am. Let me double down on that. But I had an awakening, and I stopped that book, and I started the next one, and then the next one brought me to the awakening where it was the deer moment. And that book, though, has more techniques and things that you can actually do. Because I went back and I said, well, what did I do to get here?
Mhm.
What did I figure out that got me to there? Because I was very self-aware by that point, and I was taking tons of notes and recording everything that transpired, and I was putting it into a framework that I could give to others. And that was the point of the second book, is if I can do it, you can do it too. Believe me, but I'm not special. I'm not super smart. I'm nothing. I'm just a regular guy like anybody else. So
Yeah.
if I can do it, you could do it. That's the second book. And do it before your last breath is the title.
Yeah, brilliant. You said in your book that also resonated with me is that thoughts are things. You know, when I read that, I said, wow, they really are things, like actual things. They may not be physical in this world, but they're physical in our brains. And then you say that they are not abstract or unreal just because others can't see or hear them. The universe must always listen to your thoughts. It cannot shun or refuse to hear you. Remember, you are consciousness, living, a breathing part of it.
Yeah.
Wow.
So every religion tells us one thing, and I'm paraphrasing for many. You're a part of God, God is a part of you. And if that's true, then everything you think, say, do is being communicated to that level, to that connectedness where we're all one. I'm going to stick to calling it the collective for now.
Sure.
Now, that is what makes you co-creator. So you're not separate from God. You're part of God. And as such, take your role and act as if and do the things that you can for yourself and others. And can we use this? One of the questions I get is, can you use this for bad? Yeah, but don't. You know what I mean? It's not there for that. And I do believe karma is going to transcend and follow you wherever you go.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's been done for bad. We see it. Some of the greatest manifestors in the world are terrible people. But we have to counter that by doing as much good as we possibly can and restoring peace and getting things to a more positive place.
Gosh, that's so true. Don't believe everything you think.
Yeah.
That's another big one.
Your ego will say things to you that are so untrue about you. And, you know, it's crazy because we stop, we think. A teacher said to me, "You're never going to amount to anything. You need to get out of this class." And I left the class, right? And it was I think it was a writing class. So how you doing, teach? You know,
Terrible.
Yeah. So don't believe everything you think. But I heard that for so many years. I always wanted to write a book. That was like my goal. Even before I had this knowledge, it would have just been about something else. I always wanted to leave something behind that had my name on it that would sit on a shelf. And it came, now it's come to fruition multiple times. So there's no truth in what my ego said. Don't let, and that's a point. Don't let anyone else control who or what you are, because they say it does not make it so, does not make it true, even if it hurts. And when it hurts, it goes into that data bank, and the ego is going to remind you and say, well, you don't want to feel that way again, the way that teacher made you feel. Don't write the book because you're going to feel that way again.
Yeah.
Don't
It's
believe it.
interesting to think that our ego is here to protect us and keep us alive, keep us surviving, but yet it fills us with so much crap and stuff that we don't need.
That's
like
right.
it's such a paradox, really. Why do you think, though, that the ego does that? Like, why not just do things to keep us alive? Oh, you're walking your dog, there's a snake on the grass, don't go that way. You know, just like good stuff.
I just don't think it knows the difference. It just really comes down to not being aware, because your awareness exists on the other side. The conscious mind is aware and can make conscious choices. That's what separates us from the animal world, right? Is the consciousness. The animal, just if it's angry, it just is. It doesn't know why. It doesn't think it's angry. It's just angry. But we can say, what made me angry today? I don't like that. You know what I mean? And we can make a change. That's on the conscious side. You ever go to a movie theater? You go to a theater and you're watching a scary movie, and the scary part happens, and you go,
jump scare.
Why are you scared?
Yeah.
No one's coming through the screen.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're in a theater. You're perfectly safe, right? Your subconscious reacts first through the ego. The ego gets out there and says, oh my God, stranger danger. Guy's got an axe. We got to run. And then the conscious catches up and goes, relax. You're in a movie theater.
Right.
And you go,
Great analogy. Yeah, that's a good analogy.
and then what does the ego do? The ego comes back around the other side and say, you looked really stupid. Ha, ha, ha.
Right. And makes fun of you, mocks you. Yeah, it mocks you. Yeah. It's funny. I have this one gentleman that I interview. I try to have him on as often as I can. He was born with, and the percentage of people that have this is very small. I forget the name. There's some kind of psychological name for it, but he has a quiet, an internal quiet. He doesn't hear thoughts. And that boggled my mind for the longest time.
This is a disorder?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, technically, there's a percentage of people that have this condition where they actually don't have an internal dialogue.
Wow.
I know.
You just gave me something to research.
Oh, goodness. Yes, you definitely need to. Like if you go to Google and just put no internal TRNAL dialogue. Okay, here it is. It's called, here, this is why I didn't remember it, anadysphasia. It says it's the scientific term for the absence or near absence of a verbal inner voice. Now, is that not crazy?
Yeah, it is. And my first question would be, so how do they not hurt themselves? Like, how do they not, what reminds them not to walk off a cliff?
That's the trippy thing, Ray. And I've interviewed this gentleman whom I adore. His name is Giulio Consiglio, and he is an ET contactee. He's, I believe he is an absolutely enlightened person spiritually. He teaches us so much. He's written books. He's just, I told him he needs to put a white robe on and call himself a guru because he's one of the few people that I've ever met like that. And he explains it like, because I've asked him that, like, how do you know you want a cup of coffee? Because like, I'll hear, hey, it's time for a cup of coffee, right? And then we go get a cup of coffee. He says it's an inner knowing. It's a silence. It's an inner knowing that the things that come out of his mouth, he doesn't hear them. They just are there. It's the most crazy thing, Ray. But there are a small percentage of people that have no inner dialogue. So I asked him, do you not have an ego? And he said, no, I very much have an egoic mind, but it's so suppressed. He controls it. He doesn't get triggered. You know how like we get triggered, you're driving in your car and you go, you stupid SOB. And none of that. It's mind-blowing stuff.
Okay, so that makes sense. So it's so minuscule. It's there. It's just not there enough to disrupt his life, his world, his stuff, and it keeps it. So Eckhart Tolle would tell you that is superior evolution.
Yeah, that's the thing with this guy, Giulio. He has zero internal dialogue his whole life. He was born that way.
And supposedly, according to Eckhart, that's where we're all headed. Eventually, our children's children will get to that point where the ego is just enough to say, don't walk out in traffic, but it's not there to insult you and say, don't do that. You're going to look ridiculous.
Exactly right. And this is why I love conversations like these, because I really believe that these types of conversations are heading us towards this.
Yeah.
So maybe it won't be our generation, but will inspire future generations to be able to have, I mean, that's what you do. You have a coaching business as well. So in the last few minutes, you know what? Let's share your website because I love doing that for my guests.
Thank you.
Let me get that. Oh, of course. Let me get that up here. Here's the live link, and then I'll just share it. And then you could tell us about, oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Share screen. Here we go. Okay. All right, there we go. So this is your website. And of course, it's easy to get to. And for the folks that are listening, make sure that you head on over there and show Ray some love and support. It's RayCatania.com. Very easy. And of course, the link is in all the social media. you can just click in the description on YouTube and you'll be able to get it. Walk us through your website. What are the key areas you want folks to know?
So this is something brand new, and it's an alignment inventory. And essentially what it does is it goes through the 10 dimensions of consciousness the way they are in the book. They're not labeled as the 10, but the new book, it's going to be laid out that way. And it tells you, you evaluate yourself. It doesn't score you. You score yourself, and you
Okay.
see the things that you need to work on. It's really, really, this is AI driven, but it's based on my framework. So it can't go outside onto the internet and get somebody else's stuff. It's just my books. And it's I took it myself, and I'm like, okay, I need to work on that. It's really good.
This is
I have
not
to.
a book, Ray. This
It's
is not a
totally
book.
free. No, it's not a book. It's just it's the
Oh.
it just made that's just a picture, but it'll actually take you to a closed chat GPT room where
Oh,
no
there
one
we
can
go.
see your answers. I cannot see them. No one can see them. Make sure you save them because
Oh,
they'll
nice.
disappear. And then you can bring them back, and I'm going to have a course called the 10 Dimensions, and
Oh, nice.
then you could take the test again after you take the course.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm going to do that later for sure. Okay,
Great.
so then we've got that. And of course, you've got your books here. So folks can check them out. The Atheist and the Afterlife, which is an autobiography, a true story of inspiration, transformation, and the pursuit of enlightenment. That's my next read. I'm going to do that. And this is the book that we talked about today. What's your next book that you've got brewing in your soul spirit? Hi, Libercast. Bonjour. So good to see you, dear friend. What's your next book, Ray, that you've got brewing inside of you?
So the next book is, like I said, it's going to capture the 10 dimensions of consciousness, and that is going to be the learning part of the book. And of course, there's going to be plenty of stories and my own, sarcastic way of looking at things in humorous way. Because I find a lot of humor in life, and I don't take things too seriously. So, I like to find the humor in things that are serious so that we don't get down on ourselves. And we can laugh at our ego. Our ego's hysterical. Look at the things it makes us do. You know what I mean? So I like to point that out in the books, and the new manuscript will have that as well.
And when is the ETA for that?
I'm shooting for this year, before the end of the year.
Nice. So you've got services on here too. You have a free consultation, and you've got, I guess, coach. You have
One-on-one
different
coaching. Yeah.
one-on-one coaching. Okay, so here's everything broken down, different packages, very nicely done, and they can check the price here. And there's a description of what exactly you're offering, and so on and so forth. Right?
Yes. And in addition to everything you see here, there's going to be a school, SKOOL, that I'll be coming out with in the next 60 days. And it's going to have a lot of good stuff, like various courses, and it's going to be very inexpensive to join. I'm keeping the price low to get people on board. And
nice.
Yeah,
that's important. Yeah, especially in today's economy, we everybody's struggling, it seems. So that's important. When you finish your next book, would you love to have you back to talk about that?
Yes.
Awesome. So what I'll do is I'll send you some dates, because we're already booking into November, December. So I'd like to at least get you on the calendar. So even if you're not done with it by then, I'm sure we could have a lot more to talk about, Ray.
I would love that. Thank you so much. This was a great interview. You did a phenomenal job. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Oh, it was so much fun and a blessing to meet you. And God bless and thank you so much for sharing all of the tips and tricks, as we love to say, about manifesting. I'm going to definitely start doing that myself. And God bless you for sharing everything that has value in your life with us. It's so very appreciated, Ray. And we will be in touch, dear friend.
Buddy.
Bye-bye. Take care. Well, that was absolutely a blast. It was, oh, thank you so much. You guys rock in the chat. Love, love, love you all. And of course, I have to thank United Public Radio again for giving us this huge platform to be able to share this information with. And of course, the UFO Paranormal Network as well. Don't forget, you can listen on the FM radio if you prefer while you're driving along. 105.3 on the Gulf Coast, 107.7 FM in beautiful New Orleans. And of course, thank you again, Dr. Ray, for joining us today and sharing your wisdom, your personal experiences, your insights from your work. Our conversation has been a wonderful reminder that true transformation begins within, and that the universe may be responding to something far deeper than words can say. And Dr. Ray gave us the formula for that. And I know for one, I'm definitely going to be doing that twice a day. Don't forget, guys, I will see you all tomorrow, 6 p.m. Love each and every one of you. Bye-bye. Have a blessed one.
Hello, everybody. You are on Becoming Quantum Conscious, and I am Bart Sharp, and you are on United Public Radio Network and UFO Paranormal Radio Network at 107.7 and 103.5, broadcasting out of the beautiful city of New Orleans, Louisiana, also on Roku, YouTube, Facebook, and the uprntalkradio.com website and other places as well. You know, this location here almost looks like New Orleans with those beautiful green trees and such, but we're not in New Orleans. We are in Austin, Texas, and more specifically at 12,001 Toomey Road at Casa de Luz Community. Casa de Luz is a vegan restaurant, the central hub of Vegan World in Austin, Texas, and part of the central world of Casa community is Third Eye Meditation Lounge. If you live in Austin, you've been in the area, have not been here, missing something calm and beautiful and heartfelt, which is exactly the topic today in this really hot place. This is the hottest radio show in the world, I think, because it's 100 degrees outside and we couldn't get a better indoor connection. And I kind of like the atmosphere. Maybe you'll get lucky and you'll see a good-looking guy or a good-looking gal walking by, along with us, two good-looking guys.
Here we are.
Oh, and this good-looking guy here is Neil Dumra.
Hey guys, thanks for having me again, Bart.
Oh, my pleasure. Neil has taken me to so many roads down better health, and all with the products from the Third Eye Lounge or Third Eye Meditation Lounge.com if you are interneting. And
yeah. So what are we talking about today?
Well, when we think of third eye, we always think of the heart, because cacao opens the heart. And then when you start opening the heart, you start going down all of these rabbit holes of what heart living and what living in a higher love are all about. You know, cacao is just one of the fuels that really gets us into a deeper work.
Yeah. You know, in the last few episodes I've been on here, I've talked a lot about Third Eye, what we're creating, our brand. And I want to tell you a little bit about the last few months and how my focus has changed. And it's no longer in Third Eye, which it's Third Eye because we've got this pineal and pituitary gland which connects inside of us that allows almost like the vagus nerve to connect basically everything together and allow whenever we're in our heads to go down that slide to be able to process through our digestive fire. So there's a spiritual aspect to the company. And then beyond that, it is okay, we've got this ingredient cacao, and I've been working with it for the last 10 years, and I found something really scary about the industry. I found that it's been industrialized. I found that there's been a lot of slave trade, a lot of genetic modification. I find that there's a lot of heavy metals, and something can be organic, but also could be completely toxic in the same time. And so I found all these holes that really made it difficult for me to want to share this medicine. It takes so much time, energy, and effort to even grow this cacao, let alone process it in the most unprocessed way, let alone bring it from these various different countries into Texas and then share it with the world. It is not an easy task. And so in the process, I've created a transparency model for farmers to win, for consumers to win, for us as the people to deindustrialize cacao. So I've created something called the Cacao Flavonoid Index.
Say that again.
Cacao Flavonoid Index.
Flavonoid.
So we're talking flavonoids, we're talking polyphenols, we're talking genetics, we're actually talking heavy metals. So we're looking for the farms, the regions, the areas that are actually creating that heirloom genetically, the old world cacao, and also the environments that create it, so we can replicate that, so we can actually continue to create this beautiful permaculture version of what we know as the ceremonial cacao. And the industry has never heard of ceremonial cacao. This is a new term. It's a buzzword, just like ceremonial matcha, just like specialty coffee. And if we as consumers do not protect it, it will just be a label on a bag. And so that's been the process I've been in. I'm working with some really amazing companies right now to feature the Cacao Flavonoid Index, companies like Premier Research Labs. I'm working with a business partner who's bringing cacao to a much bigger world and an atmosphere right now, which in that process allows us to get a better product. And when we do that, we're creating a better environment. It becomes more sustainable, and that's been the mission lately. So,
that's so heartfelt, and bing, 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 bing. But heart drives something like that. This isn't something that you can concoct totally intellectually, because the intellect would rationalize, well, we need to cut this corner because of this, or this corner because of something, because we'll make more profit. Example. We've all heard that story.
And I'll tell you this, my investors tell me what I'm trying to create is considered a heavy lift. And I don't want to lift something light, because I believe if we're here to create something powerful, something that's positive, that's going to actually leave a lasting impression, not just for us to consume, but for our children to consume.
Yeah.
Then we get to do the right thing. It's the opportunity. That's when we become givers of this world. And when we talk about the heart and this medicine of being the heart, it needs to be healthy for the heart. It needs to have those constituents that our ancestors did for us. And nature was a big provider of that. When we interrupt nature to try to recreate it in labs or try to recreate it with different sort of shortcuts, we have a result that also creates a shortcoming. And that's what I'm talking about here. And same thing goes in relationships. We have relationships, we've got relationships when we have depth, love, connection. We actually choose to be in connection with people we love. It creates a very different connection. It creates trust. It creates this excitement to be together. That's what love in this life is really about. We get to be connected.
It's so true. And I just wanted to point out to say hi to Heidi Gold. Thank you for being here and being on that hot porch in Boulder, Colorado. But it's not as hot as Austin, Texas. However, we'll give you credit. No, it might be. Who knows? When we think about those cutting the corners and stuff, when you're in a passionate relationship, whether it be a business or any other thing, you lose a little part of it. And we can always rebuild a heart because it's so unconditional. However, it's that big process. And then you start talking about relationships, and it's even more tricky.
Well, yeah. And I think about clarity. When we choose to stay clear in our connections, we're choosing love in action. When we choose to hide in relationships, we choose to play small, when we choose to give away our power, when we stay in positions of distortion, we don't have love in our lives. We stay in our head.
Yep.
And in order to stay in our heart, the opportunity is clarity. The opportunity is to find comfort in your connection. And if it isn't there, that connection may not be there. And that's okay too. You get to resolve that with yourself.
Yeah.
And I think that's super important in this life we get to live in is choice. Moment to moment, we have authority and choice over who we are, who we become, who we love, who gets to love us.
Yes.
And that's the opportunity for the heart to expand, to remove the clutter and gunk around it.
And the thing with the heart is that it is an ever expanding organ. It's consciousness, on the consciousness side, that is. I don't think it has a limitation of how far, how big it can become. However, we often disconnect it by our being protective, being defensive, being the naughty word, being right.
Yeah.
Stuck in rightness. We got to be right in this situation.
I've been in a program recently, and what we were calling it in the program was our nerds. We have our nerds. And when we're in our nerds, we're in our head. We're not taking our heart out. We're not sharing it. We're not vulnerable. We're not comfortable. And we become nerd-like. And it's one thing to get into your head for a moment and to figure something out if you need that. But at the end of the day, like living from the heart is actually the easiest way to heal your nervous system, to resolve all conflict, to move in life with more grace and ease, and actually for longevity. If you literally want to live longer, the cortisol levels will be a lot less intense when you're no longer operating from up here.
Exactly. And we find all of these reasons at the end of the day to show that no, my point of view is right. And I got to stick with this. And as I was reading a study, the human brain will like amplify its energy to reinforce a trauma or reinforce an emotion that's negative or judging, mainly because we trained it to do so. And so our habits are a lot what we're fighting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a funny, actually, it's almost like you think of a cup and you put water in it. The habits are the cup, which you put the trauma in order to keep it alive.
I love the way my father beat me. It's so precious. So I got to think like him and punish my child the same way my father did because I turned out okay. And then a heart would be saying, why do you want to go through that pain?
Yeah, and I don't even think it's like there's the heart, but there's also like we as humans, our genetics, our DNA have been at war for eons. And in the last, cycle of life, when the war wasn't outside, the humans brought it inside.
Yeah.
And when violence became normalized and it got passed, it was just a war that got normalized. And it's the same thing that both the masculine and feminine, the polarity wars, there's the same genetic wars you have against your own kind, right? And when we step into this deeper love, we start to resolve all these lines. And they're lines. They're actually lines crossed against ourselves. It's our own DNA talking shit about our own self.
It's so true. Even they're having studies that they're proving that traumas from your family of origin are genetically transposition. Like you will be adverse to the same stimuluses that your parents found at first. There is those tendencies genetically. So much is working against us when we live in these patterns.
Yeah, and it's actually when we say for or against, the operating system in that space and time is to look for a threat. So it's actually doing its job at essence. It's just not the present time when it needs to be doing it anymore. It's almost like, okay, now we need to turn this off. We're here now.
Yes.
And that's the hardest part.
It is. How do you step from those powerful logistic reasons in a world of trying to find a definition of rightness and wrongness in any given situation and go, I'm going to feel it with my heart. I'm going to use something that's, I don't want to say it's non-intellectual, because what Joseph Chilton Pierce of the Heart Mind Matrix book says is that the heart is the fifth part of the brain.
No,
It's where we're
100%.
progressing.
Yeah. No, it is the brain, it is the heart, it's the gut, it's the whole being, and the whole being is in disbelief of the current present moment.
Say that again.
The whole belief is in current disbelief of the current present moment. So that's why it is in opposition of the peace that's here right now. It's choosing that because it needs to be seen, held, and felt complete in order for it to no longer be in its position of power, because it is a position of power.
Reminds me of Buddhism 101.
Yeah.
Compassion with detachment.
Yeah. And so what I find, why are healing containers important? Because of the law of resonance. So you have different people experiencing similar energetics. It allows the same tension that one is holding to be sort of not held with the same constancy. Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It's a vibration that one person emits out unconsciously. And if you had similar experiences, you would resonate with that. And maybe they're even more angry than you, but since you had similar stuff, almost like a rightness starts to show up in your mind, like that's an okay way to act.
Yeah, and I think it's okay to act, but at the same time, what it is, I want to say, whatever is not finding itself a home within oneself, it is bonding with being seen and validating its aliveness, its purpose, and in that, it has its ability to flesh itself out from oneself. So it no longer holds the same power within the being.
Yeah.
And I think that is the importance we talk about when we experience something good, bad, right, wrong, ugly. The experience never goes away in actuality. It's the power it holds to oneself.
Yeah.
And actually, we don't want it to go away.
Right. We judged it. It locks in our body. It's a reality for us. It feels real. It's always amazing to me how people want to push through the emotions. And my favorite example is the movie Rocky, because he has so much emotion in him, of passion, of love, but also anger, of rejection, and his own laziness, and all of these judgments. They all have this big emotional ball.
Yeah.
And somehow Rocky's able to overcome it and have a victory. And
actually lost Rocky 1.
Huh?
He lost in Rocky 1.
He did, but he did a good job.
Yeah. Well, because he was the underdog.
He
right?
was the underdog.
Yeah.
But we all saw him as a winner by the end.
Yeah, because he fought to the end, and that was what it was.
Did.
And that's actually what we learn in competition, in life. When we show up fully, it actually, no matter if we are second, third, fourth, fifth, whatever, because we show up fully, we feel good about whatever happens. The results are based on how much we put in. And actually, life always shows us that. It's our results.
Yes, it does. I mean, what is the possibility? Because we're coming into a new era, age of Aquarius. Anyway, starts working from a place that they don't have to do it like Rocky did.
Yeah, and I think Rocky was a great thing for that time and space. I still love those movies, and I think about it.
Yeah, I saw them last year.
Yeah, I still think about even Sylvester Stallone, the creator of the movie, how he, gave up his dog to write that movie, to be filmed, to be the main actor in that movie. He believed in himself. And I think about self. When we choose ourself, we're actually investing in the possibility of us, the person we're investing in, to show up in this world, in the people we love, in a way where we believe. And belief is something that you cannot buy, you cannot transfer. It's something that happens when I don't know. Actually, I don't know how belief happens, but it's an inspired action that happens when someone does believe, right?
It's
And
a
so
choice.
it's choice.
It is simply a choice.
And I think moment to moment we're making this choice. You know, when we're choosing to believe in something that we've never experienced before, it becomes a fantasy, it becomes a mystery, it becomes exciting, and our curiosity actually ignites a lot of these fires, which I think that's possibility.
You know, that's always been what I've known you as. I've known Neil for over 5 years. Been trading at Third Eye. And there's always these projects that Neil's doing, a new discovery, and it just gets better and it keeps building. But it always has that passion. And so, could you describe what happens to you when you get the next step, like the next project that you're doing, like this latest one you told me, and
Yeah,
the
flavonoid index. You know, the cacao flavonoid index.
Cacao
You know,
flavonoid index.
yeah,
Gotta
yeah.
a little bit.
No, it is a beautiful company, and it's a beautiful project.
How do you feel about it? What opens for you?
For me, the world becomes more.
Keep going.
The world becomes more. And pick a chocolate bar with knowing the quality. That to me,
you actually feel bigger when you're doing
and also say competing against, because I don't, but deindustrializing something that a lot of companies are profiting from the industrialization from, that feels like a heavy lift. That feels scary.
So it's not about us against them.
No, in fact, I want them to realize what it is we as consumers value. Like when we as consumers value health, when we choose transparency, when we choose quality, it changes the whole world. Not just for us. Like when we choose the better thing for humanity, it creates a more sustainable environment for everyone. So I'm choosing them too. And I hope that they choose us as well in the process.
Indeed, because I think, you know, there's a practicalness about business that they see what works and they go to it. And the possibility that maybe this show is maybe listeners out there saying, wait a minute, I really believe in doing creating a product, and you know it makes me feel alive. Any advice for those type of folks?
When you start and knowing that it is a journey and the destination, and this is one of the things that I wish I knew, is you may or may not be successful, because success is determined by you yourself. And at the point in which you're growing something and creating something, know that it's going to be a mountain, and this mountain is going to be hard and it's going to be tough. And as you climb this mountain, know that at the top of the mountain is going to be a beautiful box, and it's going to be all dressed up like in jewels and everything else. And when you open up that box, it will be empty. And I say that because the journey is what it's all about. Because you're going to eventually put yourself in that box. You're going to put yourself in a place where the emotions, the connections, the love, the soul, that's the infinite part about you that you get to share on this planet. He cares how much you have, how great you are. It's about how much heart you get to share. and how much you get to love. And really, that's the most important thing, that felt experience. And so I say, whatever you do, passion's important. That's a great recipe. Love the people around you, love yourself, love your family, clear up anything that causes you to feel pain, to feel sadness, and go with life with the passion and vigor that was created when you were created. And that can be kind of interesting. That's the energy that was created to make love. Like, that's the life force energy we need in order to go after life. That's it.
Yeah, well, add to that, it's like when you get through something like that, you can look at yourself and go, wow, I really ruined that adventure.
Yeah, and if you're and that's it, right? Growing.
Yeah. And so many people do jobs or they do something that there's not that kind of passion there, and they look at their life down the road and they just go, well, what the heck was I doing?
I mean, I say that too. It's funny. I was having a reflection call recently, and someone told me, "Man, Neil, you go after things, you take action."
Mm-hmm.
There's a story inside me that doesn't feel that way, and there's because there's people I know who are taking much bigger leaps, and we get into comparison about everything, and that's when we lose connection to love. And so when it is love, it's actually the steps you take, what you do every day, every moment, choice by choice, moment to moment. Those are the breakthroughs you get to have. And as soon as we ignite that fire, you'll notice the universe will conspire to help you win.
Well, it's just more energy. I mean, I really think our heart is connected to so much a bigger whole. And because I'm a big meditator, and what takes me to go and do an activation on the other side of the world. Lately, I've been working on Washington, D.C. since 4th of July. If there's any havoc up there, I'm the one who caused it. No. Anyway, but my heart can go anywhere. It's kind of like that guiding mechanism that brings your presence to anything you desire, whether that be going out into the universe or working on the people in China.
Yeah, and it's initiatives too. Like, when we normalize something with a certain way, we normalize it.
Yeah.
The changes happen and can be only uncomfortable for a moment, while the change creates positive results. And we are the humans that are leaders, wearing these hats that we don't know we're wearing, that can create changes all the time. And the ripple creates more love, more connection, more specialness as a species. Because right now, I'll tell you, AI will change how the human project will work, will interact, will create resources, will create energy, and there's going to be changes. And in those changes, it's about how much we as humans choose to care. It's not about closing the door at your neighbors. It's about opening them up, and that's the key right now.
It is so much, and to add a little bit to that, whenever you're starting any project, whatever it is, the most important thing is to measure how it feels in your heart, inside your soul. If you feel very and expansive, but whatever work you did that day towards the project, you're probably going in the right direction. Then you just want to do every day in a direction, and if you don't get it in the direction you want it, interesting point of view, laugh at yourself, call yourself stupid and insane, anything to let go.
Yeah, and I think that focus is amazing. It's so important. And if you're not focused, move energy. This is the opportunity where you can tap into dance, you can go for walks, you can play, you can talk to a friend, you can grab your arts and get your tools and start using things. You can play sports. Like, life is always a constant. And sometimes you get to slow down, sometimes you get to speed up. And that is the opportunity. Moment to moment, we're choosing those breakthroughs.
Yeah, you can just take your heart to Washington, D.C. And man, it's been an intense half an hour.
Yeah.
It's like, how much have we covered, folks? That's why it's always fun to be around Neil, is because he is wired for something bigger. you know, when we think about faster, we think of nervousness, but no, fast can be like a deer running and it's just enjoying the leap it's making. But we have leaped to midpoint of the show, and I wanted to let everybody know you are talking or listening to Neil Dumra of Third Eye Meditation Lounge, and that would be third as in the number 3 in RD, thirdeyemeditationlounge.com. My name is Bart Sharp, and you are on Becoming Quantum Conscious, a United Public Radio Network and UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 107.7 and 103.5. I'm taking a big breath because we got another half an hour to go and more adventures. You should see him play badminton. He runs like a deer out there and then stops and starts and just like.
And you know, it's funny you say that. Like, Bart, if you knew growing up, I had a hard time moving well.
Oh, yes.
And I want to say it wasn't physical movement that got me moving well. It wasn't the physical movement. It was actually spiritual movement. It was learning how to ignite my inner self. It was learning how to become vagal toned. It was learning contralateral movement. It was learning Kundalini, but in a grounded way. And it was through the practice of learning alchemical integration that I was able to get into my body and move on the court. And I'll tell you this, any racket sport I pick up, I am able to get into a place of coherence and literally just find that grace. And it's not something that came easy, but I'll tell you, I can teach it on anybody who's willing and able to experience this. And it's a beautiful thing because it teaches you how to enjoy how your body moves rather than force or push. It's like the natural movement of how a body moves. And with that, you have less injury, you have less pain, you're actually in flow, and it becomes so much fun. So, like, you talk about it as if I'm some naturally gifted thing. No, I'll tell you, it took a lot of time, energy, effort, and actually a desire to be inside myself.
It's so much about embodiment, and you know, whether you're a writer or a psychic or an athlete or just a darn good salesperson and you enjoy the interaction with people, you're doing a lot of those same dances. You're starting to live in your heart, and this is just a fun exercise that I invite everybody to play with. Is take your intention. That's the magical ingredient. It's like, where do you place your intention? Most people, it's in their head. But if you take it down here in your heart and you start talking to somebody with your heart or listening to some of the heart or playing badminton with your heart, the reality changes. You start to hear things and say things that will support you.
Yeah. And I think about it just like the words hard, soft, serious, playful. You know, when somebody's operating from their head, there's a calcification that occurred for that to happen, and that's a seriousness that happened to them in some ways that froze them to being stuck in operating from a seriousness that may not be applicable to the moment. And so I think about that all the time. Like, okay, how do we laugh at ourselves? How do we take life a little bit less seriously? How do we take the octane, the gas off the pedal for a moment so we don't have to take ourselves so seriously?
Yeah.
And I think that it's equally important as meditation, as laughter, as playfulness, as sensuality. Is okay, how are we going to enjoy this life after we've climbed those mountains and we've got our friends there at the mountaintop? What are we going to do next? And I think about this all the time. Like, you know, when we're living from the heart, you know, how are we taking all of our people with us? How are we sharing the aspects of ourselves that evolve too? And how do we communicate that?
In the words of Bob Marley, it was 6 billion when he was alive. 6 billion people in one heart.
Right. Yes. And that's it, right? It's that oneness effect that we have. And it's like that decalcification I talk about. It's a part of the work that we get to share when we do the work.
Yeah.
Like that's the work also, is we share our love and our care and our hearts with all the people we love. We want to bring with us in that same consciousness.
So true. And we think about those people. I can't think of the right word, but no matter what you present to them, they'll always find a judgment of why something doesn't work or it's wrong, and they shut it off. Right?
Who are they?
And then the naysayers of the world.
Who are they?
They're the people who judge.
But guess what?
Yeah. How do you break that?
So I want to talk about this.
Let's whip them in the shape.
Okay. I believe that's also me.
That you have a voice that is part of that.
Well, and
part of yourself is
totally. And we're resonating together, but yet we're holding different sides in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also confronting.
It is. I think a lot of times we'll have a place like that. It was like, well, nothing ever happens to me. You're too small, and you're the little country boy that has no opportunities.
Right.
And that little boy is still alive to me, and he still speaks up.
Okay, let's speak to him.
Let him speak.
What does he want to? Why does he feel?
Well, that's because he was told that.
No, but how does it feel right now? Not because
when oh yes, that part feels always squinched in my.
Why always?
In my solar plexus.
Why always?
Why always? That's the common behavior it has.
Okay, so what do you want to do?
I want to see him there, and then I say, this isn't what I want to do.
Okay, so let's take him out of there.
Indeed.
Right now. Let's go.
Okay.
How are you going to do it?
I'm going to feel him.
Okay, let's feel him.
I feel him right there in the front of my solar plexus.
Okay, so what is he saying? Let's activate him.
He's saying it's okay. You can let me go.
Okay, so you're letting go in this conversation live on radio. Here we go. The new story. What's the new story? What is he saying now?
Saying there's a lot of possibilities out there.
Are you creating those possibilities?
I am. Actually.
Is he part of that too?
You know, I believe he is. He's a lot happier.
He seems like maybe the creator of it too.
Yeah, he holds a part in it.
Yeah.
It gives me courage in some ways when I let him know that, yeah, I can. And thank you for playing, just like I thank my mom for playing.
Okay.
And what are all the things that she did, the right and wrong, good and bad.
Yeah.
However, I still love him.
So what is there a way you can pick him up and give him a seat at the table?
Yeah. Right there on my.
Okay. So now he's got a voice.
Indeed.
There you go. Okay. I love it. What is he saying now?
It's nice to sit in the front seat.
There you go. Okay. So we all have these parts, right?
Yeah.
And these parts get to be loved actively. And that is what I call the love in action. And you taught this to me, Bart. You taught me these parts where I would sit in these conversations.
In a few other classes, but I did teach a lot. I think this is a growing psychology. I've helped pioneer my own modalities with it, actually.
Right, and that's it. All we're doing is taking our heart, sharing it with another, so that they can see themselves in their heart.
Mm-hmm.
And when that happens, the disconnection from our own self, it obliterates. We're no longer disconnected.
Indeed. And let's take a breath here. And let's ask you, Neil, what are some of the projects you're doing? What's getting you excited? What's going on?
So I am excited. I've got a new product I'm launching with this gentleman who's on a TV show called Down to Earth with Zac Efron on Netflix, as well as a TV show called Super Life. His name is Darren O'Lean, and he and I become friends lately. We're working on this amazing cacao formula that's going to be a ready-to-go hot chocolate drink that's got all the sweetener, everything in it, and it's going to have just all these beautiful quality ingredients. It's going to be cacao flavonoid index backed, and we're going to make it super easy for consumers to consume. And we're doing surveys right now as we speak So if you are interested in trying this product, I will send you a free sample with a survey. You just reach out to me at thirdeyecacao.com, and it's support@thirdeyecacao.com, and ask for the free sample survey. We're doing this survey right now for the next month or so, and after we get survey results back, we're going to be sharing this new product to the world. Super exciting.
That's wonderful. And y'all heard it here first.
Yeah.
Get a free sample.
Yeah, offering free samples these days of the
Yeah.
best quality cacao you can find.
Now, it's just so funny what's created here in this building. It's like I have a friend of mine trying to get to come to town, and I tell her, "Oh, so Tom Carr plays here every month." Now, if you don't know, so Tom Carr, as my friend says, so Tom.
Her name is Snotum.
Thank you.
Snotum.
Snotum.
Yeah,
Carr.
it's hard to say her name. Snotum. Yeah.
Okay, forgive my Texan.
Yeah.
Snotum, as my friend said, you cannot go to a Kundalini or a yoga class without hearing her music. And I'm going, really? Well, she comes to the Third Eye once a month and does that song.
Yeah.
Kirtan, excuse me.
Right.
And my friend's going, I got to come to Austin. But this is kind of the synchronicity that heart living does. You know, you build away from it.
I mean, to be quite honest with you, every day is a miracle. And I see it that way. For the last 20 years, I've been chanting to Snotum Carr's music. And when I saw her randomly, and I was told that she moved here, and that her husband's teaching at Third Eye, and now she's teaching there, and then she invited us over to kirtans at her house every Friday for a few months. I was going to her house, and I was waking up in the middle of the night chanting. I was remembering, like, we get to choose the life we choose. It's a choice by our habits, and literally, like sadhana, like daily ritual, it's our daily rituals that get us where we want to go. And the same thing with love. If we choose to love first ourselves and then pour that out, it creates miracles on our planet. It creates miracles in our relationships. It creates miracles in our businesses. It ripples out. And it's that cleanliness that we keep with our heart without the distortions, without the edges that make us feel vengeful and hateful and hurt or in traumatized states. Like when we have the perspective of the heart, we're choosing to see people through it all, through their masterpiece, even through the pain.
Or their masterpiece.
And exactly. And that can be one of the most difficult things people choose to do. And it can be messy. And when we choose to get messy, that's when we also choose to get clean.
Yeah.
And that's why I say the heart really has its own vibrational secret to it. And it's up to you to get curious of your own heart, of how it shares, how it leans in, how it leans away. And learning how to break through is how it opens up.
And it's so funny. It's either the heart or the head. And we can clear a lot. Like this is what I do is shamanic work with them. I clear it out of the body. The head gets cleaner. But all the same, we have so many mechanisms up there that snap to judgments. That it's got to be this way or that way. We got to find the wrongness in order to define it so we understand it better. However, that's not necessarily how it works. When you just put your focus on your heart, it's almost like a short circuitry of the brain, a shortcut to get to a higher state.
Yeah, and I believe that the brain has its function, and a lot of times we're using the wrong tool for interaction.
For the wrong job.
Yeah. Exactly. Not everything requires that sort of lens. And that's what we're talking about.
It does. And those great thinkers, you know, and I think of Einstein or somebody like that, they're very heart-centered people. They had a lot of compassion and wanted to and desired to understand the world through their hearts, as well as get it down intellectually about what they could see from that lens. So it is such a beautiful combination. And when you listen to Neil, he's one of the most intelligent guys I know. And if I have a problem in an area of his expertise, I know I'm going to get the most pertinent information on that topic.
Yeah, it's funny. People have been calling me intellectual, smart, all these things the last few months, and I've been in this training program, and I have not been able to receive it. And the reason being is it's actually my own trauma, to be quite honest. My father used to tell me all the time, and I think he said it in a joking way. He's like, "You're brainless," you know. And I think it was because I was just super playful. And now I think about that as my superpower, that yeah, I may have some brains and intellect and a perspective, but mostly it comes from a heart-centered approach where joy has to be a part of the equation. As sustainability goes away, it becomes very computer robotic for me. And I think flow requires that sort of nuance, and that requires opening up the heart, truly. So I think about that, and then also, like, if we're gonna be alive and we're choosing life, it needs to be alive. It needs to be having that essence of aliveness to it, and I think that's really important when it comes to everything that we're doing. And if we can choose to put that in as part of the equation when it comes to loving our friend Bart or the people we care about or the teachers that we work with. It's a choice moment to moment, and we choose to take out or exhaust the pain we're carrying out, or to digest that and process that in a way that's never hurtful to the ones we love. And that's a choice that we make moment to moment.
And the ones we love probably challenge us more than anything,
100%.
whether that be family or intimate partners, because we're getting the closest to them. They see the layers moved aside. It's so beautiful. Any recommendations when we talk about how do you stay close to your partner and still have that love turned on? Because I think people have wounds and they get inflicted, and the barriers start getting up, and so many people go, I wish I just had a clean slate with this person and I can love them that way again.
Yeah, so I think the biggest number one tool in keeping love alive is continuously dating your lover, continuously being in the freshness of the container, continuously having the fight, finding the way to get back into joy, get back into love, get back into the silliness and trust, and also do work together, like do experiential workshops together, do plan fun things together, do things that create the relationship alive where communication is important and effective, and you learning how to do it better. Also, iron sharpens iron. So men, be with other men. If you have a partner, have her be with other girlfriends that inspire her, that create a level of life that she hasn't reached, where she can look at, where she can learn from. Same thing goes with yourself. Find men in your life who you can learn from, who can teach you things about yourself that you are looking to get curious about. I think that's how love is created, not just in the relationship. It's when you're not together, developing the relationship tools and sort of sanctity in polarity that creates the magnetism for love to continue to thrive.
And also in that separate time, continually look at what your hard spots are towards this person.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can't see them with them, but when you sit back and you look about that and not look at it as judgment, but look at it with curiosity, look at it from your heart, which opens curiosity and compassion, something may show up differently and you can receive it better.
And I think about that, what you just said. It's like going to the head, diving deep back into the body, and falling back into the heart, falling deeper back in love with the person that you once found.
Yeah.
Because that in itself is more powerful than just coping in the connection.
Indeed.
And I say that because real love cannot be mimicked, faked. It's authentic. And it's something that creates a charge in an individual that makes someone feel so alive. That's what you want to share with your person. And you got to find that. That's the work.
It's so true is. Now, just to change the topic, I think cacao changes the heart.
So I think that cacao, in its purest form, gives the body an opportunity to feel parts of the body that may be dormant, that may be shut off, that may have some areas where we as the human culture choose to operate with it being sort of disconnected and normalized in disconnection. So what giving access to is a whole realm of possibility. And in that possibility, you yourself are choosing how much you yourself want to share your vulnerabilities. And depending on the container, depending on what you're doing, you have opportunities to unravel. You have opportunities to soften, to feel more of yourself, to also to feel like the parts of you that may have you've thought you might want to have lost, like the juicy parts of the way you loved, the way you kissed, the way you touched, the way you communicated with a more gentleness. I think cacao gives you an outlet, a perspective, a lens, a room in which softness occurs more easily and enjoyably.
I think it kind of like a romanticism, because I've been drinking cacao for 6 years, and it's just in process of letting go of more coffee and drinking more cacao. I'm not totally let go of coffee when I'm in France because it's so good. However, when you get something like ceremonial, now this is something that is rare. There's not much of it around. So you're drinking something special that makes it even more an event, that a little romantic with a drink, so to speak. And to me, that it always makes it more special when I look at it with something like that type of flavor.
You know, it's such a beautiful thing. I find that this thing that I'm going out and sourcing, you can't find it easily. Like you said, it is such a rarity. And at the same time, when people consume it, they're behaving so differently. And sometimes I'm like, did I create a cult? No. I created a culture in which love is normalized.
Yeah.
And I think that's the best culture you can possibly create, because when we create from a giving mentality, think about what it ripples out.
Yeah. It's a whole thing about the heart. I think in an advanced heart culture, I don't know if there's been one, but just as an idealism, hearts all unify to become one. And at the same time, creativity to find your individual self expands.
Yes. Yes, because what I'm seeing and noticing is it's not like everybody's the same. They actually become deeply authentic with themselves.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I look at these teachers, like you're one of them. Everyone is deeply teaching their own authentic version of what they consider that they're teaching, and it is so uniquely beautiful.
This is we're referring to classes that are managed by Third Eye Meditation Lounge. Anything from becoming quantum conscious, my class, to yoga, to sound healing, to God, how many
connection and about being more coming.
And it just pops up this heart consciousness in so many ways. This is the time for it to happen. If you've been listening to any of my shows, you've probably heard me talk about 2026 being this year of awakening. This is an awakening show.
Yeah.
This is exactly what I've been talking about, folks.
100%. Yeah. And it's like every day is a new day with new hopes and new dreams. And when we're doing the work of the heart, life becomes so joyful. You get up excited. And that's part of it. We want the world to wake up excited. We want the world to be courageous. We want to find a world where we're excited to share with our neighbors. We're excited to cook. We're excited to go into our garden. We're excited to start planting the seeds. We're excited to be a part of and saying yes to life. We're here for it.
And this is a new realization. I mean, it's been around with special individuals, but let's just say that it's gained more strength and power every year that we get into this new era.
Yeah.
And to
Excited.
me, it is kind of like that's what I'm writing. It may be someplace else. It may open to other types of awareness. We don't know. However, right now, it's the heart, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we are all learning the language of the heart. And when we become more sort of fluent in it, it just becomes more and more potent. And it actually translates, it becomes contagious. People become more excited to speak more clearly from the heart.
Indeed. And we're coming to the end of the show. Neil, I'm really glad you come onto the show. And man, so much information, so much passion, so much heart, so much love. And you can catch Neil Ryan Dubé here at Casa de Luz, vegan restaurant and community.
We're opening on the location, by the way.
All right.
Yeah.
Where's that?
That's going to be at the Bathed Bathhouse in Austin, Texas. So we've got Third Eye thirdeyecacao.com, thirdeyemeditationlounge.com, and then our new location, which will be at the Bathed Bathhouse. We're going to have some healthy, digestible, organic food, Ayurvedic based, and super clean. Super excited to be launching that.
And you can also order all of this stuff online.
Yes.
Just go to the website.
Mm-hmm.
And thanks everybody for being on, listening in. And we'll see you next week as we talk about Nostradamus, Let Liban, France, and the culture around that history.
Awesome. Thanks, Bart. Sweet.
Coming up on Paratruth Reborn, we'll be talking to Michael Monk about what happens when prayer, spiritual discipline, and energy mastery begin to affect the world around you. Welcome to Paratruth. Welcome to Paratruth Reborn. We are live on 107.7 FM in New Orleans, 105.3 FM on the Gulf Coast, and of course the United Public Radio Network. My name is Eric.
And I'm Justin.
Tonight, we're stepping into the world of spiritual energy, spiritual energy mastery with Michael Monk. Michael, welcome to Paratruth Reborn.
Hello, thanks for having me. Blessed and honored to be here.
Yeah, well, so happy to have you. We've been talking about this episode for quite a while here and just about your work. But for those who aren't familiar with you, how would you describe your work and your spiritual path?
Well, I'm a teacher of spirituality, metaphysics, and energy mastery, known for my focused devotion to God. My experiences started out religious in nature, interactions with the God consciousness, prayer miracles by praying in the name of Jesus, and Holy Spirit led just brought me to the path of energy mastery and self-exploration, self-mastery, meditation, focus techniques. So my experience bridges the religious with the metaphysics, and I sort of sit between a rock and a hard place because the spiritual community rejects the religious community rejects the spiritual community. But I feel that this is a nice place to be, and I hope by doing more shows like this, more people can understand that.
Well, I will be the first to tell you you are not alone in that. I've been walking that same kind of tightrope for quite a while here. So it's nice to meet you officially. It's really crazy, though. It's kind of wild to think like how both the religious side and the spiritual side have their differences, and neither seem to be able to relate on any aspect. You know, one claims that what we're doing spiritually is wrong and not of God, whereas the other says, well, we don't believe in your God, and Jesus, the name of Jesus isn't the only name out there. So I definitely can tell have had struggled with the imbalance for sure amongst the community.
Yes, I've noticed that in the spiritual community that they're missing a relationship with their creator. They're only willing to have God on the inside, or they see God as the universe they live in or the source energy that fuels them. And then most spiritual people end up trying to claim both of those for themselves. So they eliminate the possibility of a relationship. Whereas the religious people, they're really good on the relationship part, but they don't know their own spirit. So they don't really have an authentic self to relate to God with.
Mm. Now, you've been doing this since 1999, or that's when you first got these messages from what you say is the voice of God.
Yes.
Now, can you walk us through that experience? Like, what was that like for you?
Absolutely. So it was the winter of 1999. To give backdrop, I was raised religious, Christian, the Mormon faith to be precise, but I was a rebel. I was the first to leave. So backdrop is I wasn't seeking. This just happened to me watching a comedy movie, just mindlessly enjoying myself when this powerful presence descends in through the top of my head, sits in the middle of my mind, and a voice booms in my eardrums. Like I could hear it audibly and sense it telepathically in my mind. It was both. And it said, stop laughing, stand up, turn the TV off. So I did. And then I was thunderstruck and wondering what was talking to me. My grandfather had recently passed away. So I asked the presence, grandfather, is that you? And it boomed, yes, in my eardrums, accompanied by a feeling that I've come to call the Holy Spirit, electricity from head to toe, hair standing on the end, chills up the spine, and these like champagne bubbles of bliss rising through the body. And then there was this type of query where it was like, you're missing something. So I felt another presence, my cousin who had recently passed. I said, cousin Jason, is that you? The same voice boomed, yes, and the same feeling, electricity from head to toe, champagne bubbles of bliss, hair standing on the end, the Holy Spirit. And so I said, I'm confused. You're my grandfather and you're my cousin. And then my outer vision was replaced with my inner vision. So what I've come to call a third eye awakening. And what I saw was a host of humanoid shaped beings of light, thousands, millions, billions, I don't know, beyond count. And they were all connected by these thin little silvery threads, and they were all speaking to me as one unified voice. That's when my heart recognized what I was seeing, what I was talking to. So I acknowledged it as God, and it was very pleased with that and said, you have finally met me. I give you a space and time to communicate. So the nature of the communication, I don't even remember. All of my questions were biblical in nature. I mean, I was a baby entering into, a vastly rich and complex world, or you could say I was like a Neanderthal asking questions of an alien.
I've never heard someone just describe the presence of the Holy Spirit the way that you did. The electricity, the hair standing, the chills up your spine, the champagne bubbles. I mean, that's exactly what it actually feels like. When people
Yes.
ask me, what happened when I first met the Holy Spirit, all I can really think of is like, well, it's like this overwhelming joy. I can't really explain it.
Yes.
It's like it's internal, and it's like nothing is a worry whatsoever. It's just complete and honest peace. But you described it very well, because that is almost exactly what it actually kind of is like. That's never heard it described that way. So pretty cool. And the fact that you had seen all these angelic beings really takes us back to some Old Testament times too. Who was it? Elisha, I think, who said, "We're not alone," and we see the angels surrounding them, multitudes of angels surrounding them when the eyes are open.
Yes.
When they're supposed to be, surrounded by their enemies, and it's like the multitude work as one unit. And I'm actually currently reading through a book that talks about spiritual warfare as it is, and it's just wild to think of how God, through His heavenly host, continue to support and help His people, both Himself, but also through the angels and the Holy Spirit.
Yes, when you're in the Holy Spirit, the kingdom of God surrounds you. Like I can perceive the physical reality, but with heightened senses, I can also perceive the kingdom of God, for lack of a better word, surrounding metaphysically. Its structure is here. When you walk in the right spirit supports you.
Yeah. How does I'm sorry, like how does that affect your daily walk? Like when you step out, because I'd imagine you don't walk out and you just see, like walk outside and you just see people, you just see the world. You see more, you see beyond that. How does that affect your daily walk as you're going through life?
Well, I couldn't even imagine going back to living life the old way. I struggled with life. I struggled to be happy. I used to say the more intelligent you are, the more difficult it is to be happy because you can, perceive the state of the world from an intellectual way. There's not much, reason to be happy, but I'm in spirit constantly because I've done enough focus and meditation techniques to where I still have physical sensations. I feel my body, but I feel the spirit that's inside of it and outside of it. And not only that, but because of my choice to be devotional, I feel God on the inside and on the outside and on everything. So everything to me is an invitation. Whereas the typical nervous system, neuron driven experience, force fed to the spirit, says two of the greatest lies. One is separation, that we're separate from everything that we perceive. Number two is survival, that one day we'll die. So to penetrate these two illusions right here in the now means that I'm not a spiritual being having a physical experience. I'm a spiritual being having a spiritual experience complemented with a physical experience. The physical experience keeps me anchored and grounded, but everything in the world is an invitation. I can become the air. I can become the ground I'm walking on, the air that I breathe, the sun that shines, the moisture in the air, the blood in my body, anything. That there's no limitations to me feeling my beingness. So everything in life is a five sensory miracle, but in an expanded range. So I can see above and below the range, hear above and below the range, feel, taste, and smell. And all these senses are overlapped. So it's like I'm walking around in a Garden of Eden that not many people are able to perceive.
Hmm. Now you've talked about spiritual and religion together, and you've kind of merged them for yourself.
Yes.
And you've talked about in your bio like spiritual energy mastery. What is spiritual energy mastery?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, energy mastery, or to be an energy master, is like this top shelf woo-woo term that people, I can only imagine how they view it, coming from the physical perspective, like it's maybe for them or maybe not, or maybe outside their grasp, and it's anything but. Energy mastery is simply remembering your spirit, and you can put a dash between the re and the member. So it's to make spirit a part of your being again. Anybody that's able to project out of their body and into the astral state, which by the way I've had thousands of those, knows that their spirit is made of these energetic particles that are inseparably fused from the mind. So all of the abilities that we learn as energy masters on the path, everything that we do is something that our spirit already knows how to do. So energy mastery is a remembrance of the authentic self.
Okay.
So how does that really, I guess in most simple terms, how does that differentiate from like having simple, I hate to say simple, but psychic or spiritual experiences? Because we have a lot of people out there who say, oh, they have psychic experiences, or they have had spiritual experiences, but you're talking about a completely different level, something that many people haven't really achieved yet.
Yes, it's very refined. All five senses are in tune. So clairvoyant, clairaudient, clairsentient. I don't know the names for the other two, but a psychic level experience is merely an energetic experience on the mental plane. I've identified three primary planes of energy, and each one takes place in a different density or a different compression level, or another way of saying it is a level of realness, because in spirit, there's no such thing as not real, but it's how real is it, so it's not a separation between imagination and reality, more like a dial spectrum. So I've identified the mental plane, which is the psychic level, which is a very light density. It's more like air. And then I've identified the emotional plane, which is very thick and more intense, more like water. And then the kinetic plane, like the part of ourself that's responsible for the locomotion of the body, is the strongest, deepest, most anchored part of spirit. So people having psychic experiences that's mental plane level, and then there's deeper levels like I described, the emotional and the kinetic.
I've had these, whatever you want to call them, abilities, gifts, for quite a while, as far as like being a psychic medium.
Okay.
Do you feel that they are gifts? Are they like spiritual responsibilities, or some kind of combination of all that, or something else completely?
Sure. Well, it can be a gift or an attainment. I would say in today's world that it's far more often a gift than an attainment, but these are all abilities. We're all psychic in spirit. There's not a person who, when out of their body, is not completely telepathic. So yes, I would say in your case that it's a gift, and probably a refined or a honed gift. So there's some attainment in there, but it can be either one. Anybody that remembers their spirit can go in this direction. Though I found, after training thousands of people to experience this level of consciousness, that everybody has either preferences or like abilities, things that they're good at, and I tend to find that everybody leans either more towards the psychic or more towards the kinetic. The psychics, they're really good at getting information from energy. So a psychic is really good at being very empathic, being very still, so that impressions can be done on their mind, and they can receive really good information. They're also really good at being multidimensional, being in more than one place and one time, sometimes maintaining 3, 5, or 10 different projections at once. And then there's the ones that are more kinetic in nature, and these type of beings, their preference is to hold a very strong stance, and to be able to hold an amazing amount of singular energy in one space and one time. And the whole way that they're able to do that is that they're not good at getting information from it, because if they were, the level of information would drive them crazy. So I found that everybody leans one of the two directions, either more grounded or more light based.
Now, how do you feel like about? So obviously, there's a lot of people in this world who are either psychic, um, or mediums, or what have you, but they're not necessarily. They don't necessarily believe they're from God. They believe they're from a higher power, from some spiritual basis, or they were able to gain these abilities on their own accord. What type of thoughts do you have on that? Because obviously, you come from a very spiritual background. You come from the idea that this is a gift from God.
Yes.
Do you think that people who have this a gift who don't believe it's from God, do they hinder themselves a bit on their ability to really take control and graduate to this higher level of mastery?
Yes, well, I've definitely experienced it. There's a whole host of spirits and presence that does not have our best intentions in mind, and that's putting it very mildly. So, um, with spirit, there's no separation between imagination and intention. So, just believing that your gift comes from God will keep that energy in you. So, when you're unwilling to have the creator be a part of your attainment or your gift, then I've noticed that you risk swimming with the sharks, and they can it's risky. So what I've noticed with the psychics that tend to be more God oriented is they tend not to try to see things. They just trust when it opens up, that God lets them see what they need to see in the moment. And these ones I've found to have the highest degree of accuracy, although I would choose a better term, relevance to the timeline, because people are able to see all sorts of stuff, and I know it's real, but it might not be relevant to this very specific focused timeline we're on. Where it's an act of absolute mastery for a psychic that's not oriented to get information that's actually timeline relevant. Otherwise, you can just be a psychic that's in tune with God, and God will give you relevant information as it's of service.
Okay.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this right, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying like psychics or mediums or psychic mediums that are not necessarily religious, don't believe that there's like a single God, stuff like that, they tend to be less focused and will pick up on like maybe multiple timelines, where somebody who's more focused in a kind of religious sense, that it's a little more focused than that.
Well, depending, some people that are really religious about it, they're not working on their attainment, so that they're not working on a mastery of the gift, but the Creator will give them information that's timeline relevant.
Okay.
Like a lot of people can see your past lives and your
Hmm.
galactic connections, but they can't tell you what coffee mug you're drinking from, or what shirt you're wearing. And so that is like an act of the highest psychic mastery, to get information without God's help that's relevant to the timeline. So I'm not really of the religious to where they would say anything you see that God doesn't want you to see is going to be bad for you. I believe that God likes us to play in our sandbox and to gain mastery, and that our efforts are blessed in that sense. So it's a bit of both. I rest somewhere in the middle.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would say, like, from what I'm gathering, when it comes to having the presence of God in your life, when you're focusing in on your psychic abilities, we're kind of talking a little bit, and not maybe strictly the same, but somewhat like the prophets of the Old Testament, where they were very much timeline based. Everything that
Yes.
was happening was based on what God was presenting to them in that exact moment. For the kings or the various nations or whatever, when they spoke, it was about that timeline, and it wasn't necessarily about the past or some random thing. There was always a very specific element that was meant to push the nations forward.
Yes,
And progress
exactly.
through life. Okay, cool. That totally makes complete sense to me now, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
So, what type of like common misunderstandings do people have about spiritual work?
I would say one of the most common ones is all the shadow work that they perceive that they have to do. Not that some shadow work can be valuable. I'm not like invalidating the whole thing, but if you're on the path of self mastery without God, then obviously you have to do a lot of shadow work, because both sides of the polarity. You're not shielded from any of it. So you have to master that yourself. Whereas if you choose the Creator, if you choose devotion to God, then you really don't need to do that shadow work. Like to advance far as a progressing energy master, simply choosing to love God in the moment, I've found to be the most powerful thing. As energy masters, we seek to grow in our dynamic properties. So we seek to grow in our magnetism, which is a property of our empty space, which is everywhere. As we grow in love, we grow in magnetism. We become more attractive, which makes more synchronicities and more miracles in our life. We also seek to be more luminous. We seek to have a faster vibration to our light, to emit more magnificence. And then we also seek to have mastery, heat, cold, all these dynamic properties. Well, I didn't always devote my energy mastery to God. I took a break from that from 2011 to 2019, and was fully focused on myself. And I sort of left God behind for a while. And when I picked that back up, I noticed that everything that I was trying to accomplish by myself became far more efficacious when I allowed God to be at the center of it. When I chose to be devotional and to devote all of my mastery to loving God in the moment, my doubled, tripled, my luminosity got stronger, my miracles, my synchronicities, health of the body, peace of the mind, upliftment of the emotions, every single good thing that you can achieve with energy mastery gets multiplied when you choose to have your Creator be a part of it.
Now, may I ask why you decided to let that part go for so many years before coming back to it?
Yeah, I got seduced when I first came on the public scene in 2011 and made myself known to the public. I started attracting people like other so-called masters who believed themselves to be God, and they did not do any type of God that was separate from them. Like even though we're one with God and God's on the inside and the outside, God is so infinitely more than this expression can ever be. And even as we grow, we're a part of God's growth. So that's the wisdom in that. But I've met a lot of people that didn't roll like that. They saw themselves as God and nothing else. And I sort of got seduced into that paradigm and started exalting myself and getting information to back it up. You know, I wasn't just losing my mind. I was getting significant data to back that up. So I put the pedal to the metal and just went all the way with it until I ended up seeing the price that you have to pay for that, which is what I call swimming with the sharks. Yeah. So when you choose this self-mastery path and seeing the self as God, you automatically, through the law of attraction, bring into your experience other entities and even other humans who believe the same way that you do. And when two entities occupy the same space that believe that they're God, the one, the only, the Alpha, the Omega, it's a fight, and it's very brutal and very violent. So it turned out that I took to spiritual warfare like a duck takes to water. I was frighteningly good at it. But in the process of doing that, I went dark. I definitely wouldn't say evil, but I became dark, and it cost me every relationship that I held dear at the time. And it was the losing of those cherished relationships that caused my shift into now what I call alignment. Because humans mentalize their relationship with God a lot. I committed the gravest sins you could imagine, you know, the self-exalting itself as God. But when I got back into alignment and I realized the negative fruit of what I was doing, I just reached out and said, you know, if there's something truly greater than me and all that I've obtained, show yourself. And it did. And it came in like buckets of rain, you know, into the soul. And there was God again. And I would say that God forgave me, but that's very human way to look at it. There was nothing to forgive. God explained that when God sat in me with that first time, there was a all at once telepathic communication where God said there is no sin. There are immaturities that are bound to happen when you lack certain wisdom, but there was nothing to forgive. God showed me the process of being in alignment, and that the fruit of being in alignment is growing in what God calls the tree of life. And the fruit of not being in alignment is death and decay. Or to use biblical terms, the wages of sin are death. But God showed me that sin is a very human way of seeing something where God just sees immaturity. And morality, most humans live by a code of morality, and this is good when you're lacking the wisdom. But when you get this level of wisdom, you see very selfishly valid reasons to being a truly good altruistic being. The creator is such a genius. It's set the universe up in such a way to where true service to self is service to others. And so when you have this wisdom, then sin or getting out of alignment just doesn't happen anymore, because nobody makes stupid choices on purpose.
Right. It's funny that you know your story kind of harkens back to something that's very biblical, and we see time and time again, and that is, of course, the story of King Solomon, who, in all his wisdom, when given by God, when asked for it, eventually was led astray by these concubines,
Yes.
and went into some very dark things. And we have some written history about those dark things. We have a number of magical books that came about supposedly from those dark things. But
Yes.
in the end, he did come back to God as well, and again, all was forgiven. He became again loved by God, and I just think it's really credible that we still see that happening today with people who are on the track of the religious, who are with God and who fall away. The prodigal son, for example, people who are devoted and then just turn away, not necessarily on purpose. Sometimes it's by accident. Sometimes it's just the
Yes.
way of the world. You know, things get out of hand, and next thing you know, you're out there treading water. Like, what happened? Where am I? What am I doing? But you know, your story brings us back to this idea and this truth of God being an all-loving God. He's not willing to just leave you out there stranded. He's there with open arms so long as you turn to Him. in return, or first in many cases. So I think thank you for sharing your story. I think that's really awesome of you to do that.
Absolutely. Yeah, my honor.
I do want to shift a little bit here and talk a little bit about safe clairvoyance. And I apologize, going off to the right here because we do have notes, so I don't want you to think I'm not like looking at you here.
Okay,
But
no worries.
The phrase "safe clairvoyance" really does stand out to us. And so, what I want to know, if you can, what makes clairvoyance unsafe when people approach it the wrong way?
Okay, the biggest safety in this is mental or psychological. The more you're able to see, the more easily your mind can get blown away or distracted. The electrical system of the human body is what provides this linear experience and what provides this perception of solidity. Outside of the electricity of the nerves and neurons is the everything's happening all simultaneous, all past, all future, everything's now. And then there's the quantum truth that everything is everywhere simultaneously. So that's a fancy way of describing the pure potential of chaos. So it's infinitely easy to get lost in chaos. So safe clairvoyance involves three things. One is alignment that we've already talked about, and that includes an emotional alignment is vertical and horizontal. So it has to do with being centered in the heart and having your energy column straight, which balances all of your hormones. People typically view this as chakras, but chakras is spiritual energy flowing through the major glands of the endocrine system. Like we have testicles, ovaries, adrenals, thymus, thyroid, pineal, and pituitary. So by being in alignment, you cause an even flow to flow through yourself emotionally, and this will protect you from the manic, depressive, bipolar things that can happen to a highly activated person that isn't in balance. You'll see that they go through this manic, depressive, constant shift, and during the manic stages, they could really, lose their head. And another part to the safety of all of this is a solid anchored understanding of metaphysics. This keeps the psyche grounded because you understand the backdrop of everything. Without these three things, it's very easy to get lost in the infinite since we are currently expressing ourselves as finite beings.
All right. This is a good spot for us to take our break. Folks, you'll hear from our supporting sponsor, and we'll be right back with Michael.
A quick thank you to our supporting sponsor, Nodakian Studios. Looking for something truly one of a kind? Nodakian Studios creates high-fired ceramics that are dishwasher, microwave, and food safe. Every mug, bowl, vase, bottle, and planter is wheel-thrown and hand-decorated, making each piece unique. They also offer pottery classes for all skill levels. Whether you're touching clay for the first time or looking to expand your artistic skills. Nodakian Studios, where craftsmanship and creativity come together. Find out more at nodakianstudios.com.
All right, folks. Welcome back. And Mike, just before the break, you talked about alignment to do safe clairvoyance. Can you tell us a little bit about how we achieve that so that we can do this safely?
Yeah, sure. So I've noticed that as spirit, we maintain, people just imagine a singular presence and that you're either in the head or in the heart. But from what I've seen, we have body presence, which is below the throat. So speaking of chakras, from the heart down to the root. And then we have a mental presence that's somewhere between the speaking self and the visual self, or sometimes bridging both. So the nature and the quality of the thoughts that you're going to have, plus that which you're going to see with your clairvoyance, is going to be dependent on where your body orb or your body presence currently is. So if you're down in the sexual and the emotional, you're going to get information in that regard. At the solar plexus is the sense of self and how it relates to society. and all entities that are of a negative nature, they skip the heart and they dwell between the sense of self and the sexual, somewhere down there. So the nature and quality of the thoughts that you have and the nature and the quality of what you see with your clairvoyance is going to be determined by that positioning of the body orb. So we seek to be in the heart, which is the most powerful and the most blessed. I believe in the Trinity. I know experientially the Trinity, but I'll call it a belief. And Christ lives in the very center of our hearts. So the very best part of God, like when they say God is love, they're talking about Christ, because God is all, like the great all that is. There's nothing that God is not. God is good, God is evil, God is vengeful, God is merciful. It's the whole piece of the pie. So when you say God is love, that's true, if you're talking about the Christ, which is in the center. And we're in an observer-based universe, so the observer is always at the center. So the same Christ that's in me is inside of Justin, is inside of you, Eric, and that's what I've come to learn. So by choosing the heart, choosing to stay here, everything functions as it should. In particular, the adrenals. This is the biggest struggle that I see energetically with humans, is mismanagement of the adrenal energy. So in most people, the adrenals are highly active because they're associated with the sense of self and how you fit in with the world, how you fit in with the collective. So this gets triggered all the time, and mismanaged, it trickles, that energy goes down to the stomach. And it manifests. Adrenal energy in the stomach is fear, worry, doubt, anxiety, all of these taxing, cancer causing things, and channelings of negative entities will occur from that space. Well, when you really become heart centered, it's like the great attractor. It's the love force that holds the glue of all of the universe together. It's the Christ itself. So when you hold your body orb here in the heart, it causes this uplifting where the energy flows from the root, and then the adrenals go right where they're supposed to, into the center of the heart. And all of that fear, worry, doubt, anxiety, all these negative human feelings, they become power and potential and strength and velocity, and everything is fueled by this heart. In particular, that which you're going to end up seeing with your activated clairvoyance is going to be on that holy frequency, because the center of the heart is the greatest love force there is. It is the love force that knows itself as being all love force. And here in the human reality, we have these fluffed up mental concepts of love, but love is the greatest force in the universe. And that's not mental. I mean, love is strength, love is power, that a being of greater love can easily swat down a being of lesser love. So the Christ, as it lives inside of us, is the strongest part of God, and nothing can survive that level of love that's not in alignment with it. So a human that chooses God can dwell in the fullness of that love, but a negative entity that doesn't choose that, that's trying to attach or work through a human, it's going to get processed in that love. When you choose that love, it has two options as it tries to tag along with where you're going: surrender to the love, or three options: surrender to the love, flee, or die, because it'll just get smashed like a trash compactor. The full love force of God is the same love force that turns carbon into diamond.
So talking about spiritual perception, how can someone tell the difference between what is imagination, what is fear, what is ego, or what is something above all of that?
Okay, well, that's a good one. So first thing that I teach my students when they begin studying in the Avatar Energy Mastery Institute is that as humans, we have a separation between imagination, intention, and action. We also have a separation between imagination and reality. So the first thing I teach them is that there's no difference between an imagined experience and a so-called real experience, that we have that separation here in the physical. Like I teach people how to overlap the senses. Like for one example, as you stare at a tree that's like 30 feet away, and vibrations of light are coming in from that tree and into the eyes. These sensorily, they pass through the thalamus cortex, which surrounds the pineal, and the thalamus it decodes these vibrations. It says, oh, that's the rainbow spectrum. So that's something we can see, and it sends it back to the sense of sight. But you can just say, if you have mental presence there, you can say, well, that's something that I would like to smell instead. So you can translate that vibration differently, like through the sense of smell. And people will start to get results with that. And they'll say, but I'm not sure if I imagined the experience or did it really happen. And that's where I patiently teach them there's no difference. Like if you experienced it, then it's real. It's only here in the physical that we have that separation. And that's only because of the density of energy. This physical experience that we're having is a greater density of energy, a greater level of reality than we've ever been subjected to, which is why we keep coming back here, why the best of us keep coming back here, why extraterrestrial species are incarnating here to be a part of it, because it's the next level of growth for the soul.
Now, something I've believed in for a very long time is telekinesis. You talk about it in your bio. You talk about it that I believe that you teach it in your school as well.
Yes.
But there are a lot of skeptics that say, telekinesis is bunk. It's not real. How do you define telekinesis, and what does that look like when you're practicing it?
Sure. Well, important to note that telekinesis is a side effect of expanded consciousness. So when this first opened up for me, clairvoyance was the first ability to pop online. I gained the ability to go into waveform perception and see the energy everywhere. And for a year, I did nothing but a type of training, a type of work that was more like play. I would get home, turn on my clairvoyance, and just take notes. How does the energy react to everything? My thoughts, my feelings, the shapes, geometries, all this different stuff. And my perception was I was this tiny being of energy in an ocean of energy. And then I remember laying on the bed, just doing my favorite thing with clairvoyance, which is watching my breath. As you breathe out with clairvoyance, it looks like dragon's fire, but it's clear. You can actually see your breath rippling, coming out of your mouth. It's a very beautiful thing. Well, I remember that I had a walk in, but it's more like a walk out, because it didn't come into me from the outside. A deeper part of me from deep inside the heart, that which I now call the Christ, came out and literally took over my voice box. And I found myself speaking the words, I am not the physical body. I am the light that flows out of it. And as soon as I stopped speaking those words, all the energy in the room, all the waveform collapsed into me like a dying star going supernova and exploded back outwards, except that my consciousness went with it. So before I was an energy being in a sea of energy, and now I was one with the source of all of that energy. And the energy itself was an extension of my very body and my mind. So from that point forwards, I could feel outside of myself as my very body. And it was just a short period of time after that to where I noticed that I was innately telekinetic. The first thing I noticed was that the wind would respond to me. I could draw air to myself or push air away or cause the wind to change directions. I also noted my ability to cause impressions on the atmosphere, clouds to appear or disappear, or causing still water to ripple by placing still fingers in the water and projecting my energy through the water, like these demonstrations that I have on YouTube. And the most important ability was to be inside the body of another person and my body at the same time, so I could light up the spiritual energy inside of them and give them experiential evidence that they are a spirit themselves. So I wouldn't say that I have telekinetic control of the elements, nor have I met anybody that has telekinetic control. but we do have a definite influence. So it's more like a dance. And the more you honor the elements, the more playful you are, then the further you're going to get with it. These days, I don't try to control the elements at all. Instead, I would say more, instead of bending the elements, I let the elements bend me, because they have lessons, great lessons to teach us in beingness. So air will teach you to be like air, water will teach you to be like water, sunlight will teach you to be like sunlight, and earth will teach you to be like earth. So it's a side effect of expanded consciousness. When your mind is outside of your body, you can't help but having a telekinetic influence, for the same reason that your hand flexes when you will it to. Even inside of your own body, if you sit on your leg the wrong way and it goes numb, you can no longer feel it. You can no longer move your leg, even though it's your leg. So for this reason, your average person isn't telekinetic, because they don't have mental presence outside of their body. But once that expansion of consciousness happens, everyone will notice some level of telekinetic influence.
Okay. Eric, you're muted.
Well, thank you, Justin. Appreciate that. So one of the things that we haven't really touched base on yet is the idea of prayer and how it can ultimately start to warp or change reality. What is your experience in prayer, and how has that affected your growth in energy mastery?
Sure. Well, after the voice of God experience, that was very profound, and sort of lit me on fire, or it made my fire like a match size. But what really turned my fire into a bonfire was the experience that I had about 2 weeks after that. I was home alone, and I had an accident. I got stabbed in the left eyeball by a sharp object, and it was a serious puncture wound. I go into the bathroom to examine it. I'm leaking blood and eye fluid. I'm going to lose my eye. It's very obvious. And by that realization, my right eye teared up, and now I'm effectively blind. But from this place of darkness, there was a strange calm that came over me, and a silent or a soft voice was seeming to say, Michael, we talked to God 2 weeks ago. Why not pray? And I just had this confidence that I can't describe, that, yes, let's pray. And I get down on my knees, prostrated myself, and prayed in the way that I knew how at the time, which was exact words: Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, let my eye be healed. As soon as I said those words, every particle in my body vibrated at a fast speed. I get up and I look in the mirror, and the blood is gone, the eye fluid is gone, my eye is perfectly healed, the tears have vanished from the right, and from the center of my forehead, a thin stream of blood was running down. I wiped the blood off my forehead, and there was no wound, no excuse, no reason why that blood was happening. So that floored me, and it was a mixture of awe, happiness, relief, and fear, and confusion. Because what do you do with that? You know, where do you go? But it set me on fire with possibility, because now God's talking to me, and I'd witnessed a biblical level healing miracle. So I continued with that, witnessing over the next 8 years. So this was from 2000 to 2008, several reality bending miracles by prayer. And every one that I would pray for, I would receive, because I had this relationship with the Holy Spirit. The voice of God has only communicated with me 3 times as the booming voice in my whole life, but the Holy Spirit has always been there. So after the eyeball healing miracle, I would ask the Holy Spirit before I would pray, can I pray for this miracle? And sometimes I would get a no. I have this permanent yes, no, or reward for correct thought, or warning for incorrect thought relationship with the Holy Spirit. If the answer is yes, or if it's a reward for correct thought, then I get that Holy Spirit experience that I described, the electricity and the champagne bubbles of bliss. If the answer is no, or it's a warning for incorrect thought, I get a slight fight, flight feeling in my stomach. So over this 8-year period where my only relationship with divinity was through prayer, that's how I would roll. Before I would receive the miracle, I would first ask if it's okay. If I would get that Holy Spirit confirmation, my faith meter would go up to 100. I'd pray and boom, receive it, whether it was a healing for myself, another person, a weather alteration, all sorts of things.
Hmm. Now, you've brought up the Avatar Energy Mastery Institute that you started. I'd love to know what made you create it in 2011.
Sure. Well, I I had given up on my job, and I just became a traveler, meeting spiritual people on Facebook, going from one place to the next. And one of my travels was with a female friend who had a mind for websites and such. And I had just started making video demonstrations at that time where I was showing people the aerokinesis, the hydrokinesis, the atmospheric manipulation of the clouds, and the YouTube videos were getting a lot of traction and a lot of attention. So she had the idea that maybe I should turn my knowledge into teachings and make it available for everyone.
Mm.
And so the first thing I did was show my demonstrations to podcast radio show hosts, and I got picked up by some sizable ones in the beginning. In particular, Project Camelot picked me up for my first interview, so I knew I had this introduction to a sizable crowd of people. So I decided to have a back end, some place they could go. So I started the Avatar Energy Mastery Institute, made the video lessons, the community forum, and all of that. I chose the term avatar because of what the word means. An avatar means that you're an incarnation of divinity. So I believe that we are all incarnations of divinity, and that we just need self-discovery to realize that. And that's the story behind Avatar.
Well, do you find that a lot of your students tend to have life-changing results when they take these classes, and do you train them through the biblical aspect of knowing Christ and knowing the Trinity on top of that?
Yes, good question. So I actually have a 100% success rate for every devoted student. So some learn slower, some learn faster, but I would say on average, within 6 months, a student reaches the awakening level. At the awakening level, you remember your spirit. You gain the ability to sense your spiritual energy on the inside. You open up your sensory connections to the energetic spectrum. You learn to have lucid dreams and the early stages of out of body experiences. And that's usually obtained in the first 6 months. In another 6 months, they typically learn the advanced level. Before I go into that, the longest it's ever taken a student to awaken that I've seen has been a little bit over a year. At the advanced level, we work on projecting our presence beyond the body in more and more significant levels of mass. We look to increase our love, our magnetism, our luminosity. And this is where I teach the students the abilities, the various forms of telekinesis and such. And that typically takes 6 months, but I've seen it take as long as like a year or more. And then we have the mastery level, which is just the highest level abilities that I know and I'm able to teach, and and how to heal and activate others. So in advance, you learn how to heal yourself, but in mastery, you learn how to do this for others and activate in them. When I started Avatar, I've always been a heart-based being, so I don't think, I don't pre-plan, I don't brainstorm or anything like that. I let seeds of consciousness come up from the heart and instruct me what to do. So the modus operandi in the Avatar days was that we wanted to attract as many people as possible, and we didn't want our beliefs or our philosophy to make us inaccessible to anybody. So the Avatar Energy Mastery Institute is no spiritual philosophy whatsoever, no morals, no how to live your life, no definitions on what God is or isn't, just straight. This is how you travel out of body. This is how you become clairvoyant. This is how you become clairsentient. This is what your spirit is. It's just straight self-becoming. But because of my natural journey from 2011 to 2019 in the fall in the spiritual warfare, and understanding the folly of not having God be a part of the journey, it naturally became the new modus operandi to have the energy mastery connected with my spiritual philosophy. So I started what I call the Metaphysical Church of the Tree of Life, which is like a companion course to Avatar Energy Mastery Institute. I found that to have a truly rich and full relationship with God requires a rich and full relationship with yourself. So all of these self-mastery techniques and everything that I learned over the years chasing self-empowerment actually gave me the tools to have a very rich and full relationship with God. Because whereas before God would have to activate that feeling that I called the Holy Spirit or boom through my eardrums, that's a very strong vibration. So God would have to interrupt my physical reality to communicate with me when God's preference is to stay light, to stay in the spirit. So when you yourself become spirit and expand beyond the body, then God can begin to communicate with you in these more soft, subtle ranges that are not as disturbing to your reality, but are more an invitation to grow more and more in the fullness of God.
Thank you.
Well, Michael, it is getting very close to our time to let you go. So I wanted to give you the
Okay.
chance to tell everybody where they can find you, find your work, find the Avatar Energy Mastery Institute. The mic's all yours.
Absolutely. Whether you want to lean more towards the self-empowerment or towards the relationship with creator, devotion of your mastery, that they're both intertwined, but I kept them both separate for reasons of I don't expect everybody to agree with my spiritual philosophy, and I wanted to keep the self-mastery available. No matter what walk you do, no matter what discipline you're from, the self-mastery materials of Avatar will assist you in experiencing that more fully. And if you're interested in checking out my spiritual philosophy, my way of delineating the God consciousness and how to relate with it, then the Metaphysical Church of the Tree of Life is for you. No matter which of those sounds appealing to you, or perhaps both, they're both umbrellaed under my bio site, which is michaelmonk.bio, B-I-O, michaelmonk.bio.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being on Paratruth Reborn.
Thanks for having me. You guys brought out the best of me. I appreciate it.
Awesome.
All right, everybody. So we asked our Paratruther community group, do you believe abilities like clairvoyance and telekinesis can be safely developed? Well, 50% of you said yes with the right spiritual grounding, and 50% of you said maybe, but only with some serious guidance. So hopefully tonight's episode kind of gave you a little view into what it might take to build your clairvoyance and telekinesis. But again, you have Michael Monk's bio, so you can definitely check him out and reach out to see if you learn more. Now, if you're listening to us live on United Public Radio Network, I want to thank you all for being here with us tonight. And if you want to go deeper into the conversation, make sure to follow Paratruth Reborn on YouTube, Facebook, and wherever you listen to podcasts. That's where you'll find clips, bonus thoughts, community questions, and more ways to be part of the Paratruther community. Search Paratruth Reborn and come continue the conversation with us beyond the broadcast. Now, as always, everybody, this has been a live episode on 107.7 FM New Orleans, 105.3 FM the Gulf Coast, and of course, the United Public Radio Network. So until next week, where you'll find us on the same time and the same channel, my name is Eric.
And I'm Justin.
Peace.
Are you ready to explore the unknown? Dive into the world of the strange, mysterious, and unexplained with Eerie Expeditions magazine. Each issue is packed with spine-tingling tales, cutting-edge paranormal investigations, and exclusive insights into hauntings, cryptids, UFOs, and more. Whether you're a seasoned investigator or just love a good ghost story, Eerie Expeditions magazine has something for you. Join our growing community of truth seekers and adventure lovers. Subscribe today at EerieExpeditionsMagazine.com and unlock the secrets of the supernatural. Are you ready? That's EerieExpeditionsMagazine.com, where the extraordinary is just a click away. Dare to discover.
Welcome to the Gateway, broadcasting live from the Bluffs of the Rockies. We are live on United Public Radio Network 107.7 FM, and I'm your host this evening, C.L. Thomas. You've been listening to Sean Kelly with Into the Night right here on United Public Radio Network 107. You can tune again on Sundays at 5 p.m. Central, and he'll be on. Tonight we're exploring a question that sits at the crossroads of psychology, spirituality, and the paranormal. When someone has an unexplained experience, a visitation dream, an encounter with a spirit, or an overwhelming sense that a loved one is still nearby, is it purely psychological or is it spiritual? Many of you know I'm a member of a spiritualist church. I'm really good friends with Tim Shaw, and I do a lot of mediumship and things like that. So to me, it's very real. But is all paranormal experiences real? Or is the answer more complex than an explanation, than a paranormal explanation alone? For decades, the paranormal has often been viewed through just one lens, while mental health has been viewed through another. So we do have like a lot of demonic cases and things like that that have come out throughout the years, but I don't think anyone's ever really looked at it from a mental standpoint. I kind of mentioned it a little bit in my book, Dancing with Demons. I do get into, is it psychological? But my guest tonight, she's phenomenal. I can't wait to get her on here. She's joining me. She's qualified to help us navigate these kinds of questions. She's known as the haunted therapist. She is a licensed mental health counselor. She's an EMDR certified trauma therapist. Can't talk tonight. And the host of the Haunted Therapist podcast. You guys, I have to stop right here for just a second. I have a 10-week-old baby golden retriever at my feet that's a little bit active. I'm going to show her to you. This is Heidi, and she's a little bit active tonight, so I do apologize. She may bark, she may growl, she may sound like a gremlin, but she has been fed and she is very well taken care of. So whatever happens, try to ignore. This is what's going on at my feet. So just try to ignore her. I'm going to hope for the best tonight. Anyway, that said, back to the haunted therapist. Her work focuses on fascinating intersection of trauma, the nervous system, spirituality, and paranormal experiences, helping people make sense of some of life's most profound and mysterious moments. So without further ado, let me get her on here. Brett, welcome to the show.
Hi, how you doing? I'm so excited to be here.
I
literally got out of bed for this.
You were laying in bed, yes. I'm so sorry I wasn't more clear about the video work.
Oh, don't apologize for getting me out of bed ever. Like I need all the excuses that I can get. It's 9 o'clock here on the East Coast, so I'm just winding down. So this is like a perfect bedtime story for me. I love it.
Well, what you do is so unique in the paranormal realm. So I just had to get you on here to talk about it. So you're a therapist.
I'm a therapist. I've been a therapist for over a decade and licensed therapist just in New York State. plan to work on a national license. That's my goal for 2027 because I'm coming across so many folks who resonate with what I do. I mean, I do normal traditional therapy, but obviously, you don't have anything against people bringing their ghost stories to me. So I think that really is helpful to people to be able to incorporate, the spiritual side of psychotherapy as well. Which
Yeah.
has existed for decades, mind you. I mean,
It started out because I thought that psychology meant the study of spirit in the mind, right?
Well, it depends. I mean, there is now my brain's not going to be able to work. Like Maslow and Carl Jung, they started a whole transpersonal psychology is more kind of like that, where it incorporates the mind, but also the spirit, like people's spiritual experiences as well. But yeah, I mean, certainly psychology is not a hard science whatsoever. It's not a physical science.
No, it's not. And actually, that's up to a lot of discussion too, and that's how we got into a lot of the old mental institutions that were doing all of these different experimentations and things, right? Because it wasn't such a hardcore.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what I love about the overlap with the paranormal. Like the paranormal and psychology are literally both asking the same questions.
They are.
What lingers and why?
It's very interesting. So, how do you approach your work? When somebody comes and says that they're going through a severe haunting, they come to you. How do you deal with them?
Well, I mean, I'm a clinician first, always. So I have to rule out any significant mental health diagnoses that might be going on, and which is helpful no matter what. If that is something that's going on, then I'm glad you're here. Um, but as long as that's not something that's happening, then we just kind of work through what is it that you want to get out of this experience. I'm not there to prove or disprove their experience any more so than I would be with a mandated client who's seeing me, who tells me that they're innocent, they didn't do it. Great. But you're here for a reason. So let's find out what that reason is. So it's not my job to prove or disprove their experience. It's more to find out what meaning they're making out of it. What does that make them believe about themselves now, or the world around them? And how do they want that to affect the way that they live their lives? So, and that's kind of how I look at paranormal experiences too. If I'm doing investigations, ghost hunts, whatnot, it's not so much, oh, we got to get this evidence so that we can prove what's going on. It's more, let's sit in our own spirit and in our own instrument, our bodies, and find out how the friends that we're investigating with, how is that affecting us? Or, how is this energy that we're interacting with? How does that affect us?
That's what I love about your work, because there's so many paranormal investigators out there right now. Their only concern is to disprove somebody, right? So they're not, I don't know. I just feel like there's something to be said about not being worried about if it's proved or disproved, but more working with the client to come to terms with what they believe is going on, what they may or may not be experiencing, etc.
Exactly. And the idea of, I guess the way that I approach it is I'm approaching ghosts, whether they're external around us or internal, our own internal ghosts, with curiosity instead of fear, which is the opposite of the brain. Curiosity and fear can't exist in the brain at the same time.
Right. It's I talked a little bit about this situation in Dancing with Demons. I wrote a book about a paranormal experience I had years ago. And one of the things that I noticed in the paranormal, I've dealt with a lot of different clients who, well, I don't want to call them clients, or just people that I've helped, but over the years, they all kind of seem to have something in common, to where there's a lot in their life to clean up, so to speak. Like they have like a lot of chaos in their life and things like that. So for me, it's more about like not only helping them with their paranormal experiences and things, but also kind of looking at their own life and kind of evaluating where they can make those kinds of, I don't want to say improvements, but maybe make it a little more positive.
Yes. That's what I love about paranormal pursuits as a hobby. It can be so positive and so healthy. I mean, first of all, we're standing on the backs of giants. We're standing on centuries of, cross-cultural world religions, and Hinduism, all of these things. I mean, spirituality, Christianity, everything, spiritualism has been around for hundreds and hundreds of years. So when we say paranormal, we have to like broaden the lens and not just look at our own, culture that we have here in the US or, neighboring countries or whatever. Like we're talking about spirituality that goes way back centuries.
Yeah.
And having honor and respect for those cultures. And also in this culture, like if you go into an abandoned building of some kind, thinking about having respect for the people that lived there prior to you and the things that they had to go through, it's such an amazing way to connect with history too. I think that, I mean, I don't know about class field trips, but some of these places like Gettysburg, I mean, you could argue that could be a great place to take a bunch of sixth graders, for example, and a fun way too. I think I would have learned a lot more in my history class if it was brought to me in this living history, so to speak, way, quote unquote. So yes. So anyways, that's my spirituality tangent. So the paranormal is about so much more than is it a ghost and what did the ghost say? And on my podcast, that's what I talk about is not so much what did the ghost say, but like what is a thought and how does that relate to what we're experiencing here, what we're hearing on the ghost box? How are we interacting with that, for example?
Here's another thing in my personal experiences too, is that I found a lot of the paranormal experiences that I've had personally, it is more of a spiritual based thing. It's more of a guidance for me for something else. Like even at Goldfield, I've investigated Goldfield Hotel, and there was some things that went on in there. It wasn't so much a scare factor or anything like that. It was more of the spirit world kind of telling me something else. Does that make sense?
And then it encourages you to figure out how you want to drop in to what it's telling you.
Right.
And what meaning are you going to make out of it? And it's super helpful before you go into an investigation to do some kind of meditation or some kind of like grounding activity or, nervous system regulation, which is another thing I love about paranormal pursuits is that they invite us to live a healthier lifestyle. You're sober when you're doing it. You're with friends.
Or so you should be sober while doing it.
You should be. Yeah,
some people who aren't.
Yeah, ideally, it's an invitation. You get more out of it if you're sober. I'll say that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, and if you spend any time in meditation, even if it's not working for you because the voices in your head won't shut up, great. Now you know what the voices in your own head sound like versus a voice that you might be hearing on the outside of your head, if you will, a disembodied voice and whatnot. So now you can tell the difference between the two. Like, oh, is it just me making this up? It invites you to do some trauma work. If you have any kind of trauma that you're carrying, it's actually a really interesting way to give your nervous system a little roller coaster ride because it's something that you signed up for. You bought the ticket. You're going to take the ride. You can get off the ride whenever you want. It's got a beginning. It's got an ending. Again, you're with friends probably or people that you trust. So it can be really good for your nervous system to experience some of these haunts, if you will.
I always found that going to a lot of these places is just such a great way to spend a Friday night,
For us, anyway. I don't know if everybody thinks that.
So trauma has a profound effect on the brain and nervous system. Have you found that unresolved trauma can change the way people perceive or interpret their paranormal experiences?
Did you say that does trauma have an effect on the way people And you cut out a little bit on my end.
Yeah. Have you found that unresolved trauma can change the way people perceive their, or how they I'm not talking well tonight, how they perceive their paranormal experiences?
Well, I mean, I don't know that for sure. I would assume so, because trauma has a way of affecting or impacting how we view life in general, how we view ourselves. You know what I mean? So just biological deduction, I would say, yeah, for sure. You know, it could make somebody anything from addiction to the paranormal down to only seeing things through a fear-based lens or through a negative lens. So it's certainly unresolved trauma. Yeah, you're not showing up at baseline. You're not showing up in homeostasis. You're showing up possibly already jacked up, if you will. You know what I mean? Like you're already ready to go. And so that expectation is then creating the experience. So now we don't know. Now it's not pure evidence. We don't know. And that's true no matter what. I mean, the experiment and the experimenter are one and the same. It's hard to separate those. But yeah, as much as you can, just process that trauma, which I call a ghost in the mind or a haunting in the mind, then you'll have a cleaner experience. You know, it won't be so tainted with your own. But again, there's no way around that. We're always going to be part of the experiment. And that's cool. That's part of it. It's a conversation with the unknown or with this other energy that's out there, whatever it may be.
Do you find that what are some examples that you know of or have experienced just from your work that kind of like, have you met somebody that's kind of fear-based in the paranormal, that's, without saying any names or anything like that, of course, but can you kind of give an example
of somebody who's fear-based in the paranormal?
Yeah, in the paranormal, and how it kind of influences them?
I think that if somebody is, it's going to create a feedback loop. So whatever it is that your expectation is, you're gonna get it. You know, that it's going to be, oh, it said demon instead of something that might sound, I guess we don't want to do a rhyming game with demon, but you know, that sounds like something else.
That's a really good point. You know, the old adage is, if you're going to find what you're looking for, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that, you know, it's good that we have all these TV shows that seem to be having all of these demonic experiences. It's good in the sense that, I guess, I mean, like, it normalizes the paranormal. It makes it cool. You know, the kids think it's cool now, and it's something. So now we get to have the conversation. So those of us weirdos that were lurking in the shadows all along can just be like, yeah, we do that. Then everybody's thinking that that's what it is, and that's so not what it is.
Yeah, I think the last couple of years have really, you know, a lot of that goes back to demon sell. You know, so it sells ratings on television.
Yeah, exactly.
But then you have all of the paranormal world who follow these TV people. You know, they go into it experiencing demons and things. That's kind of an interesting psychological on its own.
Yeah,
you know?
Well, it's that vicarious traumatization, or that vicarious kind of joyride that we like to go on TV.
Yeah,
you know, with our favorite characters, just to feel something. You know, a lot of people are kind of just existing, or, you know, going about their day. It's like Groundhog's Day. Everything feels the same, and that can be why some people, you know, that were drawn to horror movies or The News, which is also a horror movie, that type of thing.
These days it is.
Yeah, right. So, but yeah, I think, you know, the way that I kind of found myself in this, because I haven't even been doing this for very long, but I noticed that I was speaking in metaphor with my clients who are trauma survivors. And I was always saying, you know, that the mind can be like a haunted house, or there's different rooms in your mind that you don't want to go in because they're haunted. And so I was like, what am I talking about here? And so then I just kind of like dove in deeper. And then I went on a couple paranormal investigations and had some genuine, well, my counseling office is haunted, which is insane. It was not something I was even looking for. I wasn't even into the paranormal when I moved into my private practice, 5 years ago now.
That's interesting. Has it always been used as a counseling area?
Everybody always asks me that exact question. So I must be meant to find an answer to it. No, I'm the first therapist to be there, but I think it was a dental office before then. It's like a building with different offices in it, and I'm in the basement.
Yeah, the
So
reason I ask is because I used to work back in the day back in my med school days, I used to work at this place, third shift in the medical records office, doing work it was a level 3 mental facility for young boys. And before that, this building was a old folks home, or a retirement center, I should say. And then before that, it was a home of a medical doctor back in like the Civil War era. So, but for a time it wasn't just retirees, it was like those dealing with mental illnesses. And so that energy in that building, like the office I was using, was really haunted. So, and other people in the building, the kids even, these were 6-year-old kids in a level 3 facility telling the staff that they're seeing ghosts at night and stuff. It was really interesting. And so looking back, it's like, all that energy from the mental state being collected in one area, to me, it just makes sense that it would cause hauntings like that.
And what's interesting is it's definitely not my office doing it. Like, arguably we could say it's because I'm a therapist and people are coming in for an hour at a time and, crying and letting out all of this emotional energy. But I'm telling you, every day that I go into that office, it feels good in there. And it's so interesting. And so, I think it's our own brains that put the label of good and bad on things. Crying equals bad. Pain equals, oh, that's bad. Oh, it must be so sad in your office. Like the tears must linger. No, my plants are thriving. I have plants literally climbing the ceiling. I think that it feels quote unquote good in there because people are having raw, pure, authentic experiences, some of them paranormal, mind you. But they're making meaning and processing trauma. And that's actually all very positive stuff. So, but if it was a dentist before me, then I could see how that might be haunting.
I don't know. It's a good way to look at it though, because it's all, instead of looking at it as a place of strife, maybe it's a place of healing.
It's a place of healing for sure. That's exactly how it feels. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes you wonder what energy, if trauma itself is a haunting inside of our own nervous system in a way. If I'm working with a client and like we're doing EMDR and they're reprocessing that, so it's moving it into different lobes in their brain and their energy is shifting. And we all know that even if you're not into the paranormal, you can feel energy around you when you walk into a room. So now they're radiating out that energy, almost like if you get a deep tissue massage and then you got to drink a bunch of water afterwards to try to cleanse the toxins. It's similar to that. So it's going into the energy in my office. But I guess maybe it loses steam because it's no longer connected to the psyche. It's now just cellular. It's now just not even cellular. Now it's just in the air. It's in the atmos. But it's the mind that creates the haunting. It's our thoughts or our unprocessed trauma that make it negative or like a haunting. I say all the time, if I wheeled an fMRI machine in, like if somebody can't stop with like a thought or something, a thought is plaguing them, maybe because it's OCD, maybe it's anxiety, maybe it's just a thing going on for them. If I attached your brain to a bunch of electrodes, we could look at the different lobes of the brain lighting up, but you can't see the thought. Where's the thought? It doesn't exist. The thoughts don't exist, and they absolutely rule our lives.
Yeah,
are in charge of our day and our mood and everything.
They do exist on some level, right? A thought is energy, and energy exists in some. Tesla tried to photograph thoughts.
I just heard of this. I have to do more research about that. Was he successful?
No, he was not.
Right. My point exactly.
But he was successful at holding a light. It's so phenomenal. I just love this guy. Holding a light bulb while standing on grounds, just without any, I don't know,
my God.
the electricity. Yeah. Look that up. He's actually standing. He's got that crazy machine that he built, that big tower. Yes, and it's going off. And there's a picture of him with a light bulb standing, I think like 100 feet away from this thing, and the energy actually transferred through the ground, through his feet, into that light bulb, and it's lit up.
This is what I'm saying. The world that we live in is peculiar and bizarre. What are you talking about? Everything is paranormal. Science is magic. It's insane. Technology is beyond our comprehension or explanation, at least to me on my level. The whole world, it's pretty magical here, that's for sure.
So I'm going to change the subject just a little bit. You often describe the mind as like a haunted house, and I love that analogy for so many different reasons. Can you explain what that means? It's kind of along what we were just talking about.
Yeah, I kind of started to dip into it when I said, what I realized that I was talking about trauma as a ghost that just pops up in your nervous system. And then I made a whole thing. I'm giving a presentation at the Paranormal Research Symposium in Gettysburg on this next month, kind of like a workshop for people to do. But yeah, I do a lot of parts work, internal family systems parts work. We all have parts. Part of me wants this, part of me wants that. So it's a way of looking at different parts of you that may have been born at different ages that come with you, like your inner child is a good example of that. And so sometimes those parts feel like they live in different parts of the haunted house. If your house is haunted, your mind or whatever, the basement would be a good example for where trauma, buried, suppressed trauma might live. And then the living room is kind of like the meeting area of the ghosts, or the parts of ourself that kind of come together when I'm doing EMDR or parts work. It's like, let's go into the meeting room and have conversations with different parts of yourself that maybe could inform shed some light on a problem you might be having. The attic would be, I think of the attic as grief, or generational trauma, family systems, things like that. Mirrors inside the house would be perception or distortion, kind of like how we see ourselves or how we want to see ourselves. And the key in looking at this through a therapeutic lens is you force someone into the basement unprepared, right? You never just want to go right into the trauma. It's something that you have to really build up to and make sure that someone is safe and ready to do that. But healing doesn't always remove ghosts, and that's true if you're doing paranormal investigation or therapy. It doesn't always necessarily remove the ghosts, which I think some people are like, I actually kind of like this haunting. Great. If some people are afraid to do, or resistant to do EMDR because they think that means that they'll forget the thing that happened, and maybe they take some kind of pride in surviving what happened, but it doesn't mean that you forget. It just means that the ghost no longer controls the house. So healing is about erasing the past. It's about changing the relationship with what.
How does that relate to when somebody comes in and says they have attachments and things like that?
I haven't had somebody talk to that extent about paranormal experiences. The people that I'm seeing or treating for, all different depression, anxiety, trauma, all different types of things, relationship issues, their paranormal experiences, it's been real easy for us to fold it into meaning making for them. Almost as like the ghost that maybe is in their house or whatever is almost like a part of themselves that may have left their body and is now haunting them, trying to get their attention, which is a really interesting way to work on it. And,
That's really interesting.
It's interesting because when we've done it that way and they're able to almost have a conversation with that part, the haunting goes away. The paranormal experiences stop. At least for now. I have one client where it stopped and it hasn't come back yet, which is so fascinating. But I haven't worked with anybody that feels, I mean, I have worked with people who feel like they have an attachment psychologically in terms of, you know, hearing their abuser's voice when they don't want to hear it over and over, things like that. So if I were to work with someone who had like a paranormal attachment or an entity or something, I would just do EMDR with them. I would do exactly what I would do with somebody who had a trauma attachment. There's no difference, because what's important to remember is that you have dominion over your own body, your own mind, your own thoughts.
Absolutely.
Try to.
Yeah. Grief is one of those most common reasons people become interested in the paranormal. I always say that if you're into paranormal, something's happened to you along the lines, or you've lost someone, or something happens. So from your perspective, why are after-death communication experiences so meaningful, regardless of how someone interprets it?
Yes, I love this. So it puts you in touch with the relationship, first of all, that you had with that person, and keeps the relationship alive. So alive in the way that you can still get in touch with the part of yourself that you were when you were with that person, because that's what it all comes down to. The brain is just having, you know, the consciousness is just having its own experience here. Who knows if you're even sitting across from me on the computer screen right now? I don't know. I think you are. You know, quantum physics might have something to say about that. So there's absolutely no reason, just because that person is no longer in physical form, that you can't still have a working relationship with that person, or within inside of that dyad, inside of that relationship dynamic that you had. So it keeps that part of yourself alive too, which is super important to nurture. But yeah, it's absolutely, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me if your grandmother actually visited you or not. I'm not here. That's not the part that fascinates me. What fascinates me is, how did you feel about that? You know, how did that make you feel? Not to put like, you know, the jargon, psychological jargon on it, but
I had a conversation with another medium from the Lilydale area just earlier this week about that same topic, and she was talking about how she's okay with doing mediumship with somebody, bringing in loved ones, particularly with grief. We were discussing the grief issue. As long as that other person is able to live and thrive with that. Because if they're not, then the whole point of mediumship for us is healing and creating hope for the person that's left alive. So if it's not achieving that in that light, then it's not good to continue that particular thing, or that particular mediumship with that person.
And like you asked earlier, how can trauma kind of sometimes get in the way or shape someone's paranormal experience? You know, going to see a medium is one way that you can heal some trauma that who knows, you know, we don't always lose somebody because they were 97 and they passed away peacefully in their bed. So going to see a medium is one way that you can work through the trauma of that, but it can also get in the way if you haven't worked on some trauma about how you might have lost someone. It can kind of make the person, I think, I'm not a medium, but I would think that it could make your client too focused on hearing from one person in one type of way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
which can be challenging, I'm sure.
Yeah, there is. I had an experience one time with a woman. I don't want to get into too many details just for her privacy, but she lost a son through a dramatic event, and she came to me after going to another person that I know very well. My friend was not able to bring through her son, And then when I talked to her, I kind of interview the person just a little bit just to see where they are, state of mind before doing anything.
Oh, nice.
She just could not. She just was not in a place to be able to do it at all. It was the first time I ever had to say, this isn't a good idea.
I think would be really interesting. I wish that I had, I suppose I do have a, because I live only like 45 minutes from Lilydale, that I could have a working relationship with a medium where, if a medium was like, ooh, you're going to need some, nervous system regulation or some trauma healing first or something, and then I work with them and then send them. I did have a client who went to a medium once, and it was so interesting, and it added such a rich layer for her in our session, because she brought back the recording that she had with the medium, and it was so fun for her and validating for her, because I've been working with her for years, for me to just be like, oh my God, that sounds so like you, or blah blah blah, like it was so interesting. And then we were able to pull some of that out and use it therapeutically. What a cool, neat working relationship for a therapist and the medium to be working with a client together. Multi-pronged approach to healing.
Yeah, I think it could work, I really do. If it's done, I think, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the paranormal kind of lost that piece, or maybe they never had it to begin with. I think that's why I like to do more of the spiritual based and mediumship versus the paranormal these days. But you just don't get that, I don't think, a lot with the paranormal stuff.
Yeah, that's more of the adventure. That's more of the hunter-gatherer, and then or the hunter part, and then back here at home we're gathering and meaning making and things like that, and they're going out and collecting evidence and new data and everything. It works well together for sure.
Mm-hmm. It does. I wish everybody would work together a little bit,
Yeah, that would be helpful. But that's what I like about the paranormal community so far that I've found, is that we all do kind of, I don't know, it's what I've come across. It's been a very supportive community, which is another great thing about it.
So the people in paranormal, there's like investigators, experiencers, and then there's the people looking just for answers. What's the biggest misconception that people have about the relationship between mental health and paranormal experiences?
Well, that they have to be separate. That they're two distinct things. Again, psychology is not a hard science. It's not a physical science. It's very open. It's when it's boiled down, it is just about data collection and observing patterns. There's so many patterns in psychology, and there's so many patterns in the paranormal. We can't have replication so much in the paranormal, but we can't really have it too much in psychology either. You can't make the subject, respond always in the exact same way necessarily. It's not a hard science. So it doesn't have to be separate. As a matter of fact, I'd love for people to know that in the DSM, which is how, we diagnose everyone, the book, the Bible of diagnoses, way back at the end of the book, page 800, they now inserted a thing in there that says if something is spiritually or culturally sanctioned, that it's not pathologized. You can hear all the voices that you want. And it's not a diagnosis, which is really interesting. Right? Like, doesn't that change pages 1 through 799 then? I don't know.
Well, how do they distinguish the differences between something like schizophrenia and
like
a demonic oppression or something?
Yeah. Well, to be fair, schizophrenia has like 8 markers that you need to meet, or 5 out of 8 or something that you need to be able to. It's pretty significant. It's not just about what's happening to you. It's also about the negative symptoms, meaning what's not happening, what you're not able to do anymore. So, it has to really, but there's nothing saying that we can't try all different types of treatment. Why not send a priest too?
Why wouldn't we though? If that's what the person believes.
If that's what the person believes, that's what matters. Yeah. I mean, placebo is so interesting. We could know that something is placebo and it still works. That's how ridiculous our brains are. Like, we want something to work so bad, it's going to work, even if we know that it's placebo.
It's interesting. The brain is so powerful. I just if everybody learned how to control thoughts and everything, can you imagine what humanity could do?
Yeah, it'd be like the Matrix, possibly. It probably already is. There's probably people. That's the other thing, is we don't know if it's a ghost floating on by, or if you catch something on your XLS camera or on the spirit box or something. How do you know that's not somebody from another dimension? How do you know that's not somebody from this dimension who's still alive, who's having some kind of transcendental experience, or the multiverse or something? There's just no
Just
way
don't
to know,
know.
because of the power of the mind. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
And how cool is that? I mean, that's what makes this so much fun to talk about on a Tuesday night, It's ridiculous.
I lived in Vegas for 6 years, and I just moved to Wyoming recently. And, it kind of made me look at the paranormal a little different because of the Native American culture here. And when you start looking at their ideas of, I'm sorry, the dog is chasing the cat.
Oh my God, there's a cat too.
Yeah, this is Loki. I don't know if
we have a dog called Loki. I love that.
Yeah. Anyway, the Native American culture, of course, they're always very spiritual based. There's a lot of hauntings around Vegas associated with the American culture, the Native American culture. They have like a lot of the like pterodactyls and just all sorts of spirit based creatures. And one of the things, though, is that they incorporate not necessarily alien activity, but third dimensional beings as part of their paranormal.
Right.
And so I guess where I'm going with that is there's a mountain not too far from me where I live now. So, I used to go to Area 51 and explore all the petroglyphs and all that kind of stuff. But now I live on the base of Medicine Mountain. And supposedly there's like, first of all, there's a lot of UFO based activity in that area. People go missing from that area a lot. It's one of those places that hunters and stuff will just go missing. But then the Native Americans hold it as a sacred place to where they go and get healings and things. So there's like layer after layer of paranormal activity.
It goes hand in hand. And look, they always end up using it for healing purposes too, which is what we're talking about tonight. The link and the tie-in and how, and like you said, to keep answering that question, the misconception is that they're not two separate things. One can be completely related to the other. We can be using paranormal, so-called paranormal, also spiritual, for healing.
Right. So social media has made extraordinary paranormal claims spread faster than ever. How do we stay open-minded about losing our ability to think critically in the midst of all of this?
I mean, that's a good question for any realm or any avenue of life. How do we stay? Yeah, you have to. Yes, critical thinking is it. I mean, I don't even know how to answer that question, but other than saying yes, like learn how to think critically. And I value questions so much more than I value answers, or I dig them more. Like I'm into questions a lot more than answers, because when you have an answer, well, that's it. All right, time to go home. We know, but the ability to arrive at an answer is so limited to mathematics, I think. To arrive at a definite period, end of story answer is very hard science, mathematics, and not even hard science. I mean, things that we're getting new information all the time. So to stay open-minded, stay curious, I think is a huge factor or component of critical thinking. And to know that beliefs are actually very limiting, because you're living in a state of I already know the answer. Beliefs can be very helpful. Don't get me wrong. They can be extremely helpful, especially in dark times. But use it. Use it as your tool and be willing to change your beliefs. It's okay. You know, we're constantly changing all the time, or even our skin is regenerating. But we're not the same as we were yesterday, certainly. And to be intentional, I think to wake up every day with intention matters almost more than anything. And a little bit of ritual if you can, even if it's just, you know, noticing what it is that you're doing. Maybe your ritual is that today my ritual is going to be that I'm noticing what I'm thinking and I'm going to be aware of my thoughts.
That's a good one. Be aware of my thoughts.
It's about as paranormal as you can get for the day. I mean, if you can do that, shoot.
So you work with a lot of people processing trauma, and people exploring their spiritual experiences. Have you noticed any common threads that connect healing with a deeper sense of intuition or personal transformations?
I think the light bulb moments for people, the thread there, the aha moments are when they get in touch with the different parts of themselves, realizing that they are multifaceted, that they're not just one thing, and they allow themselves to listen to their body, the different parts of their mind, and their spirit. Because your body has so much information for you. There's so much, I mean, that's where, you know, trauma is stored in there and everything. And, you know, we don't listen to our body. We just walk around like a brain in a jar, you know, that the body is just a vehicle, but no, it has so much information for us. So I would say like the common thread is actually in the solution. And the solution is to know that you have at any given moment thoughts, feelings, and behaviors that are, you know, they're all under your control. But we're asleep. We're not realizing that. We think that our thoughts are just, we're a victim of our own thoughts. And because we're thinking them, they must be true. And now that I've thought this horrible thought that was outside of my control and without my consent, now my mood is in the toilet. And now I'm going to go, you know, smoke or do my bad behavior, my bad habit, or start a fight, or live in fear, or isolate, or all of the things. So to know that thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, that those are the common thread. And to wake up side of the simulation and know that you do actually have the ability to have control and to choose what you choose to think. And thoughts are tricky. They're like, to me, they're vultures. You know, anytime we have like a strong feeling, a thought will just circle it and be like, ooh, I've got a story for that. And it's not a good one. But let me tell it to you. And that's going to affect your whole day. Sometimes just sitting with it is the answer.
Who was the guy who wrote the book about controlling your thoughts? It was a writer from the 30s. I can't remember his name. He wrote Outwitting the Devil and
Was he a
Think and Grow Rich.
psychotherapist?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think I know who you mean. Yeah,
I
but
can't remember his name.
it's been a concept that's been around forever, but they don't teach it, you know,
Mhm.
certainly not, because then how would they control our minds? Whoever
Do you-
they are.
Do you think that every haunting is really about ghosts, or are some hauntings simply unresolved stories? You kind of already answered that, but I kind of wanted to end with that question.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sometimes who knows, whatever that means. Sometimes it's a ghost, whatever that is, right? Like we said, it could be a multidimensional creature. It could be so many different things. But yes, it absolutely could just also be residual energy. It could be the person's expectation or their desire having it be something that's going on in your own mind. It can be unprocessed trauma that's imprinting on the environment around you. That's definitely a real thing. That's, you know, that's something that pulls in psychology and the paranormal for sure. Sometimes the story that came before you turns into the haunting, right? Like, oh, well, thanks for buying my house, but just so you know, on the second floor or in the attic, sometimes we hear this thing. Boom. Now that's been passed down to you. Like the story now becomes the haunting.
That's happened to so many of these haunted locations, actually.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's a story, like, just to give you an example, Goldfield Hotel. There's a couple stories that were made up in the late 80s, early 90s. And it was because they were trying to revitalize the town. And so they wanted to draw people in from Las Vegas to come tour. And so they created all of these stories of murders and things like that. You know what I mean? And now there was a TV show that went in there with those stories. And now everybody believes that they're seeing, like when they go in there, they're experiencing bricks flying and all this crazy stuff that never really happens.
Right. Right. But then if they really, enough people really believe it, then could they make something happen? Right. Like, right. Like you create, was that called the Gansfield experiment or something like that, where they made up a story of a haunting, but then it actually became a haunting or something like that. Yeah. It's so interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stories like
and
that.
it's so interesting too, because maybe it was haunted at one time, but now you've got these teams of people coming through and they're all with their friends and they're having the best night ever. Well, that's transmutation, right? Like it's alchemy. It's taking something that was a haunting or maybe something that was negative or something, and it's replacing it with all this positivity. So now it's being haunted by positivity.
It's a really interesting concept. I didn't mean to interrupt your train of thought, though, of what you were talking about.
Oh, we'll never get that back. That train has left the station. I don't even remember the question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I think I answered it, though.
Well, Brett,
if we say that we answered it, then the people will believe that we
did.
They'll
believe it, yeah.
They'll think that they missed something. The show must go on.
The show must always go on.
The show must always go on.
Well, for the listeners out there, you should try it. Come up with a fake paranormal story and tell it to somebody and see if they experience any of that. That would be a really good field experiment out there.
Yeah. Somebody's got to do it.
Well, what do you have coming up? And where can people find you?
So much coming up all of a sudden. So I'm going to Gettysburg at the end of this month for the Gettysburg Battlefield Bash. I'm not doing any presenting, but I'll have a table there. I'll be handing out some pamphlets and information and talking to veterans and doing some ghost hunting. My first time in Gettysburg. And then at the end of August, I'll be presenting at the Paranormal Research Symposium, Alex Matsuo's project, on the Haunted House of the Mind that we were talking about a little bit earlier. And then at the beginning of October, I will be at the Rock Island Roadhouse Expo, and I'll be giving a presentation there. But every Wednesday, my podcast episode comes out every Wednesday morning on YouTube and Spotify. I just recorded with Nick Groff. That's coming out tomorrow morning. And you can just look for Haunted Therapist. I'm at Haunted Therapist on all my socials. I'm pretty active on Instagram mostly, but also TikTok. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming on the show. And I apologize for all of the disruptions tonight. I feel like I was all over the place. I have a dog running around.
Oh my God, you were great. No, I had so much fun. I was so happy to be here. I would love to come back anytime.
I would love to have you back. I'll definitely reschedule you for probably later this fall.
Oh, awesome. Spooky season.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You've been listening to The Gateway, broadcast live from United Public Radio 107.7 FM. You know what, guys? So the magazine is really late. I do apologize. I have it scheduled to come out on the 15th. So just so if everyone's out there following the Erie Expeditions magazine, look for that issue on July 15th. Thank you guys for listening to the Gateway Podcast. If you enjoyed this episode, Please subscribe, leave a review, and also leave a like for the radio station, United Radio Public. I cannot talk tonight, you guys. I'm so sorry. United Public Radio Network 107.7. Thank you all and have a good night.
The night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's start this conversation. Let's start this conversation. We got no relation.
Welcome to Don't Whistle at Night podcast, where Navajo legends echo in the shadows. Darren and Dawn will guide you through the sacred fire of native storytelling, where the old stories breathe, the unknown walks among us, and voices, long hidden, rise to be heard. And remember, don't whistle at night.
Hey, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Tuesday night show, Into the Night, with me, your host, Sean Kelly. How is everybody doing tonight? Well, boy, do I got some stuff to tell you tonight before we get into the topic. And how's that sound? Hey, Kevin, good to see you. All right. I want to thank UPR and Talk Radio 105.3 Mississippi, 107.7 New Orleans for allowing me to give you 2 shows a week, Sunday night and Tuesday nights. My Sunday night show is 8:10 to 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time, and the Tuesday night show is 8:10 to 9:10 p.m. And I just want to thank Joe Montaldo and Michelle DeRoche for, being the backbone of UPRN. And I want to thank all the other hosts with their other shows who do a magnificent job, who do a very, very good job on their shows. And that's what's really cool about UPRN is that we have shows 7 days a week. Okay. Some days during the week, they start at 1 in the afternoon or 3 in the afternoon, 2 in the afternoon, all the way up until the last show of the evening. And they're all kind of different topics too. And to me, it's like very, very knowledgeable listening to the other shows. You might think, it's just a podcast and they're talking about ghosts or talking about this and they're talking about that. No, actually, it's a lot of knowledge for you to, comprehend and to understand the other side of things that people or the news or any other outlet do not tell you. And it's very, very informative. And they're just downright great, great shows. Um, and also, don't forget Miss C.L. Thomas. The Gateway podcast comes on right after my show tonight, 9:15 p.m. Eastern. So please do me a favor, go over to her show right after mine. Tell her I said I sent you guys to give her some love. Kevin, at first commercial, would it be better if I pull 3 cards for you then? Because I am feeling like it distracts from when you pull your cards and that you're telling your read story thoughts. Sure, buddy. That'd be okay. It's all good. Sounds good. No worries. That's what you feel like doing. That'd be great. Oh, boy, is that hotter than hell. It really is hot. Um, we're just in, we were in a period of the 90s, and now we're back into the 80s and high 70s. But the only damn thing is that it's really freaking humid. And if you know us northern people, oh, you're welcome, Kevin. If you know about northern people, you know, like Joe Montaldo knows, who is the owner of this UPRN, he laughs at me and Jay because, you know, we're like, oh, you're complaining it's too hot, blah, 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 blah. Well, that's a damn right thing. Yeah, it is freaking hot. And it's freaking humid. Humid as all hell. We're not used to that, you know? We're not used to that. But, you know, when it gets really cold down there in New Orleans, where he, you know, around that area where he's from, then we laugh at him because it might be 20 degrees and they're freezing their butts off. Oh, you're welcome, Cap. And they're freezing their butts off, and me and Jay are laughing at them. So I guess it works out both ways. But tonight, how I got Jim Thorpe, right? The other day I was talking with, you know, Michelle DeRoche, and we were talking about Pennsylvania, the different haunted areas. Like we talked a little bit about Gettysburg, and she brought up Jim Thorpe, PA. And I've heard of Jim Thorpe. Hey, Patsy, what's up? Patsy. Joni, good to see you. And I've heard of Jim Thorpe before, Jim Thorpe, PA. I remember Jim Thorpe, I do believe, in the Olympics, but I didn't know there was a town named after him. Hey, Gary, good to see you, buddy. And you know, it was crazy. So, you know, we were talking about it, and I was like, hey, Johnny. And I was like, let me look it up. Let me check it out. And so, of course, I used my trusty AI Google phone, and I Googled Jim Thorpe, and holy crap, man. There's a lot of paranormal activity that happens in Jim Thorpe. You know, I mean, and it's so beautiful up there, from what I understand, because, of course, hey, Kendra, of course, I had to, you know, check out the pictures online of Jim Thorpe, and gorgeous. Well, you have to admit, Pennsylvania is gorgeous, gorgeous as hell. My day's doing great, Kendra. I hope yours is doing good. But the eastern part in Carbon County is gorgeous. All of Pennsylvania is pretty, you know, especially around the fall time. But the town of Jim Thorpe, it reminds you of being in a European country, okay, called Switzerland. Thank you very much, Kendra. I truly appreciate it. Truly appreciate it. Hey, Mish, good to see you. And so I found out that there's a lot of paranormal activity in Jim Thorpe, PA. So the more I read about it, and the more that I usually do with my AI phone here, uh, Heidi, good to see you. I'm glad you walked through the door. I'm going to read a little bit about the stuff that happened out there in Jim Thorpe, but I will tell you this: next year when I retire, okay, when I retire, I am going to take a trip out there. I'm going to spend about 2 or 3 days, and I'm going to go ghost hunting out there, or just go there, and if I don't ghost hunt, I'm just going to do the view or the scenery. No, 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 not going west. I'm going east, Heidi, next year. But I'll be going west though. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. I'll have all them years after my retirement. But so tonight's show is about Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania. And yes, Kev, it's very interesting. So what I'm going to do is go to my phone and I'm going to start reading. And we can talk about what I read. And as I'm reading this, if anybody out there knows of any haunted towns, that little haunted towns that they know of, feel free to put it into the chat room. Okay? And then we can talk about it. I have no problem Googling it and talking about it. So, Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania, is a historic borough and the county seat of Carbon County, Carbon, Cripple Creek, Colorado. Okay. Along the Lehigh River. It's in the Pocono Mountains, which are gorgeous, downright freaking gorgeous. Often called the Switzerland of America. It sits roughly 29 miles northwest of Allentown, PA. I have no question about you, buddy. Not at all. And it's 117 miles west of New York City. And it's gorgeous. It's so beautiful out there. But you have to go out into the fall. But Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania is a mining town. Okay? Because all over Pennsylvania, that's what Pennsylvania, West Virginia, were big for. It was coal mining. And there was a lot of crappy, nasty shit that happened in coal mines and in coal mine towers. Okay, I'm going to have to Cripple Creek, Colorado. I'll have to remember that. But let me go to my trusty thing. Okay. So, the bad history of Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania, and it's kind of weird if you look at it. Okay. You too, Kendra. Have a great day yourself. The bad history of Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania centers on its namesake. Now, check this out, everybody. This is crazy, man. Oh, tons of trapped energy in there, Heidi. Lots of trapped energy. But check out the history of Jim Thorpe, though. Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania centers on its namesake. The legendary Olympic athlete Jim Thorpe, following his death, his third wife sold his remains to two struggling towns in exchange for renaming the area and building a monument to attract tourists. What a life, huh? selling, the corpse of Jim Ford and to town just to get tourists in it. In a way, I can see how that became profitable back then because I do not know the name of Jim Thorpe, PA. I don't know what the original name was, but I can see back then where you go to a coal mining time, there ain't shit happening. Okay, all a bunch of coal miners and their wives and their families. So maybe if I read longer onto this, maybe we can find out, why. But that's what his third wife did, sold his body, his corpse, to this town. And they said, think the only reason behind it is to name the town after him. So whoever I marry, they can sell me to a little coal mining town and say, yeah, the town of Sean Kelly. Oh, that would be crazy. The town of Sean Kelly, full of paranormal activity. What do you think? It's got a catchy saying to it. It's got a catchy feel to it. But a tragic history of the town's namesake and the ensuing legal and moral disputes unfolded in three main stages. One, a tragic and exploited life. Jim Thorpe, a Native American of the Sac and Fox Nation, is considered one of the greatest athletes of the 20th century. Despite winning 2 gold medals in 1912 Olympics, he was stripped of his records due to a minor hypocritical violation of amateur rules. His later life was plagued by financial struggle, alcoholism, and personal tragedy. And he died nearly penniless in a California trailer park in 1953. Kevin, God, now he got a coal miner's daughter stuck in his head. Hey, Donna, good to see you. There you go. Kevin, start singing it. Sing it for everybody. Patsy's even telling you to sing it. So, so he was a great athlete, and then they took his medals away from him because of some stupid hypocritical violation. I thought it was like ridiculous what was happening here and now, how they do this. And, but I didn't know that they did that back in 1912. And of course he struggled. His later life was plagued by financial struggle, alcoholism, and personal tragedy. And he died in California trailer park in 1953. Nothing against people who live in trailer parks, but that's not a great way to pass away or a good place to be, though. All right, everybody. Okay, the controversial burial agreement. Now, here's what it gets a little crazy. What I'm saying. Thorpe's twin brother, mother, and father all died during his youth. When Jim died, he requested to be buried on native land in Oklahoma. So he requested to be buried in Oklahoma on a reservation. However, his third wife, Patsy, ignored these wishes. Ignorant bitch. Discovering that the dual, DUAL, coal mining boroughs, I don't know how to pronounce it, but Mauch Chunk and East Mauch Chunk, M-A-U-C-H, Chunk, and East M-A-U-C-H, Chunk, in the Poconos, were desperate to revive their failing economies. She struck a deal. She surrendered her husband's body to the Pennsylvania municipalities. In return, the towns merged and renamed themselves Jim Thorpe. So there's what, three municipalities east, that name's, and the other one plus Jim Thorpe. They all came together and they named it Jim Thorpe, PA. That's how we got it. Thorpe had never visited the region during his life, and the arrangement was made without the knowledge or consent of his children. Okay, we're good. Hey, Mish, I have asked Kevin so many times to come on his show, but he won't do it. He won't do it, but that's okay. That's his choice. I'm not forcing him. Johnny says, I wonder if Jim haunted Patsy. That's bad. That's bad. But that's funny. Bad. Okay. Whatever. And so his third wife, okay, decided to sell his body to, those three different counties. And, but not to tell his children, not to get their consent. I didn't tell him I'd pay him any money. He has to pay me to get on my show, honey. And I'm looking at $10,000 an hour. Okay, so tell the Blue Jays I said hello. All right, Heidi? Thank you. Thorpe had never visited the region during his life, and the arrangement was made without the knowledge or consent of his children. And the modern legal battle now. For decades, Thorpe's surviving children actively fought to have their father's remains returned to Oklahoma. In 2010, his sons filed a lawsuit against the borough of Jim Thorpe under the Native American Graves Protection and Reparation. After a prolonged emotional back and forth involving various federal courts, the borough ultimately retained the physical remains. Today, the town remains a popular tourist destination, housing a sports superstar who never set foot while he was alive. So his third wife wanted money, so she sold his corpse over there to eastern Pennsylvania in the Pocono Mountains and the little boroughs over there without the consent of his children. That's a bunch of horseshit. You know what I mean? She should have let him just, go to Oklahoma and be on his native site, But I guess back in that time, in 1953, that's when the shit started. It is tacky, Johnny, very tacky. And so that's how Jim Thorpe, PA, got its name. By some inside dealings with his third wife. Sucks, man. It sucks. But it is that time. It's 8:33 p.m. at the bottom of the hour, and it's time for us to take a little quick break. And so go talk to the Blue Jays and go say hello to that bunny, Heidi, and have a cigarette while you're at it. And everybody else, go have a cigarette, drink, get a Coke, have a Coke and a smile, and all kinds of other good stuff. So I will see you back here in a couple minutes. It's hot. Okay, everybody, welcome back to the second part of Into the Night with me, your host, Sean Kelly. Again, I want to thank you, PRN Talk Radio, 105.3 Mississippi, 107.7 New Orleans, for allowing me to give you two shows a week, Sunday nights from 8:10 to 10:10 p.m. Eastern, and on Tuesday nights from 8:10 to 9:10 p.m. Eastern. Tonight we're talking, oh, before I go on, don't forget, right after my show at 9:15, the Gateway Podcast. Thank you, Heidi. The Gateway Podcast with C.L. Thomas, my best buddy. Hers is coming on right after mine. So whenever mine is finished, please feel free, go over there, watch her show, and give her some love because she needs a lot of love, you know. So just tell her I sent you. And I'm sure she'll have a smile on her face. But back to the show. So in the first half of the show, we're talking about Jim Fort, Pennsylvania, and the sad thing that happened in order to get Jim Fort, how Jim Fort, PA, was done. You know how it came to be, and it was just over his third wife, who was a bitch, I believe. You know, that sold his body in his name to these three counties over there, these three boroughs, and that's how it became. Jim Thorpe, on the other hand, is very beautiful, very, very beautiful, and especially in October. And I will definitely go there next year, next October or September when the leaves change, and I'm going to go visit Jim Thorpe, PA. But there she is. Hey, CL, good to see you, buddy. Who's on your show tonight, buddy? You want to tell everybody in the chat? That'd be pretty cool. I'll read it off. Jim Thorpe is in Pennsylvania, is a town steeped in rich 19th century history and notorious paranormal activity. Its most famous hauntings are anchored by the Old Jail Museum and the famously active The Inn at Jim Thorpe, both drawing paranormal investigators from all over. The Old Jail Museum was built in 1871. This imposing stone fortress was once the holding site for the Molly Maguires. Okay, so its most famous ghost story centers around Alexander Campbell, a convicted member of the Irish labor group who was hanged on the gallows, Old Jail Museum. Jim Thorpe, PA, before his death, he pressed his hand into the stone wall of cell 17, declaring that it would remain as proof of his innocence. To this day, the handprint continually reappears, despite being scrubbed, painted, and replastered over the decades. Jim Thorpe Jail, Pennsylvania. Now, okay, so who were the Molly Maguires? All righty, so we'll get there. Okay, whoop, hold on. Okay, the Molly Maguires originated in rural Ireland in the 1840s. I don't know what they did with him, Joni. I don't know. But, you know, I really looked into what his body's at, and I could not find anything about it. But the Molly Maguires originated in rural Ireland in the 1840s, fleeing the Great Potato Famine. The group's Irish immigrant members resettled in the 1850s and 1860s in the coal regions of eastern Pennsylvania, Primary and Schuylkill, Carbon, and North Cumberland counties. In Ireland, the Molly Maguires began as a secret agrarian society protesting exploitative English landlords, taking their name from a widow who supposedly led riots against land evictions. When these Irish immigrants arrived in Pennsylvania, they found themselves facing similar severe hardships. forced to endure miserable and dangerous working conditions in the coal mines. They were subject to intense discriminative and poor treatment by mining executives. The group allegedly reformed in the Pennsylvania coalfields to fight for better wages, improved working conditions, and exact vengeance against abusive mine bosses. While debate still exists among historians as to whether they acted as a coordinated terrorist organization or a rudimentary labor union, their history remains deeply tied to the Pennsylvania Center for the Book Lore. Many of the events, trials, and executions connected to them unfolded in local areas still accessible today. That is like, and of course, the Irish. Of course, it had to be the Irish, of course. And what they did was basically, if people had a hard time understanding me, what I said is that back in Ireland, the Molly Maguires, they were in the hardships and, shit like that. And they would battle, they would fight the English over there. Hey, Joe Fox, good to see you, buddy. And so they came here to Pennsylvania, some of them, and and it's like they kick some ass here too. So, oh, hold on a second, I got to get my thing back together. So as y'all are chatting away over there in the chat room, I'm going to still, let's see if I can find it. Okay, where's it at? All right, here it is. I think it is, yeah. Okay, yep, here it is. Okay, so that's what happened in the old jail over there in Jimford. Okay, is where a lot of the shit happened with the Molly Maguires. And Joe Fox says Jim Thorpe was about 1 hour away from me as the crow flies. Been there many a times before. Sweet, dude. Sweet. I'm going out there next year, next September or October. When I'm going to check it out. I'll stop in and we can take a ride out there, have some coffee. The inn at Jim Thorpe, dating back to 1833, the historic inn at Jim Thorpe is notorious for its paranormal activity. The most famous spirit is Madeline. Joe says awesome town experience, including the jail. The most famous spirit is Madeline, a woman who tragically hanged herself in room 211. Now, this is at the end, at Jim Thorpe. In room 2, after a miscommunication caused her and her lover to miss their planned elopement. Guests frequently report that chairs in their rooms are turned upside down overnight. The smell of cigar smoke appears out of nowhere, and the TV turns on and off by itself. That's like really cool. And then you got the old jail museum here that was built in 1871, is a chilling stone fortress that held members of the Molly Maguires, a group of Irish coal miners. 7 of the men were hanged there, and one defiant miner declared his innocence, stating his handprint would remain on the cell wall forever. To this day, the ghostly chemical-resistant handprint in cell 17 remains visible. Heidi, can you look up cell 17, please, if you can? See number 17. What's that? What's that about? Numerical. Remains visible despite numerous attempts to scrub and paint over it. Visitors also report hearing phantom footsteps disembodied whispers, and experience intense cold stops. Thank you, dear. Hey, Buck Brown, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. I hope you. Oh, Joe, you've been in cell 17 a lot, 3 times. What feelings did you get there, Joe? Just put them in, and I'll read it. Tell my people and the viewers about cell 17. That's cool. I can't wait till next year. Me and Joe are going to have coffee and experience paranormal investigation. That's cool as hell. Number 17. Okay, I asked Heidi if she can look up the number 17. And the number 17 symbolizes renewal, spiritual consciousness, and the manifestation of abundance. Thank you, dear. Joe Fox says the handprint is very real and visible. Thank you for doing that. Let me read that one more time. What Heidi wrote about the number 17. Let me get up here. Okay. Heidi says the number 17 in numerology symbolizes renewal, spiritual consciousness, and the manifestation of abundance. So we're all going to be rich after my show tonight. How's that sound, everybody? I don't know how to pronounce that word, mulch chunk. I've been trying. So I tell everybody, M-A-U-C-H. Can you get more by adding land? 7? Curious. Huh. But, so the Harry Packer Mansion. Perched on a hill overlooking the town. The ornate Harry Packer Mansion. Indian word, okay. Uh-huh. No, she just, see, I'm blushing. Thank you. Thank you. 8's a good number in numerology, I do believe, Mish. Yes, 8 is a very good number. I think that's my numerology number too. Mish, that was sweet of you saying that. Thank you. But the mansion is perched on a hill overlooking the town. The ornate Harry Packer Mansion, now an inn and event space, is said to be haunted by the wealthy Packer family, who lovingly built it. Guests and staff have reported seeing spectral figures, hearing unexplained laughter, and feeling unseen presence wandering the opulent, echoing hallways. Oh, thank you, Joe. Joe Fox says, Sean, you're going to fall in love with the place. Probably, buddy. Oh, probably. So those are like 2 or 3 of the main attractions that they have. I got an octopus, cheetah, and hyena, but chat was flooded. LOL. That's okay. Thank you for the readings, buddy. Thank you for the cards. What's the name of the deck you read from, my friend? If you don't mind me asking. But and I'm sure there's a lot of other places over there in Jim Thorpe, PA, where it's haunted. No, I could never do that. You want £5 from me, buddy. I'll send you $10. Nah, no. See, people gotta realize I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and we have our own accent, we have our own dialect, and we speak totally different from everybody else in the United States. We do. St. Mary's Church in the hollow of the White Hazel near Rapid Whirlpool. Huh. And the Church of St. Tilsa near the Red Cave is the translation to English. Thank you for that. Joe says the actual skeleton of Harry Packer Mansion is built out of the actual iron instead of 2x4s, cast iron that is. Interesting. Joe, if I knew all this, I would have brought you on the show tonight, dude. You know? But and I'm sure, back to Jim Thorpe, I'm sure there are other places out there that are extremely haunted that I guess I could not find any more, through AI and stuff like that, looking it up. But from it being a gold mine, coal mine town, and a third wife who needed money, selling the rights of Jim Thorpe, selling his body and the namesake to this, you know, um, town, to where you had the Molly Maguires from Ireland coming in and, sticking up for, Pennsylvania miners, you know. You'll be surprised at all. I mean, one day I might have to do a show on just Pennsylvania miners. It's crazy, man. It's crazy, and just like the movie Stephen King, Tommy knockers. Okay, I've had people on my show that believe in Tommy knockers. I have a dear friend out in Montana that has 2 silver mines, and he sees them and hears them all the time. Okay, Joe, don't worry. I will definitely tell you, buddy. I'll definitely tell you. But when it comes to the mines, especially in Pennsylvania, even in West Virginia too, I don't want to leave out West Virginia because they had a lot of coal mines down. That's how we survived here in Pennsylvania and West Virginia, was the coal mines. And I have some places that I could tell you that I have investigated that there was a lot of tragedy, a lot of deaths. And the places I've been to are definitely very, very haunted. Well, you know what time it is. It is 5 minutes to 9, and you know what that means, everybody? It's time for a reading. Okay. I hope everybody enjoyed the show tonight. I hope you had the opportunity to go to Jim Fort, PA, and check out the scenery, check out the paranormal, check out, or just walk through town. They do call it the Switzerland of the Switzerland of Pennsylvania, and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful place. So after the show, if you ain't busy, just Google Jim Fort, PA, and look at the pictures and read up a lot more of it. So it is 8:55. Canary birds come to mind when you say coal mines. Yes, that's how they use yes, canary birds. They were really big for the old time miners because they would bring them down into the mines with them, and if they die, the miners are like dead, or they had a certain amount of time getting out of the mines before they, passed away. But I had a show. My very first show on UPRN by myself was that the Tommy Knockers. Um, and but so before I pull this cards, what I want to do is I'm going to look up the canary, because Mish came out and she said when she thought of the canary. So I'm going to read that. See what's up with it. And oh no, canary medicine. Um, Joe Fox says, if, okay. Joe Fox says, one word of warning when you go, the parking is absolutely horrendous. bordering non-existence. You know, I was looking at those trees, right, the streets, Brad, and it was like bad, bad. Um, I wouldn't want to park there. Well, Joe, while we got you on here real quick, well, how do you suggest if anybody decided to go to Jim Thorpe, how would they drive in? Would they have to take a bus? What do you recommend? Okay, you ready, buddy? Ready, Mish? Maybe put his reading in the message after the show, his theory. Okay. But okay, here's the deal with your canary, Mish. In the spiritual animal guides and oracle decks, the canary represents intuition, self expression, and making your personal story your strength. It symbolizes the ability to perceive subtle shifts in energy and environments, reminding you to find joy, use your voice, and speak your own truth. Um, known historically for sensing dangerous shifts in air quality, the canary represents the heightened ability to read the atmosphere in your life and surroundings. The bird's melodious songs encourage you to communicate your feelings, express creativity, and stand up for your beliefs. Joy and the inner truth. Canary medicine asks you to honor your personal journey and use your story as an anchor of strength, bringing happiness and freedom into your present. I hope that helped you out, Mish. I think it helped out a lot of people. I'm going to pull a couple cards here and let's go. All right. So I shuffled the cards and I'm cutting one, two, three. First card I pulled, we had this the other night, the raccoon. Again, somebody's having like a family issue here again. Somebody's attacking somebody's family, and the raccoon's coming out and kicking some ass, you know, protecting their families. Um, and this time around, the raccoon is like really has the claws out for the killing. I mean, really going at it. Am I Catholic? I am spiritually. And the other one again I pulled was the buffalo. And if this comes out, yeah, I got to reshuffle these. New one. But I like the canary. I think we can go with the canary, what Mish came up with. Am I Catholic? No, I am not Catholic. It says that on my baptism. But no, I don't consider myself Catholic at all. I consider myself, honestly, to spiritually. All right. That was a drink. I don't know what's going on. I think maybe I'm not supposed to read tonight. I think Mish gave us the bird, the canary bird, as our symbol tonight. Yeah. I know, Kevin. It's weird. Okay, if this happens again, I'm gonna have to talk to the animals about this. Okay, before we pull the card, Joe Fox says driving is okay, depends on the time of year, of course. There's a pretty big lot across the street by the train tracks. I've gotten lucky there most times. Just don't even attempt to go around any holiday. I have friends that go around. I have friends that around and went home, especially around Christmas and Halloween. But okay, we're good. The possum family protects. When I look at the possum, it eats all the bugs, the mites, all kinds of little insects that are being pulled and stuff like that. Um, and the possum but especially the mother possum, she carries the weight of the family on her back. She carries her babies. So this must be another family thing reading. The snake, which is, I like the way this is going right now. Okay, so you got the possum, the mother protecting the family, putting the babies on her back and moving, on in their lives. And then all of a sudden, okay, so you're the possum and you're carrying your family like you're supposed to be doing that. Now you got your snake, which is transmutation. And what I see is that you're growing now, and your little babies are off your back, and they gotten older. They gotten a lot older now, and so it's time for you to shed your skin as the mother figure, and it's time for you to move on and enjoy your life. Okay, so I like how this reading is going so far. And then the third card I'm pulling is the Black Panther, and I totally understand why this panther was pulled, because you finally shedded your skin. You're out doing your own thing, and all of a sudden the Black Panther in you is coming out, and you're very weirdly, and sneaks. You're sneaking around, hiding behind trees. You're checking out the area where you're going to be walking around by yourself with all your family members gone, with all your kids gone and stuff like that. So I can understand. But when I look at the Black Panther, I'm looking at it, it's like, do not be afraid. Trust your instincts, And whoever this reading was for tonight, have faith in what you believe in. Have faith and trust in what you see, hear, and feel. Okay, it's all about what's in the gut. It's not up here in the brain. You get your brain involved, and all hell's going to break loose. You don't know which way to go. But inside your heart, inside your stomach, and go with it, man. If it ain't good, it ain't good. Yeah, I'm telling you, what a panther. It is a power duo. Okay, hi Laura, good to see you. I'm glad you love snakes. It was in the reading tonight. But I hope everybody enjoyed the show tonight. Joe Fox, thank you for giving us some updates on Jim Thorpe, PA. I appreciate it. And children, if you can, please go to your parents, give them a hug, and tell them that you love them. And parents, please go to your children, give them a hug, and tell them that you love them. And if you have no parents and if you have no children, find someone, give them a hug, and tell them that you love them. Because those 3 words, I love you, go a long way. And please, 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 protect the children. And on that note, good night, everybody. Enjoy your week. And I will see you next Sunday. Have a good week. Good night.
Welcome to Paranormal Heart Podcast with host Kat Ward. Welcome to Paranormal Heart Podcast, paranormal talk with heart and soul. Tonight's segment is pre-recorded on United Public Radio Network 107.7 New Orleans, 105.3 the Gulf Coast, YouTube, Spotify, and any place you find your favorite podcast. If you haven't picked up your tickets yet for the 2nd annual Gatineau Ottawa Sasquatch Conference on August 15th and 16th, don't wait. Tickets are selling fast. This year's event features an incredible lineup, including Kevin Tracy, Peter Smith, Ron Crypto Guru Murphy, Sunbow True Brother, Ken Gerhardt, and yours truly. So if you love Sasquatch and the unexplained, check the link in the show notes and grab your tickets. I hope to see you there. So, my dear haunted hearts, thank you so much for tuning in. For segment 93, I am joining once again by Mr. Dave Scott. Dave is creator and host of Spaced Out Radio, one of North America's leading late-night paranormal talk shows. With more than 20 years of broadcasting experience, Dave explores UFOs, cryptids, ghosts, and other unexplained phenomena through thought-provoking interviews and researchers, experiencers, and experts from around the world. So tonight, Dave will be speaking to us about the Haunted 108, originally known as the 108 Mile Ghost Tours. So please help me introduce the lovely and talented Mr. Dave Scott.
Hi, how are you, Kat? It's been way too long. And,
It
one of the
has.
things I love about doing shows like yours is, believe it or not, the majority of your audience and my audience is American. You and I are both
Yes.
Canadian.
Yes.
And thank you for the service of your husband, by the way.
Oh,
He's
thank you so much.
Canadian Armed Forces, and make sure you give him a big hug and thank you from all of us.
I will. Thank you, Dave. I really appreciate that.
And a big thank you to you for being a supporting military wife as well.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, he was in
So-
for 26 years, so a lot of
Yeah.
heartaches and happiness. And
I bet. But, one of the things that I love about this is, for the American listeners out there, they don't really understand that Canada has a very, very paranormal history, except
Yep.
we don't get into it. Canadians are very passive people. And
Mhm.
we don't get into it as much as we probably should. While paranormal tourism is taking off in the United States, there's conferences every weekend, there's
Mhm.
multiple channels, hundreds, thousands of channels on YouTube and Rumble and other sites, TikTok and Instagram regarding our type of subjects. The
Mhm.
majority of them are all in the United States. And in Canada, I believe in Canada, there's maybe 6 or 7 conferences, maybe 8 conferences a year to deal with the paranormal, UFOs, uh, Bigfoot, whatever it may be. And it's really a shame because it really shows the lack of knowledge that a lot of Canadian people have for these incredible subjects that we deal with on a daily basis. And I think, you know what? In a way, I kind of like it because it means that, our haunted areas are probably going to stay a little bit more quiet. But on the flip side, it is something that it's an untapped resource of
It
paranormal,
is.
supernatural phenomena, and that is from coast to coast to coast. And maybe we can introduce with Haunted 108 here coming up a little bit of haunted history that Canada provides right along the old Gold Rush Trail.
Well said, Dave. Yeah, I love all my guests, no matter where they're from. But of course, I'm partial to the Canadians. That's where my heart is. It's my country. It's my people. But yeah, I'm not even. I think top listeners are Americans for me. Sometimes it's Canada in second place, but sometimes it's in third. But I get people listening from all around the world, and it's just I can't believe that there's not as many Canadians listening. But what you just said with the U.S. people, where they have conferences, it might be a little bit more aware that people in the States know about all these paranormal podcasts, I'm guessing.
Well, you know what? It's our job, people like you, people like me, to try and bring those stories in and allow our beautiful listeners, wherever they are located, to see that there is some amazing paranormal supernatural events happening north of the 49th parallel.
Mhm.
And we're going to get into that.
That we will. And I just have to give a shout out to Jen of Paranormal NL down there on the Rock in Newfoundland. She was recently on your show, I think. Was it a month or two ago? Or was
Couple
it
months ago, yes.
Okay, yeah. Already a couple of months. Wow, yeah. So I just want to give a shout out and say hello. So, Dave, before you mentioned it to me, I had not heard of Haunted 108. And I'm so happy that that's the topic that you wanted to talk about, because it not only gives the listeners something to know a little bit more about our country. But I know too, because as a Canadian, I don't know all of the haunted locations. I mean, I get a lot of people from the States asking, oh, what do you know of this location? I'm like, nothing. It's just like, I hate to say it, but then I have to research it. And so please, what convinced you that 108 site deserves to become Haunted 108?
Well, we have in my area of British Columbia a place. I live at a place called 108 Mile Ranch, 108 Mile Ranch.
Mhm.
And we have to go back in a little bit of really, really amazing history here to understand what is going on. So let's go back to the 1850s, 1860s.
Mhm.
Okay, not much going on. The West was still the wild, wild West in the United States. And it was around 1845, 47, around there, where all of a sudden in Nevada, outside of Virginia City, they found silver.
Hmm.
And the prospectors rushed to Virginia City, which is, if you ever get a chance to go on their haunted ghost tours there, it's phenomenal. It
Mhm.
really is phenomenal. And I would recommend, if you're into the paranormal, Virginia City has to be on your map. It has to be. It's amazing. And as they started, the prospectors, that is, started moving north, they started finding gold in the mountains. And so as that trail started moving, it went into Northern California, which, if you look back in history, if you're an NFL fan, the San Francisco 49ers
Mhm.
got their name from, and their coloring of the gold on their uniforms
I
is
totally
from,
forgot about that.
it is from the gold rush. And so from there, Kat, the trail went up. Everybody in U.S. history knows about the Oregon Trail.
Mhm.
And then nobody really talks about Washington State and Idaho getting in there into the gold rush, but it enters British Columbia. And they started finding gold all the way up to the Yukon and Alaska. So they started creating this trail called the Gold Rush Trail.
Mhm.
And that passes for people where I'm sitting right now, about 3/4 of a mile, maybe a mile behind me. That's the original Gold Rush Trail from where I'm talking.
Really? Wow.
Yes. And during that time, there were all sorts of areas. The area blew up. Okay. And I mean not explosion, but I'm saying population wise, people started coming from Mexico, the United States, Canada on the East Coast as Canada was being built. We started seeing people coming from India and China and Japan and all over the world coming to British Columbia, either through Alberta or through British Columbia via the United States, where they would all of a sudden come in looking for gold. What a lot of Canadians don't know is, if you go into the history of the wild, wild West, where we hear of all the villains like Billy the Kid
Mhm.
and Billy Miner. I don't know why they were all named Billy. People who were train robbers and they'd shoot up saloons and rob people, and they were merciless in their gangs. They all came up here. They all came up here looking for gold.
Mhm.
And and the Gold Rush Trail and the Gold Rush is actually the reason why the Canadians now have a police force, because the Gold Rush Trail, because of the violence and the robberies that were going on during that time, they decided in the area that they would create a police force called the Northwest Mounted Police, which in the 1800s eventually morphed into the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. So there's a little bit of history, and the reason why we see the Mounties using their original uniforms and with the red serge and the black pants with the brown riding boots.
Mhm.
And they still ride horses to this day, many of them, in certain areas, usually on special occasions.
Yep.
But it is a great part of the history that even a lot of Canadians don't know. And so during the gold rush, when you came into British Columbia, you would enter through a place called New Westminster. That's where all the ships stopped. And New Westminster was British Columbia's original capital. It then eventually morphed into Victoria on Vancouver Island, being British Columbia's capital. But during that time, British Columbia's capital was New Westminster, and you registered in when you arrived that that's where you go. And then you made your way up. You would hop on a paddle wheeler on the famous Fraser River. And what a lot of American people don't know is when you think paddle wheeler, where do you think? The Mississippi River.
Yeah.
The Fraser River during the gold rush had more paddle wheelers on it than the Mississippi River. And everybody would take the paddle wheeler up to the canyon, and the furthest place in the canyon you could go was this town called Yale. And then when you arrived in Yale, you would hop on you would buy a horse or two, you'd buy a carriage, and you would start making your way up towards the gold rush. And you would follow the trail. Well, that trail goes up, and then once you get through the canyon, you end up in a town called Lillooet. Well, where I live, 108 Mile Ranch is exactly 108 miles on the trail from Lillooet. And this is how our little towns got established. So during that time, what we would see happen is we would see these post houses start being named as mile markers. So every mile marker, whether it was 37 Mile Ranch or 51 Mile Ranch or 53 Mile, 70 Mile, you name it, all the way up to the Klondike, they had these, what they called post houses back then. Today, the term would be like a hostel or a motel. And that's where you could spend a night or two. Of course, you paid for it. You could have a bath. You could get some food. You could get your drink on. You could feed your horses. Or let's say you had a lame horse, you could get another horse. You could get a hearty meal and play some poker. And since it was the majority of men in the area, you could also hire a lady of the night. And ladies of the night were very important on the gold rush. And sometimes they were treated very well. Other times they were used, abused, and even murdered, because maybe they tried to escape from that lifestyle that they were, most of the time, what we've learned is kidnapped from. They would go to the bigger towns and they would kidnap young women, usually between the age of 15 and 25. And they would kidnap them, and they would, I don't want to say shackle them up, but I'm sure it happened. And they would say, this is what you're going to do, and become a prostitute. And there was a lot of tragedy in that area. So that's how our town got our name, 108 Mile Ranch, because of the hostel or post house that was there. So about 50 years ago, our area created a lot of they're elderly now, but a lot of people in the area figured, hey, we need to preserve some of this beautiful caribou heritage that we have about the gold rush. And so what they started doing was they started culminating a number of buildings into a spot in 108 Mile Ranch and creating a museum that tells the history. We've got 13 buildings. We're trying to get a 14th right now. And what we're doing is in 2015, I moved up here I lived about an hour east of Vancouver. And I moved up here on a whim, brought my family up here. And I've never regretted a single day that I've lived up here, even through the 40 below temperatures.
Yep.
And the winter solstice where it's literally dark at 4:00 in the afternoon. I don't like that, but hey, with the good with the bad. Right now, I'm seeing daylight until 11 o'clock at night. So
isn't that amazing?
It is amazing. And I'm only a third of the way up the province. So in 2015, I learned about the museum, and I got to meet the caretaker there. And as I started meeting people in town, I wasn't into the paranormal. I wasn't into ghost hunting. Yes, I was doing spaced out radio, but I've always considered myself an enthusiast of what's going on. I've never considered myself a researcher. I've never considered myself anybody going to look for this weird stuff that's out there. But You know, like even when I do go out, I never, prior to the last year or so, I've never brought a camera out. I didn't care. My eyes were good enough because I was selfish about the experience for me. So in 2015, I had some friends come up and I showed them the museum. We went walking around there at night. My friend saw a ghost in the window of one of the houses. And so in 2016, or his paranormal team in Vancouver then came up. They did an investigation there. I kind of tagged along and I thought it was kind of cool. And, you know, we had some unique things happen. And 2016, our caretaker, his name was Ken, passed away.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
And he was originally from South Africa. And the museum being it's one of the, in British Columbia and in Canada in general, a lot of the museums out there are government funded with grants and everything. Our museum is one of the only ones in British Columbia that is not government funded.
Oh.
So everything that was raised there, the museum didn't have the money to get, because Ken's final wishes were he wanted to have his ashes sent back home to South Africa. So I figured, it was at one of the meetings for the heritage site, and figured, you know what? Why don't we do a ghost tour? I'll bring up some paranormal friends of mine and we'll do a ghost tour of the museum, and we'll sell tickets at $20 a ticket, and we will make a 100% donation to whatever. So we got that out in the newspaper, and immediately we had people inquiring about it. And we ended up that night with 72 people. And not only on top of that, but our local funeral home in 100 Mile House, which is 8 miles away, that's the bigger town that I live in. They ended up saying, whatever you guys raise, if there's a shortfall to get his ashes back, we will cover.
Wow.
And so 72 people at $20 a head, we had over $1,440.
Wow.
And they covered the other $800 or whatever it was to get the ashes back to South Africa. And we thought, wow. And a friend of mine who was on the board of directors for the heritage site, he said, you know, you should consider doing ghost tours here. Okay, yeah, I could probably do that. So in 2017, we started the ghost tours. We were doing them once a month, and it, you know, we were getting 10, 12, 14 people, which is pretty good. And then we had our huge forest fires here where everybody was evacuated.
Yep.
But after the evacuation and everybody kind of settled down, all of a sudden we started getting 40, 50, 60 people tour. And we were like, holy cow, like we don't have any gear. We don't have anything, right?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, and I've never considered myself a ghost hunter or anything like that, but all of a sudden it's like, where do I get volunteers? Where do I, and I ran into some very good people in my town who were like, hey, I'm into that. I'd love to help out. Great. Well, what do I do? I don't know. We're going to learn together.
Yeah.
And we started learning the ghosts, you know, so we didn't have money for gear or anything like that. So we donated all the money back to the museum. And so what we started doing was we started saying to the museum, we're going to give you 100% of the money. We would like 10% back. So that way we can start buying some paranormal equipment. And they said, absolutely, let's do it. So since then, we've been running the ghost tour. There was a hiatus for a couple of years because of COVID. And there was they brought on this really bad apple on their executive for a few years, who claimed because he was a firefighter for 34 years, there's no such thing as the paranormal.
Oh.
Like literally he told me that. And I told the museum at that point, I said, you guys could go to hell. I've won you your first ever tourism award. or not me personally, but my team won you
Yeah.
first ever paranormal or your first ever tourism award through the Caribou Tourism Association, and which is pretty big because if you look at the Caribou region in British Columbia, it's the size of a small country.
Mm.
It really is. It's a very large place, and so in 2023, I was contacted by a new president. Her name is Kelly, and he said, she's like, "Would you ever consider bringing the ghost tours back?" And I said, "No, you guys or the previous board really, really did not treat us very well.
Yep.
And you took advantage of us. And I mean, one of the accusations that they made was that we were breaking and entering into buildings. And when we broke and entered into the barn, this was all made up by this bad apple.
Mhm.
We stole all the wooden shingles. Come to my house, come to my friend Mark's house. There's no wooden shingles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Later, it was found out that he's the one who took them, right?
Yeah.
Allegedly. Got to throw in allegedly.
Yeah.
Hence to say Kelly tells me, well, this person is no longer on the board. Would you consider it? And I said, well, let me talk to my team. And we started getting it going. And in 2024, I was really burnt out. And I had been working on another project with my good friend Samantha Mowat, intuitive and AT contactee. And I've been working with my good friend Merle from the Paranormal Road Trippers. And we wanted to investigate another area. And we had some incredible experiences out in the Sea Forest with Bigfoot and with paranormal activity and UFO activity. And I decided in 2025 or late in 2024 after the ghost tour season, that I just was going to take a break. It was starting to feel like a job and not fun.
Yeah.
And so I decided not to go back in 2025. And then there were some things that happened with the museum, and they're like, well, would you consider coming back and doing at least a Halloween haunted tour? No, you people need to learn. You need to pay the price a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm not talking tough here because in case any of them hear them, that literally was the conversation. Okay.
Yeah.
And I said, no. So over time, going in through October, November, I started thinking of this idea. And Merle and I had originally talked about creating a paranormal tourism event. And it was because the Caribou is just so haunted and nobody knows. And it's a great road trip. The highway takes you straight up to Alaska. And what I love about this time of year in the summer is that, on a sidebar, I like to drive down the highway back and forth just so I could see the different license plates of all our American visitors coming through. And there's a lot from California. I've seen Oklahoma. I've seen almost every state.
Wow.
Through here. I wish I would have written them down, but so I figured, you know what? Let me do some studying here. I may have an idea that will benefit the museum and benefit myself as well. And I started doing some studying on the east and central coast and even on the west coast of the United States, where a lot of paranormal tourism hotspots, whether it's Alcatraz or Gettysburg or the Lizzie Borden house or other famous haunted houses, how are they surviving? So I went on a bunch of their websites and I did some research, and I noticed that they were doing very well financially because they were promoting paranormal tourism. So I decided to come up with the concept of Haunted 108. And what we do is it's going to take a few years to finally get it going, 2-3 years. We have our bi-weekly ghost tours where people can come in. And when I say a ghost tour, it's not like what everybody else does. Everybody else out there, and Kat, you know this, you go around a museum and you stop on the outside and you're like, okay, this was the house of Samuel Jackson, and Samuel allegedly murdered his wife and family because his lover asked him to, and they tell a great piece of historic story there. We don't do that. We take those stories, we take you inside the buildings, and then we tell you all of our gear. We lead you through an actual paranormal investigation where you get to be the paranormal investigator. We encourage photos, we encourage involvement. We know the ghosts of the homes because we've been doing it for so long. And we actually take people on a we say it's 2 hours, but sometimes if the buildings are really hot, we extend them. Like I've told my team point blank, I said, if you're in the final building of the night on your part of the tour and you are getting some incredible paranormal action, don't stop. Keep going. I don't care if you're there another 35, 40 minutes. Give these people an experience of a lifetime. And so that's what we do. One of the other things that we're doing right now is we call it the overnight experience, where people can go on our website, haunted108.com. They can actually book one of the bedrooms in what we call the McNeil House, which is the main house on the museum. And they can book a room in there. And with that cost, we provide a caretaker to take you around the museum, and you can investigate any building you want all night long.
Oh, wow.
So literally we provide all of the equipment. We provide a tour guide, and if you want to go to bed, we've done 2 of them now. And both of those people who did them were absolutely blown away. They were blown away by the hospitality, but more so they were blown away by the experiences that they had. One guy on the first one that we did just a couple of weeks ago, this gentleman was a complete skeptic. He believed his girlfriend was very much into the paranormal. And he believed, but he's like, I need real good proof to show me. And he left after that night. And what we do is we interview the people before and after for our social media. And he's like, I came in looking like, whatever. Let's just not a believer, but not a non-believer.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm a believer. This was amazing. Absolutely amazing. So you get to sleep in a haunted house. You get to investigate a haunted house, a haunted barn, a haunted post house, any building you want, you can investigate. We open them all up. And it doesn't matter if you want to go to bed at 12:30 or if you want to go to bed at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
We do it. And we're going to be adding over time as it becomes more popular. We are going to be adding over time more experiences. We want to start doing a lot more with have monthly guest speakers, like you and I are using a program called StreamYard right now, where we can bring up a monthly speaker on StreamYard and have people come in and listen to that guest.
That's a
We
great
want to,
idea.
yeah, we want to start doing little things like teaching paranormal courses, which we're probably going to start in the fall because that's when people start, around September, once the kids get back to school. It's like, okay, kids are back in school. What do we do next? Well, let's talk about ghosts. It's Halloween's next month, right? And that's where it kind of starts. So Haunted 108 it's a paranormal paradise. It literally is one of the most haunted places in British Columbia. Of course, we can never guarantee an experience, but what we can do is we can offer you an opportunity to have an experience. And so far, especially with the overnight experiences that people can book at haunted108.com, it has been very well worth it.
I wish I still lived in Alberta. It would be easier for me to go on a tour. Wow. That's amazing. Yeah, I that really, because I've been to a public investigation here in the Ottawa Valley in Ontario. The first time that they had at the Champlain Trail Museum here, and it was like $20 a head as well, and they had the team there with their equipment. 98 people showed up, and we're just like, wow, like. I think there's too many people for the investigation. Personally, they had to split us up in 4 groups, but that's it. You visited the old schoolhouse, the church, one of the houses, and of course the museum. But this gives you even more of an experience because you can stay at the house. I love
Yes.
that idea.
Yeah. And as it picks up, we are going to be offering a lot more. I mean, it's all about popularity. Like once somebody grabs a hold of it, that's when it's going to take off.
Mhm.
And we know we have the location. Our facilities are beautiful. It's right on the lakefront of 108 Mile Lake. So if you want to, while you're, pardon me, relaxing, during the day, if you want to go fishing, go fishing.
Yeah.
If you want to drive around the town, go drive around the town. If you want to go play golf, go play golf.
Mhm.
If you want to, go ATV riding, well, you rent an ATV and you go for a ride. Or maybe you got your own and you go riding during the day, and at night we take you on a paranormal investigation. We have the ability to do absolutely everything here. And, most people, when they come here, they're first time people. They've never done the tour before. And when they leave, they're like, holy cow, because they've seen it on television. They've seen it on YouTube or whatever their viewing pleasure is.
Mhm.
And we have that ability to take them in there and say, okay, you want the experience? We'll give you. Like, give you an example. We have one ghost in our Clydesdale barn. We don't know his name. I will never ask him his name. This ghost knows his power. He does. We photographed him twice, and he doesn't like to be photographed. And in order to keep the tour people safe, I had to cut a deal with him. And I said, look, nobody's going to go up on your catwalk unless you give permission.
Mm-hmm.
So, but during the tour, nobody's going to go on the catwalk. We give him a bottle of whiskey. So at the top of his catwalk, there's a bottle of whiskey, there's a shot glass, and there are cigarettes up there for him. And we say, hey, if you want a cigarette, have your cigarette. But I would say 70% of our tour participants, when we are there doing the tour, I witness him. And how he looks is, so if we're on the upstairs barn floor, okay, because the barn has 2 tiers, there's a catwalk above the middle of the barn, because our beautiful barn, which is called the Watson barn, is one of the largest A-frame buildings in the world to this day. And so in order to get from one side to the other, they had to build a catwalk in order to go across. Well, this spirit, don't know his name. If you want to go check out his picture, go look at it at Haunted 108 on Facebook or on our website, haunted108.com. He will give you the chills. And to me, it's one of the greatest paranormal photos ever taken. And he'll stand at the top of his catwalk looking down onto the floor at us, and you can see his outline. It's like it's blurry and pixelated and like heat coming off of it. You will see his outline, and some people will see him move. And there are some people, they're trying so hard to see him, they just can't see him. When you're looking hard at something, what do? Your eyes are all over the place. They can't focus in on him.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Some people don't get the experience, but about 75% of our people will get that experience.
That's pretty good.
We have one ghost in our post house. His name is Willie. He's in the upstairs, and he doesn't like people touching anything in his room. Don't touch his walls. Don't touch his bed. Okay. Don't touch anything. But what Willie's now allowing us to do, which is really cool, is he will go into his closet. The theory about Willie is in the upstairs, it's kind of a romantic story. And I've had this story combined by a number of different intuitives that never met each other, never even been to the facility, but you let them roll and you see what coordinates. And they all said the same thing, that we have two spirits upstairs in the post house. We have Willie and we have Mary. Mary was a young, beautiful young lady who was kidnapped from her home to become a prostitute. She tried to escape, and they took her out. And Willie was in love with her. And so allegedly what happened, according to these number of intuitives, is that after she passed, he went into the closet and hung himself.
Oh.
So Mary is still in the building and Willie protects her. We had one dark psychic in 2019 come in and tried to remove Mary from the house. And Willie went crazy. You always hear these people, hey, if you piss off a ghost, you're going to get that sulfur type smell.
Mm-hmm.
I'd never smelled that before until that happened.
Yeah, I've never smelled it either.
And I had to get everybody out of the house. I had to shut the building down.
Yeah.
Right.
For everyone's safety.
And I had to go in there and I had to deal with it. And that lady is now banned from the location, banned from ever coming on location, banned from the tour. Horrible, horrible person. Absolutely. And I've had run-ins with her since then.
Mm-hmm.
Not many, one or two. And, but you're in our field, you're going to deal with the narcissists.
Yeah.
That are like that, unfortunately. So getting back to the story, Willie, when we get upstairs into the post house, he will allow people to go into his room. And if I'm standing there, or one of my tour guides is standing in there, I'll say, okay, Willie, we're going to allow these people to touch you. You don't mind. And he will actually allow people to touch him. And the majority of people will actually they'll feel a temperature change inside the closet. They will feel energy spiking, and it'll feel like something is pushing back on your hand. There's nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
People feel it, right? And people will experience it. And it's just another one of those things that we do, try and make people have an encounter or an experience. A couple things we don't allow on the tour. We do not allow psychics. At least in our, we don't want, look, I'm intuitive. A couple other people are intuitive, but psychic readings do not bring people, because you don't know if I'm psychic. I don't know if you're psychic. I don't know if you're getting the same thing that I am.
Mm-hmm.
And we also don't want to have any intuitives come in there and try to cross spirits away. So we're very, very particular, and we have a bunch of paranormal equipment that we now use that we ask the spirits to communicate with that. Because one of the things that we've learned over the time of doing the tour and into Haunted 108 is you can be the world's greatest psychic, giving a perfect reading in there. And there's a lot of incredible people out there, Kat. You know that. You've interviewed a bunch of them. So have I. But blinky lights really, really help. People get a little weirded out when all of a sudden you're standing 60 feet from a ghost candle, and all of a sudden the ghost candle blows out, right? Because you asked it to. Hey, if there's any horses in the barn, can you walk them to the candle and blow the candle out? Poof, gone. Right? So we try and provide a great experience for everybody. We try to, we do have some rules and guidelines due to insurance that we have to cover. Like, we don't allow kids under the age of 13. Anybody under the age of 17 has to be accompanied by an adult.
Mm-hmm.
That's just for insurance purposes. It's not that we don't want to allow them, but I don't want to scare some 8-year-old. Like a lot of people will come into it. A lot of people will come into Haunted 108 and they will say, and they're actually expecting like a carnival where there's going to be people jumping out from behind walls yelling boo, or chasing you down a hallway with a chainsaw with no chain on it, right? Or going into rooms where there's blood and gore and all of this. And that's not what this is. And we tell them right off the bat, this isn't what this is about. This is about you having a paranormal experience, a paranormal encounter. And what can we do to teach you about not only the local history of these buildings, but the spirits that are here? The spirits, like we get a lot of transient spirits in our buildings. They're not from here. They're just traveling.
Yeah.
And one of the questions that I ask a lot of people, and I've really been trying to learn myself, because I think we're always ever evolving in our knowledge on this subject. I'll say to people, 10, 15, 20 years ago, I knew what a ghost was. Today, I don't know what a ghost is. Is it the spirit of a human? Is it trickster? Is it residual energy? Are we actually intersecting timelines from a different dimension? What are we doing here? And this is why you often hear people say there are no experts in this field, right? And if they do proclaim to be an expert, they're full of it.
Yeah.
Right. So it is what it is. It's exciting. It's a lot of fun. It's something that I hope everybody takes advantage of. And, if many of our American listeners decide that they want to drive up to Alaska, whether they're just going for a vacation, going to visit family, or maybe they're part of the military, whatever, come on by.
Yeah.
It's right there. You can't miss it. Right along the highway. You can't miss it. You're going to pass it. No matter what, you are going to pass it. So stop by and have an experience for a night.
That's amazing. I love how you approach it as a respectful manner. I hate it when I hear people who do investigations, whether it's TV shows or just, actual investigators, and they're trying to antagonize the spirits. I find it's been my experience that when you approach an investigation with integrity and you're respecting them, we used to get a lot more hits, a lot more things on the EMF detectors, on the cameras, on whatever MP3 players. We used to get more hits being respectful than if you're trying to be nasty. And the way I look at it, if you can't see something, why are you going to antagonize them? Because you don't know what they can do.
Well, you know what? You bring up a good point. So here's a couple things that we do, Kat, prior to the tour starting. We will go into every building and we will ask the spirits, could you please join us? Because these people are paying money to have an encounter with you. Okay. And with the money that we raise, we put it back to the museum. This is how we keep your home up to date. This is how we keep a roof over your head. This is how we keep your buildings here, so you always have a place to stay. So we're doing this to help you. Could you please do this to help us? The other thing that we do is we have rules. Okay, we don't allow people to run around roughshod in the buildings. Prior to the tour starting and us breaking into groups, we will go over the rules and guidelines. Okay, we don't ask questions like, "Are you dead? How did you die?" Right? Because we don't we don't need the paranormal rage baiting that we hear on television, because a lot of these spirits may not know that they're deceased. All right. And if we're intersecting timelines and dimensions, they may not be dead.
Yeah, exactly.
So we ask questions like, hey, what's the last date on a calendar you remember?
I love that one.
Okay. Who did you last hang out with? What's your last memory that you had? We ask questions like that, it's kind of like that stupidity on YouTube or on social media where you're not allowed to say the word dead anymore. You have to say unalive.
Oh, I hate.
I
I
hate
get
that.
angry when I hear that word.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Or you can't say gun. Like on Spaced Out Radio, you can't say, because we broadcast on YouTube as well,
Mhm.
live, you can't say gun because your channel will hit the AI algorithms
Mhm.
and it'll be pushed down. So we use the word pointy sticks,
Yeah.
right? But the reality is that's, we're trying to I'm going to use the word manipulate, and I don't mean that in a horrible way.
Yeah.
Okay. I just don't know another word for it right now. We're trying to manipulate the answer to get them to answer the question without sounding like a rude, crass type of paranormal investigator where they go into those locations and dang gummit, they are going to get a reaction. You don't ignore me. I'm a paranormal investigator. Right.
Yeah.
But we're also realists as well. Okay. We're not conducting for the last decade, there's been all these people in the paranormal community. I'm conducting scientific experimentation into the paranormal. No, you're not. We don't lie about that. We just give it. Okay. And for those paranormal people listening, no, there is nothing that you are doing scientific. Okay. Unless you have a purpose, a procedure, a hypothesis, and going back to grade 10 science. And what is your conclusion at the end? And can you repeat it at the same location over and over and over and over again? You're conducting nothing scientific. Using a parabolic mic or using a K2 meter or a REM pod or a candle or whatever you are using. Those are all toys for communication. There's nothing scientific there.
Mhm.
And so we provide a paranormal reality for our people who are coming in. And here's the other thing that we do, Kat, that I think you'll like. As tour guides, we do not, my strict rule is we do not take pictures. We want all of our photos that people capture of ghosts to be from people on the tour. So
Gotcha.
that way, when they send them to us, we can evaluate them.
Mm-hmm.
We can find out what kind of phone or camera they were using, right? Or if they have their own paranormal gear, use it.
Mhm.
We do not want to tamper with any potential evidence because a lot of people will say, "Oh, well, you're taking all these photos and then you're creating them out of Photoshop," like that idiot who used to be on the board of directors for the Heritage Site,
Ugh.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And I would be like, no, that's not true. Okay. If you want to
Mhm.
believe that, that's your call. But that's not true. We do not take any photos while we are guides on the tour because we do not want that stigma that we are manipulating photos.
Exactly. You want to be legit because you are.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So
I find too locations where you have paranormal investigators go like every weekend. I find that they ask the same questions, and this is from teams that I've spoken to. I'm not just speculating. Teams around all over the place, and I just lost my train of thought. Oh my god, what was I going to say?
well, we were talking about, repetition and questions.
Oh, right. And if they don't get any response from the other side, maybe it's because every weekend they're asking the same questions and the spirits are tired of it. They're like, oh no, there's another team. It just sounds that way. I don't have any real proof to say that's what's happening, but it kind of sounds like it too. So trying to have some other questions that aren't considered the normal questions, I find is a benefit, or it can be a benefit.
We have one spirit in one of our barns right now. His energy is terrible. It's a brand new spirit there.
Oh, wow.
And his energy is terrible. And he got me a couple weeks ago. You got me. You attached to me. And I was like, you son of a gun. Right.
Oh, yeah.
Next time we had a tour, I went in there, and there's a new thing that is now happening in our barn. When we go deal with him or something, we are actually having, now this barn is probably 70 yards long. It's got a tin roof. And now what's happening is when we call out that spirit or whoever else is there, they're now rattling the entire roof like all of a sudden we're being hit by a hailstorm.
Yep.
And I've never had that happen. So how do I prove that scientifically? I'm not trying. Nothing scientific, but it's just another weird oddity that we get to ask, that we're having happen in the barn in real time. And I don't know why it's happening, but that's another mystery that we have to solve. Because when you keep going back to the same location, there is a chance that you get lackadaisical, But on the flip side, if you can somehow get it becoming a gift that keeps on giving, that's where it makes it so much more fun.
Can you quickly tell us some of the equipment that you use?
We use a lot of amateur cheap gear. And number one, for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's easy to replace, cheap to replace. And in case somebody accidentally, and we've had this happen, goes home with a K2 meter or leaves it in the pocket, a cat ball or whatever.
It happens, yeah.
It happens. It's easy to replace. We do have a little bit more expensive gear, like a FLIR camera or night vision or what else I'm thinking? Like even one of those ghost candles, that's $300 or $200 or whatever it is. By the time you exchange it into Canadian, it's close to 300 now, right?
Yeah.
But we do have a little bit of expensive gear that we are using, but mostly we use a lot of the easy stuff. And look, I know there's a lot of paranormal investigators. K2 meters don't work, whatever. You know what? I have had great success.
I have too.
K2 meter. And and I have friends who can't use them. Excuse me, they can't use them because they don't work. Guess what doesn't work for me, Kat?
What?
A ghost box.
Really?
I have 3 ghost boxes. I get nothing. Nothing.
That's crazy.
I had my friend, my buddy Mark, who used to run the tours with me. He would be having full-on conversations, whether we were doing the ghost box or whether we, sometimes if there's time, we'll put our guests under the Estes method. Okay. Because it's a cool thing to do.
It is.
And, everything is controlled. We do everything safe. So I know there's going to be a lot of people out there listening and be like, oh my God, you should never do that. The safety. We already know everything we do in a safe environment.
Yep.
I hate to sound cocky on that, but safety is the number one.
Definitely. So like I always suggest to people, if they're going to start paranormal investigating, please don't do it by yourself. Because I'm not talking about what's going to be there from the other side. It's just, what if you walk in a hole and break an ankle or something and no one knows you're there?
Absolutely.
Then we're going to be investigating you at some point. So just have the buddy system.
Absolutely. So we end up very much, using gear that people will use, because there's certain pieces of gear, Kat, that are going to work for you, but are not going to work for me. And there's certain pieces. And look, I'm not going to go buy a $1,500 SLS camera and let everybody and their dog use it. So we use, like we have the strip ghost lights that if they tap the lights, they can use it. Cat balls are very successful with what we do. We have REM pods that we use, from homemade cheap ones to expensive ones. I'll be honest with you, in all the years that I've worked the museum, I think maybe once, twice, I've actually seen a REM pod go off.
Oh.
You know, Mikey, who's my videographer, and he does the private tours when people stay the night. He's the caretaker who will take them around. And that guy can throw a strip light and a K2 meter or in a ghost box or a cat ball on one of the beds of one of the buildings, and he can get those things to go off like anything. I'm sitting there fighting it. I'm like, come on, light the damn thing up, right? And I don't get anything, but I don't do it that way.
It
But
never ceases to amaze me how that works. Somebody, they're not getting anything, you give it to somebody else, and it's, yeah.
Absolutely.
It's amazing.
Absolutely. So we do use a lot of gear. We're always looking for more. You know, we just had a big shipment come in here recently that's helping us out. And, you know, sometimes, you know, we have everything from dowsing rods to temperature gauges to the FLIR to, you know, radiation detectors. We have absolutely everything. But the main thing is we want things that people can use and they're going to understand how it's used. We know where the wiring is. So, you know, K2s don't work around cell phones. Well, that's why we tell everybody put their phone in their back pocket and turn their phones to airplane mode. Okay. Like we have answers. We're not dumb people who are trying to, you know, scam people on anything like that.
Yeah.
But when you have 30, 40, 50 people coming in at a night and, you know, like I just bought 12 new K2 meters because we want people to be able to use, you know, we want people to use their phones and we don't allow apps on our tour. I mean, if there's anybody getting ripped off on anything right now, it's these paranormal ghost apps.
I agree.
Right.
Some
so we
people
don't allow
swear
apps.
by them, but
You know, to each their own.
Yeah.
To each their own. Right. So everything is very analog.
So we only have a couple of minutes here, Mr. Scott. I just wanted to mention, first of all, that I was gifted by my father a wire finder. So when we used to go on investigations, if the K2 meter was going off, we don't know if there's wires under that floor or behind that wall, you know, for sure. So, because a lot of times they'd say, oh, yeah, there's something here. Well, no, I get the wire finder and I'm like, yeah, there's 5 wires here. So it helps me to figure out. I always hate the word debunking, but that's what we're doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And look, we want to be able to explain. Like I tell our tour people when they come on the tour, look, if we're in a building and it's lights out and you're shuffling your feet or you're burping, you're farting, you're sneezing, you're laughing or whatever, call it out. Say that was me. So that way we know, because we don't want people to have a fake experience. We want people at the Haunted 108 to have a wonderful experience and enjoy their paranormal nighttime adventure.
That's amazing. I really hope that someday I get a chance to go on one of your tours. It sounds amazing.
It is. You would love it.
Well, Mr. Scott, if you could kindly tell the audience, I'm pretty sure they all know who you are anyways, just where they can find you.
Well, Monday through Friday night, I host Spaced Out Radio. You can go to YouTube if you're not in one of my terrestrial radio station areas. Go to YouTube. That's probably the easiest place, or download us at any time at Spaced Out Radio on every major podcast network. Haunted 108, if you want to take my tour, go to haunted108.com. You can book right now for either a tour if you're in the area, or if you want an overnight experience, please book that as well. Remember, if you're in America, it's in Canadian dollars. So do the math, do the exchange. You know, so I think it's for every $100, it's only costing you like 14 cents right now. I don't know, but go check it on out, haunted108.com. And we are going to be building our Haunted 108 YouTube channel. And we're all over social media as Haunted 108 as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dave. If you have a couple minutes to chat after I say farewell to the audience, we'll chat for a couple minutes and then I'll let you go.
Take care.
You as well. A huge thank you to my special guest, Mr. Dave Scott, and to you, my wonderful haunted hearts, for tuning in. I also want to thank UPRN 107.7 New Orleans, 105.3 the Gulf Coast for carrying the show. If you enjoyed tonight's episode and you would you're interested in doing so, please like, subscribe, share, and comment. It truly does mean the world to me. And if you'd like to be on the show, you have guest or topic ideas, or just want to say, hey, Kat, how's it going? Drop me an email at paranormalheart13@gmail.com. I'd also love to hear from what country you're listening from. So until we meet again, take care of yourselves and each other. Much love to you all.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, if you're on the other side of the world. Welcome to Beyond the Outer Realm. We are broadcasting live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM from the Gulf Coast and 107.7 FM from New Orleans. Big shout out and thanks to Steve McGinnis, the artist behind the logos here at the show. Check him out on Facebook and Instagram. Specializes in the Halloween and horror genre, but does amazing commission pieces of any type. So today I have the privilege to sit again with returning guest Simon Baum, who's going to be talking about his book, Aspects of Alien Abduction, Shocking UFO Encounters, Volume 1. I was very excited to see that it was Volume 1 because I know there's more real good stuff coming. Believe me, I highly recommend this book. And I'm going to just pop it up here real quick so you see what we are actually talking about. I know we have a lot of experiencers who do listen. I see you guys showing up in chat, and I see all the comments that come in after the fact. This is one of those books, that sort of has a bit of everything, covers everything. And I was able to find a lot of bits and pieces in there and a lot of stuff that wasn't in there, which I'm sure is to come because it's different for everyone. As much as there's so many similarities, we're all individuals, right? So we all have different experiences based on a lot of the same stuff that happens behind the scenes. So people have been talking about this for decades. Many people have reported encounters that defy explanation: missing time, strange crafts, non-human beings, memories that surface under hypnosis. That's something I haven't done, oddly enough. And whenever I have thought about it, I've have a lot of really amazing medium friends that said, you actually shouldn't do that. And I was kind of like, wow, okay. So as a researcher, which is where my roots were in paranormal research, I have a lot of gadgets. I spent a good amount of money on communication devices where, they can come through, they can speak. Well, I expect spirits, but sometimes, not always. And when I actually talked about this, I had all these little voices coming up saying, no, 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 don't do that. No. And I was kind of like, what? I guess it's like opening a door. And if you guys remember, Simon's come on and talked about this because he does hypnosis and he's helped a lot of people, regain not just past life stuff, but I have no doubt, he's got a lot of people who have come forward and been able to retrieve some of these memories. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming back our special guest, Simon Baum. Hello.
Hi, it's great to be here. It's nice to talk to you again.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining me. I've been looking forward to this. I love the book. I can't say enough about the book. I've got an Amazon link in the show description for anybody who wants to get a head start, because sometimes they do as we go through the show. And you really didn't hold back on anything. I value your opinion so much when you not just put in the people's experiences and their statements, but you give your opinion on it. And you're right on the mark, literally, with everything,
Um,
as per my own experiences.
Yeah, I try and be neutral though.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical, and there's a lot of stuff that I might say is in the grey area that I'm not sure if I'm really sure about it.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to leave that stuff out. And
Mm.
also, I think there's a few things in the book that could be a little shocking if you're not used to reading about this stuff.
Yeah.
But I wanted to, put everything there, not hold back,
Mhm.
and just try and do an analysis that's open minded.
Mhm.
And it's a thing of sometimes treading a fine line. But I'd never want to discount somebody's experience. Somebody's had something happen that's,
Mm.
can get so bizarre, and it's such high strangeness
Mhm.
that you can't, like the average person in the street would hear it and just maybe laugh and say, "Oh, that didn't happen." But when you're really into this
Yeah.
and you see so many cases and so many people talking and reporting these same things over and over, you know that
Mhm.
there really is something to it. And so it's almost like I tried to make a book that's, if you know nothing about alien abduction, you could read this and you'd learn about all these different aspects. But I also feel that if you know a lot about it, it's good to read it as well.
Mhm. I agree.
You
What
know,
made you decide to wanted to write this book? I mean, you have good books, obviously, because I've read. I love the your regression book, but I mean, do you work with people trying to retrieve these memories? Is this maybe what prompted you to like, you know what? There's some deep seated stuff here, and maybe we need to talk about it.
well, I've always thought of writing a book about this stuff.
Okay.
I can't remember when I first thought of it, but I've been reading books on this really since the 80s, the alien abduction, whether things like Betty Andreasen and Travis Walton, and then
Mm.
Whitley Strieber. And
Yeah.
so all through the 90s, lots and lots more books came. So I never could work out how to do it because I didn't want to do it the same as everybody else. And I'm not an experiencer that I can write a book about what happened to me. And then I was thinking, I got this podcast, the Alien UFO podcast,
Yeah.
and I've talked to 50 or 60 people who've had these experiences. So I decided to go into those interviews and get the transcripts and take these different aspects. So the chapter on sightings, I've picked out the transcripts of all the different people who had sightings, and
Mm.
they're not just seeing a light in the sky. There's far more to it, like seeing a boomerang craft that's enormous at treetop level going over you, or there's a guy who's in the garden with his friends and he's a child and they see this ball of light, and he said suddenly all the other kids are like statues. He's the only one that's moving around.
Yeah.
And so,
Which is bizarre. How everything stands still except for you.
Yeah. And one of them said something to him like, "You were gone. We didn't know where you were for a short while." And so, that suggests other stuff. So of all these different sightings, it's like you hear the word sighting, a UFO sighting,
Yeah.
maybe first thing is, oh, it's a light in the sky, and that's it.
Yeah.
Just the light moving around. But people get so much closer to them, particularly when they're experiencers. And there's also a couple of chapters I thought, this is just too long. This chapter goes on forever. Maybe I should cut a couple of experiences out. But
Mhm.
then they're all so different from each other.
Mm-hmm.
To take
Yeah.
one out would be to cut down on the information you're giving the reader.
Mhm.
So that's one of the things that the book originally was one book, and I got to 200,000 words, and I thought this is just too long for one book.
Yeah.
So I cut it in half. And the great thing about that was it cut down on my workload as well.
That's
I
right.
wouldn't be working forever.
That's right. It's like, look, book 2 is ready to go. I just have to cover it up and go. I thought it was really well done. As I was saying, in the opener, you hear so many of the same things just from a different perspective because we're different people, right? So we see things and experience it differently. And then you have some really far out stuff that happens in there that you're just like, can that even happen? It's insane. And when you start looking, I mean, of course, now with disclosure, we have, I think, more people that are probably more comfortable coming forward, talking about it. For some reason, I think we as experiencers don't need disclosure. We know we've had experiences, and I think for those who are nervous about coming forward, because sometimes something's going on, doesn't necessarily mean you want to acknowledge it, because that just makes it more real. And sometimes it's glorious. I've had great experiences, but other times there are just people who are real leery about talking about it, almost like you're empowering it somehow to happen again.
Yeah, I'm being worried about how people think about you as well. And so I think, like for me, I've got to an age where maybe I would have been worried that my friends or family or people knew I was writing a book about alien abduction. They say, is he crazy? But now I'm at an age like, I don't care. Think I'm crazy if you like.
Right.
But I
I'm
got
with
to
you.
get this out.
Yeah. I think you do get to that point. I think you do get to that point, but that's just what makes it that much more interesting, So in writing about this, I mean, the years that you have been researching this and talking about this, how would you recommend, um, how would one gain a better understanding of alien abductions or visitations? I mean, it's different from people. You wrote a lot about people who are, they're just getting snagged, they're just getting, they're having all kinds of things happen. How do you gain a better understanding about this if you think perhaps this has happened to you?
Well, it's just gaining as much information as you can. And I also think finding people who are having the same experiences can be really good, like a support group
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Mm.
And also listen to podcasts and read books, particularly my one, of course. That will give you a lot of information. And the second volume's got a whole another set of aspects that I talk about. And sometimes it's good to do hypnosis. I do have people coming to me because I do past life regression mainly, but since the
Yeah.
book's come out, more people are contacting me to investigate possible alien encounters.
Mhm.
And one of the things I say to them is, are you sure you want to do this? We don't
Yeah.
know what's going to come up, what might be traumatic, or the other things you might learn.
Yeah.
And yeah, so that's what I would say. Podcasts, books, maybe documentaries as well. But I think some of the documentaries can be a bit dodgy. There's
Yeah.
too much
It's information overload.
dramatization.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
I mean, that's what sells, right?
yeah, really
So
creepy music and jump scares and things like that.
yeah, alien.
Um,
Yeah.
I did like Steven Spielberg's movie though. There was some good stuff in that.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that at some point during the show, what you thought about that, the connection. There's so many people who have mixed feelings about it. I have not seen it yet, so I'm basically just flying blind when I ask. Yeah, I've talked to people who love it. I've had talked to people like I'm unsure. Like nobody hates it; they're just uncertain.
Well, one thing is he's got to make a Hollywood movie, hasn't he? He's got to have drama. He's got to have a bad guy.
Yeah.
And there's car chase and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But there's certain little things that I saw them and I thought, oh, that's right out of my book. That is,
Yeah.
whether it's to do with screen memories or craft that
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't want to give you any spoilers.
Oh,
There's
it's okay. I mean, to me, it was hard to follow. Close Encounters is a hard act to follow. I was kind of
Yeah.
wondering, if he did it or not. But no, I will still see it regardless. So please feel free. Feel free.
There's a point where there's a girl in bed and she's got a deer in her bedroom and a cardinal and a fox. And it's like these what we call screen memories.
Yeah.
Animals showing up with big black eyes. And there's another point in the film where they look out the window and there's maybe 10 deer standing in the garden looking in at them through the window. And there's a point where the
That's bizarre.
girl, no, I had somebody who was wanted to regress. They said that they were a small girl. They looked out the window and there were all these reindeer staring at her through the window. And she called her mum and said, "Hey, Santa's reindeer are here."
Wow.
So that's straight out of this movie.
Yeah.
Then there was this thing where the animals are walking with this girl towards a house, and all the windows are really brightly lit. And there's one story of high strangeness in the book. It might be the second book, where there's a couple who are, I think, in their 50s. They live on a trailer park, and they went outside in the evening for what she said was their last cigarette before bed. And opposite was an empty lot. There's not a trailer there, but they went out and there's a trailer sitting there, and they were talking to each other. I don't remember when that trailer was. Surely we would have heard it, the vehicle backing it in and all that noise. And it's just a normal trailer. The lights were on, and they got up the next morning and it wasn't there. And they went and jumped over the fence. There were no wheel marks on the floor, no sign of footprints or anything. It's like nothing had been there.
That's crazy.
And it's so when I see in the film where this girl is with these animals walking towards this really brightly lit house, that's what it reminds me of. It's like the house is a screen image. There was another case, it's not in my book, but there was a woman traveling across the states, the southern states, with her husband. They were going somewhere, and they decided to drive overnight. And so they were coming out of this small town, and on the left was this huge building, and it was June, and it was nothing but Christmas lights and Santas and all sorts of things. And it was so lit up, and it was dusk, so the sun was just going down. And she said the weird thing is it was set back from the road, but it was just desert in front of it. There was no parking spaces, no ramp to drive up, no tarmac, just desert. And it didn't quite make sense. And she said to her husband, "Oh, let's go and have a look. I'd like to see what's in there." And the husband, "Well, we've got to drive 8 hours. We don't really want to stop. Let's have a look on the way back." And she said, on the way back, that building wasn't there. Like that huge kind of warehouse building of a shop.
Yeah.
So it's like the ETs don't just do screen images of themselves. They can do it with their craft as well.
Mm-hmm. It's fascinating when you think about it. It's almost like the phenomena of going to that haunted location that just materializes in front of you and then just disappears. It's like, I don't know. I think everything is sort of tied in together somehow. When you look at even similarities between the paranormal and some of these, say visitations, whether you're just having an experience or an abduction, but the smells, like the sulfur smell and the rotten foul smells and the bright lights and the static sound and seeing static lights even in the environment. Allegedly people are having demonic experiences, say the exact same thing. Shadow people, things like that, sleep paralysis. It's just like all of this stuff tied in together. It makes you wonder, like, where is that fine line? What is it really? Because as an experiencer myself, an extraterrestrial generational experiencer, I also had, very aggressive paranormal activity. But it's like you say, it's this high strangeness. When I started getting some of my memories back as an adult from when I was younger, I had all these experiences. But as an adult, I'm like, what was I really experiencing? What was it really? Was it this or was it really this? And am I just dealing with, what my brain is doing with it, or what the memories really are?
Well, they're doing it on purpose. It's like being tricksters, and they're deliberately confusing you.
Oh, yes. Good job. Good job. You win. I was pretty confused for a while.
Yeah. But with stuff getting mixed up, I was talking to a UFO researcher to record an episode with them, a guy called Richard Dolan, and he's got a book about unidentified submerged objects. And there's a case in his book where this ship that's, I think it was 1988, 87, and the guy who's on the lookout spotted a light out at sea, and he contacted the bridge, and they say, yeah, we see it, and it started moving around funny, and they sent up a aircraft to go and find it. That aircraft, its systems shut down, the pilot had to eject, so then they sent up a fighter jet to go out, and again the systems shut down, and the jet was able to come back round and land, because when he got further away from the craft, the systems came back again. So all that happened. This is a obvious, like a UFO thing. An hour later, one of the crewmen is in a room and a man walks through the wall, not through a door or something, just emerges from the wall. And the crewman said he was dressed like in just plain overalls, maybe 50 years old. And he said, A main is going to blow. And what that A main is the main engine of the ship. And he called like the bridge. They set out this emergency security thing across the ship, because there was somebody on the ship who was not a sailor. They didn't recognize. They didn't know who it was. They got to track him down. But they were in the engine room and they found a massive fuel leak. And it could have been a simple spark would set off a massive explosion. And that was A main. So it was like this guy, this ghost who walked through the wall, warned them that A main was going to explode. And it was true, it would have if they hadn't found that oil leak or that fuel leak. So what's that then? Is he a ghost? Where's that warning coming from? And he turns up an hour after they've had this whole UFO encounter. So there's a real mix there of stuff, isn't there?
There is. Yeah, it's a whole melee of things that make you wonder. And of course, there's so much talk now, like naming it the phenomenon, and they're literally crisscrossing, both levels of paranormal and along into the whole alien agenda sort of thing. It's really hard to keep track of it all. It really is. There's just, I think when people grab hold of something and take off with it, it can be very confusing, especially if you want to get a better understanding of it, or if you are an experiencer who wants to be able to come forward, and then you start getting a lot of the fear-based stuff. And don't get me wrong, there are some people who have some pretty incredible experiences that might leave them thinking, that was horrifying, which leads me to this. In the paranormal, I have worked with hundreds and hundreds of people through the decades. At least half of those people had ET experiences as well. So that, that's a bit of I think there's something there, because you have, as experiencers, either the odds are really big that, we have more experiencers out there than we know, or people who don't know, or there's definitely something to that, because I've helped and worked with a lot of people. So when you think that at least I'm estimating half, I don't think it was less. If anything, it could have been more of just sightings and, encounters in one form or another. So out of some of those, Simon, a lot of military connections within family members or people who have served. I helped one family for quite a while. And I said, we kept seeing this military connection. Well, my uncle used to work at Area 51. Okay, what? And we're trying to figure out why certain things were happening. Do you think that many of these more aggressive experiences, with the really horrifying stuff, do you think that could be my lab? Or do you think
I suppose some of it.
Yeah.
because I got a chapter about my lab, and I wasn't sure
Yeah.
about it for years, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure that my lab is that terrifying compared to
Well, it's
being with the
experiments.
ETs.
It's the experiments. Like, do you think it's all ET doing this, or do you think that maybe my lab's doing their own, especially like to some of their people or within families? I mean, I personally know people, like, family members who have worked in environments where military was involved, and here I am. Just, through the grapevine.
Yeah, because there's Steve Neal. He's got a good YouTube channel, and he worked in Hollywood special effects for years, and
Mm.
he makes these animated, like what he explains happened to him. He makes an animation of it, and what happened to him was when he was a kid, he woke up in a hospital bed, and it was a single room, and to his right there was a doctor in a white coat with a stethoscope, and he was like balding. He's just had hair around the sides and a moustache and glasses, and on his left were two greys, and one of the greys came forward with like a wand and did something to his forehead, the little boy Steve's forehead, and then backed off. And then the doctor came forward and looked at his forehead and said, "Oh, look, now you've left a mark. When he wakes up, he's going to see that." But they didn't know he was conscious at that time, and that's one of his memories.
Wow.
So that's
Yeah.
it's like, who are these people? What human beings would do that and work with them,
Mhm.
particularly to do something to a child? These seem to be really
Yeah.
awful people to me.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. I found it interesting, and when you talk about sometimes my lab steps in after people have had genuine experiences. I think Betty and Barney Hill were. I think it happened with them as well because of Barney's, again, that military connection. But as soon as they cross that border, coming out from Canada into the United States, that abduction experience changed, because I think they're like, okay, well, we know you got pinched over here. We're going to pinch you over here and see what the heck went on. How often does that happen in the people that you've interviewed over the years?
Not so much when it seems like that. There's Deborah Corbell, and when she was younger, there was a craft that landed in the back garden.
Yeah.
And one day the family had gone out, and I think they were at her aunt's house or something.
Mm.
And their neighbor called them up and said, "There's a guy in the back garden in a suit and a briefcase, and he's taking pictures of where the UFO landed." And then there was another time she said her father was sitting at the window having his morning cigarette. A big black car came down the driveway. And I think this was the 1960s. And it went down their driveway. A couple of guys jumped out. It ran into the back garden, did something, then get on the car and drove off again before the dad could get out of the house. And so she was being watched then. And then she says later, she's got this boyfriend, and it's their first time they're going to stay at his cabin in the woods, which is classic like UFO horror movie stuff. But,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
they got there, and she said just as she got out of the car, she saw, like at the corner of her eye, she thought she saw someone in the trees or something. And then the next thing she knows, there's like a feeling of getting jabbed with something. And then she wakes up on a gurney, and she's being wheeled through this hallway, and it's all very human. And she's finds herself, it's like bits and pieces of memories. It's not a continuous thing. She's lying back, and there's a doctor there. She said he's got a very strong southern drawl, and he was quite fat and it's quite old. And he said something to her like, "Well, Missy, it looks like you've got an insect in your ear. I'll just get it out for you and you'll feel much better." And he put the tweezers in her ear and held up this little insect looking thing that then just rolled up into a BB, like a silver ball. And
Wow.
that he said to her, "I don't even know why I'm talking to you, because you're not going to remember any of this anyway." And the next thing she knows, she's waking up inside the cabin. She's on the sofa. And then the boyfriend comes in, and he's angry and he's really disturbed. And he just says, "We're leaving, get in the car." And she said on the 2-hour drive back, he didn't say a word to her. And so he knows something happened. Maybe something bad happened to him, but that was the last she saw of him.
Oh,
So
wow.
that was a
Yeah.
real MyLab, and she's a experiencer. She's got all sorts of stories. I've
Yeah.
got some high strangeness from her in the book as well.
Yeah, yeah, I remember reading the story. Yeah, she's got a mix of everything. But when I read that, I said, "Oh my God, I know somebody who this has happened to as well." But yeah, where the spouse just said, "That's it, I'm done. I'm not doing this." So, and there was no way of knowing if his experiences ever continued on, because he totally just walked away from the
Yeah.
relationship, and it continued for her, and it was a blend of both, real alien encounters as well as my lab, from both sides of the border. It was very bizarre, but it goes to show you. Getting back to children, parental reactions. You talk about parental reactions, and uh, I've talked about this in the paranormal, and I imagine it's not going to be any different here. We may Children have to be able to come to their parents, because we're their protectors, right? They look to you, protect me, something's going on, believe me. But children can be the teller of tall tales as well, and it's very hard to discern what they're actually, are they being truthful, are they not? Um, what's your advice with that? Because that, to me, at the center of so many of these different narratives, there's this unresolved question, like, first off, how are they chosen? Why are they chosen? And why aren't parents, who at times are on the ship as well? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, because there are different reactions from the parents. Like in my
yeah.
book, there's parents who kind of just shut down the child. After a while, they say, "Stop coming to us with these nightmares. You just deal with it." And it's like they're the aliens want it kept quiet, and the parents are helping the aliens by telling the kid not to talk about it. But
Mhm.
then there's other parents, the way they respond is a bit suspect. You think, hang on a second, have they had experiences as well? Is that why they're responding like this?
Mhm.
There's one guy that says he sees the ETs in his room, or it might be a woman, and when she was small, a child, and she screams, her mum comes in, the aliens are gone. Happens the next night and the next night. And the mum says, "Look, you're just going to have to deal with this, because every time you call me, they'll be gone. So next time, if you don't call me, you've got to deal with it." So her mum didn't say it was a nightmare or it wasn't happening.
Mm.
It was almost like she was saying to the child, "You got to deal with it." Almost, I don't know. It sounds quite mean, but also it's like you got to have some strength here and work out how you're going to deal with this. And there was another person who said when they were small, they went to their grandmother's house, and the windows were all nailed shut with these big 9-inch nails. And she would ask her grandmother, "Why does she do that?" And she wouldn't answer. But then eventually she said, "Because there's monsters out there."
Wow.
And it's that thing of, she wouldn't be nailing her window shut if it was just a fear, like she just had some kind of weird phobia, but she'd never seen anything.
No, no.
And it does. There is things. Some people say they see their parents on the craft.
Yeah, I know people, one family whose son at like 5 years of age was terrified of Grace, and he would go around even on the upper floor windows, and he would make sure every night at 5, if you can imagine, that all the windows would be locked and the doors would be locked. And then as he grew older, um, he remembers being up on the ceiling, just something trying to take him out a window while it was closed. I'm just like, hearing these things, you realize 5 years old and 18 years old, like it's gone on a long ways. But I mean, even myself as an adult, I was, I asked my parents when memories started coming back. My mom's like, "Oh yeah," I'm just like, she goes, "You were a weird child. You were always looking at the night sky and just waiting for something." I was like, I'm like, thanks. I think. But as adults, and they both come forward and said, oh, they've always seen crafts. And my grandfather had a telescope and he'd watch the night skies. And my mother's like, oh, my mother told me things. I just sat there going, we're all living in the same house. You sure? Because I don't remember any of this stuff. And they were forthcoming, but I don't know I don't know what their recollections were even when I was growing up. So I think maybe, kids, you stand a better chance as an adult to get your answers from your parents. It just makes me wonder, if memories come back even naturally after a certain amount of time, or there are triggers.
Yeah, there are triggers, aren't they? I think that's when people start seeking hypnosis, because there's a criticism of hypnosis with alien abductions that people say, well, they were hypnotized. It's a false memory. But people don't go to get the hypnosis in the first place unless they've got something they want to investigate. And for
Yes.
me, I've had someone who saw a 4-foot owl, and owls aren't 4 foot tall. So he wanted to know what happened with that. And, some people have extensive memories but still want to investigate it with hypnosis.
Yeah. Every time I've tried, I've even had medium friends of mine say, no, apparently you're not supposed to do that. All right, I'll bite. Why not? And it always seems to be the same thing. I don't hypnotize very easily. I work with many people from all walks of life, and I can hypnotize you. Okay, great. I'm up all for it. It just never seems to work. So it's like, okay, well, I don't know. I think maybe there's something really deep seated that's just doesn't maybe not supposed to come out. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
you're the expert.
it may be. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a client recently that we couldn't get to a past life, but her body was reacting to it. It's like there was a point she said her heart was going so fast. And so I did something to help her calm down. Then she said, I feel like I'm spinning. I think I'm going to be sick. And then she had her eyeballs were moving really fast under her eyelids. And I was thinking, like her maybe something in her subconscious is fighting this. Her body's reacting. There's some memory that something somewhere is blocking it, or too scared to look at it, and it's coming up within the body.
Yeah,
So these
it's
things come up.
frightening. It's like opening floodgates. Like you caution people when it comes to, yes, we can definitely do a regression therapy and see, but it really is, you can't undo it once you open that door, can you? I mean, maybe you can, but I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I heard there was somebody who asked a hypnotherapist to make them forget that they'd seen all the Harry Potter films, so they could watch them all again as though they hadn't seen them.
That's insane. Oh my goodness. Oh, to each his own, I suppose. Just looking at it with fresh eyes all over again. That would be kind of cool, I guess. I love Carl Sagan. I mean, he did some interesting things considering his background. And I love the comment that you had quoted: extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And later on in years, he became more open, I guess, to things, and then founded with other, scientific minds, the Order of the Dolphin. Have you ever heard of the Order of the Dolphin?
I think so. That rings a bell when you say that, but I can't remember any detail.
They believed that dolphins had the closest language and understanding to extraterrestrials, especially grays. And they examined why there was such a strong connection. There also have been, and I think maybe what led them to that, I always think back to the Star Trek movie, the last two humpback whales, they had to go into the past and bring them to the future. It reminded me of that a bit. But there have been reports of circular, when crafts come down over the water, that dolphins will congregate under the craft and swim in circles. Like it reacts somehow. There's some kind of a reaction to it. And they were investigating in researching this connection, which I thought was really interesting.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, the Order of the Dolphin. Yeah, you can look it up. It's like I think like they still have stuff on it. I don't know if it still exists, but I mean it's something they founded, and apparently they went on with it even I think after his passing, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know. It's different. It's to see like the starting off at one point and ending up in another point. So how much do you see, to make you want to delve on that kind of a journey sort of thing. So looking at hybridization, this is something that of course is just come out in the disclosure as well. Hybrids. I have producer friends who have done films on this. Like this has been going on. It's very traumatic for some people, and for some people, it's not. I think you had a couple of different experiences in there. I think from both levels. So how do these people that you've written about, how do they cope with that? I don't know that I could think that I had a child out there and that I couldn't nurture.
Yeah, I suppose it's the thing where you just do. You haven't really got any choice. You've just got to get on with your life. And for some people, it's difficult. Some people know that and have met these children maybe once or twice, and they know they're out there somewhere, but wherever they are, it's not on Earth, and they may never see them again. And there was a woman in my book who she said she never wanted to have children, really. She didn't feel maternal. And on board a craft, they brought a sickly girl to her and said, she's your child, but she's not thriving. We need you to help her. And so she said, as soon as she picked up this girl, it was suddenly all her maternal instincts kicked in. And she sat with her, and it was by giving her this love that sort of brought her back from, she said, I think that her face was like white or grey. Not grey because she was hybrid grey alien, but because she was just so ill. But came back, had some pinkness to it. And she thought, I can't leave this child with these aliens. But this child was a hybrid. You couldn't bring it back on Earth because she looked so different to humans. But then when the Greys came in the room, the child jumped off her lap and ran to them. She was happy with these aliens. It wasn't a scary thing for her.
Yeah.
And then you hear about missing pregnancies as well, which can be very traumatic, I would imagine. And there's one in my book where the woman had a pregnancy confirmed, and she woke up in the morning and the fetus has gone. And she went to the doctor, and he's, you've had a miscarriage. And she's like, yeah, but there's no sign of it at all. There's no blood anywhere. There's nothing. And he said, well, we've got to do a D&C. They went to do that, and the doctor said, we don't have to do it. It's like somebody else has done it. It doesn't make sense. And she said to me, I can't tell him it's the aliens, can I? He'll think I'm crazy. He might think that I've self-aborted in some way.
Yeah.
And there was a couple of women who said that to me. Can't tell him it's the aliens.
No. I had worked with a woman who claimed she could never have children. And the doctors always said to her, you can never have children. Yet she went in for some exam at one point, and she had indeed had children. Several. And she's like, I spent my whole life, I adopted because I was told I could never have children. She goes, only to find out that because she was aware that she was an experiencer. And she goes, I just don't know how many they've taken. So that was
not nice, is it?
No, it was very traumatic, because, she had, her husband had passed, and that's a whole other story. But through, my lab and such, and It is terrifying. But, that seems to be an age-old story. And if you have twins, if you're lucky, you get to keep one.
Yeah, I've got a story like that in the book.
You do?
Of a twin going missing.
Yeah.
And I talked to a woman the other day. She's the other week, she's going to be in volume 2, where she needed an appendix surgery. And doctor said afterwards, we found a small sack of, it looked like BBs, right, in your appendix. And she said, that just doesn't make sense. And they said to her, who did the surgery before? And she said, I've never had surgery before. And doctor was saying, yeah, you have no scar on your body. I can't see how you could have had this surgery without leaving a mark like that. And he said, your right ovary is missing and the fallopian tube's been cauterized. And he said, that's not nature. Somebody did that. And she was able to go back to her medical records from when she was in the Navy that confirmed she did have her right ovary at that point. It's not like she was born without it or something.
Mm-hmm.
So that can't be good. If the aliens are just, we'll just take one of your ovaries.
Wow, for sure. I mean, there's some people who have had children, or like in her case, told she never could have children. In other cases, things have been done, and people have come back really messed up over it. I think it's just, trying to figure out again why, what. I mean, let's break it down. Let's look at again generational experiencers. Because I can tag along with that one because I am one. But what makes aliens want to come back to one specific line through generations, like 100 years, 200 years? Like it's been going on. I could trace back all the way to my great grandparents just for stories that have gone down to the family.
Yeah, I talked to a professor recently who's a specialist in biology, and he was talking about what you would need to do to create a hybrid, and how like an egg forms and how the cells split up, and what the mechanics of that, what happens inside a cell when all this is going on, and the chances of being able to make a hybrid he said it's almost impossible, particularly if they're aliens that are DNA. They don't even have DNA, perhaps. He said a better way to describe these kids is transgenetic, I think called transgenesis or something.
Mm-hmm.
But oh man, what was my point? I got off track there.
making a hybrid. We're talking about generational. What makes somebody want it? Yeah.
So you're saying if they were to say abduct your grandmother and do some small kind of genetic change for her, then that change would come down to her child, say it's your mother, and then the aliens would get her and do another change. So they're compounding and building these changes, and then you're born and you have that, and then they give you even more changes. So they're able to look at how the different generations produce or react to this genetic engineering they're doing. And he said, like, we do this with rats and mice in laboratories. We make changes to them and then see what the offspring are like. So that may be why it's multi-generational, because they're following the germline, I think they might call it.
Yeah, it could be. God, no food for thought, but that is very interesting. You cover a part in your book about aggressive aliens, where they threaten the child to say, like, the one case was like, we're going to kill your parents if you don't, follow along here. That's terrifying. That is terrifying.
Because he was lying on the bed. I think he was like 7 years old, in between his mum and dad. He felt very safe because he was having these experiences. And he woke up as there was a tug on his ankle, something trying to drag him out of the bed. And there were two greys, and his mum and dad, which we hear this a lot, they just didn't wake up. You just could not wake them up. And the alien put images in his mind of them like with knives, hacking his parents to pieces. And they were saying to him, if you don't come with us now, we're going to kill your parents. So he gave in to them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's weird because I've got a chapter on healing where the Greys were healing people.
Mm-hmm.
So there's got to be different factions of them with different agendas.
Good people, bad people, good ETs, bad ETs, because some children have incredible experiences. Like with they'll call them like their big-eyed friends.
Yeah.
Like they actually have very good experiences. So I mean, what is it, like luck of the draw? As to what you get, I don't know, but it is hard to think, because I think back to that little boy who's going around and closing or making sure all the windows are locked at 5 years old, and at 18 still having this experience of just being, like sucked out a window. And this is like, no, I could feel myself going out. I'm on the ceiling, and I just fought back. And he goes, and I just dropped. And thank God the bed was there, not the floor, he said. But, and so he said, yeah, he goes like, this is just memories that he had. I'm thinking, my gosh, like the same idea. I can't imagine being that little and being so terrified, seeing something on TV like a gray, and apparently he would just go like white.
Yeah. And there's a couple of people I've heard from who, watching the Spielberg film, they're triggered and they're in tears watching that, particularly this scene at the end.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a guy in my book who's 40 years old, sleep with the light on, with his sheets over his head, and he was terrified, and he'd go to bed shivering. He was so scared. He's 40 years old.
Wow. It just stays with you. I don't know. It's so hit and miss. And, we talk about, like you say, healing. We talk about, educating, where they go into these classrooms, or educated, they learn. You hear some stories where they walk you around the ship. They let you drive the ship. You just bop about. And it's like, it's so diverse, the type of experiences that some of them are amazing. Some of them, like in my adult years, and again, to my knowledge, because they've not been bad experiences, and I have been fully awake during some, fully aware, fully conscious. But
do you think over time you've got used to it and you've become less and less scared, and they feel that you're much less likely to attack them now? I mean, was there paralysis when you were younger because they're scared of this crazy aggressive human's going to start punching them?
It's very
But now-
possible, Simon, because I do remember an experience where I hadn't fallen asleep before I realized like this was a thing that was happening more regularly. And I felt like a hand come up on my head, very physical. And I may have said something like, touch me and I'll break your arm. That was it, because I couldn't see behind me. And that was it. And right away withdrew. It's been very considerate contact this time, like, as an adult, it's become very considerate. So if I'm just like, nope, not doing it, it's like, okay, and gone.
Oh, that's good. There's lots of people who, no matter what, they're taken.
Yeah.
I was taken through a past life regression in December, and I'd had this really close-up UFO sighting in the early 90s. And I said to the hypnotherapist, can we investigate that? If we see like past lives and things towards the end, if there's a few minutes left. And he took me back to that point, and where I saw the UFO, and there's this whole abduction thing happened that came up in my memory. And part of that, I was lying on this table naked. There were two greys. There was one either side of me. And I was shouting at them lots of choice words, swearing and stuff, but basically saying, stop it, leave me alone. And I got the message from them saying, what are you complaining for? You know this is necessary. You've done this lots times before. And then a really tall grey came in and brought his head down, so it was like an inch from my face, with these big black eyes in front of my eyes. And I felt like it was rummaging around in my brain, looking at memories and emotions and all sorts of things. And it just gave me the feeling it was like they were doing maintenance on their equipment. I was their equipment, and they were just checking it out to make sure everything's running okay.
So you're fighting back and they're trying to figure out why.
I'm fighting back because I suppose that's what we do. But I was paralyzed.
Yeah.
I was just able to talk and move my eyes around.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
you could see why they would paralyze humans, because I would have jumped off the table and ran away. But where am
Yeah.
I going to go in a craft?
No, it's true. It's true. Yeah, I've had visions of coming up where I look up and I'm coming up. I can see it. It just looks transparent because I can still see the the night sky, but I know it's a craft because I can see like the silhouette. It almost like it has a bit of a shimmer, or it's like an iridescent, translucent sort of thing,
Like the
Yeah.
heat haze.
Yeah. Yes. And then another time I was just looking, I kept looking at it like it was just like a normal ship's portal, but because it was just a round window and I'm just looking out at the scars. Just, and I'm thinking, well, that was interesting. Wonder where I was. Like I really have learned to just like it's a non-event, so like you say, is it something that you just become accustomed to? I never felt threatened even in those moments. um and the respect that came from it, I basically one night I hadn't even fallen asleep and there's a grave just there and I looked. It's the first time it's ever happened to me, and out of a reaction, not knowing what to expect, I just went nope, and I rolled over like I'm just going to go to sleep. And I kept looking back and make sure he was gone, and he did. He left. So my reaction, had I maybe reacted differently, maybe it could have been a great experience. Maybe I have to say it would have been a good experience, because if it was going to go bad, because I was awake for quite some time after that, if it was going to go bad, I think they would have just taken me and done whatever at that point, and I wouldn't have had even this recollection of being able to see it right there.
Yeah.
So
yeah, maybe that's if I have been taken, because I don't know if I trust these hypnotic memories.
Yeah.
I wonder
Yeah.
if it's they completely remove the memories for me because I can't handle it. I'd freak out too much.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you don't freak out too much, so I think, yeah, she's all right. We can allow her to remember some of this stuff.
Yeah, some of it. I mean, because I'm awake. A lot of my experiences, like I have seen like amazing things. I had Merkabas just fly like come up over top of the truck. Like we're out in the truck one night, 6:00 at night, slide out. This is Merkaba sort of thing, just going over the hood of the truck. We're kind of like, we're looking at each other, it's like, well, that's cool, whatever it is. What do you say to that? And I've seen that on more than one occasion. And you're driving, like you're fully aware and awake. I've seen light gates just appear in front of me. I've seen all kinds of things while I'm awake or in the car. Like it's not like this is something that is just I wake up and go, what just happened? As a child, possibly, because those are the memories I can't access. I just remember being intrigued with the night sky, always. I have been my whole life. But would I have been intrigued if it was a bad experience? I don't know.
And there's people who say that they become almost, they work with the greys.
Mm-hmm.
Like there'll be the greys will come to them and say, look, there's these humans coming on the ship. Can you help calm them down or something?
Yeah.
Have you heard of
yeah,
that?
You've talked about it, and yeah, I have. I've had people say, I oddly enough, just on this topic of helping, I've had people say to me, "Oh, I saw you on the ship." I'm like, well, "I don't remember you at all." "Oh yeah, you were helping people." That's great. I still don't remember you or helping people at all. But if it's happening within my space on good old planet Earth, I seem to remember it. Like they don't scrub it. I'm aware of it. I'm awake.
Yeah. I did hear from someone they said that they were at a conference, a UFO conference, and somebody came to them and said, "I saw you on board the craft," and they were angry with them because they were saying you were working with the aliens. You're like a traitor.
Wow.
That's another reaction there. But what choice have you got, really? If you might not want to work with the aliens, you want to tell them to get stuffed if they ask you to help with them. But
Yeah.
then you could help the humans. If there's people there who are really freaking out and scared and you can help them,
Wouldn't you?
that's what you're going to do.
I would help
Yeah.
someone, because you're there. Obviously, is it a choice thing? Is it not a choice thing? I help people all the time. It would be natural instinct for me to want to help somebody, in that situation. Um, I don't know. It's a really tough call because not. I mean, you have the bad apples, as I call them, and then you have those who are not. Like they're really gentle. Like I have had them come in, and I'm just dog dead exhausted, and I'll just sit there and say, I need to sleep. Take me after I fall asleep. Just let me fall asleep first. And they do. They just disappear. But then the next morning, I'm like, oh, I'm so tired. I must have been working hard last night. But the respect is there. Like I say it full on aware, I mean, woken up, you just see these little shorties. You see the top of the bald head coming out in that whole darker than dark, and you just see the silhouettes, or sometimes, like at the end of the bed, like they're just curious. They're just kind of popping over, and I got one eye on them. Sort of like, what are you doing? But what's interesting when they come around, it's not just the smells, it's the whole place goes darker than dark, which contradicts because I've had the big flashes of light. I've had light shoot through the window, hit a mirror, bounce out like just a huge ball of light come in and with a big tail, and then it just goes. And I'm full on sitting there, the lights on, going, I'm not in bed. I'm awake. And I just see this happening. But waking up, the house that we used to have had this big tower, and it had a big street light that came in. It was like on a second floor tower, and the windows went all the way up, past the attic and that kind of thing. There's no way it could have been black. It lit up the entire upstairs, that one street light, which wasn't as high as the windows even, but it lit up pitch black, like pitch black, where you really, you have to feel your way around. It's bizarre how that happens. So I don't know, like, are we dealing with different aliens?
Yeah. I think that's what's going on, isn't it? I mean, we hear of the different aliens like the Nordics and the reptilians, and mantis, and
Mhm.
maybe Arcturians and Pleiadians and things. But
Mhm.
just like we said earlier, there may be different factions. There's good guys and bad guys.
Mhm.
And I also think there's some that are much more in tune with consciousness and perception than others. Have you ever
Yeah.
had what you like when they abducted you? It was an out of body experience. They didn't take you physically.
I'm sure of it. I'm sure I've had them. I've always assumed it'd be more like that. I've never had, to my knowledge. Now, I won't say I've never had marks. I think I woke up with a mark one time. But I mean, I seem to wake up in the same spot when I'm going through, like, especially when I'm just going through space, and I'm coming up and I'm looking up at the underneath of a craft, but it still looks like I'm looking at the night sky, except I could see the outline of something there. That I know I'm ethereal at that point. I'm having an out of body experience. I know I'm not physical, but again, I am being. It's my logical brain telling me it has to be this. I keep thinking of this 18-year-old that got pulled through a window, and he was going through matter. So
Yeah.
I don't know. You see, this is the thing. Like, I go for hypnosis. A lot of mind bending stuff might come out. I might not be prepared for. I'm all for a good mind bender, but sometimes it's just you have those limitations, especially when it's something of that nature. I think it's the intrusion more than anything, right? Like you are For example, in the car, you're driving home, something happens when you're driving, up you go, car, everything. Or you're in your safe space. You're in your bedroom. This is where you lay your head down to rest. It's where you're supposed to feel safe. It's where you feel vulnerable, right? Because your subconscious is opening up. You're going to sleep. Why is it nine? Like, why so many of them have to be when you're asleep? And they come into the boudoir and out you go. It's like, you know,
I
is
suppose it's
that
just easier for them.
is that the main fear? Do you think with people who are having some of these experiences is the vulnerability being taken in that moment? Do you think it would be easier if you could be? I often said if I was awake and being taken, my experience is, to my knowledge, I was not being taken. I'm fully awake, and that's just the memory that we cut me off here and bring me back here. Possible. I think it would be easier to handle that than to think that you're just laying your head down to rest without permission, and the intrusion that they could come in and take, your children or anything like that. I've always said, my children have to be off limits, and might mean something, might not.
Yeah. And it's the thing of totally losing your control over what happens to you, isn't it? That
Yeah.
I suppose it can happen with humans as well, but
Yeah.
they're coming into your bedroom and you have no say in it. If
Mhm.
they want to take you, they just take you. And
Mhm.
I have talked to people who say, I don't like to call it abduction, but
Yeah.
then that's what it is. It is that's the definition of that. But it's just
Mhm.
when people seem to get older that it can change for some people.
Mhm.
But the weird stuff. There was a guy I talked to who was lying on his bed like 3 o'clock in the morning, and there were 3 loud knocks on the wall up here.
Mm.
And he thought, oh, something's going to happen. And there were another 3 loud knocks. And then he said he felt like he went backwards at 100 miles an hour.
Oh.
And that was them taking him out of his body. And then there's a blank space in his memory. And then he finds himself floating in a tank of fluid. Have you heard this sort of thing before?
Yes.
And it's a kind of yellow fluid, and there's 2 greys standing outside looking at him. And he said it's like they're suddenly shocked because they realize he's conscious. And they're like, quick, we have to put him back to sleep. And he again feels himself going backwards at 100 miles an hour. But as he does, his arm comes up, and his arm is a grey arm, not a human arm. It's like he's in one of the greys' bodies.
Oh, come on. That's crazy.
Yeah, so that's his only, like, that's the whole memory he has of that. But I've definitely heard of those kind of water liquid tank things before.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there have been a lot of contactees who have been aboard ship and have seen exactly that. Sometimes there have been stories where it's people from different generations, the 1700s, going back to medieval times. Like, they see them almost like dressed in period clothing, almost like in some kind of a suspended state. Like, it's very interesting to hear a lot of the stories that people talk about. You've interviewed, obviously, Terry Lovelace. I have as well, and he's got amazing stories, but they're also pretty aggressive stories as well. Like, he's been marked up pretty bad.
Yeah, with his implants in his legs and how
Yeah.
they took them.
Yeah.
And I've seen the photographs of his X-rays and the
Yeah.
injuries of afterwards when they took them as well.
Yes. Yeah. Some people don't fare up as well. I think to my knowledge, I've had Mark once, and they almost look like a 3-prong just device, just like lines, but it was bruised, and it wasn't there the day before, and I was asleep. So unless I was sleepwalking and got in something's way, I don't think, and it was probably a good size, So that was that's probably the only recollection I have of that. So again, into adult years, I'm not quite sure. But I don't know if you the whole screen memory thing for me, or partial memories even, um that seems to be a big thing. Like I listened to some of I think when you go through hypnosis to try to gain some of your the memory to recall what's happened to you. Some people do it to the point where when they're giving you the testimonial, or even you're interviewing them, it sounds almost so robotic. I walked down the hall, I turned right, there was a line on the floor, I turned left, then I was here. I'm thinking, it makes you wonder, you know, was that extraterrestrial, or was that an implanted memory of being so direct? Like it's almost formal.
Yeah, it sounds like it's being programmed rather
Yes.
than
Yes.
a natural memory.
Yeah. Yeah. I've talked to a couple of people like that, and it's really left me with mixed feelings. And like yourself, you don't ever want to undermine the experience, because there's some experience somewhere that caused, this trauma.
Maybe it's just completely rejecting the emotion of it, and that helps them deal with that.
Maybe. I know this one person had a military husband, so I kind of went, I wonder. This is, my mind starts going, like, but so I don't know. It's really difficult to it's very difficult to try to discern some of these testimonials as to, I think I've just trained myself now for that human connection somehow, because you do get organizations that will sort of target their own. You sort of, you sign, you belong to us sort of mentality, and they you hear about it, you read about it all the time. Again, super soldiers, Michael Cameron is a really big example of that. Poor guy, he's been on, he's talked about it extensively, and I always commend him for being able to speak about it. I know it's such a difficult thing for him.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about that side of things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Monarch program.
That rings a bell.
Yeah,
you know all sorts of things, don't you? Like MK Ultra and remote viewing and all sorts of things.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's tons. Monarch is a big one. But I mean, like, being in the UK, that's what he had basically said. I was just like, oh my God, that's a real hard one. They all have their little program names, and you just realize how accessible you become to certain organizations. And it's kind of like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? What attracts, if you are part of a government, military organizations where you are being, I guess, an asset. Are you introduced, or do you have certain ETs that may be attracted to that, who may have more access to you? Or is it the other way again? Because abductees or contactees become curious. I can introduce you to someone who has had mind-blowing experiences, and she literally has had, she has been pulled over in parking lots surrounded by black vehicles, where they just go to grab her because she is very, very unusual. She's very unusual.
So how do the humans know that she's like that? How to know she's been taken? Are the aliens passing on
they take
names
her
and
too.
addresses?
Yeah, they take her too.
It's like, how do the aliens know who to take in the first place? When there's
that
children
was my
being
question
taken?
for you. I said, how do you know? What makes you so enticing?
Maybe it's part of the multi-generational thing. maybe it's something to do with consciousness. Maybe it's to do with being very psychic or something. It's not
Yeah.
like the ETs can take every single child and test them to see if they're suitable.
Unless they're looking for certain bloodlines, you get the whole negative blood type thing. That's a thing, that is a hypothesis that people, and I know so many positive people who are being snagged all the time. It's like, but what is it about that blood type, which apparently many experiencers and contactees, abductees, many of them end up being negative blood types, to which I am.
don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. I don't know
Yeah.
what my blood type is.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Is it a thing in America? Everybody knows their blood type, and over
No,
here in England, no one knows their blood type.
no. The only reason I knew mine is because my first marriage was, he was positive. This is why they make you do blood tests when you get married, to make sure you're compatible. Because my husband at the time was a positive blood type. I was a negative, and you literally will abort your child. Like, the two can't. Negative blood type, it's just any invasive species, that's it, right? So I had to take a shot for that.
We don't have that here.
No?
No.
Wow. Yeah.
I don't know anybody that's ever had to have blood tests when they're thinking of getting married.
Oh boy, this side of the world, yes. And the fact that my parents and grandparents, like on both sides, were all negatives, like, that's rare, negative blood types. Like, there's a small percentage in the world, it's not rare anymore because there's so many people, but the doctors would be just like, how did you two find each other? And this was to, like, my grandparents, my parents, my sisters were all, it's just a line, like, because realistically, if you're an O negative and you marry a positive blood type person, you could end up with a positive blood type offspring. Like, it's weird how it happens. So it's just like, do you have intervention in there saying, no, we're going to just sort of mess with you a little bit more? Like you say, we're just going to tweak a few things. I don't know. It's just very, very different. And I imagine with hybrids, it would be even more so. Because do all hybrids look like they shouldn't be here? Or do you think that they've mastered it to the point where there are hybrids here that just look like you and me?
It seems like they've mastered it. That's the impression I get. That's what people are reporting. But also, I wonder if they're not hybrids. They're humans. They're 100% human. I wonder if there are colonies around the galaxy of people who are just as human as us, and they may be millions of them on a planet somewhere, and they see greys every day. It's nothing special or interesting. It's not that Earth is any particular interest to them.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's a school project.
Yeah, right. And to us, we're like, but but then you end up with, you just end up with every day. It could be your neighbor. I don't know. When I first saw that gray standing there, I'm like, oh, like it caught me. I just like, nope. I felt comfortable enough to turn around. So I must have had something in here that was okay with it. I may not have felt the same if it was a mantid or a reptilian. I might have had a completely different reaction.
Yeah. It may have been different if it was Nordic as well.
Yeah, isn't it funny? Just our conditioning, Nordic, big, tall, beautiful. You're just like, well, hello, where, the beautiful people, But I mean, whereas a reptilian, very gruff, very, growly, and mantis is just like, I've heard, Preston Den has often talked about it. Because no, people had great experiences with them, and I'm just thinking it's a very large bug in my space. I don't know how I would do with that. And he goes, well, you have to reframe the thinking. It's like, still, still a very big bug. So, but apparently people have had wonderful experiences. Other people have not had wonderful experiences. But is it getting past the visual?
Yeah. And another thing you remind me of Preston Dennett is that Dolly Saffron contacted him because the Greys said to her, you need to contact Preston Dennett.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
it's true.
that's just weird. And I think
Yeah.
for Preston, is that a bit creepy that they know about him and what he's doing?
That the aliens know who Preston is. I know, it's
Yeah.
crazy. I think that there are people here who are meant to, you know, he has a following. People listen to him. He's very gentle in his speech and how he tells his stories, and he's a very good, thorough researcher. I think there are people who are here to maybe pass on messages or to educate people, who can be very biased. You know, when you're talking to an experiencer who's had a horrible experience, you're going to get the horror of the experience. You're going to be like, this is what happened to me. Right. And then you get those who have these really incredible experiences. And maybe those good ETs out there, like, we need to try to get this out there, because there are some who are trying to help humanity, who are trying to help their experiencers, their people, whether, they're very protective of, their contactees, from what I understand. But then you get those who it's just experimental. Again, it's like you say, lab specimens, not something you really want to think about.
Yeah. It's maybe they just want your DNA because they need it for their hybrid program.
Yeah,
You're-
exactly.
you're-
Yeah.
So they'd see me as like one of the factories. This is one of our DNA factories.
Mhm.
We have to make sure it's working okay.
Yeah,
And the
maybe.
same with the women. There's a woman in my book. So I'm working on the second one, and some of the stories are blurring. I don't know which book they're in.
That's okay.
She said that she didn't want to have children, and she had her tubes tied. And a couple of days afterwards, she woke up. There's 3 aliens in the room, and she's kind of hypnotized. And they seem angry with her, and she's paralyzed, not hypnotized.
Oh.
And she said they did a physical exam. When they worked out they could still get access to her eggs, they calmed down and said, "Oh, that's all right. Yeah, we know what's going on now." And then they just went. And
Wow.
she said they just disappeared and left her in this weird physical position on the bed.
Wow, can you imagine? They still wanted to have access to the eggs. You talk about people who are known. Whitley Strieber is also one of those people who are known, much like Preston, because there was a story where a person was taken aboard a ship and had questions, and they had the book. She goes, they showed me a book done by this guy named Whitley Strieber, and when I was returned, I looked it up. Can you imagine? At the book. Yay, Whitley. ET's got your book. But that's just strange. So I don't know. I think they're just much more aware of what's happening, with people. I think especially the people, if they're taking you, there's something about you that they want to, like, literally want a piece of in one form or another, whether it be physical, whether they just want to educate you because they feel you're going to be this person who can help make a difference in one way or another.
But there's that thing that did you agree to this before you were born? Because there's 2 people in my book. It's Mike Leland and Sev Talk. They both talk about being in a position in a room with greys and complaining and saying to them, "You didn't tell me it was going to be this hard to be a human." And I had a hypnotic memory. This was in December, where this was part of the past life regression, and this is what happened before I was born. And I found myself just this space of light with my spirit guide on my left and 2 greys in front of me. And they're saying to me, "Would you help us in this life that you're about to live?" And I said something, "Yeah, but don't let it interfere with what I'm doing." Maybe that's why they don't let me remember it. Because I said, I'll do it, but don't let me remember anything. I don't want to have that fuss.
Wow, that's interesting. So you basically said to them, I don't want to remember.
Yeah. But also they said, we want you to be a messenger.
I mean, you are.
And
Here you are.
yeah, so that's what I was thinking. That now I've got these podcasts and I'm writing this
Yeah.
book and these
Yeah.
books, and so.
But I think that's
And
a
it was-
big thing, though. I think that's a big thing because Simon, you interview people, you share their stories, you give them a platform. You know, as far as your podcasts go, you're giving them that opportunity to tell their stories. You write about them. You're putting that out there, and again, you're giving this platform, whether it's in a book or whether it's on the show. I think people who are meant to make a difference, you'll often see them somehow in the forefront because you're supposed to talk about it.
Yeah, it sort of feels like my life path has led me to this. All
Mhm.
sorts of things have happened in my life that have led me to this point.
Mhm.
And
Are you still
I
taken?
don't know. I still what?
Are you still being taken?
I don't think so. I don't remember ever being taken. I remember seeing UFOs quite close up.
They
But
didn't take
that's
you
it.
on the ship the first time when you had your regression and you saw the ship. You weren't taken that one time?
Yeah, but that's hypnotic memories, not conscious memories.
Doesn't
I
mean
see
it
them
didn't
as
happen.
different.
It's
I know.
it's down there, you know, right? It's sometimes it's just really deep rooted. It's there. Because if you've been taken once, chances are, as the story goes, that they're still interacting with you. You know, you're still
Yeah.
part of that cycle.
But do you feel that as you've got older that it's changed over time? Because some people have told me it becomes more about consciousness and less physical, and perhaps it's more very vivid dreams of contact
Mhm.
and out of body experience.
I'd like to think not, you know, but I also know my strong personality. So I'm probably one of those that they would have had to like gag and restrain, you know, because it's funny because I don't like, oddly enough, as we're talking about this, I don't like any kind of being restrained at all. You know, like even like I'm wrestling, like remember wrestling just with friends or something, or my kids, you know, and they would try to, because my sons are like freakishly strong, right? Doing judo, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm bigger than you, I'm an adult, I'm stronger, and I'm in this hole. I'm going, and the kid's like 12, like, come on. And I am completely restrained. And I realized how much it bothered me. Even my husband would try to hold me still and try to tickle me. And I just like, I don't like it all being restrained. And I kind of wonder maybe if it has something to do with being restrained, even, you know, even in that, because I don't have childhood memories, normal childhood memories of anything like that ever happening to me. But it is believed that as you get past certain stages, developmental stages, that it will change for you. Because like I am full on about consciousness now, and I'm like, it's just I'm given information. If I do energy work, I just seem to know what to do. I have no idea how I know. And after I've done the process, I don't even remember doing it most of the time. So
That's weird.
it is weird. That's what I say. It's like, where does it come from? People will say, well, how do you know this? I don't know. I have no idea. Sometimes you can get it as a download or a vision. And those are the ones, if I can recall them, I can remember them. But sometimes if I'm just in the middle of trying to apply a process to energy work, it's just like, it's like, oh, okay, do it this way or this way, this way. Instinctively know. And once it's done, you know, I won't remember it. I've done energy work where people are going through a process because I work with other people, and especially like planetary stuff. Like I love doing that kind of energy work. But they'll be just like, okay, we're going to do this. And meanwhile, I've done what I had to do because I've already been shown. And like, well, what do you mean you're done? So I don't need a process. I'm just shown and I just do it. It's like I have no other explanation for it other than that. So
It
I
almost
don't
sounds
know.
like channeling, like some kind of spirit's taking over your body and doing it, and you're
Yeah,
just
I
off
don't
somewhere.
know. Or it's more like just like a flash thought, like a knowing. I call it the knowing. You just know.
Like a download.
I think so. Yeah, momentarily, it's just like I just instinctively know. It doesn't make sense to me. It's never made sense to me, and maybe one day I'll be able to, sort it out. And probably when I'm on the other side, so then you thought it was all you. I know, it's really hard to say, but I don't know. I don't know that they stop contacting you if they've chosen you. And if you're here to do something, and especially if it's an agreement that you have agreed to before, that's like one of those soul contract things, like I don't think that you can just stop that easily. I think they're respectful. They are with me. I've really learned a lot. But
Yeah, it's so difficult to say, isn't it? There's
it,
so much stuff that happens, and some of it is so contradictory. But
Mhm.
it's at the same. There's consistent stuff there. You
Mhm.
can't ignore it.
Do you feel
It's
the urge sometimes that you're being pulled into a direction to do something that you just can't explain why?
no, I don't think so.
No.
No, I need direction.
Well, maybe they're directing you. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's just you find yourself just with the like if I'm researching something, all of a sudden it's like I'm pulled in a different direction. Like something shows up and it just when it's supposed to. Like I used to have things left on my PVR. I used to have, if I'm on the computer specifically looking for something, pre AI days, I would end up someplace that I totally did not expect to be, and everything like the questions I had were all answered, and it just some random thing shows up. I'm like, well, where'd you come from? And but all my questions pertaining to that bit of research, it's all in one place. I no longer have to go looking for it anywhere else. It's strange.
Yeah, where does that come from?
Exactly. That's what I
That's that
said.
high strangeness, isn't it? That
Yeah.
there's stuff you hear about like alien abduction, going on a table on a craft, seeing craft. Like
Mhm.
that's not weird enough, but then with high
Mhm.
strangeness, it starts getting super weird.
It is like there's so many crossovers. I think there's so many. When I say crossovers, sleep paralysis is a big one. Like you have that in alien abduction, you have that in the paranormal. The feeling of the pressure on your chest. The paranormal, they'll say, it's like the night hag. Whereas, in an abduction experience, they say I feel this really tense pressure on my chest. Again, the static lights, the smells. I've smelled something that I can't quite put my finger on. It almost smells like, a lightning strike. It leaves that residue or that
Yeah.
odor behind after a lightning storm. I'd say it's almost like ozone, but ozone doesn't really have, it has a peculiar smell, but I've smelled that a lot when I get visited. And I don't smell it any other time. And that still
Yeah.
happens. Yeah. Have you ever heard
Yeah.
of that? Smells, the smell. You have a chapter just on smells because it's just there's so many different ones. And they're just a
Well,
bit
there's people who told me it smells like sulfur, or
that
that the
too.
ships might smell like ammonia,
Yeah.
or there's a couple of things this reminds me of. There's one that Whitley Strieber said he was looking out of his window in his cabin, and there were three greys standing facing each other,
Mhm.
wiping their arms down, and this liquid was coming off.
Hmm.
and he thinks that's how they pee. They just excrete it through their skin, and that's why you get that smell of ammonia or sulfur.
That's crazy.
But somebody else said to me, humans are on board a craft. They may be, a nice way to put it is scared witless.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
And so
Yeah.
the aliens have got to have a cleanup crew, and also that's going to make a smell on the craft.
That's true too. That's true too. I've had the whole room filled with that smell. I've woken up sometimes at 3:00 in the morning and I'm smelling. It's almost like that. Like I said, after a lightning storm, sometimes you could just smell. It's like a static. I say it's not ozone, but when I say ozone, people are kind of like, yeah, we have a generic idea. Like I can smell it in my sinuses when I think about it. It's just like after a lightning storm, sometimes you can just smell that like if it's a real close lightning strike, I've smelled it then more as a child than now. But maybe it was on the ship. Maybe it was on the ship. I don't know, Simon. I don't know. But that's a smell I smell all the time. I have not smelled the other ones, to my knowledge, not in my aware state.
Yes, it's hard to know, isn't it?
It is.
What's going on?
It is. It is. It has been an interesting conversation. It's always nice to like I say, have you join me and talk about these incredible books that you write. And I'm looking forward to volume 2 because this one has just been just reading it. I have to tell you, just reading it. I just sat there going through the process and somehow resonate with each and every one of these stories, and just being, maybe that's the mediumship in me, is just being able to feel that fear or that joy or the confusion. But it, to be able to feel that, you have to present it as such. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Well, as soon as the second one's ready, I'll send you the PDF.
Please do, and we'll book you right away, because it's just, I think it's just one of these things that it's an easy way to ease people into maybe coming forward and talking about their own experiences, not to feel foolish or not to be frightened. Sometimes it's a way of just, telling your story, giving back, whatever the case may be. These are stories that need to be told, because things are happening right now. And people, I think, now are ready to hear about it. They're ready to talk about it. They're ready to maybe put it on paper, meaning exactly what you're doing. So I have had your website up here through the whole show. And are you doing a volume 3? Should people be reaching out? Since volume 2 is almost ready.
No, I won't be for a while, because my first book was about near-death experiences.
Yeah.
And the second one was supposed to be just one book, but then it was too long.
Yeah.
So I chopped it in half.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking of doing reincarnation as the next thing.
Wow. Also a great topic, because, there's also a belief that people reincarnate back into their bloodlines. And if ETs, have been following through bloodlines, I've heard stories like that. Like that, for sure.
Yeah, and I've heard stories of people, like children with past life memories, talking about how they were the grandfather or great grandfather.
Yeah. So, which brings me to this quickly. Do you think when you are delving into somebody's psyche, you're bringing them out through hypnosis and their experiences, is it just something that is DNA generated? Maybe it's not so much past life?
No, because so many of them are confirmed.
Yeah.
And like there's a story, I think it was with Brian Weiss. He's a
Yeah.
famous doctor that did this, and he had a client that remembered a past life in the 1800s.
Yeah.
And then later he had another client that remembered a past life, and he realized that those two people were married in the 1800s.
Yeah.
But completely separately, they went back to that past life and remembered the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting if you can get to that point, for sure. I just find myself, I have, as going through experiences, that maybe I'm just picking up traces of from, let's say even my grandparents. I have this like strong warrior mentality. And of course, both my grandfathers were in the war. So I have interviewed people who have been just like, I'm sure I was a soldier in this war because it's so real for me. Whereas they've had a relative in that exact war. Like, even looking through your lineage going back, because I can trace my lineage really far back. It's just like, yeah, see, it could be this, it could be this, it could be this. Again, it's my logical brain that just gets in there and tries to make sense of things. I think that's just what we've been conditioned to do. But past lives, definitely reincarnation, definitely a thing. I've had many memories of past lives that have naturally come. So, I don't know. I'm looking
Yeah.
forward to it. Looking forward to your book.
Yeah, it's a
So,
while away, I'm afraid.
oh, that's okay. I can wait. I'm patient. So, do you have anything coming up? Do you have any speaking engagements? Do you have podcasts? Where can people find you and your shows?
Yeah, so I've got the Alien UFO podcast. Well, that's on everything, Spotify and Apple and everything. Same with my Paranormal Afterlife podcast.
Yeah.
And I saw the other day that I've produced over 1,000 episodes between the two of them, which I was
Wow.
surprised.
Congrats.
And yeah, so the book's called Aspects of Alien Abduction, and that's on Amazon on paperback, audiobook, and on Kindle.
Yes.
And you can get the audiobook on Spotify as well.
Yes.
And yeah, so the second one will be out in a few months.
Excellent. Well, I better book you right away because I'm booking in a few months ahead. So thank you so very much for joining me again today. It's always such a pleasure when you come on and converse. And they love you. I love you. So definitely looking forward to having you on again. And to everyone else who has been in the chat room, thank you all for participating, for listening into all of our international audio listeners who only hear us. Thank you all for tuning in. Everything is in the show description. Archives are up pretty much, immediately. You can find any of the shows, all of the shows from the network on at least a couple of different archive sites. Couple of 100 different archive sites. Tomorrow night, guys, I welcome author Mark Lagenfeld, who's going to be discussing his newest book, Wisdom from the Woods. Got quite a sense of humor, this man. It's a very interesting book, but how we should be listening to nature and letting it guide us down different paths of happiness and enlightenment. And it's an awesome book. Thursday night, this is by request, open discussion. Wayne Mallows joins me, and that topic is Loosh, food for thought, from Gnostic origins to current beliefs, personal experiences, how media basically influences all of this, leaves little hints. Loosh, ET, apparently there are ETs that like to just take our human energy and feed off of that. Greys tend to do this, apparently. Reptilians tend to do this. So definitely interesting conversation to be had. Thank you all for joining me today. A big thank you to Simon. Big thank you to the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM from the Gulf Coast, 107.7 FM from New Orleans. We'll see you all tomorrow night. Good afternoon or good night if you're on Simon's side of the world. Bye now.
The night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my constellation. It's way too complicated. Let's start this conversation. Let's start this conversation. We got no relation.
Evening, and if you're just tuning in and watching or listening, you have arrived at UFO Paranormal and United Public Radio Network, and we are live. This is the Angel Rock. I'm your host, Laura Lee Potvin. I see you all tuning in there, and that's what happens with my guests. We get chatting, and we could probably chat for hours. Anyways, I'll tell you a little bit about myself before I tell you about our beautiful guest this evening. My name is Laura Lee Potvin. I'm a Canadian psychic medium, crystal Reiki energy healer, Akashic Records practitioner, spiritual teacher, and mentor. I'm also a registered nurse. I'm an animal communicator, as well well-versed in near-death experiences, having studied them professionally and personally for over 40 years. I'm also extremely well-versed in the paranormal. I always say I didn't go looking for it, it found me, and it's actually what kind of got me on the path that I'm in today. We've shared some of our story on I know it doesn't exist anymore, but it was known as a travel channel, and on the series Paranormal Survivor, and it's, excuse me, season 4, episode 9. It's called Demonic Hauntings. You're going to see a familiar face in there. She is our station manager and the host of her own 2 incredible shows on the network. I did not know her when we filmed the episode, but she joined the network shortly after I did. I'm coming up on my 7-year anniversary. I believe it's July 17th here on the network. Anyways, it is Michelle DeRoche. She is a host of on Tuesdays Beyond the Outer Realm from 2 to 3:30 p.m. Eastern, and the Outer Realm 2 nights, Wednesdays 9 p.m. Eastern and Thursday nights 8 p.m. Eastern. And I believe I will be joining her in a couple weeks on Wednesday night on the Outer Realm. I checked my calendar. I knew it was sometime this month. I think it's July the 15th. I haven't confirmed with Michelle, but I believe that's the date we have set up. So you'll have to watch for that. Also like to give Joe Montaldo a huge shout out. We're actually broadcasting out of his studio where he is in New Orleans, Louisiana. That's the beautiful thing about the internet. We connect a whole bunch of different countries. Joe has started this network well over 25 years ago. He's also the host of his own shows. He's got UFO Undercover, I believe, on Wednesday nights. He's got News on the Flip Side on Friday nights, The Chat, and many more things like that. So thank you, Joe, for the space that you provide. Like I said, the network's been around for a very long time, and we stream multiple shows daily, 7 days a week. And when we're not streaming live, the archive server kicks in and broadcasts us. It picks random shows over the last 25 plus years. So you really get to see from previous hosts, previous shows. So we are live 24 hours a day. And just remember, it's not all UFO and paranormal. We're always adding new hosts and new shows. So there really is something for everybody. So if you could like, share, and subscribe, I know we would really appreciate that. I know I would on my YouTube, because I am trying to finally get to 1,000. I don't do too much on my YouTube, but when I get there, I plan on going live a lot more and doing things. So it's super, super appreciated. I'd also like to thank Carnation. Carnation actually sponsors all the shows, including the Angel Rock here on Mondays. It's known as Carnation Mondays. And thank you, Carnation, for that. Now, Carnation is a global brand. So if you're out shopping and on your grocery list, maybe there's something you need from Carnation, please consider supporting Carnation, because they support all the great shows here on Mondays. We have lots of shows. We got at least 2 after mine tonight. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere after the Angel Rock. What else I want to tell you guys? I got my little checklist here just in case. The other thing is, we do have a website. It's www.uprntalkradio.com. It is getting revamped. It's a big job, but it's slowly coming along. I hear there will be a chat room there. So that's one way that people can join us, because this network does broadcast every country in the world, but 80% of the listeners live are audio only. So I say, if you're listening and you're going, well, I want to join the conversation. I want to add some comments. I want to be able to, ask some questions. This show is very audience participative, and we appreciate everybody that's here. I always say you've got to see us to join us. I'm going to rattle off really quickly, then I'm going to let our guests, right after I finish off with this little bit of intro, to tell you too how you can watch from their platforms as well. So under my name, Laura Lee Potvin, or the Angel Rock, I'm on my Facebook profile, LinkedIn, my YouTube channel, which is the Angel Rock with Laura Lee Potvin, and I'm also streaming on TikTok this evening too, under, I think it is under the Angel Rock 1508. And the 1508 is actually just my birthday. That's all it is. We're streaming from UFO Paranormal and United Public Radio Network, or just UPRN, on our Facebook page, our main YouTube channel by the same name. We have a Twitch channel by the same name. Also, if you would like to watch us on TV, you can. The network does have its own TV channel. It's on Roku. And how you can do that is you go to the channel store on Roku, and you're going to type in UFO space P as in paranormal. There's a drop down list, and you're looking for, I think it's the third or fourth one down, you're looking for UFO Paranormal and United Public Radio. And that's how you can watch us, I believe. Yep. I think I got everything on the list tonight. So I'm going to read our wonderful guest bio this evening, and then I'll let her tell you maybe where you guys can watch from her platforms, and then we're going to say hi to everybody, and then we're going to jump right into the conversation. So hang on tight here. I'm going to wear my glasses for this one. So tonight we are welcoming back, she's a friend of the show and a fan favorite, and I hope to have her on many, many more times, as well as her lovely mama is in the chat, has been on the show before too, Tina Beckham. So, but we have Annette Beckham this evening. So Annette, known to many in this community previously as Azria, has gone back to her birth name, is now Annette Beckham, is a writer, frequency translator, and founder of Valerian Resonance, and her website is going across the top of the screen for those watching. Born into a lineage of Celtic matriarchs, she has perceived the world differently since childhood, sensing energy, recognizing patterns, and engaging with intelligence that extends beyond the visible. Her work sits at the intersection of lived experience, channel transmission, and the emerging science of consciousness. It is shaped as much by her journey through trauma and reclaimed sovereignty by her multidimensional contact experiences. Annette's second book, I had first there, when it first came out, I found out, no, it's your second book. And it's called The Frequency of Truth, which just came out. We're going to talk about this tonight too. It's an incredible book. So The Frequency of Truth goes deeper into part contact memoir, part consciousness framework, and asks the question at the heart of everything she does. What if the sensitivity you've carried isn't a flaw, but a coherent biological response? Through Valerian Resonance, which is also the name of Annette's website, Annette offers frequency field transmission and frequency mentorship sessions for those on the deeper path. Her message is simple and consistent. You are not broken. The sensitivity you carry is a signal, not noise. The frequency of truth has been within you all along. Welcome, Annette. I'm so glad to have you back here.
Oh, thank you so much. And hi, everyone. It's always wonderful to come and chat with you. So thank you for having me back.
So how can people watch on your platforms? And then we'll say hi to everybody, and then we'll jump into our conversation.
Yeah, sure. It's Annette Beckham Official on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. I think it's the same on X. I think the only one I don't have yet is TikTok. So yeah, but if not, Valerian Resonance, you can catch me on there as well, which would be great. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, TikTok I figured out because I have a program that I run that it took me months to find it. And so and I can't do it until I go live. So that's part of because everybody says to me, how do you stream with StreamYard to TikTok? And that's how. But it's a little bit tech heavy, but I'm glad because you get a different audience over on TikTok too. Well, let's say hi to everybody. So we have Lady D, or the Oracle of Delphi. She's saying, hi, everyone. Hi, Laura Lee. Love you, Annette. We have Julie Jean Bassett, who is my animal communication mentor and good friend. And you guys, if you need help with your pets or healing, Julie is your lady. Believe me, she's worked with me with some of my pets, getting me to tap into my own animal communication gifts. And actually, it's not something special. And I know Julie will agree. All of us, I think it's our birthright to be able to communicate with animals as well as the other side and intuitive abilities. So if everyone, she's also an incredible shamanic practitioner. I'm sorry, guys, allergies. I've got a frog in my throat. Just incredible. I had a life-changing session with Julie, and I know she's been furthering her studies, and some of the things that Julie is capable of doing just blow my mind. So you can get a hold of her at juliejeanbassett.com for the animal things, or at Whitetail Shamanic Healing for the shamanic practitioner part. Julie, feel free to type in the chat if you've got anything coming up with programs or classes. And that goes for anybody else as well. If you're a teacher or mentor, I always forget to mention that. Please feel free to share. We've got Kiara Jade saying hello, Laura Lee, and welcome, Annette. And then let's see, Astrolight Paranormal saying hi, Laura Lee and Annette, and Victoria, who is Astrolight Paranormal, and her daughter and her husband has been on the Angel Rock. And I'm hoping October's starting to fill out, so I'm going to have to book a date. I'm hoping to get a bunch of women, not that there's anything wrong with men, but we don't see this too often, get together a panel and have a good talk about, you know, off-world beings and the paranormal and what. I'm hoping to include Victoria in that as well. Excuse me. Let's see. Yeah, I typed in here because we were chatting. I said, I'll be right with you guys, I promise. So speaking of Annette's beautiful mama, we've got Tina Lumasol here saying hello, Laura Lee and Annette. Great to see you too. Let's see, we're scrolling. Oh, thank you, Julie, about my 7-year anniversary. It seems like I just came here. I can't believe it's going on 7 years. July, I think it is July 17th. So we've got Contessa Martins. I know you've been popping in, but it's nice to see you because sometimes I haven't had the chance to make a big deal. I love all of you, but I've got to know Contessa a bit too, and you're all so lovely, and I appreciate you all being here. Oh, we've got Tristan here, Tristan Jacobson saying namaste, dear soul family. Welcome. Hang on, let's see. Everybody loves to chat and support one another. Oh, Julie says nothing coming up at the moment, but working on a new class. Well, be sure to share it with us, Julie, because Julie is an incredible teacher. I've taken her animal chakra course and her animal communication course. Such nice people in the classes too. Oh, we've got Carrie Fast here. Welcome. And Oracle of Delphi Lady D says Annette's book is phenomenal. Yes, I'm sure. I haven't had the chance to read it yet, but I know you and how gifted you are and connected. So do you want to remind everybody the title of the book and when it came out and why you wrote it? And
yeah, thank you so much. So here it is. I still can't believe it's actually in form. So it's called The Frequency of Truth, Exploring Consciousness, Coherence, and the Hidden Architecture of the Multidimensional Human. So this actually came out in May of this year. I think it's about the 7th of May. It's out on, is it Amazon, Kindle, Barnes and Noble, Apple, all those, you know, fun places. And really, this is about 8 years worth of work. This is as Laurie kind of kindly said, I've been working with energies and off-worlders and that my whole life, and really just started asking the questions that I think all of us are, is kind of like, okay, well, I'm connecting, but how? If I'm a part of this universe, how am I connected? And that's when kind of the whole consciousness theories and things were starting to come about. So it's kind of a little bit of a memoir, not too much though, probably the first chapter or so, but then the rest is really as it says here, exploring, looking at this world through a different lens, looking through the world of frequency, because actually the frequency of truth to me is your own inner truth. We always look externally for so many things and so many answers, where actually it's inside. And what science is doing now is helping to answer those questions. So there's a little bit of science that kind of backs it up, and it's put hopefully in a way that's understandable, because you know what, if I understand it, loads of people are going to understand it. And also it looks a bit of a be careful with my words there, it looks quite a hefty book, but the way it's laid out, I'm neurodiverse myself, so if I look at something like this, I would run a mile. But it's actually, I've hopefully laid it out in a way where you can like pick it up, and there's only small paragraphs in there, so that even if you're the type of person like me who goes and picks it up, there are certain things that will jump out at you. There are certain phrases that will pop out and hopefully resonate in a way, and hopefully help answer that question at that time around you as this amazing multidimensional being. Or at least even start asking more questions that either the book or somebody else or people on this amazing channel can help answer and facilitate.
Okay, so for people listening, because this happens a lot, right? And with broadcasting, like I said, we actually broadcast to every country in the world. And there's people just kind of tooling around on the internet looking for something interesting to watch. And they've never heard the terms vibration and frequency and consciousness. What are those things? Because there are going to be people who are going to say, I have no, because even when I began this journey years ago, and I actually used to really, really dislike this phrase, and I'd hear it all the time from my mentors, you've got to raise your vibration. And I used to say, what the heck does that mean? Now I understand it very well. But there are people out there that will have no clue what these things are. So I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on that and what you can share with people.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I will just say, first of all, is that I was asking exactly those questions when I first started, because like you, as you said there, I was sick and tired of people keep on saying raising your vibration. I'm like, what the hell's a vibration?
Yes,
So
yes.
At the back of the book, I've got a glossary. Okay, there is about, I don't know, probably, I'm just going to guess, like that much. And it's a glossary, and it goes into what's, I will answer the question as well, don't get me wrong, but there is sections that goes in the most simplistic words. What is consciousness? What is vibration? What is the quantum field? What is quantum mechanics? So it helps, not only, as you said, we're talking about these things, frequency and so on, but hopefully there it kind of gives you a quick reference guide, because I was putting one together for me, and then I thought, again, if I'm asking these questions, so is everyone else.
You
so where we're going to,
You just shared, you asked the same thing. What the hell does raising your vibration mean? Because I used to say that all the time. Like, what do you mean? And I'll tell you, even the paranormal activity in my home that was so evil, and it was physical, and we were getting hurt and burnt and kicked and bit and scratched. But once I understood what energy was and raising your vibration and frequency, I'm telling you, all the physical stuff stopped and became much more empowered. So I know there's people asking, what are they?
So that is an absolutely wonderful story, because at the end of the day, it is your own frequency. So let's just start off with the consciousness first. So the consciousness is all around us. We are, how can you put it? We are the consciousness in our own individual. So everything is made of consciousness, and the human body is made up into our physical elements. Okay, so even, I don't know, this book, this glass, everything is consciousness compacted. So you've got the whole unified field that has sort of brought down and down and down and down and down. Okay, so when we're talking about consciousness, we are talking about everything. There are multidimensional intelligences that sit within this whole field. Okay, so then when we're talking about vibration and frequency, so everything is made up of vibration and frequency. If you think of frequency, vibration, say if like you're strumming a guitar, and then the actual movement of the strings is the vibration. The frequency is what you hear in the most simplistic terms. Okay, so the frequency is the actual movement. So if you're heightening your frequency or you're heightening your vibration, is that you're building up that momentum, you're building it stronger. But remember, it's also coming from that heart. Because as you said, if we look at it around us, we're going, okay, well, how can I talk about everything around when it's in me? So if you see everything as energy, not vibration, not frequency, not consciousness, if you're starting out on this journey, the biggest piece of advice that I would give you is that see everything as energy first. Make it simple. Make it as simplistic as possible. The two things to focus on is your heart coherence. So that is you. Okay, you are your heart to start with, and everything from your heart outward is energy, if that makes sense. So it's like when people talk about their higher selves, everyone says, oh, I don't know what my higher self is. Your higher self is that higher level of interdimensional consciousness that you can pull down, because through the years we have been slightly disconnected. So even though we are our own consciousness, there is an element of us that sits sort of just above us. So our higher selves, we can pull that down and in. I hope that answers the question.
No, it's excellent, because you're right. And for consciousness, and we all are connected, but that's just it. And I love that at the beginning, and you've said it a few times, and I'm glad, because we're taught to look externally for the answers, but especially nobody knows us like we know ourselves. And sometimes we don't even know ourselves. Like, when I'm teaching and mentoring people, one of the questions I get them to ask, bring into a meditation and sit with it, and it's a simple question, but not always an easy answer, is, who am I? Who am I really? And what people don't recognize sometimes, and again, there is no right or wrong answer to this, but we are not our bodies. Our bodies are just the vehicle we've chosen to have the experience where we are today, but we go on and on forever. That's why I love that you said, think of it in terms of energy. Go ahead. Sorry, I can hear. I can hear you.
No, that's fine. I was going to carry on from that. So you are consciousness in form. I've just made one or two notes here because I know I can ramble off a little bit there. So you are consciousness in form, and your field is the architecture, and your perception is the experience. So yes, you are in this body, but do not see your body as something that you need to escape from, because a lot of this kind of like whole love and light tribes, nothing wrong with that, but it's always about kind of like going out of the body. And trust me, that's great. When you go to sleep at night and you go out into the galaxies and stuff, fantastic. But when we've kind of like got our eyes open and we're dealing with the world and we're doing the dishes and things like that, it's kind of like, well, I'm not being spiritual right now because I'm doing the dishes. Well, actually, yes, you are. You're never not.
You're being grounded on this.
Exactly. Exactly. It's being in this body. So within the book, The Frequency of Truth, it's all around this whole system. So your nervous system, your fascia, so your skin and your bones, everything like that, your brain, your eyes, your architecture. So this amazing field of energy, this toroidal field that you've got going on, all of that being in coherence. So like you were saying there within that meditation, 100%, because what you're doing is you're slow, from what I understand, is you're slowing down all those systems. So you're kind of giving them a break, because I know with some people, they said, oh no, all I need to do is focus on my breathing. Fantastic.
It's great, but
yeah, because it's not about escaping the body. The body is a part of that consciousness.
That's what I teach. I think it's imperative, and I've learned it from a couple great mentors, is that we need to be grounded because we are having a human experience, right? So again, even, and it doesn't matter, I'll even say people are going into a paranormal investigation. I'm not saying that that's what we're talking about tonight, but what people don't recognize, it's imperative that we be grounded before we go into that arena, right? So the body is here for a reason. So I'm loving that you're saying don't escape it, because that's the other thing that I was taught a lot until I think it was my crystal Reiki mentor. And I was always told, you've got to banish your ego. You've got to banish it. Well, you can't banish the ego. It's part of who you are and part of yourself. So she used the analogy of, before we do, we work with somebody as an Akashic Records practitioner, even for ourselves, she always used to say, go play in the records, is to invite your ego along as a curious participant so that it feels kind of included, but because you can't separate it, like you said, or even like you said, separate from the body. It makes up who you are, mind, body, soul, right?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. And I think this is kind of like where we're at the moment in this whole, dare I say, area of ascension. Because when you were talking about earlier around raising your vibration, people think of raising their vibration to kind of like move into this other dimension. But at the same point, as you were just saying there about staying grounded at the same time. But that's the basis of coherence. Coherence is that middle ground, because you are in both worlds. You are in both camps. But you're aware of exactly what's going on with the nervous system, what's going on with the breath, what's going on with the consciousness around you. But I think one of the things I also wanted to say in there as well is that where we're going into this level, as I said, of ascension, and the frequencies and vibrations and that around us with Gaia that's happening as well, is, as I said, that level of integration with that source intelligence even more so. So, we were saying before about that consciousness, that unified field, and it's linking into that even more, but staying in the body, as you're rightly saying there, Laurelie, around staying grounded. And that is, and I think one of the key things that maybe we've identified here as well, and that I do talk about a lot in the book as well, is the language. Because a lot of what we're both talking about is the same thing. We might just be using slightly different language. And now I am going to point to, if it's okay, one of the videos I done on my channel a couple of weeks ago was more about the ancients and how we're linking like some of the ancient knowledge. And like, for example, like back then there used to be obviously the seers and the witch doctors and that in the villages who used to wear the capes. Now we're getting the guys and the girls with the lab coats finding out the same thing that we've known for centuries and centuries. But again, now we're just using slightly different language. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So for people listening, I just put it's not your fault. Oracle of Delphi, Lady D, posted, our higher self is our connection to the divine, our multi-dimensional fractal of God. I love that. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, it's very much with that source intelligence. Yeah. Lady D, absolutely right. That's wonderful for saying. Definitely. And I think, as I said, to me, it's the language. And from someone either with who is neurodiverse or neurotypical, it's, to me, I found it, being in this spiritual space since like the 80s and 90s, how that language has changed. It got me so confused. I'm like, hold on a minute. We're talking about earth energies, but then we're talking about, because it's kind of like you could either be really grounded and like really focused on the trees, or you were in the camp of being very cosmic. And I'm like, but I'm in both.
Yes.
Can I be in both, please?
Yeah, but that was
I can't see the difference between the two. I can't see the difference between the two.
But you know what? Okay, so Spirit has shown me this. And not just me, I'm sure Spirit has shown many people. But if there was such a thing as an ideal place for everybody to be on this planet, we would be perfectly connected to Source through our crown and upper chakras, as well as that energy radiating all the way through the body, right down through our feet, connecting to the center of the earth. We would have the perfect balance of yin and the perfect balance of yang, if you will. So, wherever there's, this, but for people listening that might not, if you've got good, you've got bad, you've got light, you've got dark, but you would have perfect balance. And I think I don't know, I almost feel like with ascension, we're getting more into balance, if you will, like attracts like energy. So if we are in that higher vibrational state as well as in balance, you just generally will move, if you will, into that timeline, into that dimension, because I at least I believe that, but I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I absolutely I absolutely agree. And like when I was saying earlier around language, being in balance is just another word for being in coherence.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
And I mean, if the visual that I kind of give in the book and that I've been using for the past 2 or 3 years, like I think maybe the first time we met and was on like one of the first shows, is that and I still really and truly see this and believe this, and with the team of interdimensionals that I work with always give me this same diagram they have over the past 8 or so years of the body being, say, like a radio. So apologies if you guys have heard this before, but for the people who are maybe new to me and stuff, would just like to take a minute to kind of explain, following on from that beautiful description you just gave there, Lorelei, around, as you said, each of those chakras being in balance and having that connection not only to the source intelligence, but also to the earth as well, is that within our DNA working as that fractal antenna as a part of that connection.
Mm-hmm.
Because as much as we're picking up on all these different frequencies from not only around us, but most importantly from that unified field. And what we're learning is when we're in that coherence, we are the best piece of technology that this earth has ever seen. And that's why I think a lot of the interdimensionals are really kind of watching us at the moment. It's kind of like, oh, they're all coming online now. All the lights are shining really, really brightly. Yeah. Because the amount of information and the amount of ability that really is, as you were saying, coming online because of that balance, because of that coherence. Our DNA works as a fractal antenna. Again, a lens I'm just looking through within the book. Because a fractal antenna can pick up lots of frequencies and information at once. The difference being is that we just need to learn to tune our radios in a little bit more. And I'm using kind of like that hand signal a little bit in regards to, obviously, the old big wireless radios back in the day, not like these little digital ones with the buttons that I still can't use.
Yes.
But it's because I think with this multidimensional human, we are capable of so much more. Because I mean, I know when people say, and I think you beautifully put it earlier on. Oh, I can't remember the lady's name who does the amazing animal healing.
Julie.
It's just everybody can do it. So we can, and as I said, within that coherence, we all have that ability with that communication.
Mm-hmm.
We all have that, whether it's to animals, whether it's to the unified field, whether it's to each other. Because I think within the next few years, that level of, sorry, the word escapes me, but telepathically, sorry, we will be able to do that more and more. And people say, oh, they're clairvoyant. More people be coming online. But I think even with those abilities, though, the words for those abilities will also change.
I agree wholeheartedly. And, just I'm hearing spirit gently suggesting to share this, but what the journey I've even been on, and we were talking a bit about it before we went live, is the energy feels very frenetic right now, kind of chaotic, because I think there's a lot of movement. But I haven't delved into this in a while, thinking we are always done the work, right, on the inner healing. Well, I'm back there again, digging into the deeper layers and really, really looking at that inner healing, and then sort of marveling at the fact that I was feeling this pull like a magnet to go there and start really digging in. So again, maybe it has to do with the energy, as well as we know it's a progress, like it's a work in progress, right? Healing. Spirit always meets us where we're at, and then right as we evolve and grow, then we dig a little deeper, a little deeper. So speaking of your book, with that, how can people use the book? Because I know there's a lot of people really feeling this. They don't know what the label is. They don't know what the words are, but it does. I don't know. I'd love to hear your thoughts or anybody in the chat. It feels very frenetic, the energy, like something's almost like it's ready to split, if you will, or break. Like it feels at that point.
So no, thank you for asking the question. So within the book itself, there's 11 chapters, and it does go into said what coherence is, and a couple of exercises around how you can actually work on your own. Oh, that's beautiful.
I'll read it quickly, just one sec here.
Thank
So
you.
Tina, your beautiful mama, wrote heart coherence, to be open to connect with a higher self, connection to source, and as above, so below, to feel Gaia's energy. That's beautiful. Thank you for
That is
sharing.
beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
So this book, as I said, it's a journey, but at the same time, it's also giving you language for your own experience. And that's why sort of chapter 1 goes into my own journey. So all of this is my own experience from where some of you are right now, and maybe where you've been, but still can't actually maybe find the words or the expression or the feeling for it. Because it might not necessarily fit with what maybe somebody else is doing or what somebody else is saying, if that makes any sense. So it goes into things like, okay, well, we'll start maybe looking at the nervous system and how to start regulating that as one step. But actually, I'm kind of being told again by Spirit myself that it's looking at, how can I put it, the individual as I was gonna say, as Tina just said there, as Mum just said there, that heart coherence, because the main message throughout it, as I said, the frequency of truth is that going into that heart coherence, that heart vortex. Because again, like I was saying at the beginning,